your flight by finding something new. So I can't let you shine my shoes. And truth be told, there's probably nobody to blame. Never try it before you choose. It always comes off more than welcome. It came in through my back door. I need to keep my head together. I don't need to need nobody else. I need to keep my head together. I don't need to need nobody else. I need to keep my head together. I don't need to need nobody else. I need to keep my head together. I don't need to need nobody else. Well, I need to need nobody else. Well, I
Yeah, I need to need nobody else, but my needs are not being met. Welcome to this rather long experience. This is the 2025 edition of The List. We're going to be doing this live and every single one all the way through. I have a guest. We'll get to that in a second. But the reason this is happening live and not pre-recorded is most of you know that I've had health issues multiple times, and they haven't been solved. And I've had live marathon streams last year that all of you graciously helped me through. But for as much as that help is appreciated, and it helped, and it lasts quite a long time, that money has run out. But I am still in considerable amount of debt. They are rather fair about letting me spread payments out, but everything that was from last year is kind of gone. So I'm here, hat in hand, asking you to politely, if you are considering doing like something like a super chat, I would politely ask you to, instead of that, there is a pinned comment, which is the link to my Spot Fund, the crowdfunding thing, and you could treat that link. Just let me know in the chat that I donated. Here's my comment, or you could do it. I think you're able to leave a comment on the actual Spot Fund page. I also politely ask that if you know anyone who has extra money, maybe give them the link. You guys were really incredible last year, but we're not done yet. I still need help, and my health situation is still paused. So, with all that said, thank you in advance. I hate doing this, but thank you. What we're going to do to have fun is rank/review every single 2025 movie, bottom to top. It is 125 films that I've watched that were 2025 releases. And I'm joined with help to get through this because this might take a while. And joining me is Grey Poupet. Grey, how are you, sir?
Hey, I'm doing good, man. I'm happy to be here to unfortunately talk about some really bad movies for the next little while.
Well, for a little bit.
Hey, you said it will be good times. It will get to some of the best movies of 2025. So, hell yeah, I'm always down to talk about movies.
Yeah, and thank you for this. And Grey, your number's bigger than mine, right?
Just a little bit. I mean, nobody's measuring, but yeah. I mean, what can I say? I think I got 154 or something like that, and there's still like 6 or 7 movies that I need to check out. So Yeah. What can I say? I still don't feel like I'm quite done with 2025, and usually January isn't as stacked as it is this year. So
Hmm.
I don't know. I'm still playing catch up on like 5 of them that I heard I just absolutely need to see. So my top ones I'm hoping may change by seeing those, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'm thinking. What do
Your
you go?
chat saying hobo gray. How dare you guys call me a hobo? This is this is not a hobo jacket. But
That's
thank you.
that's not polite. Um, yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to go from 25, well, excuse me, 125 to 100. We're going to try to take breaks at certain moments. As of right now, I'm thinking every 25, but that may change depending on how fast or how slow we're going. But at the 100 mark, when we take a little bit of a break for breathers and fluids and bathrooms and all that, Gray is going to fill in the pieces there, fill in the blanks, excuse me, and let us know his 50. And there's some that obviously he has seen that I haven't. And yeah, we're going to go back and forth. And for the most part, we've seen a lot of layover here. So it should be interesting. And I've kind of spoiled number 125 as it's already there. Forgive me, I still don't have the optics of OBS completed just yet, but it's already there. A spoiler, my worst film, my least favorite 2025 release is Amazon's War of the Worlds. Um, I, I don't, I feel like I'm holding points against this movie because it was produced and made by Amazon. Like, I feel like if this were a fan film, um, I would still think it's atrocious. But I don't know how a publicly or a large funded film can get away with just being a bunch of Zoom calls. And the irony of this is it's War of the Worlds, not, war on your desktop. It feels like the unfriended version of just absolute anarchy. And everything happens on Ice Cube's little desktop there. And I I don't know who pissed him off for him to take this job and put out the acting performance that he did. But there is nothing redeeming about War of the Worlds. It's bad, and I guess the redemptive quality of it is it's laughably bad. Like it's one of those movies that you get a couple of people together and watch it and really just take the piss out of it. You might have a good time because it is like laughably not good. Um, Gray, what are your thoughts on my least favorite film, War of the Worlds?
I mean, I don't want to be like the character that you accuse me of being, like the devil's advocate bot, but this movie has given us memes, man. It's gonna live on far more than many of the 2025 releases. I think this is like my main meme one. Just think of how many Ice Cube reactions you can use
It
to
was
almost
you?
anything. Uh, I think for me that puts it a little bit above a lot of these other ones. And I've had to watch this one twice. For some reason, I suggested it to the bunch of us and then made all of you guys watch it. And what can I say? It gets funnier each time I've watched it so far. But yeah, it's still a very bad movie. But it's one of the only bad movies that I can laugh at. Where there's a couple of comedies on both of our bottoms of the list, and I'm not laughing as much at those. So I don't know. For me, there's some redemptive quality while it still is also the worst film out
Yeah,
there.
that's fair because what my when I grade things typically I'm harder on something if it's boring. Like if there's some sort like I could picture myself watching War of the World again. There's some of the movies like the bottom 40 where I don't remember anything. I have no interest in sitting through it again. This, at the very least, there is, like you said, some sort of comedic factor there that um, you laugh at it. It's kind of like The Room, but
Yeah.
If you want to know how valuable Amazon is as a company, if you've ever thought, man, if aliens took over the world, would they be able to deliver same day? The answer is yes. Amazon still works out in a alien strike or an alien, I don't know. And but because there's no like globe trotting, there's no any element of this massive scale. You would think that they would really nail the aspect that is like CGI because they're not, wasting money on all these locations. And the CG is shit. It's not good. There's a film that will come up in quite a bit. That my only complaint about that movie is the CG is kind of obviously bad. I would love to have that sort of situation where, yeah, the CG is the only bad part, but the rest of it, great. But no, that's not the case here. This is just bad on every front, and believability is probably the biggest uh, curse of this movie, where it's just unbelievable. It seems like everyone's 5 minutes away from one another. You go here, and someone's there instantly, and I don't know. Just I guess you could do worse if you're trying to avoid being bored. You can do worse than War of the Worlds, which is my 125, which gets us to 124 for me, and ugh, that is Popeye's Revenge. Um, I'll be honest, I'm going to kind of spoil 123 for you here. The Popeye movies that I saw, Popeye's Revenge and Popeye the Slayer Man, are kind of interchangeable. One of them is a bit more overt about it just being a ripoff of like a Friday the 13th type slasher, but both of them are just bad, just poorly shot. I don't know if they were able to use. Well, I don't think they were able to use the Brutus character because there were certain elements in the films that they could and could not use, and uh, I'll spoil it. 124 is Popeye's Revenge, and 123 is Popeye the Slayer Man. And apologies to fans and or creators of both of those movies, but they're slightly different, but they're equally awful. They're just bad. It's this newfangled, hey, let's capitalize on these old copyrights and just make, hey, what about these childhood things but horror? And I just don't have an interest in things like that anymore. Gray, have you seen either, if not both?
I have not, but the one, I believe it was Slayer Man, the teaser trailer kinda had me. I don't know why I didn't manage to see these, perhaps you persuaded me, but, I'll take your word on them. They don't look like great films, just, I kinda liked the Tainted Spinach Factory or whatever. The
Yeah,
the the trailer looked interesting.
yeah, I think that is a decent point. I feel like this is cute as a trailer, as a joke for like an SNL bit or something. It feels like if SNL were trying to write some sort of 2-minute skit, it would be a trailer for, I don't know, Care Bears, but they're evil. Um, and we had two of those, and it's not the only film that was, childhood family classic, but also horror. I think the differences between the two Popeye movies is one took place at a lake, like it was very obnoxiously Friday the 13th, but not, and the other one was
Mhm.
at a factory. Um, and one of them, the gore was probably the saving grace, and any sort of makeup work really messed either of them up. But they're not were like I don't know. who would be the target audience for this? Like, if you like Popeye but would like to see him as a slasher, um, I don't even know if I would say like you should watch it. Like who I don't know. It's the same thing as the Mickey Mouse movie where that Mousetrap movie was Mickey Mouse tormenting an arcade. I don't did was that something that people thought they needed in their life? I just it gets too repetitive after a certain point, and the fact that there was 2 of those movies this year, and I watched both of them. Thank you to the patron who paid for me to watch it, but also fuck you. Um,
That's awesome.
no.
Yeah, you called you called Popeye the Slayer Man like the saving grace for it. You mentioned that it had one, but in your letterbox, you're giving both of them just half a star.
Yep.
So it's not like one was really saved, but just slightly preferable.
Yeah. Like I'm thinking about it, and I literally you could show me clips from both of them and tell me it's one movie. I would probably believe you that that's just how much it just doesn't matter. I'm trying to think if there was nudity in it too, because I felt like it was just like paint by numbers doing slasher shit. But um, I think I'm mixing up the Winnie the Pooh horror movie where there was a hot tub scene. So I don't like. I'm just kind of turned off by the idea of this shit, and this isn't the only pair of children's classics that are also converted for the horror crowd. At
Hmm.
122 is Hurry Up Tomorrow, and that's how I felt watching this movie, just telling myself, hurry up tomorrow, please, please let this thing be over, which is The Weeknd's film. Gray, I think you've seen Hurry Up Tomorrow. Am I right or wrong in
I
that?
have. Yeah, it ranks very low on my list as well. I don't know. I don't want to steal from your review of it. I think your letterbox review kind of says it all. But man, if there's something there, I totally missed it. I fully admit that I do not get this, but we have a mutual friend who said that this was the best film of the year, and he has it ranked 5 stars on Letterboxd right now.
Who?
So I am not sure. Sorry, you said who?
Yeah, who? 5 stars. Do they grade normally?
Multi.
Oh my god.
Our French Canadian friend. Yeah, he had it as his top film of the year. I'm supposed to talk to him next weekend, and I don't know if it's still number one, but as of the summer, it was up there, and he's still got it as 5 stars on his letterbox.
I don't even think The
We could,
Weeknd thinks of it as a 5-star movie. 5 stars?
yeah.
That's insanity. If you
Unfortunately, he doesn't have a review written, but
well, I
huh,
mean, 5
yeah,
stars, no notes. I mean, what else could you say if it's flawless?
true.
If you don't mind, can you pull up my review and read me my
I
own
have it
words?
right here.
Thank you.
Sure. Hurry Up Tomorrow from 2025. It was given 1 star, and Charles poignantly wrote, "The difference between The Weeknd and Neil Breen insisting on continuing to make movies like this. The Weeknd is talented in other art forms, yet continues to do stuff like this. He's got a fallback, unlike Mr. Breen." I don't know if I could have compared it more. Just what an apropos comparison. Just man, it is so much like a Neil Breen film that it's kind of crazy. Like the only other thing that I was thinking of is possibly M. Night Shyamalan. He has that one where he plays the writer that saves the world, and I don't know. I just have a feeling The Weeknd really dug that film and was like, I can do better,
Yeah,
but in a Neil Breen way.
isn't it? I might be wrong. I thought like this was supposed to be like a concert film as well, or a music video,
I
or a
mean,
series of music videos, and that I guess is okay. But the thing about music videos is they're like done within 10 minutes. There's too much
I don't think it
self-indulgence.
is the music video thing.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, no.
I think it's just supposed to be in conjunction with this album. It's more of like an advertisement for it, but because like you could play them off as music videos, but that's really not what's going on here. But it does have an awesome soundtrack. If there's like one positive I could say to this film, but
Yeah.
just the fact that it uses it in a way like, your music cured me. I don't know that it seems a little self-aggrandizing.
Yes. Yes. Self-indulgent to say the very least. And Jenna Ortega in the movie, which, um, oh, okay. It was a weird year to get really big name actors in your films and just not make a good movie. You're just wasting these incredible casts. Um, I don't know.
Not just Jenna Ortega, but Barry Keoghan as well, who,
Oh
he's
right.
had a super hot streak up until this film. And he seems to give it his all. Like he is one of the better elements in this. Jenna Ortega doesn't do bad, just I don't know. I don't like the character. I don't like the writing for it. But Keoghan, he does the best with what he has there.
Yeah. Um, I don't know. Like I'm not a fan. I acknowledge that The Weeknd has talent. Like you could tell in the music there's something there, but um, I don't know. Like it's hard for me to separate um art from an artist and where their strengths are because I've seen a little bit of The Idol and that felt self-important. And so this is the second time where I've watched something and felt, yeah, no, you need to take yourself a little less seriously because this just isn't working for me. So I don't know if there's people that are fans of The Weeknd and like this is everything to them, but I it's a hard pass for me.
Me as well.
121. The first comedy, which wasn't purposefully some other genre. It is 121. It is kind of pregnant. I believe it went straight to Netflix. Amy Schumer plays someone who she lies about being pregnant to get out of. I forget the what the thing was that she tried to get out of, but she was lying about
I
being
think it's
pregnant.
just that she enjoyed seeing her friends, like, get the adulation for being pregnant. I didn't think it was, like, to save her from anything,
Oh,
but,
really? What was it like?
if I remember right.
I'm remembering they're like a garage kissing scene, dating scene, and like she used it as some sort of I don't know barrier between her and the love interest. But
Will
um,
Forte.
yes, Will Forte. Yes, you appreciated his performance a bit more than I did. Um,
I mean, can you name better Zamboni humor from 2025? Like, if you're gonna rank it that way, this comes top of the list, but,
it's fair enough.
yeah, Will Forte couldn't save it for me.
Yeah, number one on the Zamboni humor list, but number 21, 121 in my heart. Um, Gray, what it, this is a long time ago for me now. I don't remember much. I just remember thinking it was awful, just like really, really awful. What do you got on this?
Mhm. Uh, yeah, I mean, I do have your review from,
Oh,
February of,
yep,
2025.
yep, that
So,
one.
you gave Kinda Pregnant 1 star, and, your review is, "Luckily for the title, I think both the story and comedy were kind of aborted." So,
Oh my
I dig where you were going with this one. Maybe that doesn't refresh your memory on it, but,
God.
she, likes the admiration and, like, the attention she's getting when she, pretends to be pregnant, and she continues with this ruse and then meets a fella, so has to kinda keep that up for that reason as well.
Yeah.
Just it didn't feel like fresh ideas and just it was kind of, somewhat mean humor, which I can be a fan of, but
Hmm.
man, I've seen everybody in this movie be better in other things. It's not a pleasant comedy.
Oh, wait, there's a scene where she fakes or she does get stabbed or something, but
Yeah, there's a
it's
kid with a knife who just stabs her in the belly, the fake belly,
yeah, yeah.
and it's just kinda odd.
Yeah,
That one did make me chuckle, but I can see why a lot of people would hate that.
yeah. It's just it reminded me of a movie called Sick Girl, or I forget what the exact
Mm,
title was. It was somewhat recent, where a girl lied about having cancer so that her friends would still
mm.
hang around her. And you can you can you gotta really tiptoe around shit like that if you're gonna, win people over with that as a premise. And just like that Sick Girl thing, kind of pregnant, it just, you're going far over the line. You need to redeem the characters to get us there, and I don't think it even came close. There's movies like Happiness, which some fucked up subject matter, but Happiness is probably the best terrible movie out there. Um, like it's part of Happiness is they acknowledge, listen, none of these characters are worthy of any of your sympathy. So uh, I think in that instance, you have to get an actor that acknowledges that they may not be the protagonist and, the hero for the sake of a good film. And I don't feel like at any point during filming this, uh, Miss Schumer felt like, oh yeah, I'm going to take one for the team so that Kind of Pregnant can perform well at the Netflix box office. Not not not
Yeah.
not good. And I forgot that I called it kind of aborted. That's
Yeah, I mean, it was February. It was a
Mhm.
tough time for us all. But yeah, I think a lot of these subjects, like you mentioned, like you can approach them, but there's generally like a message to something like that. Where this, I don't feel like there was any sort of message. You mentioned there was no kind of redemptive qualities in the characters. Just man, everything on this was just kind of a miss. Even Will Forte, who I absolutely love in everything, is just kind of a lackluster performance. He is like kind of the one thing that I do kind of dig of the movie, and the Zamboni humor. But, yeah, I've got it very low on my list as well.
Yeah, like, could you think of a reason to make someone lying about being pregnant and figuring out a way to get the audience to, uh, get on their side at some point?
It's tough because, like, she has done it in a lot of her other movies, like Amy Schumer, generally doesn't play, like, the most respectable character, so I don't know, but she's gotten me on board in other ones, just this one, it just I don't know how she met, like, new levels of unlikability, but, for me, I don't know if there is a way to kinda redeem this character, it's just, ugh. Uh,
Yeah,
she
it's
certainly tried, but, yeah.
it's far from, you know her grand comeback. I don't know if that was ever part of the expectations, but yeah, just it's a miss. 120 for me, yet again in the comedy category, and like this one's kind of devastating for me because you didn't have to make this movie. You just did not have to make this movie. Reason being, if you were and you were going to have this come out, it would have been better if you didn't. 120 for me is Happy Gilmore 2. Um, Speaking of things that you really need to win the crowd over to do, there's a death in like the first 5 minutes of this movie that just feel like, what the fuck? These people don't learn anything from the likes of Alien 3. It just doesn't make sense. Um,
Hey, they did it on screen. It wasn't off screen.
Fair enough. All right, solved. I forgive you, Happy Gilmore too. Um, it is like the worst version of like member berries, and I don't like. I'll just watch the first movie if I want to be reminded of the first movie. I don't need to have some sort of bunch of things with new actors who are playing someone's son or whatever, and re-show us the scene like, hey, remember this thing from the first movie? Yeah, I do. I own the first one. Can you do something new? um I I feel like, and like this is kind of cliche to say this, but I feel like Adam Sandler just doesn't try. And I don't give a shit if it's those romantic comedies with him and insert hot actress here, where they're on a cruise ship or like whatever. Like, that's fine, but I don't know. I feel a little bit more protective, or certainly offense, when it's something like Happy Gilmore, because if you're going to do something that I guess they had fun making the first one, and it wasn't meant to be anything tremendous, but it became a cult classic. This in no way feels like it was handled and approached and or made with the same, I don't know, charisma as the first one. It just feels really empty and shallow. Uh, I'm trying to think. I don't think I like laughed out loud during this movie at all. Gray?
So I'm not gonna like white knight this one completely. I didn't hate it as much as you did. I understand your criticism about it. I actually just watched a couple different people who had this on very, very low in their 10 worst of the year.
Mhm.
I respect your all of yours opinions. What can I say? You're taking a legacy movie that has done nothing but just like impacted everyone for what, like almost 3 decades,
Mm.
for a long ass time. And it's definitely created some impact. So, what do you follow up with? A direct to Netflix one that basically brings back every single thing from the first one. But a lot of people are criticizing that it very viciously takes out a legacy character right away. For me, I get why they're doing that. Like, yeah, his name's Happy, but you don't want to see him as happy. In the first one, his struggle when he's pissed off, it is when he's kind of at his best. I guess I don't want to see this dude just living the dream. That being said, I think there's a better way you could have gotten there, and I don't think you need to do member berries every second. I didn't hate it as much as you guys. Certainly didn't like it. It's nowhere near the top 10 on my
Well,
list.
like,
But I do have your review of it.
oh, please regale us on my words that I've definitely forgotten.
So Happy Gilmore, 1 star. You watched it in July, and you said, "Hey, remember the funny parts of the first one? Well, this movie sure hopes so. Cameos and running gags go so far past fun to a point where none of it matters. If this were made 10 years ago, the cemetery scene wouldn't have been necessary. The DP being named Mulligan is the part I smiled at most." So you did crack a smile. You weren't sitting there, completely blank faced on
He had a
this.
crew
But
member.
on top of, but sorry, you had one final line on this. On top of all that, I have to witness Becky Lynch putting Shooter McGavin over, putting Shooter McGavin over. Shake my head. I
Oh,
am not quite sure of
that
that.
is a wrestling reference that
Oh,
um I I know what that sounds
oh,
like. I've Becky Lynch loses to Shooter McGavin. Spoiler.
mm,
The other thing about this movie is they they do something that I don't know if people would appreciate as I don't think anyone would consider Happy Gilmore or the first one to be dark humor. In this one, there's like this alcoholism thing in the first 45 minutes or so. Some people may not think that that's something to joke at or laugh at,
for
but
sure.
there's this running gag where, um, yeah, anything can hold liquid. Great. I could have swore that when you do a running gag, you need to cap it at like 4 or 5
No,
times.
turns out if you do 20, it's even funnier.
Oh
What
boy.
can I say? I chuckled at it, but it is not the same type of humor from the first one. It is, I don't know, it gets more slapstick, like, Zucker Abrams type humor when you're kinda going that route with it. That being said, I chuckled, so I am part of the problem.
Yeah. The other thing I remember, Cody had a review on TikTok, and he kind of got some pushback because people were like, it's a comedy. What do you want from it? And it's like, I don't know, the same feeling that I got from the first one, because the first one, there wasn't remember berries because it was the first one. They felt like they were trying for things. This time, just resting on the laurels and I don't know, just bringing celebrities out the wazoo.
I enjoyed some of the cameos, but
Mhm.
yeah, there were far too many.
Yep. Um, the biggest performer of the year is number 119 for me, and that is a Minecraft movie. I'm old. I don't know what else to tell you. I'm old. I did not have a good time watching this. I was confused. Like I'm sorry. I don't understand why Flint and Steel is funny. I don't understand why Chicken Jockey, just saying Chicken Jockey is funny. I've never really played Minecraft. I've never really got into it. Um, it's strange because I kind of enjoy his work, but there's some of his humor in this. It feels like the first half an hour, like before things really pop off in this Minecraft universe, um, was the closest thing to me having a good time, and
Mhm.
I just didn't from there forward. Um, Gray, are you familiar with the game Minecraft? Have you played it?
A little bit, just I've watched my nephews play it, and
Mhm.
they've kinda explained the lore to me and why this movie breaks it and everything like that.
Hmm.
Uh, I'm not super familiar with it. I'm way more familiar with Jared Hess's work than, the actual Minecraft property, but,
Mhm.
I am not nearly as, hateful towards this as you are. I get it. I do happen to have your review for it right here.
Thank you, sir.
So a Minecraft movie, 1 star. You watched it in April of, 2025, and it is a one-line review. I think I've had enough of the internet for a lifetime. Uh, yeah, man, I get it. There's a lot of internet going in here, but I think what does it for me is the Jared Hess part. It's like, why would you give this IP to the dude who made Napoleon Dynamite and just man, I guess I'm a sucker for it. I get it. It's not for everybody. The first time that I watched Napoleon Dynamite, like, I absolutely hated it. My wife
Mhm.
loves it, so she just kinda kept making me watch it, and, man, I've just kinda grown in love with his weird quirkiness, and I just think he brought that to every character. That's not there in the games, and then the whole Jennifer Coolidge romance with the guy, like, I
Ugh.
get it. It's stupid. It totally
Mwah,
works for me.
mwah.
What can I say? Give me Jennifer Coolidge. I want a spinoff movie with just her. That can be another, Minecraft movie for me. But, what can I say? I dig it, man. I get why you don't. It's, definitely not for everybody.
So,
I don't know why it's a billion-dollar franchise. That makes no sense to
because
me.
people
But,
paid a shit ton of money to throw chickens around at the theater. That's the explicit reason. Nothing more, nothing less.
hey, I like it, man. Anything that gets people to the theaters. For
Yeah.
me, it was a really fun movie to see with an audience. I
Although
enjoyed my experience.
although I not that I think that this is the case, I just feel terribly for the person that goes to the theater to watch Minecraft movie. They've been waiting 10 years, they've been playing it as a kid, they're like, "Finally, I get to see this masterpiece on the big screen." And all of these idiot teenagers come throwing chickens and popcorn in all over the place. I don't know if that's the experience you're supposed to have during that movie, but it is not a film fan's film is the best thing I can say about it. Gray, are you familiar with Greasy Strangler?
I can't say I am.
Okay.
Should I be?
I might put that on some sort of list for you to watch at some point in the near future. It
Okay.
is it is a quirky movie that feels like it is trickled down from Hess's older stuff. It's not made by
Nice.
Hess, um, but it feels like it just feels like the same neighborhood. Um, if we were
Well, I
to
got
have
one for you to add to that list. There's one from this year called like Tapawingo or something that has the kid who played Napoleon Dynamite in it. But
oh.
yeah, that one really feels like it comes from there. So yeah, let's have a weird Jared Hess ripoff fest or something.
Yeah, so,
A
like,
quirk fest.
so Greasy Strangler was I think it's about 10 years ago now. um, it felt like the next phase of that style of humor, and I
Hmm.
guess if we were to have his style of humor here, what now 20 years later after Napoleon Dynamite, I would like to see some sort of, I don't know, acceleration of it. And this feels like a step back, even though he's working with an IP. Um, I don't know, like the inspiration that he's had on other people. I don't know if directly he was inspiration for the Greasy Strangler movie, but I couldn't help but think like, oh yeah, this is that kind of, that style of humor. And I had good, like I really enjoyed that film. It was quirky, it was weird. Um, the delivery was just, not natural. Um,
Mm.
too much gloss on a Minecraft movie. I feel like maybe I don't know. I just old man yelling at cloud. I have nothing else to say about it.
I get it. It's hard to defend it, but I respect it.
Number 118 is Until Dawn, which I I asked Cody about the game because watching this movie, I was like, I don't remember any of this in the game, and it's apparently it's not what's in the game. Um, the problem with this, it has like this, you know, multiple lives thing, this dream type situation where people are in danger and or die, but they're not in danger. You get like a do over or whatever. It reminded me of like the worst possible version of what the fuck? It was a video game movie in the early 2000s. I don't know if it's called Play Again. What the hell is it called? There was pieces of it that felt like it was trying to capture the, lose a life thing, but keep going. Um, but they didn't really do well with that. Gray, are you able to click the review that I have there?
I am. So Until Dawn, you watched this in June of 2025, and you gave it 1 star. Pretty and shiny, no stakes whatsoever. Feels like a fever dream. Allow me to be the thousandth person to make the until yawn joke. Sinners is really caring an otherwise down year for horror. Uh, I can't say I disagree with you. I heard all the kind of negative review on this, and it prevented me from going to it. I also
Mm.
wasn't too familiar with the game, but I hear nothing but love for the game, and I have heard nobody really liking this movie except for in chat. It looks like Jason was saying, "Oh, I like this movie, but I don't know anything about the game." So
Oh,
I hear you.
yeah. The fact that I saw it in June is kind of surprising to me. February makes a little bit of sense for me to not remember a damn thing. That's like the one thing that I keep remember until yawn. Thank you, Adrian. um, I don't remember what the fuck it was. Frankie Muniz in a movie about video games where they get sucked into the game, or like if someone's character dies in the game, they die in real life. Ah, it pisses me off
Hmm.
because I didn't hate it. It was like a PG-13 movie. Stay
Stay
alive.
alive.
Thank you, Adam. MVP there. It felt like a similar
Indeed.
type thing. They don't get sucked into the game per se. Yeah, forgive me in my shit dog memory. But there were like uh yeah, the stakes were more present in Stay Alive, absolutely, than Until Dawn. After one or two people have a moment where they die but don't, it just doesn't matter anymore. Like you've established that, oh, we can pull the rug out from any of this at any time. So like, what am I rooting for? What am I afraid of? What's thrilling me if I know that no matter what I see, it can just not matter or count. And Stay Alive was a Disney movie. Yep. Thanks, Doc. PG-13.
Nice.
And you avoided Until Dawn, right, Greg? I believe.
I did, yeah. I might have to check it out.
No, you
What you
don't.
said sounds awesome, but
Watch Stay Alive, not Until Dawn.
oh, I'll do a double feature. It'll be great.
Oh man. So 117 for me is him, and I do remember him. Holy fuck. Man, that Jordan Peele name gets a lot of mileage out of it, huh? Jordan Peele,
It's weird. He was just a producer on it,
right?
I believe.
Jordan Peele, not the
But man,
director.
I thought it was a Jordan Peele movie until I was actually like in theater.
Yeah,
So,
marketing, they want you to know that Jordan Peele is on the crew sheet somewhere, even though it's just, he cashes a check for their services. Uh it's a unique idea. Um there's a comedic version of this, not exactly a one for one, mind you, but if you were to watch Celtic Pride
ooh.
with Damon Wayans, that is a far
And Dan
superior.
Aykroyd,
Dan Aykroyd, sure, Lloyd from Home Alone.
the Wet Bandit.
Yeah.
Yeah, Daniel Stern.
Yes, thank you. Um, that is a comedy. It's a comedy outright, but it has a similar vibe to it, where uh, idolization of a sports person. This movie, him, just feels like a fucked up music video that's trying to do commentary on like the religion of sports, and it doesn't really do anything. Like, I don't want to say well, because it looks good. It's shot well. It's proficient looking, but at no point did I want to hear it. It was something where it's just like, yeah, this is a nice fish tank. I don't mind looking at it, but I don't care about anything that's happening in this movie. Um, Gray, I know him is rather low for you as well, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's right towards the bottom. Everything that you say and then more. I think your review on this really sums it up well. But I don't know. For me, it even felt like they didn't understand sports. Like they
Mm.
didn't go to like anyone who could be a consultant or anything like that. Like it sucks because you got Marlon Wayans in like amazing shape, and he is intimidating in this. Just I don't know. It just your your review sums it up quite well. So you gave it 1 star. You watched it on October 17th. But yeah, a film that's all style, no substance, looks great if you don't factor in anything other than cool visuals. I'm convinced that the filmmakers had less than surface level understanding of sports, cult, and horror culture and proceeded to make this chaotic mess. I can't count how many times I confusingly thought, wait, but how? And unfortunately, if the film didn't take itself so seriously, I may have been a bit more inclined to just go with it. But I genuinely haven't the slightest what any of it was for. Um, I think that perfectly describes it. But man, there's some really cool visuals in this. I just wish any of it like mattered. Just yeah, I wanted so much more than this was. It's one of my biggest disappointments of the year. I thought it could be cool from the teaser trailer, and it was nothing. But we do have a mutual friend who gave it 3.5 stars. So I want to find out why.
Is their idea of average 7?
I believe so. So I guess this is just an average movie for them. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's odd that both Wayanses are in Celtic Pride and him. In
Mhm.
Celtic Pride, there's like these little segments where you're experiencing uh, the basketball player through like Nike ads, and it's all like fucking high profile, like really gnarly looking visuals, and like, um, but those were tiny segments. In him, like half of the movie was this fucking weirdo shit that like it's not grounded at all, where like they're not making it feels like they sloppily make some sort of connection from religion to sports, but they don't really establish it that well. And it just, I don't think they understand either religion, either cult, or definitely not sports at all. Like, it did not feel like a sports movie, which is so weird. Just
Yeah. I
no.
I don't know what they were going for, but it looked kinda interesting
Dude,
when
the
they
the
failed.
trailer, I was like, this looks impressive. I'm fired up." Silly me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seriously, from that trailer, it was one of my biggest disappointments. I was expecting something other than what we got.
Yeah, the fact that it came out in October too, like, oh, what a dick punch. It was supposed to be part of actually, you know what? There's a lot of horror that came out in October of this year where it was just, man, the entire community was let down pretty heavily by the horror releases this year, or specifically in
Yeah.
Halloween time. Next, oh, we're here. Number 116 for me is Bambi: The Reckoning. Let me just also say, "Fuck you, Cody." Uh, this one got under the wire here. This is yet another children's classic, but horror. I think it's the same universe as the Winnie the Pooh shit. Um, it's not terrible, but it's so unnoteworthy that it's actually frustrating. The other thing, um, the filmmakers very much are fans of Jurassic Park because there are at least 3 or 4 just ripped off shot for shot references to Jurassic Park, except instead of raptors, it's, evil Bambi. Um, and I don't know if the filmmakers were trying to, let out their resume and let people in the action community know that they can make some swanky looking stuff, then so be it. Congratulations, you've done a pretty decent Jurassic Park cover band version of this movie. But just like the other, Winnie the Poohs and all of those other movies, no color. I don't know why, if you're going to be making these types of films, you can't have color. Everything needs to be gray and brown and blue.
Based.
um, but it's just fucking miserable. Gray, do you have access to my review?
I do. So this one is in the next tier. We're up to 1.5
Woo!
stars. It looks like you watched this on December 31st of 2025. So this one just squeaked in.
Mhm.
But yeah, your review, what if Jurassic Park, but Bambi and way worse and devoid of color. Excuse me, color. Please either stop this or acknowledge the absurdity of what is being made in the actual film. Please.
Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, I spelled color with a U because this is definitely a British-made film. Because you need subtitles for some of these characters in some instances. You don't. I'm just kidding. Um, Part of the problem with these movies is they take themselves same thing as the Popeye stuff. They take it so seriously that like you're making a movie where it's Bambi but evil. Can you at least acknowledge like this is pretty fucking stupid, isn't it? Um, and I just again I'll call back the Mousetrap movie, even though they didn't really have fun at the character's expense. There was attempts at humor in that Mousetrap movie. Um,
Mm.
these movies play it straight, and I don't know. Again, the only thing that stuck out to me was, wow, this is a shot for shot replication of the raptor scene in the kitchen. Oh, this is a shot for shot replication of the T Rex chasing the car. Like I I I hope that they're fans of Jurassic Park because there's no other explanation for why they did that way in a movie where Bambi is evil and chasing after people. Have you seen The Reckoning, Gray?
I have not seen any of the what do you call those public domain IP movies. Um I guess I'll probably have to do a marathon one day and just suffer through all of
You
them. But
don't. You
so
really
far I've
don't.
avoided all of them.
Yeah, just be happy
It's
Cody is not in your
kind of
DMs because because I forgot to not answer that one, and here we are. Yeah, yeah, not good. I think if you binge through it, you're gonna have a terrible, terrible time. Uh, what is it? There's two Winnie the Poohs now. There's this. I don't know if you count the Popeye stuff as part of that. There's the Mickey
I
Mouse
think I would.
boat, scare boat or scream boat, or that one I have not
Scream
seen.
boat.
Ch-
I hear that's the best of them, but well, I don't know. I just go off rumors.
Jason says Diddy the Reckoning was much better, I assume. Um, yeah, I would say that.
I mean, it's not on the list yet.
Oh, okay. So number 115 for me, this kind of bums me out. Uh, only because there is something there. Number 115 is Abraham's Boys, a Dracula story. Um, it's one of those movies that there's an interesting premise and you're waiting for it to take that turn and like really get into something gnarly. Problem is this movie just never does it. It's just interesting and slow. Um, the
Mhm.
problem is when a movie's interesting and slow but never makes that turn, you just call those boring. Like that's all there is to this. Titus Welliver plays Van Helsing, and there's this I don't know constant state of dread that just never really pays off, and it's just boring. Gray, have you seen Abraham's Boys before I ask you to?
I haven't.
Okay.
Before I'd kind of read your review and just heard what you said, if you just told me there's a Dracula or a vampire thing with Titus Welliver, I'm fully on board. That
Yep.
sucks. But I do happen to have your review up here. So you watched it in August and you gave it 1.5 stars. And your review is, I swear I wanted to like this movie. It borders on absolute boredom and then into curious tension. Unfortunately for me, apathy had snuck in for the climax of the movie. Pretty big potential, but a letdown nonetheless. Just yeah. So there's, I mean, for a vampire movie, and that's a beautiful cover.
Mm,
Just nothing. It's just kind of let down.
yeah, it's
Ah,
it's daytime horror, but
mm.
it's a Dracula movie, and I don't know who associates, you know, sunny skies with Dracula, but I mean, yeah, I guess a nice little change of pace or subversion there, but it just never gets there. It's a shame because, like I said, I really wanted to have a reason to be like, oh, you need to see this, but I do not. I do not have that reason. Ugh.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Yeah. So I don't know why I counted this. This is technically a short film, basically a fucking. A 114 is Sweet Revenge, which is also a fucking commercial for beer, I guess. I don't know. It is the first official Jason Universe release under the new label. It's what is it? 18, 21 minutes. It's short. There's an awesome kill with a lawnmower. Other than that, what the fuck with this movie? I have no shits to give for this. If this is what we're fighting over the rights to Jason Voorhees, if this is the first product that we're celebrating, yes, here more Jason coming. No, thank you. I don't need you to fucking have cross promotion with apple cider wicked fuck whatever the fuck. Um,
Angry Orchard. Come on.
excuse me, I am not sponsored. So, fun fact: Sweet Revenge is gone. Is that the beer or the cider or the film itself? Because like I don't know if either is that believable. Not excuse me, is either it's unbelievable. Easy for you to say, but it's just it's bullshit. Like the lead actress, there's this like Jason goes to hell element to it, where Jason pulls the girl underwater and then she's in the water for an extremely long time and then is, I don't know, implied to be like zombie girl because she was pulled down when it was sunny and then emerges when it's dark. And the last shot is like her and Jason squaring off. Um, I'm sorry, don't copy things like Jason Goes to Hell, please. Um, it it isn't good. I don't know who I'm supposed to give a shit about. You have 20 minutes and there's no story. How the fuck do you do that? Like it's a cartoon. It is everything that someone can say negative about a Friday the 13th movie. Um and like this deserves it because yeah, you could say stuff about, you know, Friday the 13th part 1 kind of reaching to have a story that fills that 80 minutes. But if you can't fill fucking 20, like you're making your whole franchise look dumb. And it looks dumb. I don't know if a 30-second commercial-sized clip of a gnarly lawnmower kill is worth any of this, but I'm in, I am still excited. I'm fired up and looking forward to the Crystal Lake series. I've always had a thing for like hearing about Pamela. If they do a Bates Motel thing with that, I'm really kind of, I don't know. I'm anticipating that. I'm kind of fired up. I'm trying my best to be hopeful for that. But this, I don't like. If you're going to keep making stuff like this, just don't make Jason movies anymore. Gray, have you experience with Sweet Revenge? All 20 minutes of it.
I I have. I think as far as cider commercials go, it's up there. I think it's in my top 3 of all time. Yeah, man, I really dig it. I think it's a better, what would you call that? Cross promotion than, say, War of the Worlds was for Amazon. I'm a big fan of this, but I'm also a fan of Jason X, Spacin,
Oh,
if you will.
mm,
Um, eh, what can I say? I know you're kind of a purist and you hate that when it gets all campy. To me, this worked, like, quite well, and,
really?
yeah,
Huh.
Doc was saying that, it's no longer on YouTube, and it's no longer on the official site, just the trailer remains. So
Whoa.
I feel kind of, awesome that I got to, experience this. Unfortunately, I didn't add it to my list, but, I will now have to, and I gotta give it a higher score than you did, but, I do have your score or, your review right in front of me.
Thank you.
Uh, you have a couple of, positives in here that I don't think you mentioned right now, so, yeah, let's get to it. Great score. Oh, sorry, you watched this in August, and you gave it 1.5 stars. So, great score,
Yeah.
great propeller kill.
Mhm. Oh,
Neither are worth the 16-year wait, though. Don't get me started on popular gripes against the franchise because this short does nothing for any of them. Only 13 minutes, and you still can't fill it with an engaging story. Fine. Then have it be a gore fest. See Terrifier. But this manages to do a whole bunch of nothing. I have no clue why I should care or who about, and the Jason Goes to Hell logic implemented in our final girl is puzzling. Next time they do a cross promotion, make sure they can afford to supply you with one light for every 3 apples you're gonna put on screen. Not excited about things moving forward. So you gave it 1.5 stars,
mhm.
but, there was, another review, from friend of the channel. Doc happens to have a review for this. Hopefully, Doc Mortis doesn't mind me, reading their review, but, I thought
Plagiary warning.
they kinda killed it.
We're gonna perform plagiarism.
Uh, so, Sweet Revenge, the review, not nearly enough orchard, angry or otherwise. I think that sums it up, man. I wanted more of an Angry Orchard from an Angry Orchard commercial.
Yeah.
But that being said, it's not my least favorite Angry Orchard one out there.
Yeah, I guess it's of the Angry Orchard commercials, this is probably the most memorable for me. I said
Indeed.
lawnmower before, didn't I? I meant propeller. Um, But yeah, like that was yeah. So to give credit to the score, it felt like the closest progression to the classic Manfredini type stuff. But I, I, I don't know. It's playing under a cider commercial, and I'm curious what's going on, Aaron. Um, I'm curious to see that if my reaction is still up because if they took the video down, then did they did they go after everything? I don't know if I even have it up anymore or what. Had I known, I would have saved it or at least saved the copy of the movie.
I mean, I think it's worth seeing. It's not the worst Jason thing that I've seen. I'm
Yeah,
just putting that out there.
I mean, if you're like if you're someone who drinks your coffee out of a Jason head, cheers.
Oh, fair
Um,
enough.
maybe you're going to be something of a completionist. Check it out just to know, but I don't know. I take this a little bit more seriously than other franchises, but I think because I want them to go in a direction of Crystal Lake and have some storytelling elements. I understand having the Friday the 13th franchise and asking for storytelling and background is pretty fucking dumb. When, you know, 9 out of 10 Friday fans are like, yeah, just give me brutal kills and tits. And I don't know. I'm trying not to be a glum Gus, but it's hard. So my reaction is still up. I just looked. Thank you. I'm gonna have to make a copy of that then. That's crazy. Maybe they took it
Nice.
down because uh, it was technically a commercial, and
Hmm.
it's interesting that I'm intrigued as to what the hell happened there. But 13 minutes. I gave them way too much credit by calling it a 20-minute movie.
Hey, I enjoyed it. What can I say? But you are the man, and you're the bigger fan of this franchise. So I understand. You're
I,
you're a purist, and this doesn't. It's,
uh,
was it better than Spacin' for you?
no, no.
Okay.
I
Hey, I got you to say something positive about Spacin'. I don't think that's ever happened before.
dude, space in the like they when they emulate the 1980s where the two girls are like in a hologram and they're like, "You want to get high and smoke? I
Hmm.
smoke pot and have sex." It's a fun
I
scene.
think it's perfect, man.
Yeah,
I love seeing Jason in the danger room. Like I love it. Like, yes, more of that. But
yeah,
I get it.
yeah. I didn't pick up either of the 4Ks. The Jason Goes to Hell and Jason X came out on 4K recently, and I'm in no rush. Those are going to be famous last words when they're no longer available, but um, I, I, I'm just not happy. Anywho, to 113, ugh, and it is Pretty Thing, which stars Alicia Silverstone.
Oh,
Um,
nice.
yeah, it. Gray, do you have the review? Because I'm almost certain I make a
I
reference
do.
to The Crush, so I want
You do.
to.
So yeah, Pretty Thing, 1.5 stars. It looks like you watched it in July. Something of a run-of-the-mill stalker movie, except in darker scenes, it is lit by a flashlight with a dying battery. Other cinematography issues are the choices of a wide-angle lens when in scenes of feeling trapped.
Mm,
There's literally an agoraphobic character in this film, and the cinematography could have really helped put an exclamation point on that. The Crush, this is not.
yeah. Thank you, Gray. Yeah. So as a recovering agoraphobic, um, I think cinematography can really pull off the feeling of enclosed and trapped. Granted, it's not one of the two main characters, but you can switch the lenses up for someone who's feeling trapped and or boxed in, and they don't really do that. They do quite the opposite. Actually, they have these really wide angle lenses, and you know they don't use lights. It seems um, kind of frustrating. it feels like an inverted version of The Crush. Lisa Silverstone is the older character in this one, where she's kind of having a tryst with a younger man and trying to shake him, but he falls in love with her and he gets I don't know, infatuated and can't let go. Um, but it just I will watch The Crush every single time. It has nothing to do with Alicia Silverstone. Her performance, like there's nothing for her to do in this. It's odd. I mean, granted, it's not really a movie that got a wide release, but I don't know. There's another movie that will come up to, I think, relatively soon. There's a couple of movies that came out this year where there is like a more expensive or a same thing but different. I mean, you literally have two Popeye movies this year. There's a movie that is kind of similar to this where older young woman, and by older, I just mean older than the man character. And there's this like sexual aspect, and like that's really it. Um, I don't know who is looking for like a Cinemax type movie, a Skinemax type movie, but without like I don't even think there was nudity in this. Like for as much as there's something on the horizon between the missus and I talking about films like Poison Ivy. I guess I stand corrected that there are smutty thrillers and dramas. Like we'll get to one of yours in your bottom 50. So they're there. I don't know if they have that same pizzazz. That could be my depression speaking. That could be my being chemically neutered. Like it just doesn't matter to me anymore. Where I don't know. Do I need to hear a saxophone for me to feel the vibe?
I mean, saxophones always help the vibe, but yeah, I just don't think they're making that type of movie anymore. Like, there's kind of an 80s type flick, and there's also kind of that like sexy thriller thing. I don't think they're quite doing it like that anymore.
Right.
Plenty
Yeah.
of thrillers. They're just not sexy.
Yeah. I like. Yeah. I don't know because I know they make them. I know they perform quite well. I mean the 50 Shades franchise did rather well, but I don't know if they're like sexy. I seem to recall like Basic Instinct movies like that were like a big deal for a couple of reasons. It was a pretty good thriller, and it was also kind of hot. Fatal Attraction, stuff like that. Those are kind of lauded for their multi-purpose, I don't know, achievements. And I don't know. I don't know if it's because like porn is everywhere now, and it's just if you want something sultry, it's you can find it. But I don't know. This movie doesn't have anything that warrants watching it. Because Alicia Silverstone, I think she's in something else this year. So if you're a fan of her work, there's something else you can watch. But of the two movies that I've seen that are slightly similar, I'll let you know about the other one coming up soon. If you need like smutty drama, Pretty Thing is probably my least favorite option to suggest to you. Oh, did I did you bring up the review? Did I? Yeah, you're muted.
I apologize. Yeah, we already did that one. Yeah. What can I say? I wanted to see an Alicia Silverstone movie, so
No, you can
sadly,
wait.
I'll have to check out the other one.
So 112 for me is The Woman in the Yard, yet another daytime horror movie that um
Blumhouse, though.
yeah, it's one of the misses. Blumhouse has a bunch of hits and a bunch of misses, and this is one of the latter. Um, kind of figure out the gimmick of this movie early. Gray, I don't recall if we agreed on this or we didn't agree, but we either are similar or are very different on this movie.
those would be the options. Never are we going to be the same. Yeah, I liked it a little bit more than you. I understand it's still a Blumhouse horror from the early part of the year.
Mhm.
It's never going to be a great movie. It's not going to make it to the end of my list. But the main character in this at one point, well, not at one point, pretty much throughout the entire movie has like a leg injury. And my wife
Oh.
happened to break her leg last year. So maybe it impacted me a little bit differently. But
Mhm.
some of her struggles, it felt a little real to me. At the same time, you could tell where this is going from a mile away. And
Mm.
the way that they decided to execute it's really confusing. But interesting concept, just not a great execution, in my opinion. But yeah, I don't see anyone with this one towards the top of their list this year.
Yeah. Are you able to load my words on it?
I have it right here. So it looks
Excellent.
like you watched it in April of last year. 1.5 stars. This movie feels like something we've seen already and doesn't hit nearly as hard emotionally. The Babadook. Luckily, this is less than 90 minutes. So there's that. You gave it a positive. So that's a good thing. We do have a mutual friend who gave it 3.5 stars. So again, for them, this is an average movie.
So, like, I feel like I'm expecting Multi to give a really good movie a 1 because I don't think you've brought up Multi giving something anything below a 3.5.
Keep in mind, 3.5 is an average movie for him. That would be 7 and above if you're on the 10-point scale. But yeah,
All right, all right. I need to hear about Wake Up Tomorrow. That's like must see TV for me. Yeah,
I,
go on.
I was just gonna say I will believe him if he's telling me that I missed something because I totally am missing whatever was supposed to happen in that movie. But I'm excited for this weekend when I get to find out why he likes them. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Hello, Multi. You need to change your scoring. That's all I'll say. Um, yeah, Woman in the Yard. Like. I'm not saying that it's impossible to have like daytime horror, but there's some things where you just shouldn't do it, and it's not like everything takes place in the day. It's like this subverting your expectations. The woman in the black gown sitting in a field, like that's just ominous and always there. Uh, but it it doesn't really work for me, and the payoff is never really anything close to what you would expect. And I don't know. It's for as much potential as 2025 had for horror, they missed pretty pretty well with their um, with most of their attempts. One film, and I think it's around the same time. There's one film that really carries the weight for the entire horror genre, um, but I can't name you 3 horror movies from 2025 that I'm thinking, "Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Good year. Good year for horror, baby." Um,
I
oh,
mean
s
there were a lot of them. If you're talking like a good year for people who just want to see more horror movies, yeah, it's a good year.
sure. Sure, you're spoiled for choice. And speaking of which, at number 111, also known as 111, is another Blumhouse horror, very early released Wolfman. Oh, boy. So it makes sense why this was a January movie. Um So that energy from The Invisible Man, is gone. Gray, do you have my review for The Wolfman at
I do.
January?
This does seem to be the longest, review that we've seen so far.
Back when I give
It's
a
from
shit.
February. It could be. So I thought this was a January release, but I know you saw it pretty early. I'm not sure
No,
if that means it was actually released February.
it's January. I think I was late to the party. My uncle didn't have it for a
Oh.
while, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were the one who told me, like, it's not I know
No,
somebody kinda gave me a
no,
warning on that it wasn't the movie I was hoping for all year.
that is certainly possible because I know Cody said, "Yeah, I don't know about this," and that was like that tempered any of my expectations. So there's a very strong chance that
Oh.
I recycled his I don't know,
That makes
softening
sense.
to you, but
I just I remembered thinking, like, this could be amazing. I liked his take on The Invisible Man. I like a lot of other stuff that Lee Whannell did, but,
right.
when I heard that they stopped it from being, like, a fall release of the year before
Yep.
and then made it a January release, I thought, maybe it's gonna be good or maybe it's worth it. They just needed that time to perfect, like, the CG or something, but, sadly, it was not. But, yeah, let's get to your review, which, sadly, you didn't give it any stars, so I don't know if that means you gave it 0 stars.
So wait,
Uh,
I see here that I gave it 1.5. On my screen, it says 1.5 or 1.5. So I'll believe that. That
hmm,
sounds about right. I don't know why it has nothing
okay.
on the actual review. That's weird.
Well, fair enough. My bad, I guess. But your review is from February, and it says, "I find it so odd that there hasn't been a recent werewolf Wolfman movie that I would even have okay feelings about, let alone a good one.
Mm,
For as much as The Invisible Man managed to balance some modernization while also having some solid subtext in there, Wolfman seems to miss any opportunity to do so. The cinematography is actually quite good, but the movie itself feels like something that either takes its time or takes itself too seriously, which sort of takes away from some of the great cinematography somehow.
mm,
The first act feels so disconnected. I don't feel like we're experiencing things with our characters, but merely witnessing them. Motivations, intrigue, and concerns are just things I cannot associate with this family. We're supposed to investing emotions into. I apologize. There's probably a word that I missed there.
it could be
It's
me.
hard to find. Uh,
I'm not
it's
good
hard
at
to be
English.
invested. Well, I'm even worse at it. But it's hard to be invested in the conflict of a movie when you don't care about the characters in the movie.
Mm,
I have no clue how this is the exact same filmmaker as The Invisible Man. Considering the modern climate, there should have been so many metaphors slash allegories to run subtext under the Wolfman plot. But frankly, I just felt bored for the most part.
yeah.
Um, I did have somebody who really liked this kind of explain
Is it multi?
some of what they liked about it. It was not multi, although he did give it 5 stars, so
Stop
this
it.
is a perfect score for him.
No
I
notes.
am not making this up. No notes whatsoever. He didn't take away half a point because, they
Not
missed.
funny. Not funny.
Um,
Not funny.
um, so I wanna discuss this one with him too. I don't understand how this could be 5 stars. But they explained that, the subtext that they kind of saw was, like, aging and dementia, like, his eyesight starts getting bad. He seems to, have, trouble with his memories with the I don't know. They happen to be going through something, and they kind of explained that to me and why they thought that, it was kind of really good subtext that I'm just missing out on. I didn't get any of that. I was just hoping for something more, and I think this one is not gonna be that fondly remembered where,
Mm,
Eggers is coming out with his own version of the Wolfman. I believe it's this year, and I gotta think that that's definitely gonna be kind of the go-to one. It'll be more akin to, his take on Nosferatu, and I'm sure Guillermo del Toro's kind of Frankenstein thing.
mm.
I don't think people are gonna be talking about this. This might be the nail in the coffin for that kinda modernized classic, thing. I don't know if they're gonna continue with it.
Yeah, it's like really like the one thing I do remember was like the eyes, the blue lights or whatever the green lights, whatever the hell it was when like the Wolfman vision or whatever the fuck it was. That was interesting. It was unique, but I don't like the fact that the same person managed to make a modern version of Invisible Man and it like felt modern and it was believable and it had some subtext. And it didn't feel like it was fucking hammering you over the head about it. Um, it felt like this was a slam dunk. Like this should be the easiest thing in the world. And it really it's actually it's really kind of disappointing how much it isn't. Are you?
I completely agree. I think that's what I was muted, so I was about to talk, and then I stopped. Hey, let me unmute myself. So I kind of caught myself while still screwing everything up. But yeah, let me draw more attention to it and continue going on. No, just this one is so queued up. Like, who doesn't want a good werewolf movie? And it feels like we could do something amazing with it. I really hope Eggers is able to kind of knock it out of the park with his next attempt at it. It just, man, all these classic ones are coming back. Just it seemed like this was the time, and sadly, that was also one of my biggest disappointments this year was Wolfman.
Yeah, Ernest says Wolfman isn't that deep, and unfortunately, you're right.
It doesn't have to be.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be, but like vampire stuff is still just like rock solid, and we'll get to a very strong vampire movie. Maybe not for a while, but it's unfortunate that vampire stuff is still really rather strong for a few years running now, and there's just I can't tell you the last time there was a Wolfman movie that I was like, nice, nice, this is awesome. I'll remember this very clearly. I don't remember. Um, Number 110. Oh God. Number 110 is It Feeds, which, if I'm not mistaken, is an Ashley Green movie. If you're like, who? She's one of the siblings in Twilight. I realize I'm making myself seem less and less credible with each piece of information I unload on you. Um, uh, Gray, do you have access to that review?
I do. So it looks like you watched it in June, and you gave it 1.5 stars. This movie both looks like something with a decent budget, yet also is rather forgettable. I think the movie is having issues with getting the audience to root for either the mother or daughter character in this movie, and somehow tries to have its cake and eat it too by having their bond be highlighted. Didn't feel earned for me. I don't know. Maybe I was just having a hard time buying Ashley Greene as the mother of a 17-year-old. If you're immune to jump scares, this might be a movie. If you're immune to jump scares, this may be a movie to skip.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Ashley Green looks fantastic. Again, it's being a millennial and finding out that millennial characters are parents now is kind of just alarming. Um, but besides that, there's a reason that this movie just is straight to VOD. Um, I don't know. Considering how many mid-tier, low-budget horror movies we saw this year, um, I don't know how these films get funded, but alas, uh, I don't know. Like, it looks expensive, or not expensive, but it looks proficient, well made. But I always ask the question.
Cover looks nice. Like it intrigues me. I want to know what's going on behind her head there. So yeah, I don't know, man. I think they would have brought me in if it wasn't for
You
your
could
kind of review on this.
you could
But
say
I think
that
I'll skip it now.
you could say that about every single uncorked film. Their covers look really good.
Hmm.
That's where everything
Hmm.
ends. So yeah,
Fair enough.
110. It Feeds. Uh, Not very good. Oh brother. Number 109. Ice Road Vengeance.
Ooh. I think you got this a little lower than me, but I would love to hear your reasoning for this.
Um, if I'm not mistaken, this is a sequel to something, and it takes place. Is it in Kathmandu? It takes place somewhere where there's not an ice road. Um, do you have access to that review that I have?
I do. It's a very succinct review. So you gave it 1.5 stars. You watched it in July, and life is for the living. Wait, what movie was I watching?
Yeah, I think
And I get that. I have forgotten almost every detail of this movie. I do remember it's, kind of the Liam Neeson vengeance thing. I was thinking it was the Ice Road one because of the title, but maybe I'm thinking of the first one. I know I saw this one. I don't remember anything that happens in it. But to me, that's less offensive than I remember some of the next few that are on your list. And man, do I have nothing but negative things to say about them. So this is higher on mine, but not because I like it more. Just I don't dislike it as
You
much as I
you
dislike
you
some of the
forget the
next few.
negativity about it is all. Yeah.
Yes, I'm sure I have.
Um, there are moments where the movie looks like it feels like two different people shot this movie at certain points where like it looks very, very cheap in the very beginning. If this is the same movie I'm thinking of, where it's like a tour bus thing and something happens where they need to stop and pull over, and then they're in the need of climbing a mountain. Um, it's just it's convoluted, and I don't remember much about it, and I don't know. I'm something of a sucker for these Liam Neeson,
Sure.
straight to January action movies, but yeah, I got nothing else for you. Which, speaking of January, number 108 is Mel Gibson's Flight Risk, starring Mark Wahlberg as as bald head.
Only semi-bald head. He leaves the ring around the side. Uh,
um.
Sadly, I didn't find a review for this one.
Oh, yep.
Why didn't you review this Mel Gibson, movie?
I don't know. That's how furious I was. I just decided no. Um, so, if I recall correctly, the trailer was kind of shockingly, alarmingly bad looking, and the movie is equally shockingly, alarmingly bad. And Mark Wahlberg, I know he's a better performer than this, but he puts in one of those, what? No, one of those performances. I don't know, maybe he was thinking he was making the sequel to The Happening, but fucking hell, I don't like. We brought this up, I think last night or recently, that Mel Gibson is a proficient filmmaker. I don't know what the fuck he did here, but it's not proficient.
I think he cashed a check.
Okay.
I think he did that proficiently. I think essentially they just needed a name and somebody to sit in a chair, and it's like, yeah, it's pretty much in focus. I don't think there was a lot of thought that went into this, which is sad. Like when you look at his filmography, just man, I don't know how it could kind of come to this, where it just kind of seems to miss in every possible way, including like their depiction of a cup of noodle. I know it says not to microwave the thing, but man, I have literally been in many offices where hundreds a day are microwaved and it never catches fire like that. Like to even get that part of it wrong is just, but yeah, everything about this is just kind of stupid, and no part is operating on any level that any of Mel Gibson's previous ones are. Just man, it is a huge fall from grace. Yeah, there's few directors that kind of have that big of a gap between like their last work and their current work.
Right. And it's one of those things where if you want like that speed, if you want, Die Hard, but on a blank, just go watch Die Hard or go watch Speed or shit, watch Speed 2 Cruise Control if you must. I would much rather watch Speed 2 Cruise Control than Flight Risk. Yikes. Yikes, yikes. No thank you, yikes. Ugh. Number 107 is Love Hurts, and having to watch this hurts equally. I don't know if you've seen Love Hurts, Gray, but
I did. I was hoping it would be awesome. I love the actor in this. I'm glad he had somewhat of a comeback the year before that, 2024. But man, this follow up to that just seems like such a drop off. I feel like I have seen very similar movies to this so many times. There was kind of nothing original brought to it, and then I thought with his kind of fight choreographer background, he'd be able to do something kind of amazing here, and it was a whole lot of nothing for me. I wanted to love this, but it hurts me that I don't. What can I say?
it's okay. Um, I don't have a review for this. So I think this was part of,
There's nothing.
yeah, this was part of February, if I'm not mistaken. There was a bunch of movies that came out around the same time. There's
Correct.
this, there's a horror movie. There's one of my favorite um, movies of the year is actually released around this time. Um, I don't want to be same old cliche and compare it to like John Wicky type shit, but it's really that's that's not fair to John Wick, I don't think, especially considering Ballerina came out this year and is slightly more focused. This tries to be quirky at the same time, and I don't remember where I heard it, but someone somewhere said that Love Hurts was like their dark horse for the year, and I really wish I remember
Ooh, really?
who said that. Yeah, yeah. Um,
Mm.
not very strong. If I'm not mistaken, this
Well,
also came out around Valentine's Day, and like that was the date night movie. And
it did.
no, I'm sorry, I stepped on you.
Yeah, that's where I ended up seeing it was because like, yeah, it's around Valentine's Day. It's like this romantic thing. I had just around this same time, I think it was a January release. What's it called? Like Back in Action or whatever. The Jamie Foxx, Cameron Diaz,
Oh,
kind of spies out of retirement thing. I felt like it feels like so similar of a movie, and then the fact that there's like two, you're going back into action, kind like back to back. Just I don't know. I wanna love this. There's just I don't find what there is to love about it, but hey, if it's your dark horse, awesome. The odds of it winning are very slim.
to be
So,
clear, it is not
if it
my dark horse. Very
No, I'm
clearly.
talking to the hypothetical person
Yeah,
out there. I hope the payoff is great 'cause, the odds are stacked against it.
yeah. I don't know if it was a. I don't even know if it's a dark horse for the month it was released in. Like, yikes. Uh-uh. Oh, next, yet another horror slash comedy question mark. 106 is M3GAN 2.0, otherwise known as Megan 2.0. Man, they took this in a very different direction. I guess they were capitalizing on the fact that the Megan dance was a big thing on TikTok, and they decided, hey, let's not be a horror thriller anymore. Let's just be everything under the sun. We'll just be every single subgenre and throw it in this like fucking shitty movie that just I don't know. I'd rather watch Small Wonder. And if you don't know what Small Wonder is, go educate yourself. Um I think it says I have a review here on this. Gray, are you
You
able to?
do.
Okay.
It is the most succinct review that we've done so far. So, you watched it in June, you gave it 1.5 stars, and your review is, "Yikes."
Oh, that's me. That's me tipping my
However,
cap to Mr. Blumhouse.
we do have a mutual friend, who gave this one 5 stars.
Stop it.
Again,
Just stop it.
no issues with this one. 5 out of 5. I wish, Multi would, so Multi-Topic Talk, he's a fellow creator and friend, but, yeah, I wish he did actual reviews for it, written
But
ones.
Gray,
I wanna
5
know why it's
stars,
5 stars.
no notes.
There's no
5
faults.
stars.
There's no notes. Yeah.
In my
But,
hold on. In my bottom 16, he's had like 4 5-star films. I don't think I have 2
uh-huh.
5-star films this year total.
He's a generous man.
Jesus.
He finds no fault in a lot of things.
5 stars means like great, flawless. To just
I mean, he loves The Weeknd's album, I'm assuming as well.
uh, okay.
But yeah, I wanted to get into the Megan 2.0 thing, or sorry, the Megan franchise. I skipped the first one, and then when I heard all the
Oh.
reactions to Megan 2.0, that like it's essentially done the Chucky shark jumping
Mhm.
thing. Just yeah, it makes me not want to invest any time. I thought I had missed out on something. I don't know why it just kind of missed me, whatever that was, like 2 or 3 years ago.
Oh, it didn't miss. Yeah, the first
The
one.
first one, I mean.
Yeah, the first one's worth watching. It's very watered down Child's Play, but tech. Um,
Mhm.
but this is like AJ said, it makes the mistake of trying to be Terminator 2 and a bunch of other things too. It's kind of just ridiculous. I don't know how you take house money and then just give it back like that, but yuck. Number 10105, also known as 105, Just Breathe, starring Mr. Kyle Gallner.
Oh, no, it's a Gallner one?
Yeah,
Oh, man.
for the
I love
first,
him in everything.
I know, I agree. For the first time in Mr. Gallner's career, I've watched something where I was like, oh, this is not very good at all. I think he's like a parolee whose ex-girlfriend, her new beau is his parole officer, and I don't really know. It says I have a review there. Yes, Jacob.
You do?
Yeah, if you don't mind, Jacob. I did. It's not for a little bit, but I've seen it.
Yeah, we're at the tail end of his list. We're almost to 100, though. So Just Breathe, you watched it in September, excuse me.
Hmm.
This could be the first time I can think of where a movie that has Kyle Gallner in it simply does not do it for me. This movie isn't unique by any stretch. And with that said, there is there's better choices if you're looking for a similar story. I wanted to like this, but it just doesn't do anything exciting.
Mm, yeah,
So I mean, he's got a baseball bat. That looks exciting. He's wearing a Canadian tuxedo in the thing. Like
yeah,
denim on denim, man. I don't know.
dude.
That sucks.
If I'm, if I have something of a blind spot to someone, a particular actor, I root hard for Kyle Gallner, and I
Mhm.
don't know, like I was trying to like this, and oh my god, um, not very good. Um, and just watch Strange Darling again is all I could say, or uh, American.
Any of his other films, man. Like,
Right,
oh, yeah. Um, damn it, I just stepped over that. What is that one called? That one is just amazing. I absolutely love the
American Dinner.
punk one. That's it. Dinner in America. That
Yeah.
one is amazing. But any of his other ones, he had like 4 or 5 of them out last year and then a whole bunch of them in 2023. Every one of those I really dug, for different reasons. But, man, that sucks that there's a miss. That's very rare for him. I hope the next one's he knocks it out of the park.
So Jacob is taking Gray's role of Devil's Advocate bot, and he says, "Strange Darling seems to have made people forget how many bad movies he did back in the late 20s, 2000s, or 2010s. But this is the mid 2020s. Thank you very much. I didn't
Hey, man,
forget.
I'm just saying the last, 2 or 3 years, he has, killed
Right,
it in, like, everything I've seen him in.
right, and
So,
had little
that's
tiny.
all I'm talking about.
I agree, and he's had little tiny roles in pretty decent movies. The Smile films doesn't really have a great big
I'm just
role in
saying the
those.
best musical of 2024.
Yeah, a chink in the 2020s armor, if you will. But yes, he is in the Nightmare on Elm Street remake, and eesh, eesh. Back to more of that, I guess. Oh, speaking of just bad horror stuff. 104. I Know What You Did Last Summer. Um, I don't really hold the original films in high regard at all. I don't know how many people do because, for every time a Halloween fan calls a Friday the 13th fan something of a watered down Halloween kid, I Know What You Did Last Summer is watered down Scream. Um, but if you're a big fan of the characters of the original I Know What You Did Last Summer, they do you pretty dirty. They do it pretty dirty on at least one character from the original. Um, I Gray, do you have my
I
review
do.
there?
This is the first one to include a link to a YouTube video, so I do
Oh,
believe you have a video review
I
of
made
this one as
content.
well. Yeah. So it looks like you watched this in July, and you gave it 1.5 stars. Jennifer Caitlin Robinson really wowed me with "Do Revenge," less so
Mm,
here. I truly hope this was more of an attempt to appease the studio for future considerations, because redoing late a second-rate '90s era slasher with some changes isn't displaying the fresh perspective she brought to the subgenre. Well produced, if I have an especially glowing note, it would be for the score. During tense moments, it felt fitting and modern-ish. But as far as the movie itself, I don't know what the value is of trying to exploit the best of both generations of its audience while just circumventing expectations. It doesn't even feel unique in those misdirections. It just doesn't make sense. Then the movie keeps going and misdirecting harder and less sensical and has more false finishes than a wrestling main event.
yeah.
Do Revenge sa Do Revenge says a lot more to me. The original, "I Know What You Did Last Summer," is there for the rest of us. YouTube link.
I
Go
don't
check out his review.
I don't yeah, check out the WILIscredia video. It's weird that I don't remember things, but when I hear you reading my words, I'm like, "Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay." My brain is weird.
Well,
Yeah, so the
it's supposed to jog your memory. They're your words.
I have to make it an effort to write something down every time I watch a movie, if only for this reason, and not fucking yikes as much as I want to make people laugh. Um, yeah, the false finishes are. Are you familiar with this, Gray? Did you watch the I Know What You Did Last Summer?
I did, I'm not the target audience for this. I kinda hated the original one.
Oh, okay.
I understand what it was, but, like, it always just felt like as the original was second rate, it never worked for me. I wanted to see what they could do to this if they put a fresh spin on it, and I don't know. It seems to even tarnish the legacy of the thing that I don't like, and yet at the same point, they didn't do it just like, it just feels like such a slap in the face to the people who actually like that franchise, and then they're not doing anything worth watching with the direction they're taking it. So, for me, it's just a total fail. It's pretty low in my list as well.
Yeah, there's something like if you know how things get kicked off in the original movie, there's something of a fake out there, which is fun for people who are expecting things to happen a certain way. But like, there's something of a fake out that I don't know makes that scene feel interesting. But um, I don't know. They just it does. It feels like some sort of wrestling thing where, oh, this person's a heel now. Oh, and we're going to keep going, and this person's alive, and the last line is like a ridiculous like laugh line, just not 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 very good at all. But I don't know. I'm curious if fans of the movies, like the originals, how they feel about it. Like, are they okay with characters just kind of changing like that? Like, if you want to complain, I could see a I know what did easier for you to say. I can see a I know what you did last summer fan complaining about this far more than a Star Wars fan complaining about Luke Skywalker in Last Jedi.
For sure.
But
Uh, yeah, we'll see. I mean, it was never as big a thing as, it was always kinda like the younger cousin or
mhm,
sibling to
yeah,
kind of the bigger,
yeah,
one, so I'm not sure. They're not a huge vocal group, but I haven't heard anyone saying that they love this and
right.
love the direction.
Number
Our
one,
mutual friend did not rate that one.
oh, well, let him watch it. It'll be 5 stars. Number 103 is The Woman in Cabin 10. I believe that's a Keira Knightley film, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that's correct. Looked interesting, a cruise ship or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. Is there a review there? I think that's
There
somewhat
is
recent.
one. It is, so it looks like you watched it in October, and you gave it 1.5 stars. I love it. when a murder mystery opens up with all sorts of the characters just telling me about how well they know each other, how much experience they have with one another. It's so realistic. I didn't want to experience any of that exposition through visual medium like a film or anything. The movie ends up being bookended by absurd nonsense. The first act is painful with the exposition heavy dialogue. The end of the film seems to pop off for the sake of making all this worthwhile, but is also nonsense. The second act settles in and is the most tolerable bit of the film, but by catching this film, there isn't anything that feels needed.
Yeah. Um,
I remember asking you, like, "Should I see this?" And I just remember you telling me, like, "There's no reason." So, I didn't end up catching this one, but, it sounded kinda interesting. I like murder mysteries, and, it seems like you'd be in an enclosed thing since you're on, like, a cruise ship, but,
yeah.
yeah.
Watch the Knives Out movie if you must
Mm.
watch something with a whodunit type thing. It's just what's that term when someone believes something and you tell them that they're wrong? Is it gaslighting? I think it's gaslighting.
Gaslighting.
There's a bunch of
Yeah.
gaslighting in this movie that it's kind of comical. It it's
Hmm.
it's I don't know. It's yet another streaming service movie that features an actor that really should be getting other work. But if I'm not mistaken, Keira Knightley cannot get into like films that are being released to cinemas. Like she was on a Hulu movie about the Boston Strangler a little while ago, and now this is a Netflix movie. Don't know what it is about the
Hmm.
theater industry that does not like Keira Knightley, but came out in October, and I've already forgotten everything. Woof. Oh boy, number 102 is Freakier Friday, um, starring Jamie Lee Curtis and Lindsay Lohan. Um, so I'm not a girl. I'm not a girl. Don't adjust your television set there. So whatever the fuck that's worth. um, I didn't feel the need to do this all over again. The requel, but having it go through the grandkids and it's something of a little bit of a change of pace, but it's the same old shit, but not really. Um, do I have a review there?
You do for Freakier Friday. 1.5 stars. You watch this in October. Further proof that studios like Disney aren't properly processing audience nostalgia.
Hmm.
I feel like this idea possibly could have worked if they wanted to put some genuine effort in with maybe creativity to boot, but this is rather hollow and tacky. Nostalgia playing dress up, not trying to create new moments. So that's where your review ends on this, and it looks
Mhm.
like we don't have any mutuals that have reviewed this. Uh,
Smart
can I
people.
ask you, were you a fan of the first one at all?
Um, no, I didn't hate it, but at the same time, I don't know. What was the fucking? I like Big, but that's not
Hmm.
quite the same. Um, you know,
No, it's close.
yeah.
It's kind of the same idea, kind of the Parent Trap thing. Well, not Parent Trap, excuse me.
Yeah, like body
There's
swap,
Big,
but not exactly.
there's the, Judge Reinhold one from back in the day as well.
Vice
There's
versa.
it feels like it's definitely been done. That's the one. I could not think of that for the life of me.
Yeah, 18 again is another
It's
one. Yeah,
yeah,
there's
that's
a
true.
bunch of them. It's hardly revolutionary, which Freaky Friday was fine. Um, just
Yeah, I hated it, but, my wife really liked it, and
hmm.
it's one of those that she like Napoleon Dynamite, where she kinda kept making me
Oh,
watch that.
but she is a
Same thing with
girl.
Mean Girls, and, man, it is, grown on me. I really like the original Freaky Friday,
Okay.
so I kinda thought with this one, you know, it how hard could it be? I've seen a million versions of that movie. We just named, like, 6 or 7. You know, this can't be the worst of that, and I don't feel like it is. It's just it doesn't feel like anything new is here. It's kinda why are they doing this? But there's less just straight up cameos and member berries as, say, Happy Gilmore 2 for me. So, it works a little bit higher, but, yeah, not a great legacy remake. I I hope we don't just continue on this thing, but, we'll see if we're going to.
Yeah, and shout out to Lindsay Lohan's PR team because I don't know how the fuck they dug her up to put her in a movie that has implied relevance, but I, I wouldn't say that she did anything noteworthy. But I guess I hardly noticed that she's been gone all this time. Uh, Whatever the fuck that's worth, she seems all right in a big budget fucking, as Jacob put it, cynical. It is a very, I like that. I like that name,
What is
Jacob.
that, cynical sequel? I like that.
um, but I don't know. It's just strange that if you're like a very young millennial or a very old Gen Z person, there's not like your own thing. You're like watching some sort of rebrand or requel of things from the past. Like, why can't Gen Z have their version of Freaky Friday and have it not be the same characters? Like, you know,
Yeah,
I don't know. Like, Parent Trap was kind of the same, but kind of different. I mean, make 18 again,
it's
but
completely different. I think
right,
I was just going with Lindsay Lohan ones,
yeah,
but, as they all mentioned, sorry, there was one comment out there that, said how many different ones there were, but yeah, I fully agree with that, but isn't that what Freaky Friday was? It was kind of that generation's version of all of those
that's
movies, like
fair.
the vice versa or whatever.
So
Just I don't know why we're not going to that. Like, why are you choosing these 2 people that don't seem relevant now, where the whole thing was both of them were relevant then? Just do the next version of it.
so I guess what was it? Jennifer Garner was in a movie called 13 Going on 30, which isn't
Mhm.
exactly the same. There's a bit of a it's not a body swap so much as young in she's young in the future or old in the past. I don't remember what the fuck. It's in the
But that
same,
can be fun.
yeah,
It's also the trope of seeing, like, an actor act like another actor or act like a younger
yeah,
I kinda dig that, in that way, it's the same, but, yeah, sorry, they were, but it looks like it was Troy who was saying it was more akin to vice versa or like father, like son. That was the other one that I
like
couldn't
father,
remember
like
that,
son. Good pull, Troy.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a ton of them that are that kinda trope, like, why not just do it for this generation as opposed to, "Okay, let's drag these people back in." Like, make it the same thing, but, I don't know.
Yeah.
I just, I think this is a fail, but it wasn't as unpleasant a fail as some of these legacy sequels this year for me.
Yeah, thank you, Troy. Troy corrects me. 13 going on 30 is more like big. Yeah, so I don't know. Like the point is, there's enough of these movies that are samey that you could just do another one. You don't have to drag these people around just to make a requel. But up next is probably like my most devastating of the bottom 25, and number 101 is Black Phone 2. I really enjoyed the first Black Phone. I don't even have a review for this. Look at that. Um, so I watched. This is one of the movies that I watched in chunks, and it was for all the wrong reasons. I watched about 30, maybe 40 minutes of this, and was shocked at how not pleased or uninterested I was in the movie, and returned to it to continue my disappointment. I don't know how you go from what the first one was to this. Like Cody said, it's like a bootleg Nightmare on Elm Street ripoff. Um,
Mhm.
I I don't like they fell so far off from that first one, and yeah, you're making the grabber character into something that he wasn't really in the first film, and now he's like this, unstoppable, un undead, whatever the fuck. That wasn't really part of the allure of the first one, and it's shocking how this was probably the one that I was like, "Yeah, October's gonna be okay because we got a new Black Phone." And mm, I don't know, have you seen Black Phone 2, Gray?
I have. So this is one of those that I was really anticipating, but the whole thing is it feels like that first one was a complete story. Like we
Mm,
got the resolution, so I thought the only thing that you could do is kind of like a prequel to it or something like that. They chose a different route in this. I don't hate it nearly as much as you.
huh,
I know I did watch it in one chunk, and there are some things that I appreciate in it. Like, I understand the first one was now I can't remember the character's name, but it was his story. This is not his story in the second one. I kinda dig that,
okay.
but there's aspects of it that just they fall so flat for me. Just I don't know. Yeah, I am a fan of, the Nightmare on Elm Streets ones, and specifically Dream Warriors. It
Mhm.
feels like this has Dream Warrior aspects to it. But, man, there are times that I just laughed out loud while this is happening. The whole, ice skating scene.
Oh,
I don't know
man.
why that made me chuckle so much, but it really did. That being said, there were some other things that I really liked. Like, I dug some of the cabin scenes. But, yeah,
The
just
skating's
as a
bad,
whole,
comically
it's
bad.
very bad. The only thing worse for me was, Argyle, the skating scene in that,
Oh,
that's a little worse for me.
oh,
I wasn't laughing at the top of my lungs during that. This one I was laughing at, so I got some enjoyment from this, where I was just face palming during the Argyle skating scenes, but, yeah, there's elements of this that kinda work. I think it's what a lot of horror sequels are is we don't necessarily need them. Sadly, when something does well, the first thing is, "Okay, do it again," and that's not always the answer, and sadly, I think this is kinda that. I still don't have it as low as you have it, but yeah, I don't think this movie needed to be.
yeah. So we're gonna take a small break. Gray, are you okay to uh give me a breather? I'm gonna go get a drink and clear my throat and empty fluids. Can you talk about your bottom 50 of the stuff that we haven't talked about yet while I run off? And when I come back, you can take a breather. I'll handle chat, and we can. I think we're going to go every 20 because this is two
Okay.
hours in.
Yeah. Well, we said it was gonna be a marathon.
Yeah,
So yes, I can take over. You can go ahead and take a break.
thank you.
Apparently, I can't, not notice that I'm muted, so I'm glad that you gave me a little bit of buffer to come in on this, but, yeah, I guess I'll just, speed through my, kinda bottom 50 or so on this. Uh, yeah, and again, this is a fundraiser for the lovely Charles. So please, guys, use that link. Help out Charles, and maybe we'll go to that list and see what happened there when we get done. But to give him a break, I'll tell you my worst films of the year. So I did 154. I didn't realize that we could count that short one. Otherwise, it would have been 155, which would have sounded a lot better. So I will be adding that Angry Orchard one to my list after this. But number 154 for me is War of the Worlds. It is just the worst movie, exactly for the reasons that Charles said. I put Hurry Up Tomorrow as 153. I just absolutely hate this. I don't understand what The Weeknd was trying to do with it. And for me, no part of it works. Number 152 was Him. I thought that there was going to be something decent, something worthwhile in this, as every ad said, this Jordan Peele related horror film involving sports and something dark and occult. And just, man, it feels like it's a miss on everything that it was trying to do. 151, I have Jurassic World Rebirth. Just, we have a mutual acquaintance who absolutely hates when the inciting incident for something doesn't work for him. To me, maybe that's what happened to me with Jurassic World Rebirth. Just, man, the whole Snickers wrapper just shutting down an entire lab. That just does not work for me. And then the atrocities that the film committed were just worse from there. But I have a feeling we might talk about that in a bit, as I think Charles has seen that one. So my number 150 is I Know What You Did Last Summer. To me, it's just a complete fail. Uh, 159, Snow White. There's just nothing good about this. A lot of the Disney live action remakes just don't work for me. This one works the least out of any of them. I think they reshot the movie. I can't remember how many times. It's very muddled. There isn't a cohesive plot. I really don't care. I don't think a lot of the negativity for the main star are that big of a deal. She's not my problem with the movie. A lot of it is just the story and then these atrocities that they're calling dwarves in this one. Just, man, they're nightmare fuel. Everything about it hits really incorrectly for me, including most of Gal Gadot's performance. But yeah, I don't hate Rachel Ziegler in this. 148 for me is kind of pregnant. Everything that Charles said, just if it's going to be a raunchy comedy, like, cool, go there. But there's nothing on this one. It just does not work for me. Uh, and then my 147, I actually had kind of high hopes for this. I like everyone that's involved in it. It's a Russo brothers one, straight to Netflix, and a really high budget. I think it was like 340 million or something like that. But the Electric State, I kind of familiar with the picture book. I thought it was going to be something, and to me, that was just total garbage. There's nothing kind of redeemable for me in this. It feels like every actor that I usually love in whatever they do just seems to be cashing a check in this one. Nobody seems to be committing or trying, and just what they ended up putting on the screen to me just does not work. Uh, Number 146 is Playdate. So it's a direct to Amazon one with Alan Richson and Kevin James. And no part of it is funny. Previously, Amazon has done pretty good with some of their direct to streaming comedies. I really dug Ricky Stenicki, and I thought, hey, instead of John Cena, this time they're using Alan Richson. Maybe it'll be something. But for me, it was just dreadful to watch. You can see exactly where it's going, and none of it kind of makes sense. 145, Wolfman, for everything that we discussed. 144, Silent Night, Deadly Night.
Wow.
I saw this one. Oh, sorry, what was that?
I
You
just
said
said,
wow?
wow. A lot of people in my circles quite enjoyed that movie. That's
Like
interesting.
that one? Maybe I was in a bad mind frame for it.
Mm,
I'm not sure. It could be a me thing, but I don't know. After watching the other ones, kind of keeping up on some of the holiday horror, if you will,
mhm.
I guess I was expecting something a little bit more out of this one, and it just didn't do it for me. I don't think I ever want to see it again. And then just before that is this very low budget small movie. I almost feel bad putting it this far down in the list, but Director's Cut. Um, I couldn't tell you anything about it other than the plot is a band gets this mysterious invitation to come and do a music video for this director, and it ends up being that he doesn't have the greatest of intentions. It is a really shitty movie. I would not recommend anyone seeing that. It probably could be lower than some of these other ones, but the fact that it wasn't to theaters, I have it a little bit higher than it should. 142, I put Back in Action. It's again, spies out of retirement, Cameron Diaz, Jamie Foxx. To me, it just does nothing. I really don't dig Back in Action. Uh, Number 141, I have A Working Man. I didn't hate The Beekeeper, but man, there's kind of nothing for me in A Working Man. The plot doesn't really make sense. It just doesn't feel like there's any real stakes. To me, I'm kind of checked out on the Jason Statham playing the same character. I think this was early in the year. Maybe I was in a bad place in February or whatever that was, but just for me, didn't really dig that one. 140 is Flight Risk. I expect something more out of a Mel Gibson movie. Just, man, he has done so many of them. And this, I couldn't tell you that this was directed by Mel Gibson if, it wasn't like posted on there. There is nothing that shows from the quality of films that any of his previous ones were, what they do with the camera, what he's able to do with character. There's just none of that here. Just everything is a miss. And then 139, I have The Twits. I love Roald Dahl stuff. I was not too familiar with this story, but somehow for me, just The Twits, you'd think it's just a slam dunk. It's Roald Dahl. It's animated. Why wouldn't this be amazing? It's just horrendous for me. Where I love all of his other things. Number 138, I have The Strangers Chapter 2. I don't know why I went on to Chapter 2 when I really did not like Chapter 1. And I don't know what was gained from watching Chapter 2. I guess now a name kind of makes sense, but man, I don't think I'll be joining for Chapter 3, even though sadly, I think we were told that Chapter 3 is the new idea for the Strangers thing. It just feels like they're undoing everything that made the Strangers special. So to me, meh. And then at 137, I have Ice Road Vengeance. I could not remember what his title was. It's pretty forgettable. I got nothing nice to say about it. Just I disliked all those other movies a little bit more. Number 136 is An Accident. So it's a movie called Nympho. I thought it was like a remake of I think it's Lars von Trier weird one. And I realized like 5 or 10 minutes in, like, oh, that's not what this is. This is just like a smutty, like Skinamax film. It's not great. I would not recommend anyone seeing it, but I had more fun watching this than a lot of the other ones on this list. So I don't know. It's on my list. Next would be Captain America: Brave New World. I just did not like this film. I understand this is pretty low, but man, it feels like what we ended up getting was essentially 3 different films smashed into one. And that's the least I can say about this one. It doesn't feel like they went hard into any direction, whether they're going to be a political thriller, whether they're going to be just no part of it felt like there was commitment to it. It just felt so shattered and no part of it really worked. So 135 was Captain America. 134 is G20. It's a direct to streaming one. I feel like we've seen way too many of this type of movie, and just this worked the least effective to any of those. It's that whole genre. But 133, The Amateur for me. I really wanted to like this. And actually my father-in-law was saying this is really kind of interesting, like it's not a super macho guy who's doing this, so the way that he's able to kind of get revenge, it's worth seeing. I highly disagree with this. I just did not enjoy it. I usually love Rami Malek. I usually love that dude in like anything that he's in, and for some reason, this just it didn't work for me. I don't think I'll ever go back to see this one. 132, I've got The Truth About Jussie Smollett. I believe it was a Netflix documentary. I know it's a
Are you
documentary I saw
saying that there's lies
somewhere.
about Jussie Smollett? That's rather presumptive with that
There
title.
were
there.
some, apparently. I didn't enjoy the documentary. I don't know why I watched it. Like the whole time I was like, I'm not digging this, but I kept watching. I was persistent. It did not pay off for me. So it's 132. 131 is a movie that I don't think anybody has really heard of. I just kind of saw it on one of the streaming sites. It's called Someone Dies. It's this weird low budget comedy that kind of takes place in an apartment, but kind of has I don't know if you'd call it supernatural kind of time machine thing in it. It's interesting. I think it could have been made way more effective had they had a higher budget on it, but
Is
not the worst thing.
Is the synopsis also the title?
Kind of. Someone does die. It's not who you think. But it's kind of interesting. There is like this time travel element and then kind of confusion. The way it lays out the story is kind of interesting, but nothing to write home about. I wouldn't recommend it. So 130, I got Fight or Flight. I love me some Josh Hartnett. I thought maybe he could do something interesting on this. I dug Snakes on a Plane. Why not Josh Hartnett? But for me, this just it didn't do much. And then at 129, I have The Conjuring. What do they end up calling this one? Last Rites or something? I've found a lot of fall off with each following Conjuring one. I don't know why I still watch it. I guess I'm a completionist and possibly a masochist. I don't know. I knew I wasn't going to like it, but I did not. And then the next one I saw was The Old Guard 2. I kind of liked The Old Guard, but man, I just did not dig anything about The Old Guard 2. That being said, there's a couple of okay sequences in there, but it's just nothing to kind of write home about. That's kind of the same thing that I have to say about 127, which is Love Hurts. I'm just not a huge fan of this. I really wanted to like this movie, love the actor, but it was not the date night that I was hoping for. It just felt like such we just talked about this.
Hmm.
It feels like that genre has been done to death. The whole coming back. This time, I'm out of retirement, and you're gonna pay for it. 126 was this small western. I don't know. I kind of feel bad putting it on this list. It's not the worst thing ever. It's two guys on the opposite side in the Civil War who both meet in the Arizona desert
Huh.
while they're both kind of struggling to survive. Um, I think it's just really low budget. It's an interesting story that it tells, but I don't think it was told the most effective way. I think part of that's just the budgetary reasons. But I'm a sucker for a Western, so I watched it. It wasn't great.
Sounds interesting.
What it's not the worst thing. It's kind of an interesting thing, but yeah, it just never quite works. Uh, yeah. But 125, I have another Mel Gibson flick. This time he's not directing. He's just a
Oh,
father who has a 12-year-old daughter or 14-year-old daughter, I think the character is supposed to be, that's played by a 27-year-old actress. It is such a weird thing to me. I don't know why they insisted on that actress instead of like an actual kid. At least choose like an 18-year-old or something if you don't want to have like the mandatory school thing on set or something. But it is such a weird movie. It's not horrible, but just every scene that this 14-year-old daughter is in just takes you out completely. It's not the worst thing. I think 124 is probably going to be my most controversial take. So at number 124, I have Springsteen.
mm.
I forget what it is. Deliver Me from Nowhere. I really wanted to like this film. This is one of my most anticipated films of the year. I absolutely love Jeremy White in like everything that he's in. I'm a huge, well, my dad is a huge fan of Springsteen. I have literally heard Born in the USA, I don't know, millions of times by now. I just thought for sure that I just thought for sure this film is going to resonate with me. I have an audio engineering degree. I love music. I love
Mm.
recording of music. This has a whole lot of that in there. But man, it just kinda missed me on every single thing. I don't know exactly what it is. There's a lot of people who are really praising this. Just for me, it's a total miss.
Yeah,
There is a Springsteen that I wanted to see, and just it wasn't what we got in this film.
I
And
think
it
your lack of appreciation and your utter, I don't know, turned off nature of it kind of put me in no sort of rush to see it. I guess if it gets nominated for an Oscar, which I perhaps it won't, like I seemingly only watch the um the biopics if they're nominated, like as some sort of I'll try to genuinely watch everything that's nominated. But I'm of the biopic fatigue, and you gave me a good enough reason to not watch the Springsteen thing. Where I don't know. We'll
I
see if
mean,
I even end up getting around to it.
it's not the worst thing out there. Like, I also expected to like the Bob Dylan one with Chalamet being, Dylan last
Mm.
year. Now I'm blanking on the name of that one too. It and that one fell a little bit short, but this one just fell a little bit harder. With that one, you could tell that Chalamet and the other ones were, like, actually singing. With this, like, every time Jeremy Allen White is playing guitar, like, it doesn't show his hands. It doesn't feel like he's actually
You snob.
doesn't feel like there's that commitment that, a lot of this is going with. That being said, it could just be a me thing. I don't know. I just expected that I'd love this film, and for some reason, I really don't.
He's not
But I've
playing
been feeling that
guitar.
way on a
This
lot of
movie
these.
sucks.
I well, for me, I don't know. It seems like these musical biopics, they're not what I'm looking out of
Mm,
to get out of them. It seems like they've been going kinda formulaic, and then from what I understand, this one isn't necessarily even his story. A lot of the story is kinda Springsteen's father's story. There just wasn't a lot to put into this. So I don't know. I might not be the best guy to go to on this, but I was expecting this to be near the top of my list. So number 123 for me is a Sean William Scott one called Bad Man. I cannot remember much of what happens in this other than, he just kinda shows up in some town saying that he's like, a federal law enforcement agent and starts kinda just kicking ass and taking name, and then, you learn that there's kind of more to his backstory, and perhaps his actual occupation later on. It's not a great movie. So yeah, it came in at 123 for me. 122, I have Karate Kid Legends. It's such a weird, disjointed film. I thought there is a really amazing film that could happen to have, Jackie Chan and Ralph Macchio kind of competing senseis for the next Karate Kid. Since his legacy, Jackie Chan's legacy, kind of didn't come into Cobra Kai, and he's kind of the only one that they didn't bring into that. So I thought for sure this is going to be kind of that perfect button on that series that didn't end quite as well as I wanted it to. And this is just kind of a nothingness of a movie. I really dug what Cobra Kai was doing in the beginning. I don't know what they were shooting for here, but it just completely missed with me. And then 121, I have Freakier Friday. The same one that we were just talking about. I don't like it. I don't think they should do these legacy sequels, but yeah, I think I liked it a little bit more than you did. And then 120, I have a plethora of action films coming in here. Den of Thieves 2, Pantera, or Pantera, Den of Thieves 2. I don't know.
Unbroken?
Whatever the title was on that.
Shedding Skin?
I don't hate it, but yeah, it's kind of a nothingness. Like I really kind of dug the first Den of Thieves one. This just feels like it's a huge step back for me. I slightly liked Havoc a little bit more than that, and so it came in at 119. But yeah, again, it's just kind of a nothingness of kind of an action film for me. 118, I have Christie, the biopic pick starring your favorite actress.
You can hold on that. That's on my list. I don't
Oh,
know
okay.
if you want to wait until I.
Deal.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be, again, maybe it's the same biopic pick I have with everything. I expected it would go a little bit further. 117, I have The Accountant 2. I thought The Accountant had some interesting things in it. I like John Bernthal, so I thought you combine the two. This is going to be kind of fun. And I don't know, maybe it's just me, but yeah, it completely lost me. I don't understand what appeal The Accountant would have. And so when you start where he's at this speed dating thing and just everybody is so into him,
Yeah.
I just didn't get it. They kind of lost me from the start.
That was weird.
16, I'm not sure if you have it much higher, but I don't
do.
know. I guess I just thought they were going to do something fun with
So
that series.
what I'm going to do for the sake of you having a breather is the stuff that
Ooh.
I've seen that we haven't covered yet. I will tell you to hold that thought.
Deal.
Heart Eyes, The Gorge, Hand That Rocks the Cradle. That appears to be it. Hold your thoughts on those because they're still to show up on
Okay.
my list. So
Deal. I'm not sure if you saw my 116, but Presence. Did you end up seeing that one? It's an interesting concept on ghosts
Is it the
and like
ghost
haunting.
film, but it's like they don't show anything.
It's from a perspective.
Yeah. I think I did.
It's an interesting idea. Just it didn't really capture me. I know there were some people who rated it really highly last year. Just for me, it didn't quite work. My 115 was Woman in the Yard. It worked for me a little bit more effectively than it did for you. I know there's a lot of people, including Cody, who have it like in the bottom of their bottom 10. Fair enough. Maybe it was just because I had a wife who had a hurt leg, but that part resonated with me. I dig some of the things with trauma that it was trying to do. It could have been executed so much better. So 114, I have Heart Eyes. I just had this built up because a lot of people do enjoy this one. So maybe I had my expectations way too high. I can't remember if it was out at the same time as Love Hurts.
It was.
I remember choosing that.
It was.
I remember choosing that one over this one. And so this was just kind of on the back burner. And then by the time I got to it, a whole lot of people had told me how great it was. So I think that's my issue with it. 113, I had The Gorge. It's an interesting concept. I just wish the execution was a little bit better for me.
Yep.
112, I have one from our fun coverage of Fantastic Fest.
This is your first Fantastic Fest movie? That's pretty good.
This
112 out
is.
of 150
Yeah,
something?
I gotta be honest. I enjoyed most of them that we saw. The one that
Mm.
I enjoyed the least was Crushed. I know Cody really hated this film, so if you want to hear reasons why, definitely go check out his video. But I'm sure you already have.
Mm.
But yeah, I'm just there were some things that it did that I thought were really interesting, and the way that it covered the worst subject imaginable, actually two or three of them,
Yeah.
I thought was somewhat tasteful. So I don't know. For me, I got what they were trying to do, but man, is it an interesting production where it's like a UK production, but it's in is it the Philippines or
Yeah,
Thailand? I'm blanking on it right
it's
now.
some Asian, yes, it's yeah.
It's worth seeing. I don't know if they're gonna keep the same music, but, the one thing that
Oh,
really took me out is they were using that meme music
the
and
I Hate
just
Everything music.
man, it
Yeah.
really kinda that's all I thought of every time I heard
Mhm.
that music, and I hear that music way too much. So, that movie has kinda stuck with me. So it's not the worst thing that I saw. 111 was this documentary called Thoughts and Prayers, and it kind of goes through all these different companies that market to schools for, school safety, from shooting and stuff.
Yikes.
So, I kinda thought that it was gonna be something different than it was. It chooses kind of an interesting stance, but, yeah, it's, kind of an intense watch if you're, into those type of docs. Sure.
Mm.
110, I there's this, kinda Civil War, Western one, it's called Resurrection Road. It's these Union soldiers get tasked with, a certain mission that, may or may not include supernatural entities. It's kinda cool, Western with some, a well-known creature, if you will, and, yeah, it's kinda interesting. I believe it's, one of, now I'm blanking on his name, Mr. Vega, Mr. Blonde, Michael Madsen's I believe it's one of his last
Oh.
films. It's not the worst film that I've seen him in. It's not a great film, but it is not the worst Western I saw last year either. It's kinda interesting to see him in a creature flick kinda right before the end, but, yeah, not horrible. And then, at 109, I have Black Phone 2, which, not my favorite. Again, I think it suffers from that we don't actually need a sequel, but the first one was successful thing. But I kinda dig some of the ideas that they had going. I kinda like the, sister character in this. Sorry, my dogs are barking right now. One cool. That we're not over it. Uh, but yeah, 108, I have, The Hand That Rocks the Cradle. I kinda dug that film. So I've seen the original one and did not like it. I kinda assumed that I'd hate this one, but, I think it was off of your recommendation, I ended up checking this one out, and, I liked it about as much as a recent entry, The Housemaid. I view those 2 films as kinda similar, so, yeah. And then, at 106, I have The Housemaid at 107. At 106, I have Queens of the Dead. It is I'm blanking on her name, but it's George Romero's daughter. I wanna say it's Tina Romero. But it's her directorial debut, and, she is picking up the mantle of the dead, and it's Queens of the Dead, meaning, drag queens. Just everything about this sounds like it would be a fun romp, but, sadly, almost everything about it kinda misses for me. I think she could make an amazing film, but I think, yeah, I'm not sure this is that film.
Can
Sadly,
Romero
it didn't work for me.
can Romero just prove that they can make films that don't have anything to do with the dead? Can they just do
Hey,
that?
George did, man. He gave us The Crazies.
Yeah.
He gave me one of the best vampire films out there, Martin. It is just amazing. I like Bruiser even. It comes from this, I wanna say it's a Kafka novel where a guy wakes up without a face. It's
I've
interesting.
had that dream.
I I dig what Ramiro did. Just yeah, sadly, his last few dead weren't the greatest, and then this edition, it's also not the greatest. It's not the worst though. There were worse zombie flicks.
Mm.
At 105, I have Trainwreck, Mayor of Mayhem. So it's Mayor Rob Ford. It's kind of his documentary, kind of
The
showing the life and time of
the
him.
Toronto guy who was on crack or whatever for a stretch?
Yes, who had enough to eat at home. Yeah, that guy. I don't know. I kind of dig the guy. He has a crazy story, and it's really crazy that that dude was a mayor. But yeah, I didn't feel like there was a lot new in that
Have
doc,
you
but it did give a lot of his highlights.
have you seen who's president of the U.S. recently, or you just
Yeah,
forgetting?
I see Rob Ford like behaviors. Um, at 104, so I guess I've got a string of documentaries right here that
Mm.
all kind of hit me about the same. At 104, I have Lilith Fair building a mystery. It kind of goes through and talks about how they started Lilith Fair and everything. I kind of dig it. I felt that was pretty informative.
Is it a Sapphic
At 103,
documentary?
I am not sure what that means. What does sapphic mean?
I might not know what it means either. I was under the impression that Sapphic is of a um, lesbianic female type nature. See,
Oh,
you put me on the
nice.
spot. I might have it wrong. Emily's gonna kill me. I was just trying to make a
Well,
joke about Lilith Fair, and then I fucked up.
definitely pay homage to that. I thought that was kind of interesting. And yeah, as Stiff Kittens points out, the Rob Ford documentary was insane. It is. I thought they were going to get even more kind of into the details. I had heavily researched his amazing legacy that he kind of left behind. So I don't know. I guess I was just hoping for a little bit more. That being said, it's super entertaining. And if you don't, my wife was not aware of a lot of that stuff. So making her
Mm.
watch that, she could not believe that, hey, Canada's got problems too. But yeah, I kinda dug the Lilith Fair one. I dug a little bit more was, Ozzy: No Escape From Now. It came out just after his passing, and there was another Ozzy one that I enjoyed just a little bit more. But sandwiched in between the 2 Ozzy ones, I have People of Comedy, which, I guess I was expecting a little bit more out of this, documentary on the people of comedy. But, that being said, it was, it's a decent documentary on
Which
comedy. But,
people of
yeah, and
comedy is it?
oh,
Looks like stand-ups? Is that right?
they are stand-ups. Yeah, let me
Hmm.
bring the actual film up there. It's Kenny Robinson's Legacy Comedy Showcase has influenced Canadian comedy for 30 years,
Oh.
with performances by Russell Peters, Hassan Phyllis, Crystal Ferrier, and Lewin, and Mr. Lewin, and
Oh.
others.
Canadians. Got it.
So it was kind of a niche Canadian thing, but Russell Peters is in there. It was informative. I wasn't aware of a lot of these guys, so decent decent doc. Wasn't the worst. And then at 101, I have Ozzy Osbourne Coming Home. I think this one kind of hit a little bit closer to home for me after the whole Ozzy incident. Just yeah, I was looking for more Ozzy content. So yeah, that kind of rounds out my bottom 54 movies.
God bless. Thank you for taking the mantle there for the past few minutes. Um, if you
Yeah.
want to run and take a breather or whatever, I'll
Yeah, I
remind
think
people.
I'll grab a coffee really quick and I'll be
Thank you.
right back.
Thank you. And let's all uh, subscribe to Grey Poupet. Make sure you subscribe and jump over there and just he's got content. He the same types of content that we have, whether it be through Friday night stuff, Thursday night stuff, Tuesday night stuff. One member of Tiggett, one member of the last panel, Grey Poupet, also a thinker, and he's here quite a bit and doing us a very strong solid here. By even if he leaves right now and never comes back, I greatly appreciate him taking part in this. Um, I just wanted to give you an update. I'm reminding you all that this is all for the sake of my crowdfunding campaign. We are at the 5% of the threshold, which sounds like nothing, but trust me when I tell you it isn't. I greatly appreciate anything. If you can't either contribute or share the link to someone who possibly can, just interacting with this video, whether it be commenting, clicking the thumbs, that stuff helps too. It's all greatly appreciated. I hate doing this. I hate there being this, but I'm kind of up against it right now, and trying to avoid going to a hospital is a rather weird situation to be in when you know damn well you need at least one major thing done and trying to avoid it, if only for financial purposes. It's not the greatest thing in the world. Um, Once again, for those of you who aren't aware, the person who donates the most to the link gets to name the body part. See, when this first started, it was supposedly a cyst, and it turns out that it since we've last had a stream, it is not a cyst, but it is what's left over of my gallbladder. So, to whoever has the top donation in the crowdfunding campaign, you can name what is left of my gallbladder because it's going to have to come out at some point. Right now, it's just wreaking havoc. Um, and if you have a funny name for it, keep in mind that it is not all of my gallbladder. They took some of it first, and apparently its only purpose at the moment is to just make stones. So my gallbladder doesn't have any positive purpose at the moment. It just produces gallstones, and every now and again, a gallstone will get into my system, and that causes me to have jaundice. I had a scare with sepsis in May. Um, Not entertaining, not fun to talk about, but something that needs to be done, and uh, not really much you can do other than not eat. The gallbladder processes things that go through your stomach. So I don't know. Maybe I can switch to an all water diet, but I'm even under the impression that you could have like cholesterol that builds up. It's weird what gallstones are made of. Um, I should be able to say more about the process. I pay attention to the scary parts, and one of the scary parts is that my liver can get damaged by those stones. The gallbladder process is bile, which is, I think that's a two-way street there. Bile can also go from, um, it's what's in your stomach when you vomit, and it also adds color to the other end when you have a uh, fuller bathroom things. The color comes from bile, and so the gallbladder should be processing stuff in there, and that's something else that is kind of a learning experience for me. That the color of things, I can usually tell. Pain starts first, and color is the other thing that I need to be aware of, and then just my skin color. Like you can tell every now and again, like this, my bottom half of my arm should be a different color than my top half. Like the outer portion of my arm is normally darker than the inner half, and that is not the case right now. So I don't know just how much is getting into my bloodstream, but I am nowhere close to 100% healthy. Um, but I owe people money, and they will not work on me until I'm caught up and paid in advance for the removal of the gallbladder. And on top of that, there's a significant chance that it's going to be a difficult surgery because there's a bunch of scar tissue, and apparently that's a pain in the ass to get through. And it's the gut that they're going to be cutting through to work on all this stuff. So it's multiple times doctors have said things that have made me everything but comfortable in the the process. I have not been convinced that this is um, going to be easy. Even if I had the money and everything were covered, um, they're stressing that this isn't going to be an easy surgery. I guess it certainly wasn't easy the first time because they would have just taken my whole gallbladder, but apparently it was so bad they left some of it in there, which I really wish I had known that. I was gacked up on drugs when they first did it, and my tolerance is ridiculous, so they had to go harder with the medication. Had I known that they didn't just take it out, I probably would have had questions to ask. Um, but I'm nervous. Um, I don't mean to be dumping this on you, but I'm in a really fucked up position, and if you can help, I greatly appreciate it. Again, you don't have to. If you know someone that is looking to do something nice for someone who you know and love, sharing the link is appreciated. And otherwise, just hanging around, making sure the commercials play on this video, clicking like, commenting, just say, "Hey, pulling for you, CPO." That's fine. It's interactivity, and that is also supporting us here, and it's greatly appreciated. And what the fucking hell? Um, and if you want to have a super chat uh, disguised as, you could use the spot fund link in the same effect as you would a super chat. Just let me know that you've sent a comment, um, and Gray uh, is working from both ends of the candle here. He has contributed. Thank you, Gray. It is greatly appreciated. The pain is just starting. You will have to watch comedy specials to earn this. And Gray rather graciously contributed to the spot fund. Timothy as well. No comment. Thank you. I see that, Sean, multiple times. Thank you. It's greatly appreciated. It's not going to anything fun. This is just the strong arm of hospital debt. If there's a mob for hospital people, I might be dealing with them sometime soon. All of this money is just going to getting me close to square, and then once I get square, I've got to pay for the surgery in full before they'll do this stupid thing. So, Gray, you're doing so much already. Um, Graciously appreciated. And Justin says, "I feel your pain, sir. I had multiple gallbladder attacks last. Extreme pain for 12 hours sometimes. Sometimes it's days." Yeah. So we're about at the 1 year anniversary of my first uh, situation. It was actually the night of the debrief last year. I legitimately thought I was having a heart attack. Um, when my gallbladder first had the issue, it just felt like I had to either vomit or go number two. It just felt like I was very uneasy and uncomfortable. This last time, I genuinely thought that I was having a heart attack and or my kidneys had failed, and it was fierce. Um, Went to the hospital and they had given me morphine, and the thing that scared the shit out of me was once they put morphine in me, it started getting worse, and I was thinking, "Oh no, am I allergic?" Because in my history, I've taken morphine before in my past, but I've always taken stronger stuff because my tolerance is rather high for medication. They gave me a couple of shots of Dilaudid in the US, and they were shocked at how coherent I was after 3 doses of Dilaudid. Fentanyl is something that I've been prescribed. I've had these little sticker things that produce fentanyl through your system, and it's been a while since I've had morphine, but I was really scared that maybe I had some sort of allergy or something to it because it did the exact opposite of treat the pain. I thought something had gone horribly wrong, and things had calmed down after about 3 or 4 hours at the hospital, and they weren't able to really do anything, but they gave me some medication for your stomach, um, and pain meds. So it was just, you have a bunch of infections. This is back when they thought it was a cyst that was in my gut because stupid me was like, I don't have a gallbladder. It can't be my gallbladder. And then we had to get paperwork from my doctors and hospital stuff in the US. Turns out I have a remnant of a gallbladder. So, yeah, gallstones or gallbladder pain. I've had spinal surgery. I cannot stress that the gallbladder pain or the gallstone pain is way worse than like lumbar nerve pain. And for me to say that after having a frontal operation where they went in through the front of my stomach to replace my disc in my L5S1 disc, um, that was torture for me. I guess the benefit is the back pain. It's fierce, but it never really gets to an 11. The nerve pain gets bad, but it shoots and comes and goes. The gallstone pain, it just stays. It's like an 11, but it's constantly an 11. Where nerve pain, like you can kind of wiggle your way and maneuver a certain way. Like you probably noticed that I'm constantly shifting. It's because my discs are not good. I still need another disc. My L4 disc needs to be adjusted or replaced or fixed. And for as much as I thought the spinal pain was bad, the gallstone pain, most especially last year, nothing I want to experience like at all, and it's just consistent. Um, yeah. So, if anything, if you know someone who has a hookup for some fentanyl, I am joking, but yeah, to just deal with the pain is probably the most important thing. But um, in on top of all of my humorous remarks, if it's going to ruin my liver and other items in my stomach, I probably should get on top of that. So again, I appreciate those of you who help in one way or another, and there's many ways to help. Supporting, just being here, watching, so that the channel gets watch hours. Clicking like that. Believe it or not, that helps. I appreciate it. Watching other stuff and just kind of like putting WILIscredia content on in the background and just letting it play throughout the day. That helps. Much appreciated. It serves the same purpose. So don't necessarily need to donate money to help. There's other ways to help us in some way, shape, or form. And the fact that we've raised 5% of the total amount is encouraging. It's that number 5% doesn't sound like a lot, but this time last year was the first time I was in the hospital, and that what 4% I guess is a better number that we were at. That was enough to carry us for 10 months. So it means a lot. It all adds up, and it's extremely appreciated. I don't like doing this. I don't like being in this situation. I fucking hate money. Um, but I'm in a really weird spot. Um, apologies. And for those of you who are watching this live, just keeping. I said it in chat recently, but I'll say it again. I will address chat during every little break, which will probably happen every 20 films now. I know I said 25 when we first started, but we've only gone through technically 25 movies on my list, and we're coming up on 3 hours. So even if it's just a quick pee break, every 20 movies or so, we'll have a little break, and I'll acknowledge chat, or if someone donates to the link and uses that as a super chat, that's when I'll do it. So just keep that in mind if you're going to either super chat or contribute to the link. If you're able to, I would prefer if you do it through the Spot Fund link. But beggars and choosers, I am one, not the other. Gray, what did you do when you were gone? You've already done so much
I
for us.
I did so much. I was able to make a donation. I played with the dogs a little bit, made some coffee. Damn it, I left my coffee in the other room. I had a bowl of soup. It was great soup. Yeah, I feel like I did a lot. And then I learned about your experience, Charles. And you should know. So I haven't suffered from gallbladder stuff, knock on wood. I made my dog bark. Yeah, hopefully I don't, since like every member of my family does. But they keep reminding me it is the closest that a man can feel to the pain of pregnancy, the pain of childbirth. So you're experiencing something rare, sir.
Well, I
And
have a
sorry you're
stillborn
experiencing it.
gallbladder in my system. I did not birth it yet, evidently. They need to just get it out of my damn gut. Gray, if you want to grab your coffee, that's great. I'll just swing around
All
to
right,
the.
I'll be back in
Yep,
2 seconds. It's literally just on the other.
no sweat. Scott says, "I'm sorry you're going through it, Charles. Your content and wit are always greatly appreciated." I appreciate. Easy for you to say. I appreciate you saying that. Thank you. Um, Troy says, "I'm not trying to downplay anything, CP, but fuck it, let's lethal weapon this shit. I have also had a literal hole in my head and touched my own brain. It was kind of cool, to be honest. Yeah, I'm of the understanding that your brain is the one thing that like you could actually get at without it feeling pain because there's no like nerve endings or whatever in there. Am I right in that? I don't know. I feel like, or I don't know where I have this knowledge from, but if they do an operation on your brain, you need to be awake for that, which is fucking
Well, they
wild.
like it. They want to
Hmm.
make sure you can keep playing the guitar. You're not losing like chunks of knowledge. I kind of want to know what that feels like, but at the same time, damn, that's just badass, Troy. Hell yeah, that's scary as hell. I would never want to actually truly know what my brain feels like.
Hmm.
That's true.
Justin says, I stopped drinking alcohol completely and my digestive problems are pretty much went away. Yeah. Unfortunately for me, I've never, well, or fortunately for me, I've never really been into alcohol. But sugar, you guys are well aware of my sugary drink infatuation. So that might have something to do with it. Fast food has kind of always been a lover of mine. My diet has taken an interesting path in the last year or so, but yeah, there's some things that the damage is done. So whatever I can do to slow that down is what I'm looking to do. But Troy says I've had major stomach acid issues and had more than one emergency surgery because it ate through my stomach and esophagus and had mass internal bleeding. That sounds awful.
Yeah, definitely not good.
Yeah.
Oof.
So I feel, I guess I don't feel special, which is kind of a good thing. It's good to know that other people have similar shitty experiences. Please don't take that the way it sounds. I mean, it's good to know you're not alone in this fucked up situation is what I mean by that. And Stiff Kitten says, I had a kidney stone, painful. Yeah. I see. I wish you could pass gallstones like in the same, like kidney stones, they come out in your urine. Why can't gallstones come out in your poo? It's not fair,
Hmm.
is all I'm saying. So what you're saying is you have a little chest burster. Yes. Yes. And it's just refusing to leave. You're correct. No pain at all. wild. That is in regards to
Oof.
the brain.
And kind of awesome.
I will never have brain surgery for my epilepsy. Yeah, and my neurological issue, my present, ever so present, my neurological issues. I don't want any sort of brainal intervention there, but ugh. WC, what's going on, man? Hope you're doing well.
Hey, sir.
All right, guys. If you have
Everyone
something,
loves Will.
yes, please, Charles, if you will, or if you will, please, Charles. Before I go, before we get started, if you guys have something really quick before we jump right back into the next batch of films, this is your last call for chat. This is also a reminder: click like, subscribe, all that stuff. If you're watching this in the future, what the fuck are you doing? Please comment and just give me the time code that you're watching this. That'd be a fun little thing to find out. Or the time of day. Maybe not the time code, the
was
time
gonna
of day
say.
you're watching it. What were you
Yeah.
going to say?
I was gonna say, wouldn't they all have the same time code? Because wouldn't this be at the? But the time of day. I like that.
Hmm.
When is now for you?
And why is it here? If you've seen Pilion, could you rank it before I go? I'm
Ooh,
unfamiliar with
I
that.
do not know what that is.
So,
Yeah.
okay, so neither of us are familiar. So I'm going to say I have not and no. Any word from Bossman about a potential debrief? I know he's already said he wasn't sure if one was going to happen this year. But curious if there's been any news/discussions. No, keep in mind that last year's debrief didn't happen until around this time last year. So, if like I said the last time, if we don't get it done in early November, it just does not happen until the next year. So, we haven't really made any progress, only because everyone's schedules are just not even worth talking about. And the same way we have that that shutdown after 31. The other guys more for all of October than anything. The same thing is said for the holiday season. Not for YouTube stuff, but for home stuff. I know you probably don't want to hear this, but if there's no debrief stuff in the immediate near future, I will start resuming all of my stuff. Christian has sponsored a video that I hope comes out to be as interesting as I'd want it to be. I'm going to talk about my theory on Dawn of the Dead and how it truly started things in the 2000s and not The Walking Dead. So that should be coming out in the near future. And then the long-awaited Poison Ivy franchise discussion that will come maybe February, maybe March. I'm watching from Mexico. It's 10 p.m. Nice, thank you. Only thing I will say is I think Wolfman is kind of underrated. It's not good. It's very average, but I've seen it on a lot of worst lists recently. Okay, I'm off. I PayPal check the Pilion, maybe more Gray's film. Noted.
I gotta check it out. I will definitely check that one out.
Thank you all the same, Stiff Kittens. Just blame it on Adams Does Movies. No, we're not doing that. If anything, you blame it on me. Because I'm the only one that's like, yeah, I don't have a family. I don't give a shit. So I don't know. There's times where everything's okay for me, and then I decide to go to the hospital and then don't show up. So it's my fault. It's children in general. Don't have children. That is the one lesson you can have from this. Do not have families. Obviously, I'm kidding. Okay, so on to the next batch. What is it? So we're at 258.42. On to the next batch. It's not showing on the screen. Don't do that to me. Oh,
Well,
no.
I was gonna say you removed it when I was given my thing, so I'm not sure if I led to that. But
No, we got it. We got it. We got it.
there we go. Number 100.
Number 100
We're
is
there.
Regretting You. Yet another movie that I'm sure I probably made some snarky comment about the title in the movie because, yep, Regretting You. That's what I said to this movie after watching it. Um, this what the fuck? This had what's her face from Get Out in it. She was also in what, Girls. The lead female from Get Out is in this as like a mom character, which again just makes me feel old seeing characters that are are about my age, if not a little bit younger, having full grown adult children in movies. It kind of freaks me out. But it says I have a review. Gray, do you have access to
You
my?
do. I do. So you watched this one recently. It was towards the end of November.
Ooh,
You gave it 2 stars. So we're into 2 stars now.
mm.
So everything from here on out is, at least 2 stars. But your review starts. I don't know if I'm numb to these dime a dozen melodramas or the movie itself have a numb approach to it all. Probably both. The best compliment I could give this movie is looks like the swankiest Hallmark movie I've ever seen. That is all. The fact that McKenna Grace looks like a genuine classic Hollywood beauty just months after me seeing her in What We Hide makes me believe she's on some age acceleration drugs. And she might not be the only one. I'm just saying, there's a few of these shows that
Mm.
it's like, were you supposed to be kids?
Yeah. So McKenna Grace, yeah, she was in the most recent Ghostbusters movie too. Like she has aged
Indeed.
like 20 years over the course of 18 months. It's I can't help but not sound like a creepy old guy when I say it, but um it's just odd. The progression of 3 separate movies that I've seen her in. She plays like a 14-year-old in the Ghostbusters movie, then uh over mature like 15-year-old in What We Hide, and then Regretting You, she's like, the romantic lead, and it's just like, "Whoa, slow down. I'm not ready for any of this yet." Um, but it's a really shiny looking Hallmark movie, and I don't know how many of you are fans of the Hallmark movies, but I am not. Um, I there's an entire channel for those types of films. I don't know why a studio would go out of their way to make a dime a dozen Hallmark movie. Oh, I'm seeing color. Um, Forgive me, Marcy. I appreciate it. Super chat. We'll call it Under the Wire. I don't know if you saw it or not, but I did send my letterbox top 4 the other day, and you didn't react to it. But my top 4 Hot Fuzz snatched the nice guys in a Danish film called Blinkele. Lots of consonants in a
Perfect
row.
pronunciation.
Yeah, I have not. That's coming up, and I have a part 2 to the types of people on Letterbox. That video did actually quite well over on the Savage Cinema channel and on TikTok. So yes, there's the Letterbox thing hasn't happened yet, and there's more of that coming. The interactivity of that was quite warm. Thank you. Flickering Lights is the English title. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, Regretting You. Did you didn't end up seeing it? Did you, Gray?
I didn't. I kind of heard nothing good about it, so I kind of avoided it. I don't know. It's above 1.5, so maybe one day.
Yeah, I mean,
I like Hallmark movies.
Yeah, it 2 stars. Nothing to write home about, but yeah, it shot well. Some people deserve their paychecks. This makes me feel bad. All right, so 99 is Bad Haircut, which may technically not be out yet. You're going to notice that in a couple of movies that I've seen in 2025. What I'm doing is grading/ranking the version I've seen. So in case these movies get bought and things are tacked on, I will review them and re-rank them accordingly. But this is a Fantastic Fest film that I ironically did not put a review of. There is multiple videos of Gray and I discussing this. Um,
Some might say white knighting a little bit,
sure. Yeah,
but
Gray, you had a good time with it, all things considered.
I did. I really enjoyed the main actor in this. Well, I guess I don't know. It's billed as a Jake Busey film, which he is not the main actor
No.
in this by any means. Um, so I don't know, but the barber character in this, I absolutely loved his take on it. I thought it was what Nick Cage was trying to do in some of his more over the top roles.
Mm,
I think this guy hit it like Long Legs, for instance. I think this dude hit it a little bit more believable to me. His name is Frankie Ray. I don't know why we haven't heard of this guy before because the character that he was able to create here just it totally got me. But that being said, everybody else that I've talked to about this did not enjoy it nearly as much as me. So yeah, your mileage may vary, and you'll probably be more like Charles here.
yeah. It looks it looks really good. The same thing that I you know, it's not the same, but it's different. Regretting You looks good, but it's just eh. Bad Haircut looks like a movie that the opening shot looks like something out of like a Universal American Pie type thing. It was wild how many extras and people on set they had for it, and it was shot. It was it looks good. Nice flat lighting for a comedy. Um, it's just there's parts of it that I you know I have a hard time believing certain aspects of it. Um, but for a much longer discussion on that, go check out our Fantastic Fest coverage because we do go into quite a bit of detail on Bad Haircut, which may not technically be anywhere that you can watch it right now. So, put a pin in it.
Yet.
Yet, yeah, yeah, oh yeah, it'll get out there somewhere at some point, even if it's just dumped onto like a streaming service or something. Someone's gonna buy it because it looks good enough to you know I don't know. I don't want to say something that sounds like it's a backhanded slight, but it 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 should be just fine, even if it's on like Tubi or something.
Yeah, which sounds about right for him.
Yeah. Drum roll, please. Number 98. Snow White. Disney's very own. Um, yeah, it's another time to remind you I am not a girl. Um, don't have children. So what in the end, what the fuck does it matter what I have to say about Snow White? Because it's just not for me. Um, but um, with that said, what's the problem with just watching the animated version again? If you need like you could say that for so many
It's
so
old.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I want to see humans, not things that are animated. Um, yeah, so many of these Disney remake things were just like, what was the problem? But this appears to have quite a few warts, which I guess is on brand for the film. Um, Gal Gadot is not someone that I'm very inspired by when it comes to acting. Um,
Kind of looks the part though.
sure, sure, looks great, sure. Um, but everything else considered, I don't think this movie is worth. Well, I don't think it's worth anything. I don't think it's worth high praise or the extreme hatred that it has. That it seems like the internet exists only to, rage bait. This movie's just regular old shitty. It's not like offensively shitty. If you have a problem with an actor or two, that's one thing. But I don't think it's present in the film. Plus, there's the issue with the dwarves and lack thereof, and CGI ones, and it's like it's just this movie's just mired in bullshit. And like, unfortunately, the film itself is not worth any of the hype, the news, the anger. It's just I don't know. And from what I understand, people who have uh, young kids like watched it quite a bit on Disney Plus. So if this movie were a straight to Disney Plus thing, I don't think people would give a shit, which is kind of weird. But I mean, this is what 98 out of 125. I don't know why I'm going out of my way to defend this. Gray, how do you feel about Snow
Well,
Whit?
I like it a little bit less than you.
Fair
When I
enough.
look at a lot of these on your list, that we've talked about so far, I'd rather watch a bunch of them before watching Snow White ever again.
Fair.
Like the last one, Bad Haircut. I actually want to see that again when I can find a way to get a copy of that.
Mm,
They're just Frankie Ray's performance is just kind of over the top in the most amazing way to me, where there's nothing in Snow White that seems like a reason why I would ever go back to it.
mm,
Yeah, out of the live action ones, it just seems like one of the worst ones to me. That being said, I don't know if it deserves as much hate as it got. Like, it certainly became like a weird cultural thing where
mm.
people were hating it long before they knew anything about it simply because of, the interviews that preceded it. But, yeah, I don't know, man. It's not a good movie, and I think there's a lot of them that I'd like to watch a lot more than this
Right. Do you
one.
have
But I do have your review of it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so you watched it in, towards the end of March, and, you gave it 2 stars. I'm not quite sure how relevant this story is these days, despite some clear attempted connections, not to mention me not being remotely close to the target audience. Right off the bat, this should be recognized come award season for the set and costume design,
Ooh,
as it is fantastic.
I need to amend that.
Gal
Go
Gadot's ooh. Oh, there's award recognition going for this guy.
mm,
But Gal Gadot's acting is a bit stiff. But other than that, I just don't get what about this film is going to be drawing an audience in. There's better versions of this exact story. There's better versions of the modern message for families. And lastly, there's better movies that deserve your attention.
I
So it,
agree.
it doesn't sound like you're giving a glowing review to this, even though
No.
you did talk a bit of awards buzz for this movie.
Yeah,
Uh,
since this moron version of me thought this back in March, what an idiot. Um, Frankenstein and Wicked for All. What is it called? Wicked Once and Forever or whatever.
uh,
Yeah, whatever
Wicked
the
for Good.
Wicked for Good. Either of those movies will just shame whatever Snow White's potential is in both costume design and set design. So, you stupid idiot talking about March things. What a moron. Who is that guy? Charles? Oh, it's me. Um, yeah, yeah. Oh, how naive I was back then. But yeah, I neither of us are saying anything glowing, but I don't think. I mean, obviously, I didn't make a career out of talking about how offensive and devastating the film is either. So whatever that's worth. Number
Yeah.
97 is Mountainhead. I believe this was like a straight to Max thing or maybe Hulu.
I, I thought maybe Apple because I
Okay.
I had HBO, but I didn't see this
Yeah,
particular one.
it's definitely did not have a large theatrical release at the very least. Um, it's about 4 billionaires, and they're all like kind of differing in their value. Uh, and they're hiding out in like a mountain. Uh, I don't know, like a it's like a mansion in the mountains, and stupid decisions they're making with money affect the world economy. And I don't know. I don't know if it's supposed to be like a comedy, a haha comedy, but uh, not not a very good time. It says my review is there. Are you able to see that?
Yeah. So you gave it 2 stars. It looks like you watched it in June, and you said if you know anything, sorry, if you don't know anything about tech bro nonsense, this movie feels like something AI would script.
Ooh.
Ironically so. Uh,
Yeah.
I do have the blurb from the actual thing. They're saying Mountainhead, humanity is in their hands. A group of billionaire friends get together against the backdrop of a rolling international crisis. So I have no idea about this film. It's got Jason Schwartzman, Steve Carell, uh, Rami Youssef in it. That sounds awesome, but didn't rate highly for you.
Yeah. Um, I think it's one of those things. This was like it. I think the allure that I had to it was this movie was, I don't know, out or something when uh when Elon Musk was doing all of his fun things with the American government and his money. Um, but it just, I don't know. I guess I was expecting foolishly Steve Carell to be in some sort of new version of The Big Short, and that is not the case here, like at all. It's and I guess that's one of the benefits of having movies that are released to streaming. You're not going out of your way to go see it. You could stop it if you're having a bad time. You can watch something else. You don't have to get up and drive yourself home and all this other stuff. But it uh, 2 stars. I Whatever that's worth. It's not the worst, but it's far from memorable. Clearly. Number 96 is Borderline, and this is one with Jack Nicholson's son, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah,
and
and
Samara
Samara
Weaving.
Weaving, and I
Yeah.
guess this was directed by Samara Weaving's husband?
Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting. Um,
Yeah, but Ray Nicholson, Samara Weaving, and, that's kinda the only name that I recognize, but,
yeah, it's quirky, and Ray Nicholson playing something of a mentally unstable person is interesting considering who his lineage is. Are you able to click on that review for Borderline, Ray?
yes, I am. So it looks like you watched it in August, and you gave it 2 stars, and then you said, "What if Temu tried to make a Samara Weaving thriller?"
Jesus.
And that's kinda it on this.
Yeah.
Um, so the breakdown of it on, their blurb is, "You're cordially invited to a violently romantic comedy. After escaping from the mental hospital, a violent sociopath named Paul begins a dangerous rampage targeting Sophia, the world-famous pop star, obsessed with her. He takes Sophia hostage in her own home, acting under the delusional belief that they are getting married. Paul is desperate to prove his devotion, leading to tense and unpredictable situation." That sounds awesome, and
Yeah.
it's Samara Weaving. How could
Yeah.
this be wrong?
It's quirky. It's like a fucking, I don't know. It's quirky. There's like this, I don't know, mentally unwell aspect of it that I don't know, that they're trying to have their cake and eat it too. Well, having certain subject matter be funny, taking someone hostage, and a character loses their life, and it's still trying to be a black comedy, and her hurt isn't mental health, just so funny. People can be crazy sometimes, can't they? Um, I don't know.
I think so. I mean,
Sure.
an acquaintance of ours, a mutual friend, again, gave this one 5 stars.
What?
So, some people liked it.
Has he given anything
Yeah, I got
not 5 stars? What the fuck? 5, 5, 5, 3.5 is what I've heard from him.
It's hard to say. I'm only seeing the 5 so far. Wait, we had a couple of them that were,
Yeah, 3.5s.
3.5 to
Yeah.
7s. They were average.
Yeah. Samara Weaving was in a couple of movies last year, and I was especially. Which one's the good one? Bullish, bearish? What's the one where you're like, fuck? I don't see. Can you tell I'm not good with money because I don't have any? Bullish is you're skeptical. Bearish is not like you're really into it, right?
I think so. I believe that's how it breaks
Yeah,
down.
maybe I shouldn't use these words if I don't even know what the fuck they mean. Um, so there's another movie we'll be talking about in a bit that Samara Weaving was in that most people weren't that big on, but I really enjoyed it. So I don't feel as bad delivering this score and ranking for this Samara Weaving film because there's something else that she was in that I went the other way. You did not see Borderline, right, Ray?
I didn't, but based off of the huge discrepancy in yours and Multi's take on it, maybe I had to. Uh, yeah.
Mm. Number 95 is Hollow Road. Uh, um, shit. I want to say
You
that
watched it in August.
Mhm,
You gave it 2 stars.
mhm.
You do have a review for it, and this really feels like an idea that maybe has a bit more bite to it if it were a short,
Oh,
but it
no.
isn't. So it somehow feels bloated while miraculously being less than 90 minutes long. The last 10 minutes or so go a bit overboard, and because of the finale, I'm left questioning so many different things that happened in an otherwise boring movie. If you want to spend most of your movie in a car with people talking, may I suggest Daddy-O,
Yeah,
which was a decent flick.
I agree, me from the past, that's a better suggestion. Um, yeah, there's daughter in parents' car, and there's an accident, and she needs the parents to help her. Um, but it just the weight of things never really feels worth any of it. Yeah, it could have been a short. It really now I'm remembering, and the last 15 minutes or so is just so fucking weird and not worth the journey. You haven't seen Hollow Road, have you, Gray?
I haven't.
Good.
It sounds kinda interesting.
No, it
I
doesn't.
dug Daddy-O.
Yeah,
Why would I
don't
not dig more people in a car talking?
just watch Daddy-O
Yeah, I
instead
probably
then.
won't see it.
Um, all right, so number 94. Oh, I think this is the first documentary on the list. Yet another streaming service film. It is Breakdown 1975. This is rather new. I know I've watched this around Christmas time, because I think it was released in December. Um, it's I don't know. There are other movies like this where they have this focus on, oh, this time period. Imagine how important films and entertainment and pop culture are around this time period. The problem with Breakdown 1975 is like the point of the film is trying to suggest that 1975 was this like jumping off point for film, but there's a lot of movies that they talk about in this that are like 1977, 1979. Um, like I don't understand like what your thesis statement is for this movie, Breakdown 1975, when some of the things that you're highlighting are not 1975. I think there's even a thing or two where it's 1973, 1974. Um, I, I what did I put in the review?
Let me bring that right back up. So you're saying they're not just breaking down 75, you're getting bonus breakdown? That seems like a good thing, man. But in your review, you gave it 2 stars. It looks like your review was posted on the 24th. So
Jesus.
you're right around Christmas of December. Sorry. So, for the sake of the title of this film, a lot of their subject matter simply does not match. There are a bunch of movies that are from different years, and if perhaps the film were trying to imply that 1975 was the big shift, I would have preferred some instances of the way things were versus just having 1975 happened. Now here's clips from 3 movies from 1978. There
Yeah.
are far better documentaries about specific moments of society during the 70s. Even more focused subjects are explored better in other films. A nice starting off point if you want to head down some rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It,
I was actually considering, checking this one out. That's too bad. I thought it was actually something about 75 specifically,
yeah.
but
See, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just like hung up on the title. I think maybe if they're saying breakdowns 1970s or whatever, maybe that makes me feel better about it. But like to outright call it 1975, like this is when things went off. Um, I don't know if you're going to go out of your way to have 1975 be the thing. Like, let me know, like, what were things like prior to 1975? What happened because of 1975, and what type of effect did it have? Um, and I kind of believe that. I feel like there's this shift. I feel like editing and pacing in films around 1975 got different, right? Or like the Dog Day Afternoon, like that era of films, it seemed like you can get away with being a little bit quicker in your pacing for films. And I can't put my finger on what exactly that would be. I would appreciate if a film did do something like that. This just felt like, I love the 70s, and it wasn't even I love 1975. So, okay. Number 93. Oh, brother. It is, hey, stay still. It is Christie, and that is Sydney Sweeney in a movie that I don't know. It made $4, I think, when it came out, and the social media thing wanted to lay it at her feet, whether it be right wingers or left wingers. Turns out it's just a shitty movie. Like, I don't think people are as interested in this story as, you know, whoever's making the argument for the opposite end to be the reason of the failure is. I don't think people give a shit about this person. And I don't mean that so bluntly, but I didn't know who this person was. Uh, the fact that the movie has the character going through some ridiculous things towards the end of the movie, the fact that that like really happened shocked me because it was kind of intriguing. The problem with this movie, it feels like they're trying to have some sort of social commentary thing, some sort of, forgive the term, woke aspect of it, where the character is gay, but the way they present this movie, she ends up falling for her trainer and marrying him. And at no point throughout the middle hour of the movie does it feel like this is someone who's gay, who's, um, I don't know, dealing with things from a sexual aspect, or someone who's bi who's dealing with something. She starts off as in a gay relationship, and then her parents don't like it. And, well, to get better to succeed in my career, I need to marry my trainer. And that relationship's going to get really fucking weird. And then things like really pop off at the end. And there are moments where I don't believe some of the things that are happening. Like, she gets like arrogant and cocky, and there's like no sort of getting to that point. Like, it just, the movie's like trying to get you to think, yeah, obviously she's cocky now. And I remember feeling like, I don't believe that. You can't just have her be arrogant like that. That's not the way it works. And when things pop off in the third act, it is so bizarre. Um, you saw Christie.
Definitely. Yeah, I wanted it to hit a lot more. Like, it didn't feel like a sports biopic, but then it didn't feel like it really went into her that much, and it
Mm,
spent a lot of time on the boxing if it's really more about her and her. It just I guess I wanted more. I was hoping Sydney Sweeney would, get a chance to kinda showcase some range, and biopics are sometimes those opportunities. Just yeah, it was a miss for me. I think I had it in my bottom 50, but,
mm,
yeah, our mutual friend, Multi, he has it as an average movie, 3.5 stars.
mm. Finally, not a five.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sydney Sweeney had quite a year, and I think the buzz was around this movie as far as awards consideration. But I don't know about that. Um, yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I definitely heard a lot of people reveling in like the failure. Like this is
Yeah,
3 bombs in a row or
yeah.
something for her,
I,
which
I'm
fair
sorry.
enough. She seemed to turn that around with The Housemaid, so
Yeah,
good for her.
this movie, this movie didn't succeed or not the way it did because of her making a jeans ad. Like this, just a not. It's not good. Like people just end up not going to movies if they're not good. That happens too sometimes. And uh, I don't know what that Sydney Sweeney has done. Like as her as the like star of the vehicle. What has really succeeded in any sort of middling to large scale? There hasn't really been something that she's been in as the star, and it's really done well. She's in a bunch of like lower to mid tier budgeted things that have done well, but uh, I don't know if her star power is maybe presumed, or maybe she hasn't earned that star power. Like she's probably the it girl as far as when you think about um, voluptuous sex appeal in Hollywood, and like leans into it. But I don't know if star power. I don't even know if that's a thing really anymore. Anyway, but
That was the only thing that I was gonna jump in with is I don't know if there's any star who can do that. I mean, Tom Cruise can't do that anymore. And
right.
granted, yes, he's like in his 50s, but I can't think of anyone, like even Chalamet, it's not guaranteed.
Mm,
I would say maybe Chalamet and Zendaya are like the closest to guaranteed at this
yeah.
point, and I don't think it is. It's really kinda depending on the project, I should say.
Yep. Next is another documentary. It is number 92, Unknown Number, The High School Catfish. Um, I fell into the sinkhole of this movie. What are you laughing at?
I just read your review on it.
Is
Very
it
clever, sir.
is it a one letter thing?
It's 2 lines. So Unknown Catfish, sorry, Unknown Number, the high school catfish. You watched it in September, and your review of it were mistakes were made. Most crucially, me watching this.
Yeah. Um, so this was a hot thing for a day and a half or so on social media. Maybe this was a TikTok thing that like I just fell susceptible to all of the buzz. There's a reveal about someone being bullied in this documentary, I don't know, dramatization thing. And I'm sorry, I don't think the reveal of who it is that's bullying this young girl um, is worth it, and it's not um, it's not worth watching the entire movie. And someone's lines of reasoning for what happened was mistakes were made. And yeah, I'll say um, so it's a high school girl getting catfished and um, trolled by classmates, and she's trying to figure out who it is that's bullying her. And it turns out that it's someone that is unexpected, and it is the person who is doing that trolling that's startling and shocking, and all that other shit. Um, I don't know. I think like it, I don't know what's worse, the fact that when you find out who it is that does the bullying, that catfishing, is not that surprising to me. I don't know what that says about either my experience or the experience or just society as a whole, but I don't know. I've seen a lot of shit in comment sections, so I'm not surprised by much at all at this point. So the big reveal, I guess they leave you little seeds in the movie that kind of let on something that's coming up, but the juice is not worth the squeeze as far as I'm concerned. Let me get a swig here real quick. Now that we get to number 91, Oh, brother. Number 91 is Shelby Oaks. 2 stars. It is directed by a content creator on YouTube. Um, it feels like 3 different movies, and of those 3 different movies, the one in the middle is probably the most deficient. Um, Shout out to Christian who got me to watch the Poughkeepsie tapes. I feel like the first act reminds me quite a bit of the Poughkeepsie tapes, the way that pseudo mockumentary documentary thing is in that first act, and the third act really feels um, unconnected to both the first and second act. Feels like 3 separate stories happening in one different movie. Cinematography is fantastic. Um, Other than that, uh, it- rather unnoteworthy, if I do say so. Gray, are you with us? Are you able to read
I
my?
am. I couldn't for the life of me find it anywhere on here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I can't even find Shelby Oaks on
Oh,
Letterboxd for some reason.
oh,
Um, I'm not sure.
oh.
I'm
So
not seeing it anywhere, but I mean, clearly you you would have rated it. I don't know why it's not showing me
that's big
one,
YouTube
but
trying to prevent us from talking about it.
I think
Um,
so. Somehow I'm missing it. I don't know why I'm missing it. I can't find it. It seems like it would be one of the more recent ones since I think it came out after September,
yeah, it was
but I do not see it
October.
anywhere on here.
Okay, that's interesting. Uh, did you didn't see Shelby Oaks then?
I did. I happen to like it a little bit more than you and a lot of our mutuals. I don't know. I look at it as his first film, and
Sure.
as a first film, I don't think this is the worst thing. I don't know. I kind of, in a way, I kind of dig this. Oh, I think I realized what happened. I think I have it by release date, and it was technically released, I think, in 2024.
Oh,
I think that's my bad with that. I should be able to find it a little bit
um,
in just a moment. But I didn't hate it nearly as much. It felt like it was a bunch of familiar films, but I didn't kinda hate the version of these familiar films. That being said, it wasn't great. It is towards the lower, half of my
so
thing
I've
as well. There we go.
I
I have yours right here.
okay, I have it. It says this movie looks great as far as cinematography
Yep.
is concerned, but other than that, the movie's bookended by a first act that feels like some Blair Witch Poughkeepsie tapes blend, and a third act that feels like Rosemary's Baby slash Hereditary blend. That second act to
Mhm.
bridge the two just feels absolutely laborious and slow. The story doesn't feel like something that an artist has been waiting all their life to tell, but some shots look impressive. Um, by that, what
Completely
I
agree with you from the past.
yeah, by that what I mean is, if this is his first film, and like this is him, coming out and having his voice, this doesn't feel like something that someone was waiting a long time to tell. Like Get Out was Jordan Peele's first movie. However you feel about his movies after that, Get Out really felt like is something that he had to say with it, and it was kind of powerful. Osgood Perkins also. There are a couple of directors, most especially in the horror genre, that their first foray really feels like a declaration that I'm here. This is me. I didn't get that so much. On the other hand, I don't think for whatever it seems like people are racing to shit on this because of Chris Stuckman's uh his
Appreciation of films?
yeah, or his lack of criticizing films. Like I don't like the idea of you can criticize his work if you have a problem with the critic. That's one thing, but this is the filmmaker that's making it. Um, I really have an issue with the I don't know, circling around a corpse, um, just to capitalize on, and there's a lot of like rage bait shit that it happens quite a few times. And this was just one of those instances in October. I don't think it's worth the hatred. I didn't like it. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't. I don't think anyone that we know was particularly fond of it. So it feels like a kind of a middle of the road movie that has the most noise that I've ever heard. Like I feel like people who are shitting on it and saying it's like the worst thing, you're you're. I feel like you're exaggerating, and at the same time, I feel like the major defense that I've seen from people affiliated with the movie is, well, for the budget, for the budget, for the budget, and
But it's a decent budget. The budget is, that would give envy to almost any one that we saw at Fantastic Fest. Like, I don't think it was particularly low, and they not only that, but they also had, Flanagan come in and kinda give his 2 cents, and then they were able to do some extra shots that, Chris Stuckman wasn't gonna do with this,
yeah,
with an extra insurgence of money.
that's fine, Gray. But like when something's great and it's made for a third of what they did, we don't hear about. Yeah, but the budget. Yeah, but the budget. Um,
True.
I don't like. It doesn't feel like this movie was trying to be Star Wars on a $1 million budget. Um, it feels like a weird crutch to lean on because, like, what about the budget? If you tripled the budget? What is better about this movie is my question, because I don't know. I feel like if something really shined and the money was a detriment, is the script would show that. There's another movie that played at Fantastic Fest that comes up in a little bit, that I feel like you give that movie this budget and it's a far better experience to me. I don't know, perhaps without seeing what Shelby Oaks is in a $4 million instance, without seeing that, I don't understand what that defense is. It does feel like a bit of a crutch to me, but at the same time, I don't see people saying this is the greatest thing ever. If anything, I've
True.
seen quite a few people who are like, yeah, it's a good first attempt. I don't think anyone's out there saying that Stuckman has come out and showed that he's the new Spielberg or anything. But you know,
No. I just think there's a couple other ones on my list. For instance, I believe it was Tina Ramiro's first one, Queens of the Dead. I think this showed a little bit more maturity in what ended up on the screen than like that one, for instance. So I don't know. Generally, I don't like a lot of people's first ones or student films, but I don't know. There's some kernels of something there. I do want to see
yeah,
what he does next, but this was not my cup of tea.
yeah, and the credit, cinematography, his. I mean, if anything, you'll notice that this is a person who's watched a ton of movies. From the cinematography, at the very least, there's lots of influences there. Which, I mean, I can't say the same for another small budget uh, content creator that ended up trying to direct things, that a lot of movie experience but doesn't really look like it on screen. There's something there. If anything, like the detriment in this film is probably the writing. If Stuckman can direct someone else's script, that'd be interesting. It's not, I'm not completely turned off by it, but at the same time, I don't know anyone who is saying anything like 5 stars. Oh my God, he's here. Everyone, he's here. So whatever the fuck. Um, I'm not doing the internet right, very clearly. Number 90, Americana. And this is the Sydney Sweeney bracket, apparently.
Mhm.
Do you have that? I think
I
this is the one
do.
with Halsey in it, right?
That is correct. Yeah, so it looks like you watched it in September. You gave it 2 stars, and you said, "Halsey has caught my attention with her acting skills." Sydney Sweeney, on the other hand, not exactly the best representation of a person with a stammer I could endorse. I wish that that would be my only issue, but cartoonish portrayal of stuttering aside, the movie appears to be mimicking feelings, not understanding them. Um, I can definitely hear what you're saying in that, and there's another movie that, I don't there's been a few of them on the stuttering thing that I think have kinda got it right. This did kinda rub me wrong with that particular portrayal, and then it's also kind of forgettable, but when you, like, look at the actual, whatever you wanna call it, the summation of the movie, when a rare Lakota Ghost, shirt falls into the black market in a small Dakota town, the lives of local outsiders and outcasts violently intertwine. That sounds kinda cool. I don't remember that actually happening in the movie. If it does, it feels very I don't know. It's kind of a nothing movie that I wanted to love. There's a lot of really good actors in it. I always love, what's his name? Paul Walter Hauser or whatever.
Mm,
I like that guy a lot. I was wanting to like this one, but, I
yeah,
don't, sadly.
yeah. Um, yeah, I don't consider the fact that I have a stammer, consider the fact that I have a neurological disorder. It sometimes I'll just chew a word. This to me feels like and sounds like some, you know, Billy Madison today Jr. Like, I'm not giving Sydney Sweeney credit for a very cartoonish portrayal of someone with a stutter. Um, not the best work. Her performance is better in Christie for whatever the fuck that's worth. But I'm not giving awards out for anything she did in 2025. Although I hadn't seen
Well, you didn't see The Housemaid,
Housemaid. Yep.
have you?
No, I haven't.
It's her
So
best work of 2025, in
okay,
my opinion.
I believe that.
My humble opinion.
I would believe that. Yep. So it's weird. I have a lot of like canker sores here in the middle. Um, Number 89 is Now You See Me, Now You Don't. I was angry when I finished this movie. Fucking pointless. It's the type of movie that um when something happens in it, I forget that, oh yeah, this is a different character. That character wasn't in the second one. And only because they're having like all of the gang come back together, which reminds you that um what it I don't know. I'm not wowed by magic to begin with. And I think when you're
Are
doing sorry?
I was just gonna ask, are you a fan of the other ones? Because this is, like, the 3rd in the series, right?
Yeah. The first one was okay. Um, but I don't know. I don't like I think filmmaking and cinema is uh impressive and it's its own magic. I think you have to be of a certain mindset to be impressed by both movies and magic in movies because like you can really do sleight of hand stuff with editing. So I don't know. Are you able to click on that review? I think I say something about just not feeling the whimsy of
Yes.
it.
Yeah, so you did it December of this
Jesus
year of
Christ.
this last year, excuse me. I'm assuming anybody who would find this sort of thing captivating may be able to use some suspension of disbelief, but I'm not that person, and I find myself sighing rather than gasping. Um, I like your review on that. I think that's kinda what I experienced on the first one. I just kinda tapped out after that first one.
Mm, for good
I think it
reason.
would be for me. I love getting a team together. Uh, like, damn right, I'm in. Let's do this. And then you get magic in there. Like, yes, I love magic. I love stage magic, illusion, make me believe. But something about this just doesn't add up to me. And I don't know why it's a franchise, but this one did not do nearly as good as the other two.
Yeah. Who needs this, and why does it feel like they want to make 5 more of them? Is a better question I'd like to ask. Uh,
Mhm.
Um, yeah, I don't like. I have a blind spot to this franchise because I didn't realize this is something that should exist and or should continue to exist. But what the fuck do I know? They got everyone to come back, so I swear, is the mob like really well in place in Hollywood lately, and they're trying to fucking launder money through these things? Because some of these things just don't make sense to me. Like, how is this being made? How are all these actors coming back to make these things, and why?
I
And
mean, potential money, I'm assuming?
yeah, I guess. Um, Number 88. Oh, a documentary that I don't know. It's number 88 is Homegrown. There's political elements in it, so however you feel about that, maybe steer clear of it. The movie follows a couple of people that um, either have something to do with or are flirting with um, January 6th, 2021. And oddly enough, this film has footage of people who end up going to January 6th, 2021. And they're being
Hmm.
followed by these filmmakers prior to that day. Um, I think it's 3 separate people who are in the MAGA universe, and how they feel about the state of the country in 2020, and um, the lengths that they're going to make sure that Trump gets reelected in 2020. Some people um, do things that aren't the most legal. Gray, are you able to click that review?
I am. Sorry, I was just bringing up another one. Here we go, Homegrown. It looks like you watched it in October, and, you gave it 2 stars. I don't know if there's much in this doc that could be perceived as shocking. The poignancy of listening to a man try to defend police violence with a "don't commit crimes," only to take part in at least 2 separate crimes within this footage itself, while also not wanting to be in jail for the birth of his baby, is just what's horrifying. Nobody anywhere is taking a moment to have self-reflection, and there's just far too much making reasons, for what you believe. This movie doesn't really present anything from a narrative, but nor does it challenge anything either. I'm glad that I can say that I don't really know the political perspectives of the filmmakers, but it feels more like a day in the life documentation than anything else. There's no diagnosis for the actions and beliefs within the film, but for it to be so close to such monumental events makes it worth a watch. Thank God, all of that was in our past, eh? Oh, you're Canadian now.
Well, and what I'm saying there is, man, that Trump period, wasn't that crazy? Everyone, oh, thank God that's over.
Yeah, I feel like I really butchered your review there, but, man, I think that makes me need to see this. I didn't realize I've never heard anything about this documentary, so I need to
Yeah.
check it out.
So what I meant by I'm unaware of the filmmaker's affiliation. If you told me that they're like right wing, I wouldn't disbelieve it. If you told me that they were left wing, I also wouldn't disbelieve it, which is interesting. But there is a moment where someone who gets arrested, um, when they're asked about immigrants in the U.S. At that time, his reasoning is, well, just don't break the law. And like that's all he has to say. And then later on in that film, he's like, "Oh, I can't go to jail. Yeah, my girl is pregnant." And it's like, "Yeah, but you broke the law, so you could have listened to your own advice." And the movie doesn't take that moment to like the filmmaker doesn't say, "Yeah, but 6 months ago you said for people to avoid going to jail by not breaking the law." and you're just kind of saying, "Oh, this sucks." Um, I guess I appreciate them not challenging that, but it doesn't really feel supportive or conflicting in either way. It just is a fly in the wall type thing, and some of it's interesting, some of it's troubling, and there are people over the course of the movie that are like, um, "I can't believe this happened." Yes, Doc. Maybe I'll head to Venezuela. It'll be okay down there, right?
I hear you might want to travel on something other than a boat.
Number 87, Begonia. Oh, I didn't put a review. That's obnoxious.
I didn't, and this is the first one that I highly disagree with you about. The
Well,
other ones I'll accept, but how dare you, sir?
yeah,
How dare you?
well, take the floor and sell me on Begonia and why 87 is just not right.
I think you'll be seeing where I placed it, and I just see it as a masterpiece. I think it's one of the most approachable Yorgos Lanthimos films. It still has a very odd slant to it, as everything Yorgos Lanthimos does. But man, it's so it is kind of his take on this Korean film called. I'm forgetting what it's actually called, but it's like something of a Blue Planet. But it's a very loose adaptation of it. It is almost nothing like his amazing masterpiece right here. Just I love what they're able to do cinematography wise, just the placement of the camera. There's certain scenes that I could watch play out a million different times. Especially there's a scene where you're inside of a house while action is taking place outside of a house. Just man, that works so much for me, and it's hilarious, and it's just so artistic. Man, I dig this film, and I think it's a little bit less, I don't know, what would you call it, surreal than a lot of his other films. Well, it still has an interesting subject matter,
Is it?
and just for me, it hit on all cylinders. Well, it's not super surreal.
Y-
It's
y-
pretty straightforward.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I mean,
It's
something.
not that you need to, like, choose an animal to become, and then,
Yeah. Fair
I don't know,
enough.
I love The Lobster, but, like, try and get, like, my parents or my parents-in-law, like, you try explaining that to somebody why they need to see that, and it becomes a little bit more difficult where there's these people who think that they have caught an alien. That sounds awesome to me.
Sure.
And Clement's performance and, his partner are just, like, amazing to me, and then where Emma Stone is willing to go with this, just to me, this is one of my favorite films of the year.
Yeah, I feel like it's both obvious and not at the same time. However, that's possible. Like you said, you're under the belief that this dude's crazy and he feels like he's captured an alien, but there's nothing really to suggest that. And things happen in the third act that are either completely surprising or not. And I feel like that.
And I might be super biased to this because one of my favorite actors, an up and comer, is in this. A man I have a calendar of right behind me, but Stavi, baby. We got Stavros Halkias is in this as a cop, like a
Mhm.
great, perfect role for him. What can I
Sure.
say? I love this film and every actor that's in it, and
Yeah.
I like where it took me emotionally.
I think at Yorgos, I just am not on the right wavelength. It's just one of those things where like you just aren't. You're either into someone's work or you're not. And for as much as I have a certain appreciation for something like Poor Things, um, everything since then is just kind of, I don't know, kinds of kindness just didn't hit for me. And Begonia's a bit more of the same. I no,
I get it. I just disagree,
it's fair.
but I
It's
respect it. It's
I mean,
definitely not for everybody.
and there's certainly probably a hell of a lot more people who are on your side of the thing in regards to this than I am. It's just I don't know. I'm no. It's the third act for me. It was just like really. I don't know what I was expecting, but
I I love the 3rd act.
yeah,
But fair enough, to
I
each
bet.
their own,
Yeah,
you'll get
sure.
different mileage. The
Hmm.
the score in this also just, man, everything about this, their use of color, just, I love this film. But fair enough.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna tell you you need to love it. Clearly,
good,
it's Yorgos
because
Lanthimos.
I
Not everyone
don't.
loves his stuff. I get you. I disagree with you. It should not be this low in the list. Even if it's not your cup of tea, you should know that it's a better cup of tea than, I don't know, like the next 4 of them you're putting up here.
But I like coffee, so that's part of the problem with Yorgos. Not my cup of tea, especially considering I like coffee. Number
Hmm.
86 for me is The Family McMullen, which is a sequel to The Brothers McMullen. Um, and for the longest time of the movie, I was thinking I was watching a sequel to She's the One, which is another film by the director. And it's
Oh,
not.
that's funny.
It's not a film sequel to She's the One. It's a sequel to The Brothers McMullen. Are you able to read the review?
Yeah. I got that one up here. So it looks like December you watched this, so for the holidays. But this movie feels like a performer's movie
Yeah.
rather than a visual slash storyteller's movie. For the longest stretch, I was misremembering She's the One as the film I was trying to connect the dots to, and actually shook me into place when I realized The Brothers McMullen was actually properly the movie that should be remembered. All in all, it just feels like a Hallmark movie for those 90s monologue directors. Gen X is officially grandpa age now. I'm just gonna watch The Ref instead, which I think is a great choice against most of these movies.
I agree.
You know, watch The Ref. Great holiday flick.
Yeah, if I could say anything, watch The Ref over 115 of the movies on this list, if you must. Um, yeah, it's a holiday movie, but yeah, a great summary me from 2 weeks ago. It's a good. I don't know if you want to watch a Hallmark movie, but in that 90s indie director feel, sure. I don't know. Nothing really jumped out at me. It didn't really feel that great. And yeah, it feels like it could be like a play, like a stage play, and not so much a film.
Mhm.
That's what I mean by performers movie, where it's just people with long sets of monologues and or dialogue, where it's just the camera doesn't really need to do anything. It's just listen to these people talk. They're talking about how great it is to be a New Yorker, and I don't. Yeah, okay. I don't need to see this on a big screen. That's for sure. Um, on the other hand, number 85, huh, um, visual aspect does play a part in The Surfer, which I'm kind of getting frustrated now because it seems like Nicolas Cage, for every darling movie that he has that comes out, there's like 2 to 3 just, "What the fuck was that?" And The
The
Surfer,
darlings don't pay the bills.
yeah, fair enough. I hope The Surfer did because woof. Um, the saturation in this movie is fucking wild. And um, are you able to read that review?
I am. So I've actually wanted to watch this one for a while. I think it was like a 2024 film or something, or it like hit the festival circuit
Yeah,
back then. I just remember this cover and thinking like, "Oh, that's really interesting." And Nick Cage is a surfer. Let me look at that. But I never did. So I'm glad you were able to. You gave it 2.5 stars, so we're out of the twos now. We're
interesting.
moving up to what, an average? So this would be 5 out of 10. Not not too bad.
Mm.
So it looks like you rated this in July and you got somewhat political with it.
Oh no.
An accurate portrayal of how immigrants are treated, seemingly everywhere, but with ridiculous amounts of saturation. Uh, I I don't know, like, when you say ridiculous, is it unpleasant, how much it's
Oh,
saturated?
it's everything's blue and orange. It's just blue and orange.
I mean, that
Um,
could be cool, but,
yeah,
I don't know, it doesn't sound like they pulled it off well.
it's a little Mad Maxy looking with Mad Max Fury Road.
Mhm.
Um, with the color, skin color looks a little Trumpy, if I do say so. That is not me trying to be political, mind you. It's just dude trying to buy a house near a beach, and he's staying over the night in the parking lot, and the locals have a problem with him being Nicolas Cage's character, and none of it is really believable. It kind of gets extreme and ridiculous, and yes, Julian McMahon is in this, and looks great. Um, but I don't know. It's weird. It's bizarre. There's like trippy mushroom type moments where hallucinations are had. Um, I don't know. It's just it feels like par for the course with Nicolas Cage stuff where I'm just not in the mood to be weird like this, and it's not a charming weird. It's just weird.
Oh man, it sounds kind of awesome to me. This and Pillion kind of they're on a list for me right now.
All right.
What can I say? I'm
Well,
gonna check it out
you're
based
gonna
solely on your review.
you're gonna have 400 things watched by next weekend. um, next, oh boy, number 84 is Captain America: Brave New World. I have no review for it. I could see
Didn't
that
see
here.
a review for this one.
Yeah, good for
Yeah.
me. If Gray brought it up earlier, I agree with everything Gray says. I am so over everything in regards to uh, superhero stuff. I have so much fatigue. I just can't.
Clayface though. Clayface is gonna be
That's
awesome.
DC, so sure. I guess there's that. Um, whatever. Um, yeah, it didn't stick out to me. Of all the Marvel stuff that came out last year, I'm shocked that the Captain America thing is just like, oh yeah, that happened. Kind of startling. Um, number
It sucks because there's potential for a good story there. The
sure.
show, uh, now I'm forgetting Falcon and the Winter Soldier. It told almost the same story, but it went in a lot harder, and I don't know, it kind of undoes that, where I don't know, maybe they had another film in mind when they had completely different actors the first time, but it feels like an amalgam of 3, and none of them quite work together, and they never fully lean into any of them, and just man, what they do with a legacy villain that was there from the beginning, just man, why did they do this? None of this makes sense to me.
Yeah, and
But,
Troy.
I'm kinda mad at you for your next one. How
Okay,
dare you, sir?
we can get at it. Troy says we are getting into the point where it's how do we actually list this? It's just a bunch of forgettable shit. And yes, something to what I was talking about earlier is the stuff on the bottom is bad, but we're at the point where it's not not mediocre. It's just bad, forgettable, and boring. And I think that's worse because that like War of the Worlds. I remember what sucks about it, and I remember laughing and being angry at the same time. Some of these movies, like I really, I keep trying to remind myself to take notes and don't be an asshole and write a one sentence fucking review for reasons like this. But some of this shit is just it's like this is the portion of the list where it's really hard to say anything worthwhile. I feel bad for people who maybe watch 2 or 3 movies a year and have interest in something like The Surfer. Like if The Surfer is one of the 3 movies you watched that came out last year, oh my god, like that's a lot of pressure to put on that movie. Um, yeah, I don't know. I, I don't know what the solution here is, but um, yeah, don't make movies in this chunk. The make or break films you're depending on is the best way I can put it. Honey Don't is what I have at 83. Um, Gray, you're a fan, as I'm assuming from your
I
offense taken.
I am. I mean, I don't have it down there in the 80s, and, I've seen a couple more, so I'm just taking offense that you put it that low. I think it's better than some of these other things, But then it also shocks me that you have Begonia below this one, where so everyone compares it to a Coen Brothers film, but it's not. It's part of this trilogy that Ethan Cohen is doing with I believe it's Trisha Cook, his wife, and they're doing a B movie trilogy where it's literally supposed to be a B movie. Like Planet Terror, like Death Proof. When you're holding it up to like Tarantino's other ones, like yeah, it doesn't really hold a candle, but it is trying to be a B movie. It's trying to be, one of those type of flicks where
Hmm.
I don't know. To me, I would rate this slightly differently. I wouldn't look at it like, it's meant to be like an award winner or anything
Hmm.
like that. It's meant to be a B movie. And what they're able to do with this one that they weren't able to do with now I'm forgetting Driveway Dolls. Sorry, I was stalling trying to come up with the first one in this trilogy. This is so much more effective in every possible way,
I would agree with that.
including not using like the worst accent ever. I absolutely love Margaret Qualley, but man, in Driveway Dolls, just that accent is so over the top, and I cannot do it. However, this one, man, it seems like it's such a cut above, and it just reminds me of a lot of those exploitation films, just one of those B movies that I absolutely love. And the amount of nudity and where they're able to go with this, I think it is perfect B movie schlock. It is what it should be.
Yeah.
So I have it a little bit higher. I think it's towards the upper third of mine,
Yeah.
but it's not meant to be a great movie.
Yeah. No, it's an improvement over fuck. See,
Driveway Dolls.
yeah, Driveway Dolls. But I don't know. When the Coens do comedy and it fucking works, you get something like Fargo, and this is nowhere near Fargo. Um,
I think kinda like maybe it's just because 'cause they're brothers, but I think when they're able to kinda edit each other, man, do their
yeah,
strengths work so well
yeah.
together where I dug the Macbeth movie, but I think it coulda used a little bit more levity, and I think that's what Ethan kinda brought to it. Kind of like, the Safdie brothers. I really like what they can do together, but apart, I don't know. I think they kinda check each other. I think there's, like, an extra element, an
Mhm.
extra check on that where, yeah, I haven't kinda dug their separate things as much as together.
Do
There's certain people that should work as a duo.
do you have access to the review? I don't know what I
I
said it.
do. So you reviewed this in September, so somewhat recently. As far as Cohen comedies are concerned, this is a bit watered down, second rate, and sloppy. I don't doubt for a second that the people performing in this movie brought their A game, but the material just doesn't cut it for me. It feels like something that has the Cohen charm, but there's just something off about it. Teenage me would find this movie far more appealing due to visual aesthetics, but adult me tends to get frustrated with the lack of engaging and focused story. The garnish is great and all, but the meal isn't anything to write home about.
Yeah,
And I would agree with you if you're putting it up against like, traditional Coen Brothers movies, but B movie, man. It's part of a B movie trilogy.
dude, 14-year-old me would be pausing quite a few times during that movie,
I
but
mean, Aubrey Plaza and Margaret
sure,
Qualley,
sure.
just man, I don't know if you could get more beautiful women on
Chef's
screen, but,
kiss, sure.
good times.
Unfortunately, when you're watching 125 movies a year, that shit is not worth going to the fucking movie for, that's for sure. Hate to be a fucking ogre about it, but yeah, you're gonna have to give me more than tits if you're giving me 90 minutes of nothing. Um, 82.
Marcy happens to just throw out something there that's, triggering me a bit. Seriously, though, the Coen brothers haven't made a good film since the 2000s. How dare you, Marcy? I absolutely love A Quiet Man, and, one of my favorite ones, Llewyn Davis, Inside Llewyn Davis is just it is my go-to, like, depression film. It is just so amazing. That thing is a masterpiece, and they got a couple other ones. I really like The Ballad of Buster Scruggs. I think you're sleeping on some of these awesome ones.
Keep
They
meaning
got a
to
few stinkers, though.
get around to Llewyn Davis. I have not watched it, but I also have
If you're
depression, so
depressed, oh, chef's kiss. Like, it is just oh, yes.
so wait,
I think as an artist, you could, definitely relate to some of what goes on in this and some of that seeing the people around you succeed where you're trying to, and, I don't know, some of that envy. Just, I really dig that film, but, it's kinda dark. It's not a feel-good film.
Okay. Um, 82 is Dangerous Animals. Um, recently, Emily, and her father watched this. Emily, her father, and I watched this, and we had a good time. Not enjoying the movie. We enjoyed our bickering back and forth with just how unbelievable it is. Um, are you able to click that review? I'm trying to see if I
Yes.
was an asshole.
So you reviewed it on July 31st, so just barely squeaked by in July. But, your two-star rating says, "What if fresh, but sharks?" Question mark.
That's it, huh?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm an asshole. Um, yeah, it's weird. It doesn't take itself too seriously, which I guess is something you want from a movie like this. But um, there's um, I don't know the space of things that are being shown, and there are scenes where you're in the belly of a boat that you should be able to touch each wall arm to arm. That things just don't make sense. The size of some of these locations, and we were having quite a good time just pointing out how the inside doesn't match the boat that is on the screen. Um, it's doofy. It's um, I don't know. Have you seen Dangerous Animals, Gray?
I haven't, it looked kinda interesting to me. I kinda like, what's his name, Jai Courtney, and then the idea of, like, a serial killer using sharks, that sounds interesting, but, I don't know why I just never saw it.
Yeah, and he needs to buy tapes to document his I don't know. It's weird. It's an odd movie. It just feels like I mean, if they were playing it seriously, if it felt like they were taking the movie seriously, it would be kind of offensive, but they're not. So I don't know. It's like the opposite of the Winnie the Pooh, the fucking Bambi the Reckoning. They're acknowledging it like this is kind of dumb. So points for that, I guess, but it's still doofy. You got to be in the right mood, and I guess for what it's worth, we had fun with this movie on, and I'd rather if people remembered me for something, I'd rather them have fun with something I've done rather than just be miserable and forget it. So you could do far worse, in my opinion. Far worse. 81. This was a buzzer beater as well. This is Chaperone. Um, how do I explain this? Woman in her late 20s starts dating uh,
29.
29, dating a high school age kid. And
A bright 18-year-old
yeah,
athlete.
um, and she keeps her age a secret from him. He thinks that she's uh, the same age as him. So an 18-year-old guy or a 19-year-old guy dating a 29-year-old girl that is immature for her age, but something of a fuck up. And like that's what's immature about her is, she makes mistakes that high school age kids do. Um, it, I don't know. You could do worse. What is on the review that I wrote 2 days ago?
Yeah, so this one just barely made it in, before the new year, but,
Mhm.
you gave it 2.5 stars, and the moral of the story is, when you have bangs, you look 13 years younger. The cat was the only character that looked their age in this movie.
Yes, yes.
Uh,
There's a cat.
I don't know, it sounds interesting. I didn't hear anything about this one. Uh,
There's a cat
oh,
that's 17. Um, the young woman is 29, but she looks 18. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. There's a kid who's 18 but looks 35. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. The cat looks its age. Um, I don't know. It's I don't know if it would be easier to believe if I believed the age of the characters. Um, the one thing that the female character keeps doing, she keeps taking like a frozen spoon and patting her eye wrinkles down or whatever the fuck. I don't know. High school age kids don't do that just yet, but I don't know. Fucking what's her face from Stranger Things is getting all types of work done, and she's 21. Um,
She
I
doesn't look it.
don't know. Right. Um, yeah. eh, I'm trying to think if yeah, there's still a handful of romantic drama movies that are coming up that I've seen in the year. This is probably on streaming somewhere. I don't know. It's there's nothing about it that will be memorable. Just the age of the characters. She's 29. She looks every bit of 29. He looks a bit old for 18. And if anything, the boy, his mother, looks younger than just never mind. It's the things that I was focusing on was like, I'm not paying attention because I'm more concerned about what the ages are of these characters. Um, yeah, that's it. The last thing we'll do before taking a little bit of a break is number 80. I think you've seen this, if I'm not mistaken. Great, the Smashing
Yes,
Machine.
sir. Yeah. I was hoping to love it, and I really like the documentary that also has the same title, The Smashing Machine. And then when I heard that I believe this one was Benny Safdie.
Hmm.
I heard that he was in charge of it. Absolutely loved Uncut Gems. So I thought,
Mm.
okay, if they can bring that kind of weird energy to what's going on in a UFC ring, oh man, this could be amazing. And yeah, I just do not dig this film. It just felt like kind of nothing. And where I felt something from Begonia and I felt something for Honey Don't, I would want to watch both of those. Where I don't ever want to see the Smashing Machine again. If there is something in there, I totally missed it, but I'd watch the documentary any day over this.
Yeah. um they try to imply that there's certain things that he's getting over and he's having a hard time with, like he has something of an addiction in the movie. He's either addicted to painkillers and or steroids, but there's a moment in the film where he just says, "Bah, I'm not doing this anymore." And it's like, "Oh, okay, that's conflict, I guess." Just fucking throwing a needle down and saying, "No, I'm done with this." Um that doesn't work.
I've had enough.
Even if it was like real life. Yeah, that reminds me of Neil Breen. Neil Breen, who's I don't need these pills anymore and throws them out. Like that is literally a thing that happens in a Neil Breen film. Um, it if you're even if it did happen in real life that way, you zhuzh it up for the sake of you know a drama, a movie, conflict, having something feel like a bit more important than it was. And I don't know, just it just feels like Oscar bait without any of the work that goes into it. Like, it just feels like it's
Mhm.
going through the motions just because this is what we need to do. And I, I didn't care for it really at all. I was I this is another movie that I had to stop for a little bit and, like, take a breather and say, Am I not in the mood for this, or is this kinda shitty?" It's kinda shitty, if I do say so based on my experience with it, broken up into 2 sessions. What do I have as far as review is concerned? Excuse me?
So it looks like you rated this in November, and your review is the one thing every story needs is conflict. This has that in two variations. However, at no point during this movie do I feel a connection or an investment in either the career or the personal life conflicts. The voyeuristic cinematography choices either help or hurt that aspect for me, but not quite sure if that's intentional or good. So I just end up feeling disconnected and frankly bored, which is kinda where I was at with the film as well. It just kinda ends, and then all of a sudden, you've got this weird thing going on. Like, I was like, "Oh, that's it?" And then all of
Yeah.
a sudden, there's kind of an extra scene on there that, I don't know, I guess I was just hoping to feel more from
Yeah.
this. I felt so much from the documentary. I thought, "Why do you need to redo this?" But okay, let's
Yeah.
see what they can do with it.
It's like if you know the real life thing, then like there's a part of this that feels like every other like I don't know if that's fair to say this, but it feels like every biopic where it's like, when's a person going to die? And it just doesn't do that. We're just like, oh, shopping in a supermarket. Cool. Why did we need this? I don't know.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing that I saw. I expected better, I guess. I'm just
Mm,
slightly disappointed in, I believe it was Josh Safdie, uh, the Safdie responsible.
mm. All right, so we're gonna take a quick breather.
Benny Safdie, I'm sorry, I screwed up, Josh. I appreciated yours more.
Um, if you want to take a break for a second, I'll get
Sure.
to the comments here.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Oh, what did
That
you think
works
I
for me.
meant?
I thought you were gonna say if I wanted to go through my, whatever, 20, I thought I'd give you a break, but if you wanna go through the comments,
Well,
my no.
if you want to do that, you can, because I can certainly get rid of some fluid in my system.
Alright, let me tap you out then.
Okay,
We can go through my 20 quite quickly.
cool.
So at number 100, again, hey, guys, remember, this is a fundraiser for Charles, and, he could use the funds. He's sacrificing body for you guys, and, what is this, like, 6 hours in? It feels like we're already at 6 hours, and he's got 80 more movies to talk about. So, come on, think of all the quality content. Help this guy pay the doctors who are, hounding him down so that he can go to more doctors and then rack up the debt. It's a never-ending cycle, but help him end some of the madness. But, yeah, my films that I saw, I don't have, a lot of the same ones that, he has in this, but, at 100, I have a Mad Magazine documentary. It's, When the World or When We Went Mad. It's kinda the starting of Mad Magazine and kinda the history of it. It's pretty awesome. I'd seen a couple YouTube documentaries that were very similar to this. It's kinda nothing to write home about, but hey, if you like Mad Magazine, this really walks you through everything. At 99, I have, I think, the second thing that we ended up seeing at Fantastic Fest. Uh, I want to see where they're going with this for the next one, but for me, it kinda didn't get me where I wanted it to get to. Some people are saying that this is the new latest, slasher or latest, like Ghostface, Jason. It's kind of the latest totem of horror. It's Dolly, and, there's a really interesting character that they make in this where, it is kind of a slasher that has, part of a porcelain doll on their head, and, it's a very iconic character. I just wanted a little bit more out of the story. But, check that out. I think it should be releasing sometime this year. I think the horror community is gonna back this one a little bit harder than I have. At number 98, I have this weird movie called Anniversary. It has a bunch of time jumps, but it's kind of an interesting horror, political thriller thing. It's okay. It's not the worst thing that I saw. At 97, I have another musical biopic. I don't know who this is for. It's the recent one, Song Sung Blue. So if it was like a Neil Diamond biopic, that would make sense to me, but it's not. It's a Neil Diamond cover band biopic, which I'm not exactly sure who that's for. I think Hugh Jackman did good, and, now I'm blanking on her name, Kate Hudson. I thought they did okay. There's some tragedy that happens in this thing, but overall, I'm kinda just left wondering why this biopic was made. It feels like you could kinda take a story elsewhere if you just didn't use that whole biopic thing. But it's an interesting choice, not the worst one I saw. Number 96, I thought was just slightly better. We just talked about it, but The Smashing Machine. To me, not the greatest. Apparently, I enjoyed just slightly more than The Smashing Machine. At number 95, Shelby Oaks. Yeah, it's not great. It's his first film. Uh, at number 94, I have my second Marvel film of the year, Thunderbolts. It's an okay film. It's kind of meh, but I was hoping to be wowed from it. I heard some really positive reviews, and maybe I got my hopes up too high, but it was just kind of eh. It is not the best film on tragedy that I've seen this year. At 93, I have Death of a Unicorn. I usually really love some A24 films, and I thought this one would be amazing. I love me some Paul Rudd, love Jenna Ortega. The idea of like, these cryptids or magical creatures are out there. I don't know. That sounds fun. And just for some reason, that just kind of missed for me. At 92, I have Clown in the Cornfield or in a Cornfield. I heard some really good things about this, and I was just expecting to get like an amazing clown slasher, and it's okay. It's not horrible. It's towards the second, third of my list. And then at 91, I heard almost the most glowing review about this film, and that nobody was talking about it. So I really wanted to see it. It's again another meditation on trauma and grief. It's Benedict Cumberbatch, The Thing with Feathers, and man, there's some really cool puppetry going on in this, some practical effects, but it is just such a slow slog, and I feel like I've seen grief and tragedy combated in almost a similar way, but done better. So, for me, sadly, that just makes it to 91. And 90, I've got Avatar, Fire, and Ash.
Whoa.
Uh, it's not bad by any means, but I feel like I've seen exactly what we got on screen in the last two. I don't feel like this added a whole lot to it. And apparently, where he wants to go with the next few are the next two, provided that this one is a success, which, hey, it saved cinema. So it must be a success. Apparently there's gonna be big time jumps where, "Okay, why aren't we doing that? Why are we sticking with this thing?" I don't know, it felt unnecessary to me, but maybe I'm wrong. I did also see this in IMAX 3D, and I just absolutely hate the glasses, so maybe I was bringing that to this experience. At 89, I might have it way too high on my list, but, I've got Happy Gilmore too. While it's not a good movie or anything like that, it's still in 89 position for me. I'd rather watch that again than most of the things on my list so far. At 88, there's a kind of a dumb movie, but for some reason it kind of works for me. It's Heads of State. It's got Idris Elba and John Cena. For some reason, it kind of works as a dumb action comedy thing for me. Uh, at 87, I have a weird one. I think it's very memorable to me. I don't know if it would be as memorable if the events surrounding it kind of weren't there, but, I have Rust at 87. It's not the worst Western I've seen all year, but it is not one that I would, write home about. I think the controversy far outshadows what they are actually able to catch on this one. At 86, I have VHS Halloween, also part of, Fantastic Fest that we were able to catch. It's got a couple of interesting ones, but kind of my thing with the VHS is, they try to hit a bunch of different tastes, and just for me, not everyone's a winner. There's a couple of cool ones. I really liked the candy one, or the one
Mm.
where the machine that makes candy. Just take one. That one kind of worked for me, and a couple of the other ones did, but a couple of the other anthology ones just seemed like something I'd seen before. And then, at 85, I have Americana that we talked about. It's not the worst Sydney Sweeney movie, but definitely not the best one from 2025. At 84, I have, now I'm forgetting a lot of what happens in this, but it's a, Mark Maron movie called Are We Good? And it's got a picture of him with a cat on him. So it is a Mark Maron documentary, which is a raw, intimate portrait of the comedian and the podcast pioneer, Mark
Huh.
Maron, and it follows the sudden loss of his partner and filmmaker, Lynn Shelton. It's his kinda struggles with grief, disillusionment, and a shifting comedy landscape. So, I don't know, I kinda dug it. That being said, I don't know if I'd ever kinda go back to that film. You're asking, "Are we good?" I'm saying we're good, but, I don't think I'll revisit. At 83, I have kind of a weird one. I don't know why I watched this one. I don't hate it. It's called The Best You Can. It's, starring Kevin Bacon, and now I'm blanking on her name, but, his wife. But yeah, sorry, Sedgwick, Kira Sedgwick. So it's interesting that you're seeing these two married people be different roles. I believe she's a dentist in this. Oh no, sorry, I believe she's a urologist, and he has to go and see the doctor, and then she happened to marry an older gentleman, which now she is kind of at an advanced age, so he's at a very advanced age, and kind of the troubles with that. It's not the worst rom-com I've seen, and it deals with some interesting issues. Judd Hirsch happens to play her husband, who's declining in his later years. It's not the worst movie. It's not an amazing movie. Worth seeing though. At 82, I have one that was recommended by you, actually, Charles.
Ah.
Marshmallow.
Oh.
I don't hate this film by any means, but there's a couple that I liked a little bit more. I kind of knew where this one was going, and I thought they were going to do a little bit of a twist, and there is some of it that I didn't quite get. But man, just a lot of it seems a little. I feel like I've seen a lot of it before. That being said, it's not bad. It
Mm.
is almost near the halfway point in my list. So yeah. And then at 81, I have Killing Faith. But when I saw it, I think it was called something else, something about dust. It's kind of interesting. It's a Western. It's got Bill Pullman in it. There's this girl who the entire town sees as cursed. If she touches something, it will die. So
Hmm.
there's a lady who kind of is taking care of her, even though she's not her natural child, and she just can't touch anything. It's an interesting take on a Western, and I don't hate it, to tell you the truth. But yeah, coming in at number 80 is the one that we already talked about, Bad Haircut. I happen to love Frankie Ray's portrayal as the villain in this, the barber, if you will, the one who gives the bad haircut. That I don't know. As soon as this comes out, I do want to see that again. So yeah, that's kind of where my A 100 through 80 fall.
Nice. I'm going to get to chat if you want to take a breather or refill your coffee or recycle
I
fluids or
need some
what have
coffee.
you. All right. So
I'll be
yeah,
right back.
take a breath and thank you for that. So since we started and the crowdfunding, the spot fund was at 5% when we started. It's now at 6%. So they're steps. They're steps in the right direction. I thank you so much. This is the portion where I'll get to chat. I saw Marcy, you left a two-part comment, and I'll get to both of them right now. Marcy says, of the movies I saw in 2025, I overall think it was a good year. Okay. Of the movies I saw. All right, fair enough. This is my list and rating: Fight or Flight, 2.5. Okay and so good it's bad vibe. Black Bag, 3 out of 5. Okay, but disappointing. Novocaine, 4 out of 5. Fun and surprising. A Working Man, 3 out of 5. Okay, but disappointing. Sinners, 4.5 out of 5. Amazing film and a surprise. The Accountant 2, 4 out of 5. Good film, preferred to the first one. I love the new comedic tone. Havoc, 2 out of 5. Very, very disappointing and generic for a Gareth Edwards film. Thunderbolts, 3.5 out of 5. Actually decent Marvel film after 2019. Mission Impossible 8, 3 out of 5. Very disappointing ending for a pretty consistent franchise. Fountain of Youth, 1.5. Disappointing as a Guy Ritchie fanatic. Nobody 2, 4.5 out of 5. Love the first film. This might my type of film. Loved it more than most. Yeah, I'll say. The Thursday Murder Club, 4 out of 5. For a murder mystery lover, loved it. Caught Stealing, 4 out of 5. It was not on my radar, but it was a nice surprise for me. Play Dirty, 4 out of 5. I love Shane Black, very underrated filmmaker in Hollywood. Not his best, but dang it. Has he made an action film he usually would write and have another director, like Long Kiss Goodnight. Wake Up Dead Man, 4.5 out of 5. It is my favorite of them all with the mystery, but cast-wise, it doesn't add up to the other two films cast. Not because it's bad cast, just poorly written to be less intriguing. But I love Josh O'Connor's role, easily my favorite protagonist besides Daniel Craig. And he continues, also saw Dangerous Animals, 4 out of 5. A surprising flick. one of the more better shark movies since Jaws. There's thousands of shark movies. How many Jaws like movies have you seen since Jaws that all right, don't get me started. Neighborhood Watch starring Jeffrey Dean Morgan and Jack Quaid, very unseen but decent film that is indie version of classic buddy cop film. We'll be talking about that in a bit. That is on my list. And it has not been touched yet. Dangerous Animals, 4 out of 5, one of the better shark movies since Jaws. I could probably suggest you 10 that should fit that mold better. But fun thing about talking about movies is we're all different. We all have different tastes, and that's the way things work. So thank you for both contributing and your comment, Marcy. Let me just catch up with the chat. I think there was a thing or two that was brought up while we were going through it. Depending on how Gray is, I didn't realize we're at 4 hours and 40 minutes now, and we're not even halfway through my list. Gonna have to try to. We're on pace for this to be 10 hours, and in theory, I guess it's fine. In practice, that's
I mean, you promised a marathon, man.
We're at 80, and it's been 4.5 hours. Yeah. All right. So there's just a lot of arguing about about the Coens and then the Safdies. All right. But thank you to those of you who have contributed to the Spot Fund link. We have gained a percentage point since the stream started. That's like a really big deal. I greatly appreciate it, especially considering that's 20% of what we had moving forward. It was 5%, now it's 6%. So that's awesome. I appreciate it. Let's try to get to 10% before the stream ends. I don't know, that's asking a lot, but 1 percentage point every 20 movies. Maybe 9% by the end of this. That might be a bit more on brand. I don't know math. Don't ask me to think. It's pretty late too. Are we fighting? I don't know if we're fighting so much as I need to suggest you shark movies, because to bring up Dangerous Animals as one of the best movies since Jaws is like, I don't know. It's like saying John Carter's one of the best space movies since 2001. Like, that's wild.
I mean, it was a really good movie. It didn't get what it deserved. I'm talking John Carter from Mars.
Not Dangerous Animals.
But fair enough. I mean, there's Deep Blue Sea. Yeah, I still need to check that one out. Dangerous Animals.
There's that Blake Lively movie that's Shallows. I think, was it called Shallows? I might have the name wrong, but that was pretty intense. The Meg technically is a shark movie. Yeah, me with my dog shit memory, I've already thought of 3 movies that are sharks. So Marcy says, all right, name a good shark movie that isn't Jaws. Like Sharknado, Deep Blue Sea is one of them. Ghost Shark is not. Jurassic Shark is not. Like, are we going to go down a rabbit hole? I just said Deep Blue Sea. I'll take that. If you don't want it, I'll take it and put it in my category. But The Shallows is one. Also, I don't know. Jaws 2. Not exactly a strong subgenre, but there's plenty out there. Yeah, The Meg. It's equally as serious as Dangerous Animals is. So I don't know. It just alarms me when a comparison to Jaws is made with Dangerous Animals. Holy Christmas. That's like me saying Jason X is the best thing since Halloween. Like, calm down. Calm down with all that stuff. So when Greg gets back, we'll start from what 79. Let's try to get to 50. We'll see how it goes, but at the very least, we'll stop at 60, or we could try to push through and get to 50. Shark Tale, there's a good one. Stiff Kittens, Shark Tale, that counts. Dangerous Animals isn't a shark movie, says Troy. The Meg was about the world's biggest shark, and there was no blood. For that concept, PG-13, it could have been R. So you don't want shark movies, you want blood movies, is what you're saying then. Who are these guys? Who indeed? What's going on, man? Yeah, so the blood is the important thing, not sharks. It's just blood, is what you're saying. PG-13 does not count. So by that logic, Gremlins isn't a good movie to you then because it's PG. Am I understanding your grading system right? It involves sharks, but it's not a shark movie. All right. So I don't. So to be fair, I don't have the proper alignment of what I should be grading shark movies on. I'm not grading it on blood. I'm not grading it on. I don't know. I thought water movie with sharks in it, however big or small they are, shark movie. Like again, I'll say it again. The Shallows, really good movie. There's a shark in The Shallows. I'm almost certain there's a threat of a shark at the very least. Is Jaws 3D better than Dangerous Animals? No. No, it's not. No, everything's good. Laps. There's no hard feelings about horribleness. Doc has dealt with far worse and more horrible shit. Shallows is great. Okay, I was that's the name of it, right? I was beginning to think I was crazy. In other words, I was disappointed. I felt like if we're dealing with the world's biggest shark, it should have been more gorier. Would give you that. CP The Shallows might be the best since Jaws then. So, if the world's biggest shark, what if they just eat people and they never make it to their teeth? How would you expect blood if just like, like I've swallowed bugs before, but it's not gory. They say the average human being sucks up 8 spiders in their lives when they're sleeping. You don't have spider blood in your tongue when you wake up the next morning. If you're of a certain
Well,
size,
that's a false statistic, though. The spider lobby wants you to believe that the average person eats that many spiders. It's just not true.
that's just big spider trying to get one past you.
It is. But I noticed nobody referenced Sharktopus. I mean, come on. It's two horrible creatures put together. Sharktopus. Hey, what up, Laps?
Yeah. So, yeah. Marcy, you're gonna make me bring out a list of shark-centric movies that should be considered before Dangerous Animals, and I'm kind of happy to do it. I might be frustrated if I find like 30, but and he says Jurassic Shark is epic. Do you find
Indeed.
a Sharktopus in a Sharknado?
Sometimes. It has to be a specific one. It's regional.
I mean, see,
There's some horrible land shark ones, too, where it's sharks underground this time.
why do I feel more attracted to something like that than I do Bambi but horror? I don't know what that says about me, that I'd much rather watch Sharktopus or, sharks but on land. Like that's a more interesting idea to me rather than Popeye but slasher serial killer. Like I don't know what that says about me, that like that's a more interesting idea, which I mean, if we're scraping the word interesting by defining all this, but No one's gonna mention shark
But yeah,
titties.
I am not familiar with Shark Babe, but maybe I need to familiarize myself with her. Yeah, Justin Gray is mentioning that Smashing Machine is the best MMA movie since Warrior. I'd be
Hmm,
hard pressed to tell you the best one since Warrior. I loved the documentary, The Smashing Machine. Just somehow the film just missed me.
that
I wanted to feel more. But
that's
if it works for you, hell yeah. I'm
that
not knocking it. The Safdies know how to make a film
that's fair, but it's not better than The Warrior in my opinion. Like, I really dug Warrior. Um,
for sure. That one's amazing. You kind of feel it.
and I'm glad there was no sequel to that. For as much as I mean, everything feels like it. I mean, maybe it'll have like a legacy sequel where someone's kid is actually doing a thing now. But all right, Gray, we're
I
gonna.
swear, Labs, you're correct. There's one called like Land Sharks or something like that.
Yeah,
I don't think
yeah,
it's about Jimmy Buffett's beer.
yeah. There's like Sci-Fi Network had like during shark season or whatever. What the fuck's it called? Every year.
Isn't there another one like Shark in a Cornfield or something? Just like the clown, but this time it's a shark. I
Shark
swear there's
Week?
something.
Is it Shark Week? There's a thing where like every summer they fucking
Hmm.
Discovery
Yeah,
Channel.
Shark Week. It's MSK's favorite week.
Jurassic World Rebirth involves dinosaurs, but isn't necessarily a dinosaur movie. Very good yes.
Hmm.
There are
Hmm.
three land shark movies. Oh brother. Okay.
I have not seen 3 of them.
Air Jaws. All right, enough. I hope you're happy, Marcy. I hope you're happy. This is all because of you. Just remember that. All right, moving on. We're going to pick up from number 80, but we're going to get right into number 79 for me. We're tentatively going to 60, but we'll see how we are. Maybe try to get to 50. Once again, we're at 6%. We've moved a full percentage point since we started. Thank you. Please consider supporting the channel, the comments, like, all that other shit. Link is pinned. Thank you. I will read anything that is left the next time we take a break. With that said,
Right.
79. Tronares, otherwise known as Tronares. Have you seen Tronares? Right.
I have not.
Good for you.
I I've heard a couple people kind of give this. They've made it akin to fetch. Like it seems like someone's really trying to make this a thing. And for me, I don't think Tron is ever going to be a thing. I didn't really get the first one. I had some friends who really tried to tell me how amazing it is. I tried with Legacy, and I did not get it. So I didn't bother joining on this one. But I do have your December review of this right here. Looks like you gave it 2.5 stars, the cinematic equivalent of an aquarium. Looks great, but nothing that will really captivate you other than the cool images happening in front of you. I will give it that the trailers looked kind of cool. There were a lot of fun images, and I like the music. You got Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross.
Mhm.
That's kind of cool.
Mhm.
But no, it didn't work for you.
No, it looked great. It's yet another movie. I lean on that aquarium definition quite a bit, at least 3 or 4 times a year. It's like, yeah, it looks good. I don't care to pay attention or hear it. It's good to put on in the background if you're like having a party and you want to have something on the TV, but don't really want to, if you want to chat and things. And oh, look, that's a nice picture. That's where it serves a purpose. But like you said,
It's a shame.
I am not trying, I'm not about making Tron happen. A little too young to appreciate what it was when it first came out or was out on home media. My family weren't into computer movies and action like that, so I never like inherited a fandom for the original Tron and kind of caught up with it when it was way too late. When the second Tron, the 2010, 2011 version sequel, whatever came out, I then watched Tron for the first time. Does not age well. Um, it looked cool. The second one did too, and this is more of the same. Difference here being, I don't know if CG has progressed in the same manner since 2010 as it did between 1982 or whatever and 2010. I just don't really care. It could be a thing where, I'm not the right audience for it, but it just doesn't matter to me. And you said you didn't see it, right?
I
Yeah.
didn't, but our mutual friend gave it 4 stars, 4 out of 5. So,
Multi?
you know,
Multi
uh,
gave it 4.
Multi liked it.
Is he in the upside
4 out of
down? Why
5.
is everything
There were a
fucking
couple of notes.
backwards from him?
I don't know. That's why I like talking movies with him. I never understand his opinion.
The Lap says, I was never a fan of Tron, even though it's my age group. See, that makes me feel a little bit better. Um, so here's another recent film coming up at 78. This might be the most recent film, and this is the other end of the smutty thing that I was talking about earlier with the Alicia Silverstone movie. Number 78 is Dreams. Jessica Chastain plays a well-off young lady who's dating a immigrant who's like a dancer, and there's this 50 Shades of Grey thing happening there
Based.
where uh, it's just 50 Shades, but inverted. She's the one who has the money and control, and I don't know. I'm both mature. Excuse me. I'm both immature and not interested in like sexy movies. The way I don't know. There's dialogue where they're talking nasty to one another. I can't take it seriously. Where like they're just sitting in a kitchen talking about how she's gonna suck his balls and not touch his cock because it's just like I'm just like, yeah, this isn't much of anything to me. But
So
they
you're not a fan of edging then?
no, I mean it's the most sexually aggressive I've seen Jessica Chastain in a role. Oddly enough, I
I
would
mean,
much rather watch
hell yeah.
sure, but I would much rather watch her in that poker movie because she's actually quite sexy in that poker movie, Molly's Game, wearing a lot of plunging dresses, um, which
Hmm.
I don't know. The Art of the
I'm a
Chase.
fan of dresses.
Yeah, she. There's a bunch of rough sex scenes in this, and I don't know what that says about me that I prefer the movie where she's clothed and just is teasing. Um, I am a fan of edging, you see. So I have a review, Gray.
You do. You gave it 2.5 stars, and it looks like you actually put this review in today of all days. So
Mhm.
this is hot off the presses. Nothing tremendously noteworthy, unless you've always wanted some sort of Unfaithful 2002, 50 Shades of Grey, and modern American immigration commentary, all combined in the same movie. I actually found this movie a bit more on the nose rather than the year's scapegoat of one battle after another. Interesting. I have not heard anyone put this in comparison with one battle after another at all.
That's because
I'm gonna
no
have to
one's.
check this out now.
That's because no one is watching this movie. There is
Well, now I've got 3 reasons.
well, so um anything that deals with immigration seems to be something that catches my attention. So I have a quite a few dogs in the race when it comes to stuff that talks about immigration. And for as much as people want to act like one battle after another is, this heavy commentary, I watch Dreams and then get back to me on that because this it feels like it was written while looking at the news. Um, rich woman who has the status, green card status of her boyfriend, and kind of toys around with it. It feels like you could have told this story without having it have anything to do with immigration, and it just doesn't hit that hard. It's just it's 50 Shades of Grey, but
Based.
the I don't know. Again, I'm not myself at 14 anymore, obviously. So, just watching a film for like fuck scenes, it just I need more than that. And again, there is so much porn out there that I can just get through the shitty dialogue and watch something and be in and out within 3 minutes. Forgive the pun.
Way to brag.
4 times within 3 minutes. Yeah. So dreams, it is the preferable to the woman in her 40s having something of a young piece of ass. This is a much better experience rather than I've already forgotten the title. The Alicia Silverstone film that was back in the hundreds.
I also forgot that one.
See?
I did not save that one.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
my resolution to those of you who are here and are following me on Letterboxd, I will try. I'm not making any promises. I'll make you a promise that I try to put some sort of record when I watch a movie, if only for this instance next year, so that I have something to go back on where Gray will read it and I'm like, oh yeah, that does sound like me. And I'll try not to be like, this movie sucks because reason. But okay.
You have me beat. I think I did like 2 reviews this entire year. So way to go. Good on you.
Number 77. Good Fortune. I'm kind of reconsidering where I have this. Oh, I see something coming up that you're going to really have a problem with.
I think so.
Ray, Good Fortune. What did I say about this? I think this is an October movie, November movie.
I believe that is correct. So I've got that one right here. 2.5 stars. You watched it at the beginning of November. Rather heavy-handed in its delivery of class separation, but the delivery of dialogue equally feels stiff and just off. So there's that. It has a decent enough intention, but it has the charm of a rather witty insurance commercial. The subject matter absolutely does not match the cadence of the action of the actors in like any scene. It's super puzzling. I was really hoping for good things from this one. I don't know why I didn't actually capture it, or catch it, I should say. But it looked decent from the ads. I like everyone involved. Keanu, it feels like he could excel in that type of. I mean, it's comedy, but he's kind of being a straight man. I don't know.
Yeah.
I wish it had fired for you. I'm sorry.
Wasn't Aziz Ansari the director of this too? Writer? He's one of those. If not both.
Give me 1 second. I'm just opening it at a different tab. Yep, director is Aziz Ansari. So.
Yeah. It's interesting. It feels like like I said, an entertaining insurance commercial. It has that same feel to it. Not much bite. Aziz Ansari as an actor, to me, doesn't have much range at all. I don't know what that's worth. It's impossible to watch Keanu Reeves in a movie and be bothered by him. Like he's just charming. He's got this charisma that I can't put my finger on what it is that I'm like, oh, that's nice, good for him. But it is what it is. I would rather have a movie like this than anything that's being miserable. It really foolishly, not foolishly, but it tries to have a good enough message, which don't we need that more than ever right now? So fuck, whatever. Okay, 76. House of Dynamite, which fucking speaking of disappointment. Um,
I heard good things about this, but it is from someone that I don't usually agree with. Oh, sorry. On that good fortune, how many stars do you think our mutual friend would have given that?
Good Fortune. Oh no.
Hmm.
5 stars? Did you give it 5 stars?
It's not 5. He only gave it 4, but
Only.
still above average. Only gave it 4. But sorry, you were talking about A House of Dynamite.
Uh, yeah, House of Dynamite. I quite enjoy the director of this film, and I'm quite frustrated that um, Catherine Bigelow, who directed Zero Dark 30,
Hurt
uh,
Locker.
Hurt
Oh, yeah.
Locker, Point Break, um, House of Dynamite is like maybe 3 separate 20-minute sections where you're waiting for a nuclear warhead to hit its target, and you experience it from multiple perspectives. But once you like have the 20-minute stretch, nothing else really hits the same way. It's not like it's not like it's one of those things that seeing the same thing from a different perspective makes you feel like it matters or there's something different about it. Gray, are you able to read that review
I
there?
am. Sure. So it looks like you did this towards the end of October. Yet another world of chaos via a Zoom call movie. It's absolutely better than The War of the Worlds, but considering Catherine Bigelow directed this, I'm actually shocked at how I feel after all of it. All of that struggle and tension from the Hurt Locker is just not there, and it's rather stunning. Yeah. I was highly recommended this and told that it's just tense, and then when I heard it was Catherine Bigelow, I was like, "Alright," and then, I don't know, I don't see anyone putting this anywhere near the top of their list this year. It's one of them that just kinda slipped by with me.
Have you have you seen it? Or you said slip by, so you haven't seen it.
I haven't, my father-in-law really was talking this up and just telling me how amazing it is. So I had this on a short list, but somehow it just kinda slipped by.
Yeah. I I I when it comes to Catherine Bigelow, Detroit is a movie that I feel like people sleep on. I really enjoyed that movie.
For sure.
Another instance where I want to enjoy the thing or appreciate the thing, and it just didn't do it for me. All right, let's get to 75. Get this over with. It is The Naked Gun. Comedy is
How
back,
dare you,
everyone.
sir?
Comedy is
It
back.
saved comedy, personally.
Yeah, so yeah, I don't know if people just haven't watched comedy in 10 years or they just are like expecting, I don't know what they're expecting, but um I I would much rather watch Pop Star, Never Stop Never Stopping, which is the same director. Um
Yeah, Akiva Schaffer, he's
yeah,
awesome.
so and that was 10 years ago or 8 or 9 years ago. Um there's plenty of comedies that have come out recently. Dinner in America is another one. Game
Mm.
Night came out after Never Stop Never Stopping. But it, this is a certain type of comedy, and sure, if you've forgotten about it, then I guess maybe it would be surprising that this is what it is. But like once you know the type of humor it is, it kind of all is the same shit. Like the shadow play where, oh, he's getting head from that young lady. Yeah, no, I've
Come
seen
on, were
that.
you expecting the dog would come into that, though?
Oh, well, you know what? Then that joke is way better now that there was a a dog in the.
I'm just saying, I didn't think they were taking it to that extreme. I
Yeah,
hear what you're saying, but,
yeah,
like, the original Naked Guns weren't exactly known for, like, cutting edge humor either. It was just the fact that it was so rapid fire and just such visual jokes, and you couldn't look away for a second because it's just going to keep machine gunning these awesome jokes and gags. And their whole thing was, quantity over quality. Like, not everyone is going to land,
Yeah.
but it's a different style. It's not exactly in the same vein. However, I like it. I have it a lot higher up on my list than you do,
Yep.
but I understand. Uh,
And going back to doing a running gag in a comedy, the cup of coffee gag in this movie.
so good though,
Yes, and
man.
it does what Happy Gilmore 2 does not do well with a running gag with their, this thing holds alcohol. Um, it it it
There's
works.
also the kind of legacy character thing where Happy Gilmore 2 is trying to again bring back like every character. They make a joke about that in this one, and
Mm,
they kind of do the same thing, but man, does it work so much better in Naked Gun for me than it does for Happy Gilmore 2. It just doesn't feel as much like, remember this? Instead, it's okay, but now we're gonna give you a new joke based off of that. And
yeah,
I don't know. To me, it works. It was a breath of fresh air. I expected this to be like on the bottom of the list. I didn't see how it could possibly work, and it kind of works for me. So it's a lot higher on mine.
yeah. It could just be like when it comes to comedy, my shield is so high up, and when people say, "Oh my God, comedy's back," like that's like a big hurdle for me.
Well,
And
I happen to have your review, and it's got literally that phrase in it.
yay,
Should we go to your review?
yes, let's hear
Okay,
from
so
me
from
from the past.
August, you wrote, a lot of people are claiming comedy is back, simply aren't looking hard enough. That mostly includes studios, as this feels like the first prominent movie of its type in over a decade. If you're into these type of movies, it may hit harder for you, but like comedy is dead, so is steamy thrillers. This is spoofing. Uh,
Mm,
Good point. Funny that the new faces of The Naked Gun are Liam Neeson and Pamela Anderson, who were both working in Hollywood during the first run. Go figure. Fair enough. If I'm gonna white knight this film a little bit, you have to think this was kinda Leslie Nielsen's, second run at stardom too. He played a lot more straightforward, which he was acting kind of the same way that he was in Airplane and The Naked Guns, but, he was in, like, the legit disaster movies at first. Um, I
sure.
don't know, it just feels like it's kind of the same thing they were doing in the first one to me. It seems acceptable, but you're right. They're not the new face, but they're, the new
Yeah,
face of an old, franchise.
Pamela Anderson now could be the mother. If we're going Naked Gun this year versus Naked Gun 1990, Pamela Anderson is old enough to be a mother to the character who was the love interest in the original Naked Gun. I'm not trying to. It's just interesting that we're reigniting this franchise with people that were working in Hollywood when the first one came around. It's just a 70-year-old and a 60-year-old who are
They're both in exquisite shape.
sure,
I mean, granted, it may take, like, 7 cuts to get him over a fence, but I think, I wouldn't want Liam Neeson chasing me down.
yeah.
Just saying.
Um, I, it,
Uh, but it's better than the previous spoofs. I think,
sure.
what's the last major spoof that we got? Like the Pop-Tart movie or whatever?
Oh my
Unfrosted?
God,
Uh, this seems way more timely
I'll
to me.
I'll give you that.
It seemed like it was, better than it should have been compared to what legacy sequels or reimaginings we've had.
Yeah,
But it's not the exact same brand of humor. So
at
if you really like that first one, this might not be for you.
at the very least, if this means studios will bet on comedies a bit more, then I'm happy about that because eh, for as much as I have frustration with people not seeking out comedy, if this helps them, whether it be studios or people, uh, be introduced to comedies that have been around for a bit, that's a good thing for me.
Mm.
So whatever you can say I'm wrong. We're both on the
Nah,
same
you're
team.
not wrong.
No, it's just again I when it comes to comedy, man, I want so badly to be impressed by something, and I think I kind of fell to the public saying it's back comedy's back. This is it. I think I put such a high fence for my expectations to get over that I was just like, eh, it's similar. It's not blowing me over or anything. 74 VHS Halloween, yet another Fantastic Fest film. Gray, are you able to read the?
Yeah, I got yours. It looks like it's from October.
Mhm.
You said, considering how much I do not like found footage,
Mm.
you can do far worse than this. Plus, I've always told you that diet soda is actually worse for you. So, I mean, that proves your point right there.
Mhm.
Uh, but I like my cancer chemicals. It's
It,
delicious. It's
it
the one that tastes right to me.
feels like it's on brand for this this fundraising stream. This brought to you by my gallbladder. Yeah, I, I don't know. I don't know if I've seen all of the VHS movies, and like I said, there I'm not your audience if you're trying to win somebody over with found footage stuff. But I didn't hate it. There were some of the segments that I appreciated more than others, and yeah, for whatever that's worth. Number 73 is Den of Thieves 2, I'm Broken. Oh, excuse me, Den of Thieves 2, Shedding Skin.
Far Beyond Driven. Oh, Great
Uh,
Southern Trendkill. One of those.
yeah, Den of Thieves 2, Pantera. Um, this is one of the early ones from last year that I think it was like my first non one star movie that I rated. I think it was a January, February movie. And
February 5th is when you watched this one, and you gave it 3 stars.
oh,
And you got a one-line review for it.
that's gone down a
This
bit.
movie is a bit more Bon Jovi than it's Pantera.
What an asshole. Yeah, it's fine. It's a bit long. It's been a very long time. It's been 11 months since I watched it, and my score's gone down oddly enough because it says 2.5 stars here. So
Ooh,
interesting.
I've got 3 on mine.
Yeah, I believe
Sorry,
you.
from you. It
I
looks
believe
like you used to have 3.
it probably was a 3 when I scored it or whatever. Um, Next, number 72, Nobody 2. Mm, mm.
I don't think you did a review on this one. I don't
Yep.
see it
Yeah,
anyway.
doesn't have one there. Yep.
Okay.
I think this was part of the summer of last year. A little too heavy into the comedy. I don't know what exactly the right mixture is for a movie like this because it essentially is John Wick, but a bit on the funnier side. Um,
I mean, the first one had a touch of comedy. Does this one
yeah, this one
lean
has
heavily into it?
has a
Or
bit more. Is
Mm.
what I don't like. The whole family was involved in this one, and it just um I don't know. It's a movie that doesn't need to exist. Which I mean, you could say that about fucking 75 movies here, but I don't know. I really wish I had notes. Did you see Nobody too, Ray?
I didn't.
Okay.
I loved the first one, and just kind of the feedback that I got was like, you don't want to ruin that. You don't need to see the second one. They kind of went the vacation route, like the vacation franchise, as
Yeah.
opposed to Nobody. So based off of that, I was like, I'd like to keep the really good memory that I have of Bob Odenkirk as an
Yeah.
action star in that first one,
Yep.
because that movie kind of came out of nowhere, and I just loved it.
Yeah.
Sadly, I think that, again, it's the sequel thing. Just because you did it right the first time doesn't mean that you need more of it. And,
Right.
I think Nobody was just a perfect film, but I will catch it one day.
Yep. Yeah. I agree with every sentiment you've parroted there. It's the first one is great. That's it. It only needs to be it. Don't make it a
Mhm.
thing. Just that one film. It feels like you make it worse by adding to it. And yeah. So number 71 is Swiped. Um, a Hulu movie, a Netflix movie.
I'm not
Disney
seeing any
Plus.
stars on this one. Do you know how many stars you gave this
I
one?
have 2.5 stars here on Swiped,
Okay.
on Ass Swiped. Um,
Well, I have that you watched it towards the end of September,
mhm.
and your review of it is, man, Hollywood really does seem to like Lily James's actual eye color, eh? In all seriousness, this mid-tier social network clone is actually rather perfect for the platform of Hulu. Probably would have been buried in the theaters, but has a significant chance to be a no-pressure movie on the couch where the expectations should be guarded. It is derivative, it's not offensively so. On the other hand, it doesn't really give itself any reason to be considered memorable either.
Yeah. So it's
Kind of harsh.
did you enjoy Ass Swiped, or have you
I
not?
I have not seen it. Unfortunately, I got Hulu late last year. I think a little after September. So
Yeah.
I'll have to catch up on it.
Yeah, so Lily James, it seems like every movie, with the exception of Baby Driver, every time Lily James is in a movie, she's got fucking contacts, and like that was part of the joke I was talking about. Um, it's about a young woman who, I forget which dating app she started or whatever, and it kind of has a social network kind of feel to it, but she ends up getting fucked over, and it's not exactly the same, but it does feel like a watered down, a bit less power. Like comparing it to Social Network is just so unfair because Social Network's a brilliant movie. Um, it's similar in subject matter, but not in execution. Um,
I don't think Fincher's done a Hulu movie yet, has
no,
he?
give it time. He's busy doing
Hmm.
doing a he did it. He what
Sequel.
The Killer was on Netflix though, wasn't it? So,
Oh, fair enough.
anyone's got a
I hadn't
price.
thought of that. You're right. You're right. Yeah, fair enough. I bow out, but I look forward to his next one, the Tarantino written one. That
Yeah.
sounds kind of interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's Swiped, like, I feel like it's easier to recommend something to someone if they already have a service. Like, if you have Hulu and this is all at all interesting to you, like, if you're like, "Oh, I'd like some sort of less good version of social network, but dating app," give it a whirl. Worst case is you waste, uh, the first 20 minutes or so of a movie, and if it doesn't grab you, that's great. My thing for the most part when before, doing YouTube content, is I gave a movie the first act. If it didn't grab me by the first act, I would tap out and or watch something else. So, give a movie 20, 30 minutes, and if it's really not grabbing you, you know, at least you didn't pay anything for it. It's part of the service you already have. Rarely does a movie not win you over by the first act and really kind of swoop in and bring you to your knees by the end of the movie. It does happen, but more often than not, if you're not feeling it by the second act, uh, chances are you're not going to feel it. And Swiped, I would say, give it a whirl. What does it matter? We're getting into the give it a whirl category, I think.
Yeah, I think a lot of these are somewhere around there.
Yeah, number 70 is Materialists. I gave it a 2.5. Are you able to read that? I feel like this is
I
the
am.
adult version of Hitch, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I believe that's exactly what you're saying here. But
Mhm.
yeah, you watched this towards the end of July, and you said, if you were to tell me that some soulless studio wanted to gender swap and remake Hitch, I wouldn't find this too far off. It is a bit more serious in tone, and the writing has a bit more bite, but Hitch had charm about it and felt alive. I would have hoped for each to share this in their strengths, but there isn't anything visually or charismatically appealing about the Materialists in comparison to Hitch. So there's quite a few Hitch comparisons in this one. I would have thought for sure they would have done something pretty with this, with the actors involved and kind of the cover.
Yeah.
assumed it was high class, so everything would be pretty,
Yeah,
but,
they're
I'm
just
wrong on this?
well off financially. All the no, excuse me, 2 of the 3 characters are, well off. They're in the higher income bracket, and one
Hmm.
is not. Chris Evans, Pedro Pascal, and Dakota Johnson. You think about the names in this movie, it really should have just yet another instance of movie stars aren't what they used to be. Um, I don't know. She's like a matchmaker, a Hitch like character that is paid to merely get dates for people, and I don't know. New York fashionista, fucking romantic
Yeah. I would have thought
comedy.
visually it would be appealing if she's a fashionista and they're, of high society, but,
Yeah,
that's too bad.
I would hope. If I'm not mistaken, it's the director of Past Lives, and that was kind of
Oh,
alarming.
really?
I might be wrong.
Huh.
Um,
Hmm.
it's hard for me to remember all this shit. I have a bad memory to begin with, but trying to rifle through 125 movies that I only remember 3 of is a bit troublesome. Yeah. So on to 69.
Nice.
Thank you. Another simple favor. This is a Paul Feig directed sequel to another. Oh no, wait! It's a Paul Feig sequel to A Simple Favor, starring Blake Lively and Anna Kendrick. Um, the first one is fine. If I recall correctly, the first one came out on the heels of Ghostbusters, which Paul Feig was absolutely licking his wounds with as far as
Yeah.
getting work is
Persona non
concerned.
grata.
Are you able to read the review for
I
Another
am.
Simple Favor? Thank you.
So it looks like you gave it 2.5. You watched it in May, and you said, I love it when a sequel manages to dump exposition at every possible moment without just showing me some of the things being told to me. Not much sincerity to the characters. It's just a double down on the meta elements that seem to overcompensate for visual storytelling. I guess my issue is it isn't an Aaron Sorkin esque script delivering the snark.
Ooh,
Quite biting, sir.
ooh,
Um,
indeed.
Fair enough. I heard a lot of criticism about this, that, they kinda do the opposite of what is set up in the first one, and they kind of, whisk you away to another, country even.
Mhm.
I don't know. It seems like they're kind of, doing the opposite of that first one, which is weird. It seems like a problem that a lot of the sequels have. Sadly, I don't think this one needed a sequel either.
No.
I My wife speaks quite fondly of the first one, but she had no interest in seeing this one.
Yeah, I'm not, crazy about the first one, but the first one's definitely better than this. Um, I think this is on Prime. Yet another
Think
instance
so.
of streaming service throws money at thing because we have money. I don't know. Um, it's fine. This is another reminder that I am not a woman. It feels like it's a bit flashy, a bit snarky. I feel like if you find yourself something of uh, a normie who enjoys comedy, this may feel edgy to a female audience.
Does it feel like it's back to, like, classic Paul Feig, or does it feel like he's still kinda licking his wounds?
It's not Bridesmaids just yet.
Mm,
It feels like they're
m'kay.
trying to remember that, trying to get something that rhymes with it, and it's not quite there yet. Um,
That's too bad.
it's definitely not as good as the first one, whatever the fuck that's worth. Documentary number 68, Vice is Broke. Um,
Hey, I think I forgot to add this one to my list. I did see this one.
hey, nice.
Yeah, I could see putting it somewhere around there. Fair enough. I will copy you. It is now my 68, which moves everything else.
Nice. Oh no, it's 68 is not nice. Um, a documentary where they bring things up where wait, is yeah, are you able to read that review?
Yes, I have it right here. It looks like towards the beginning of September is when you did this one. You gave it 2.5 stars. Oddly feels like a documentary that doesn't scrape some of the glaring issues. Sorry, that doesn't scrape some of the glaring issues or questions one would have about Vice.
Mm,
They touch on some things I, as an audience member, thought, but never satisfied my curiosity or intrigue. And, mine's kinda the same thing, like, I've seen a couple different internet documentaries that went a little bit further, especially kind of the founding of Vice and then kind of the interesting choices that a lot of their, management, the people running Vice kinda went, the what they were trying to do and the decisions that they actually made that kinda led to Vice going from this amazing, like, kinda behemoth of digital media to just
mm,
kinda being nothing. There's a lot of questions I had, and I don't feel like this quite answered everything. It seemed like they were gonna be one of the big success stories for kind of an online publication to really make it, mainstream, and just there's so many questions I have, and I don't feel like I have more of an answer after watching this.
right.
Did it seem to satisfy your questions?
No. No, I feel like there were some things where if you weren't going to go down that rabbit hole, don't introduce the human being. There's one
Mm,
person that like I was once this person ended up being a part of the film, I was like, I only care about what this person's thing is moving forward. Like, I need to know more about what's going on with him. There's someone else that was a part of um the founders that took a something of a right-hand turn and
mhm,
is a curious figure. And, again, I mean, to be fair to the documentary, they're trying to talk about Vice as a whole, why it went under or what have you, but I I I just don't understand why bringing that person and discussing where they went with things and, like, it doesn't really relate to what you're trying to tell us about the mistakes that were made with the company. And I suddenly wanted to hear more about what he's doing now. It just feels like don't show him. Uh,
mhm.
if you didn't show him and kept it about something else, I would have, I don't know, been a bit more on board with it. But it was like, this is far more interesting to me than any of this shit. Um, I don't know. I
Completely agree. It just seems weird, like, they didn't actually go into any of the depth that they really should have on any of these issues.
right.
But,
Yeah.
I mean, it left me I don't hate it. I think I would have it higher than some of the documentaries I have on my list already.
Yeah. Yeah. It's certainly something that it could have been twice as long, and if you went deeper into that one person's story, if you gave me an hour of that dude's story, I would have been like, "This is okay, thank you. This is interesting." I don't know if it would have been on brand for, why Vice went under, but, I got less interested in the downfall of Vice once that person was no longer a part of the story, like, yeah, I'm not intrigued anymore. Um, 67 is Eden. Um, I'm trying to remember who the
Ooh.
fuck made this movie. Uh,
Ron Howard directed it.
that's right. That's right. Anna de Armas.
Uh
Go on.
Yeah, inspired by the accounts of those who survived, a group of disillusioned outsiders abandon modern society in search of new beginnings. Settling on a remote, uninhabited island, their utopian dream quickly unravels as they discover that the greatest threat isn't the brutal climate or deadly wildlife, but each other. This one sounded awesome to me, so it didn't work for you?
If I'm not mistaken, this is my favorite film to have Sydney Sweeney in it that was released this year. Sydney Sweeney is in this
Hmm.
movie as well. Um, it's all right. It's interesting. What did I say in the review? Was I a smartass that I put like a
So Towards the end of July, you wrote Anna de Armas is something of typecast
Mm.
in these movies,
Mhm.
where she's in the middle of a love triangle, if not an outright threesome. So I was curious as to what this one was, but I do remember now hearing rumor of this Ron Howard one that it sounded interesting to me. But yeah, you only gave it 2.5, so I guess it's kind of middle of the road.
Yeah. So it's what a German couple go down to fucking was it Madagascar? It's somewhere far to start their own society, and then other people head out there and join them, and then they're kind of doing their own thing, and someone gets hurt and or dies, and then they try to figure out who's done that and why. And Anna de Armas is something of a temptress, something of a I don't want to say honeypot, but it's interesting, but I don't know what about it got Ron Howard's attention. I just
Hmm. Because
uh,
that Ron Howard films have a certain feel to them. I was
right.
gonna ask, does this kind of have that?
No,
But it sounds like it does
that's
not.
the other thing. It
Hmm.
it just does not feel like a Ron Howard movie. To be fair, Solo doesn't either. So whatever the
I was gonna say,
Mhm.
has he done much since Solo?
Mhm.
I think this is the follow-up, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, not a great experience, man. We're eh, around halfway through my list, and I still wouldn't go out of my way and say watch this. So whatever that means to you. Ugh. Number 66, The Life of Chuck. Speaking of
So
Star
this
Wars.
is on a short list. I've been recommended this movie so many times. I absolutely love me some Stephen King adaptations, especially kind of his not so horror adaptations. This has been compared to Frank Darabont's ones to me quite a few times. Does this hold a candle to any of those, in your opinion?
Um, it's not Darabont's best. I from what I understand, there are people that really enjoyed this movie. Um, the gimmick of it is I don't know, somewhat predictable, or it's not like they're trying to keep it from you. Um, but it, it's fine. What did I say in
It'd be
my?
fine. Well, I've just heard it compared to Darabont's films, but this one was directed by Mike Flanagan, who's done a ton of other Stephen King stuff, and every life is a universe all of its own in this extraordinary story of an ordinary man, Charles. The character's name is Charles. How do you not love this? His experiences of wonder, love, heartbreak, loss, and multitudes contained in all. So that's the blurb of it, but our Charles, wrote at the end of July, "Hey, what if Magnolia had the narrative structure of Memento,
Ugh,
but was a bit more pronounced with its dialogue? Yeah, I'd rather watch Magnolia too." I
what an
mean,
asshole!
fair
What
enough.
asshole said that? The snark
Doing
of
that there.
Chuck. Yeah.
I mean, it sounds interesting. I've had a couple people tell me it's like their go-to and it's their favorite Stephen King adaptation. So it's still on a short list for me, but
Mhm.
I don't know why. It never quite sounded like, you know what I want? I want to be awed by this movie right now, as opposed to diving into something else. Just something about these. I'm always kind of reluctant to go with kind of the non-horror Stephen King ones, but I always love them. So I don't know.
I am so desperate for Mark Hamill that is not the voice of the Joker, that is not Luke Skywalker, that I felt like I was ripped off, only having as little of him as we had in this movie. Where I I don't know. That's really not
Wait, Mark
fair.
Hamill was in this too?
He plays the
And Mark
grandfather.
Hamill was in 2 Stephen King adaptations this year? Hell yeah. Good on him.
Yep.
A lot of my top ones from this year are Stephen King adaptations, so I would have loved to have this one join it, but,
Yeah.
alas, we'll have to see.
Um. So Number 65 is Spinal Tap 2, The End Continues. Before Gray reads my quick little blurb on it, the timing of it is odd. I didn't want to I didn't want to delete it, but it was in hindsight, it looks like it's of poor taste. But my comment, which this was me being a snarky shit, my review for Spinal Tap 2, The End Continues, was more like Final Tap. The problem is the director of this film, Rob Reiner, was awfully taken from us. I think within 2 days of me posting my review, and I was just making a point about the series kind of being over, and my shitty joke looks of poor taste, but you can see the date that I posted it, and I think that's why I left it up to, like, how on earth would I be able to predict um, what ultimately happened to um, Mr. Reiner? Um,
Indeed.
it 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 fucking like, ironically, that's probably it that we're going to get from Rob Reiner. It sucks that this is the last thing we're going to get from Rob Reiner. Um,
Does it hold any sort of candle to like the previous one is legendary. It created its own genre of
yeah,
like the music mockumentary spoof things, and then it just so many of them kind of went from there. Uh does this even hold a candle to that? It just feels like lightning in a bottle. Like why would you go back to the well, especially now?
yeah, yeah. I no, no. It is it like it's not even. I don't even. It wouldn't be the opening act for the headliner that is Spinal Tap.
That sucks. It's such a I love the film. I could quote like every line from it. I don't know why I wasn't excited to see this. It's also on a list, but I haven't gotten to it for some reason.
Yeah, like they break some people
I
out.
want to.
Uh,
Mm.
I think they get Artie Fufkin is in this movie. Fran
Oh,
Drescher.
nice.
Yeah, there are a couple of people where it's like, oh, that's cool. Um, it's nice. It's a movie that I feel like if you're just like, I'm trying not to be so brutal about it, but if you were stuck on a plane and you had access to
Mm,
this, it'd be a nice thing to watch if you like didn't have anywhere to be. But I would
mhm.
also say do not go out of your way to watch this because it's such a letdown in comparison to the original film. Uh,
And it was crazy how fast it just left theaters. Like, I remember hearing about it coming out, and then it seemed like it was just gone in the theater near me. I wasn't able
right.
to watch it, like, second weekend, it felt like. Um, that being said, I probably could have made more of an effort to see it during its theatrical run.
Yeah. Um, it's not bad, mind you. It's just it's not Spinal Tap. It's not anywhere as good as the original. But I guess
Mhm.
in hindsight, I guess I'm pleased to have a bit more of that world, and certainly pleased that Rob Reiner took part in this and managed to get this done prior to being taken off this earth. It's hard to talk about this movie when all things around it. Like it'd be easier if this were, in October and real life didn't overshadow things, but that is not the case. Um,
Nice. Sorry, I just happened to see in the chat, Manny's saying that he saw 141 movies last year. Hell yeah, congrats. That's a lot.
Indeed, man, I feel small time now. um, yeah, and as if irony knows no bounds. Number 64 for me is Final Destination: Bloodlines. Gray.
I happen to have your review right up here. It looks like you reviewed it in May, and you included a YouTube link on this one as well.
Hey,
So you also have a video review of this.
content.
But your review starts, as long as you're not interested in a story or shortcuts slash convenience, this movie more than does enough to satiate the gore hounds needed. Much like the Saw franchise, Final Destination movies can afford to have ridiculous stories as long as the comical and predictable ways the extravagant deaths play out in full blown gore, things are okay. With that said, Bloodlines has some of the most gruesome death sequences of the franchise. Just don't ask about the story. Uh, I hear what you're saying.
Uh-oh.
There's a few of the Final Destination ones where I don't care about any of the characters, and I kind of cared about some of them in this one.
Who?
I think it's a step above some of the other ones. The piercing guy, I was like, yeah, that sure is unfortunate. The jogging lady,
Misdirection? That guy?
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that guy. I was certainly relieved when a certain event happened a different way than I thought it would. And I, I, I mean, these stories aren't really known. These movies aren't really known for the story.
Yeah.
You get to give a good wave off to Tony, which hell yeah, Tony Todd. I'm glad he got to kind of come out to
Yeah.
say goodbye for this one. And I like a lot of the fake outs they're doing. I feel like if it was Saw, it would be much more straightforward with the gore. Like they're showing you this because this is going to happen. But man, the vending machine, for instance, I think the fake out with that really worked for me well. And then the trash compactor, the trash can, trash truck. That's the thing. That effect is just like amazing the way that they were to pull it off. Mostly practical. I cared for these people. I wanted to know what was going to happen. For
Sure.
me, it was way better than it had any right to be. So I have it a little bit higher, but
Okay.
yeah, it's not a perfect movie.
Part of the problem is there is someone that isn't a part of Death's design where when they tell us that, why is that person having a Rube Goldberg death machine situation if they're not part of Death's design? If was that just incredibly bad luck for that person? That doesn't work for me. I have a problem with that. And yeah, it's fine. I'm not saying I expected this thing to be a story, but um, it also yet another instance of pleased that we got Tony Todd to formally say goodbye and be aware of his situation. They handled that as appropriately as I could imagine them to. But yeah,
I-
it is what it
I
is.
think it lives up to a good portion of what this franchise is. I think it is a sleeper franchise that people
Oh,
don't
sure.
often think of, but man, it's been more consistent than a lot of these other ones. And
Yeah,
I think this isn't the worst one of them. I actually kind of have it up versus some of the late entries prior to this
sure,
one.
sure.
But
Like what you go to this franchise for, it's more than does what you need it to, and that's actually all you need. 63. We might be getting to blows here. I have Friendship, which I have a 2.5 out of 5. Hey, look, a
how
comedy.
dare you,
It's a
sir?
comedy that isn't Naked Gun, and I have it higher than Naked Gun. That's so strange.
But you're sub 50s. I don't understand how that could be. Uh, well, maybe if we go to your review, we'll understand it. It looks like you did this review about midway through June. You gave it 2.5 stars and said, I just wish this was as nuts as the new Marvel. Like actually nuts. Which is a great review. I mean, I gotta hand it to you on that one. But
That is
man,
a
I
reference
just
to
I
the
loved
movie.
me some Friendship. It is. I don't know. I feel like I've known this character before, and I feel like a lot of people said that this would have been better as a sketch, not a full length
Yes.
show.
Yes.
Fair enough. I get you. I just man, the charmingness that to me, this is like just a perfect comedy. It is way up towards the top of my list. I highly regard this movie. I think what Paul Rudd is willing to do to kind of tarnish his I don't know, what would you call that? His appeal in this
Mm.
is just awesome to me. And then it's just the perfect kind of display of Tim Robinson's just awkward comedy. I just absolutely love this film.
Yeah, it's
But
just
I understand if it's not your cup of tea.
yeah, it's just more of the same. Like Tim Robinson, another instance where it's like, yeah, this is what I expect of you. Um, yeah, it could have been a segment. Um, it it just
I hear that a lot. Are you a fan of his? Have you ever
it's weird.
seen I Think You Should Leave or The Chair
Yeah,
Company?
yeah, like there's some bits that I rather enjoy him wearing the hot dog outfit. Um, funny shit. But again, that's a segment. I just feel like this movie is more of the same where it doesn't hold enough of the attention there and warrant being what it is. Uh, I don't know. It just I don't know what would make it better for me if it was like 15 minutes. I don't know. I don't know if that would make it
I'm going
easier
to
for me.
challenge you. He did an HBO show that a lot of people are calling kind of the spiritual successor to this one, but The Chair Company. Uh, it goes so much further than the movie was allowed to go, but man, I absolutely kind of love that, and it's so much of the same humor. If you hated this, you're gonna hate that. So
I
if you
didn't
hated this, don't bother with it.
I didn't hate it.
But
It's just
but letting it fully bloom over like a full season, just man, I absolutely love Tim Robinson, and I can't wait to go wherever he wants to go next.
okay. Um, did oh yeah, number 62 is Caught Stealing. 2.5 stars from me.
Indeed.
What did I end up saying about this? Doesn't this take place in the
So you
90s? If I'm not mistaken, 99 or
yes.
something.
Yes, and it's very New York. It's kind of a some say a love letter, but yeah. So it looks like towards the end of September you did this one. You said sorry, you gave it 2.5 stars. You said I don't like the idea of Aronofsky trying his hand at being a Guy Ritchie cover band for this film. The stakes are there, yet never feel truly significant. There's improper emotions throughout. The humor feels uneven. A well-made movie that feels all wrong when you put yourself in the mind of someone with common sense. Um, I hear you. I disagree.
You don't look glad.
Somehow, I mean, I'm not glad. Just I hear what you're
Have
saying.
you watched have you watched the clip of Devil's Advocate bot yet?
I have.
Okay.
I thoroughly enjoyed it. I am not devil's advocating this. I mean, I gave you my list.
I'm
It's up
glad you're
towards the
trashed.
top of it.
If I may, you don't look glad.
I happen to love this film, and I don't know what it is. It's hard to describe it because it's got a lot of errors in it. It doesn't seem like it 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 doesn't seem like it's necessarily the most coherent film, but there's just kind of a feeling that Aronofsky brings to it that I don't know why. Just upon subsequent viewings, just man, it's working on completely different levels for me, and just I like all of the characters and where it's going with this, and I kind of love seeing the how the bad guys are a little bit different. It's showing you kind of a different side than you would normally see,
Sure.
especially from kind of a group of evil brothers. Yeah, I never would have thought, the villains in this should be the mob, but they should be orthodox. That feels interesting. And then, man, it's got one of my favorite scores of the entire year. I was fortunate enough to see the Idols perform last year, and they played a couple of songs from this that I had no clue what exactly these were. But, man, I just absolutely love the video for Run Rabbit Run, which is basically just a whole bunch of clips from this movie, and then, yeah, they gotta just really take over the soundtrack, and I think Aronofsky did something that, man, I just love the feeling of this. And it looks like Manny's saying Caught Stealing's in his top 15. Uh,
That's fair.
Spoiler, it might be in mine as well. I
Ooh.
really I dig that film, and it's kind of hard to justify. I think there's a lot of better films out there this year, but man, this one sticks with me, and I end up thinking about this one a lot.
It felt to me like it felt to me like a Guy Pearce movie, and isn't like just I don't know. It felt like it was trying to be something that. Did I say Guy Pearce? That's that.
Yeah,
What?
you meant Guy Ritchie. You
Yeah,
said Guy Ritchie the
yeah,
first time.
yeah.
Uh,
Well, you know
but
what? Why not
I
have Guy
agree,
Pearce in this
it doesn't
movie?
feel like Aronofsky. Yeah,
Right.
he would have been great in there. Give him a mohawk too. And maybe that's the other thing too. I happen to have a blonde mohawk currently, and yeah, the doctor is rocking quite an awesome blonde mohawk in this one. Maybe I have a bit of what would you call it? Kinship with this film, but yeah, I get it. It is certainly not a perfect film, but man, it found a place in my heart.
Yeah, it's just weird that Guy Ritchie's been off recently in some of his stuff, and like this kind of feels like it should be a Guy Ritchie movie, and it's just, uh, I don't know.
I take Aronofsky's version of it over Fountain of Youth, which I don't think I've seen on your list yet. So maybe it's coming up.
Uh, um, well, we'll see.
I think you might need to add that to your
I
list
might
if it's
be
not
I
there.
might be either crazy or concerned, if not both. But
I think
60,
you saw a Guy Ritchie one this year.
I did. Um, 61. Oh boy. 61 is cleaner, and I deserve whatever question marks are being thrown at me. Um, Now this is some Daisy Ridley standing, showing itself. Uh, um, so it's Die Hard with Daisy Ridley as a window cleaner in a very Die Hard situation. Um, looking here, do not watch Cleaner over Caught Stealing. Do not watch Cleaner over Friendship. Shit. Do not watch Cleaner over Final Destination Bloodlines. Do not watch Cleaner over Naked Gun. Full disclosure, I am quite the smitten kitten for Ms. Daisy Ridley. Um,
Hmm.
Caught me at a weird point, I guess. Daisy Ridley, but Die Hard. Yeah, I'll take it. Thanks. What did I say in the review that I'm really going to regret every
So this is one of your longer reviews. I think this might be the longest review so far.
because I was
But
salivating.
yeah, this seems awfully frothy. There is talk of a mouth at some point in this. But yeah, it looks like you gave it 2.5 stars and you watched it towards the end of March.
Okay.
Yet another in the decades-long cliche of Die Hard, but blah, blah, blah. This film is something that feels more like the guy who directed Green Lantern rather than Casino Royale,
Mm,
but it certainly has some qualities to it. There's some shortcuts here that Die Hard-like movies manage to do the long way. Having our hero be in on half the robberies communication feels a bit convenient. There will certainly be people who had Mary Sue issues before seeing some problems here. I can certainly see some of that here a bit more than in previous work. I could also be biased. I find Daisy Ridley quite charismatic, much more so when she's got a potty mouth. So apparently she's got a potty mouth in this one.
yeah. Yeah.
While others in this movie less so. There are some actors that I seem to forgive some technical snags
Yep.
if I'm enjoying the performer.
Yep.
Clive Owen is in on this movie far too little, is in this
Mm,
movie far too little for my appreciation of his work. But considering some elements of the movie, most importantly, the rather tight runtime, I guess it works. I don't know if this movie would fall apart or bore people if it were like 10 to 20 minutes longer, but I would imagine things wouldn't feel so fast then. It's something of a catch 22. Some of the charm of this is the tight nature in which it gets in and out. This movie isn't some legendary action movie for the ages, but more like an airport fast food joint. It's quick, hits something you're there for. I I wouldn't tell you to expect much. It has issues in places and small charm in others. However, rushed that may be.
Mm,
So it sounds like it's got pacing issues,
yeah,
but you're smitten with Daisy Ridley.
yeah.
Hmm.
I like it when Ray says fuck, so, it gives me like 20 points. Just, yep, okay. Um,
I I don't hate me a potty mouth. Yeah, interesting.
yeah.
And
Listen,
I do always want more Clive Owen in any film that I'm watching,
yeah,
so I
he's
get where you're coming from.
criminally not underused, but his character doesn't spend much time in the movie. Um, listen, if you wanted to take a look at my list and put up the top 5, what the fuck were you thinking? I have no defense for this being as high as it is. Just a smitten kitten for Ms. Ridley. Uh, if she gets divorced and I get divorced, we're gonna have to see to make things happen. But um, I have no defense, Your Honor. I just enjoy me some Ray saying curses. Um,
I get it.
with that, uh, I am going to take this moment to pause because I need a liquid change. Gray, are you all right to give us
Yeah.
your rundown?
Sure.
Okie
I
dokie.
think I stopped at 80. And
Mhm.
again, think about this. Think of how much work this is on Charles's behalf. I mean, man, he's into like almost 6 hours of a stream now, and he's telling you every movie he watched. He's giving you a slight review of each one.
You're here
Come
too.
on.
You're doing most of, if not all of
I'm
the
nothing.
work.
I'm superfluous.
Stop it.
All I'm doing is reading your words. But to think of it, Charles is only here because of medical marvels, and now they're wanting him to pay it back. So come on, pay back the man giving you so much entertainment. He is breaking his body for you. Take advantage of this fundraiser. Show Charles what's up. Show him some love. But yeah, my list is nowhere near as great as Charles's. There's a lot of them on there that I would have liked to have seen, but yeah, I think I left off at number 80 for me, which I had Bad Haircut in. Again, I just really enjoyed Frankie Ray's performance in this as an eccentric barber. I think it's up there with Nicolas Cage's performance in Longlegs. If you get a chance, check it out. You'll probably be more in the SIPO camp where you're not liking Bad Haircut as much, but if you like it, you're welcome. At 79, I have How to Train Your Dragon. I thought it was an okay live action version of a cartoon. The cartoon's super cute, but yeah, I don't feel like we needed a remake. That being said, it's not the worst remake. At 78, I have Stiller and Mira, Nothing is Lost. Ben Stiller, I believe, is the one who made the documentary about his parents. And it was directed by Ben Stiller. It was an interesting look into the life of his parents. I always loved Jerry Stiller, and man, his all of his characters that I knew of, I always dug, and I always dug Mira, and just I wasn't as familiar with them as a comedy duo, and yeah, I really dig the heartfelt sincerity that is in this documentary. If Ben Stiller at all interests you or his family life, check it out. It's kind of a moving doc. At number 77, I have number one on the call sheet, which is it's an interesting documentary that iconic actors get candid about what it takes to make it in Hollywood, and it talks about actors of color, what it actually took for them to get breakthrough moments. It's a cool documentary. I have no issues with that one. It's at number 77 for me. At number 76 is the Pixar Elio. It's kind of a cute film. I got nothing against it. It's not the greatest Pixar one, but it's definitely not the worst. It's just kind of meh. But yeah, I think kids would obviously love that. I'm not the target demographic for that, but I know the nieces and nephew I went to that with absolutely loved it. At 75, I have The Legend of Ochi. Kind of a similar thing, but man, do I dig the puppeteer work that is in this thing. So it ranks a little bit higher for me than Elio. But yeah, The Legend of Ochi, it's really cute. I think it's awesome that they were able to do a bunch of the actual, they use practical effects and it was practical puppeteering. And I guess Willem Dafoe was really thinking that he wouldn't be able to work with puppets, but man, he was utterly convinced. It's kind of a cute little flick. Check it out. Number 75, I have The Legend of Ochi. Number 74, I was expecting to like this one a little bit more based off of what all the rave reviews that I was hearing, but at 74, I have Roofman. I think it's kind of a cute movie, but I don't know. It didn't speak to me like it has spoken to a lot of people. I've actually seen it towards the top of a lot of people's lists that it was just kind of a surprise to them. Um, I don't know. Maybe I just was too familiar with the story. I kind of knew where they were going from the beginning, and it was just kind of meh to me. I don't hate Roofman. I like all the actors involved in it. I just was expecting it to kind of move me, and I don't feel like it did. At number 73, I have The Bad Guys 2. Uh, yeah, it's cute. I think, unfortunately, it's got a problem that a lot of the kids' movies today have, and I do worry that it is going to cause more furries in this world. But that being said, uh, anthropomorphic animals always awesome. Good voice acting in it, and I like the style of the animation in this. So yeah, I got Bad Guys 2 a little bit above that. Number 72, I have, I think, unfortunately, it's my only film this year with Bill Murray in it, but The Friend. It's this interesting movie where someone befriends kind of an older person, and then they end up passing, but they inherit the dog from them, and it's this giant Great Dane. It's an interesting story that I ended up really connecting with, and I didn't think I would find myself really liking it, but here we are. At number 71, I have Bridget Jones's Mad About the Boy. I don't know why. I wouldn't have thought any Bridget Joneses would be anywhere near the top half of my list. However, I think this is the Bridget Jones that I've enjoyed the most. Only watched it for my wife, but actually enjoyed it. I did not think that was going to be possible. At number 70, I have the live action version of Lilo and Stitch. I don't know. Maybe it's because I always kind of thought the original one was a cash grab. I didn't mind that it looks like they're trying to farm this out to have infinite sequels. To me, it kind of makes sense in a certain way. I understand what they're doing, and I enjoyed this a lot more than a lot of the live action Disney ones. I can see why that one made $1 billion. It's the same thing with that original one. I've grown to love the original one, but it felt like a cash grab to me in the beginning. So Lilo and Stitch at number 70. At number 69, I have Fountain of Youth. I had no idea that this was a Guy Ritchie movie until I was done and saw his name. Somehow I missed it in the opening titles, and I just never put two and two together. It feels like it's a knockoff of National Treasure, but it's not horrible. So yeah, it's in the top half of my films that I saw this year. But it's totally skippable, but it's not the worst. At number 68, I have another one it is kind of skippable, but it's cute. It's Nona's. It's Vince Vaughn with a bunch of grandmas starting a business. It's not the worst. It's cute. It's worth seeing, I guess. At 67, I have one that I actually really liked. It's called Locked. Not a lot of people saw this. It's Bill Skarsgård doing his best impression of Justin Bieber, trying to steal a car, which happens to belong to Sir Anthony Hopkins. And Sir Anthony Hopkins is simultaneously trying to teach criminals a lesson. It's an interesting kind of, what would you call that? Like in the box movie, you're in one location. That
Oh,
location is this car. He is locked in the car. So I don't know. I kind of dig it. It's not the worst version of that type of movie I've seen, and both actors give pretty convincing performances. And I got to be honest, I never saw Bill Skarsgård as the Justin Bieber type until this movie, but he can pull that off. I'm really digging where Bill Skarsgård can go. At 66, I have Novocaine. I don't hate that one at all. I rather enjoyed this movie. I just think there's a Jack Quaid one that's a lot better this
mm,
year. So it goes down here, but it was still a fun action movie. I have it a lot higher than a lot of the other action movies on my list. At 65, I have Coyotes, which we were lucky enough to get to see at Fantastic Fest a little bit early. And then I believe that was released in October of last year. I finally got the wife to see it. She did not enjoy it nearly as much as me, as it sounds like nobody else enjoyed this one. But what can I say? It's kind of Justin. now I'm blanking
Long,
on his
long,
name.
long.
Justin Long at his longiest, his best. I really kind of dug his version in this. There were a couple of twists and turns that I hadn't really seen before. I dig a lot of the stylized things that they're doing. His character happens to be an illustrator. That comes into play a couple different times in the film. I kind of dig it. And there were some notes of sappiness that I thought were overbearing, and then they kind of make a couple of corrections. And man, I kind of dig the film. I think every actor is kind of perfect at what they're trying to do, but your mileage may vary. I'm apparently the only person I know that likes this one. Everybody else had it towards the end of theirs. Uh, at 64, I have Bad Shabbos. I think it's a Netflix movie now. I'd heard about it a little while ago. It's kind of interesting. So someone's converting for their fiance, and they're coming over for kind of a pre-wedding dinner so that the parents can all meet. And there happens to be a very unfortunate incident that happens that now they're trying to cover up. It's possibly a murder, possibly something else. But yeah, it's not the worst movie out there. It had a certain amount of charm to it. So I've got Bad Shabbos at number 64. The Coral at number 63. I'd heard a bunch of people telling me that Ray Fiennes is just amazing in this, and this is going to be a definite Oscar contender. I don't think so. I think people are kind of pushing it towards that. I see no reason. It doesn't seem to have the impact that I think you'd want for that type of film. But essentially, it's during World War One. A lot of the males have unfortunately gone away to war. So Ray Fiennes is the director of this chorus, and he's trying to get approval to do a certain piece. But he's kind of changing it up, modernizing it, if you will. It's interesting. I didn't see anything kind of amazing there. It's worth seeing, but yeah, it's not near the top of my list. At number 62, this one is one of them that I thought I was gonna absolutely love. I heard a couple different reviews of it, and I thought, "Yes, that is exactly what sounds amazing to me." I absolutely loved, Lynn Ramsey's previous one. I just absolutely love a lot of, the subject matter sounded like this was gonna be great. I previously loved We Need to Talk About Kevin. It's one of my favorite films. It's way up there for me. I thought every choice that she made in that film really heightened a lot of what happened in that novel without, kinda compromising, and then her touches that she was able to bring to, like, the music choice and everything. Oh, man, We Need to Talk About Kevin is just a masterpiece in my opinion, and I was expecting to really like Die My Love, but somehow it just completely missed me. It's not the worst film out there. I think, Jennifer Lawrence gives kind of an amazing performance in this, but man, I was just hoping to love this one, and it just didn't wow me. Um, it's one of my bigger disappointments of the year. And then, 61, I have Fantastic Four. Uh, yeah, my wife ended up liking this one a lot more than me. I kinda liked Superman a little bit more, but, it was kind of a hard task for them. The Fantastic Four is not my favorite, comic team, and, yeah, when you look at all the previous times it's been brought to screen, I didn't have much hope for this one. That being said, I think this is my favorite on-screen version of them, just not my favorite, Marvel film by any means. So, it comes in at 61. Still not a bad film, but, kinda more on the meh side. But
Thank you,
yeah, that's
sir.
my, next 20.
Gray, do you need a breather while we catch up with chat or
I
anything?
could fill up a little bit more coffee,
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
yeah.
By all means, take a break. Thank you, sir. And reminding everyone in chat that we're 6 hours in, 6 hours and then some, and we're only around the halfway mark. Um, if you're watching this only now, uh, please interact with the video however you feel it be necessary. Clicking the thumb is the easiest thing there is. If you're watching this in the future, commenting, letting me know how long you stuck this out with us, or what day, what time of the week. Um, all of that stuff, it all helps. You don't necessarily need to contribute through the Spot Fund link. There are many ways of helping and or supporting. Shit, just throw this on in the background and just let it play in the in the back room, in the den of your house while it just accrues AdSense while it's just playing for even if you right now we're at 6 hours. If it just played in an empty room in your house for 6 hours, that is quite supportive. We appreciate that. Spreading the link, anything. There are so many different ways to support the cause here. To let us know you're here. Um, I realize we're probably at an interesting point in the night. It's probably uh, past midnight for most of America and coming up on midnight for other portions of America. I see Doc, Manny, thank you for being here right now. Um, we're at 6% of the it was 6% in the last break. We're still at 6% of the goal now. We're doing good. I appreciate it. In case you have something that you wanted to address before we get through the next chunk of movies, I'll leave the floor open to chat for a little bit longer. Doc, nobody said you were here. Don't worry about it. But it's appreciated. Anyhow, leaving and coming back and whatever. I'm the thing I'm most impressed at is the fact I shouldn't say anything because I'm going to jinx it. I'm impressed that we've only dropped 70 frames, and now that I said that, I've cursed the remainder of the stream. 70 frames is the equivalent of 0.1% of the total runtime. I mean, I would figure with this going on for 6 hours, 15 minutes, 70 frames is not bad. That's less than one frame a second. It's far less than that. Never mind. We're at 60. Probably gonna keep going through to 40 now, or maybe we'll see how Gray feels. Maybe we could try to get to 25, and we're gonna need at least one more break, if not two or three. Looks like we're on pace for this to go. Well, I mean, if we're judging by the number of movies, we're on pace for this to go 12 hours, which I don't even know if this does OBS shut down after 10? I don't even know if OBS can stream for 12. Well, we're gonna find out something interesting and difficult one way or another. Yeah, so for those of you who are watching this, if you're not watching this live and you're just here watching this on a VOD playback, you're a badass. Thank you for sitting through this while you could be fast forwarding to the next piece. OBS likely won't shut down, but YouTube might limit to 12 hours. All right, so the boss, big boss, Susan and them. I don't even know if it's not Susan anymore, is it? Manny says it's 2:20 a.m. where I am. I woke up at 1
Oh,
a.m.
hell yeah, Manny. You're a trooper.
Indeed, woke up at 1 a.m. from sleep paralysis, couldn't go back to bed. So I'm just watching YouTube, and I'm glad to be here for the stream. And we're glad to have you, man. Thank you. Susan passed.
Well, hell
Oh, I
yeah.
didn't know that.
Ooh, sorry to hear that, Susan. You will be missed.
Yeah.
But Doc is correct. So YouTube cuts it off. I think OBS is totally fine with anything. YouTube cuts it off at 11 hours and 59 minutes. So,
Okay.
and I think 59 seconds. So if we do get close to that, we might have to start up a second stream. But
Yeah.
you promised everyone a marathon. I think you were delivering, sir.
No pressure, but we're on pace to go over 12 hours, but we're more than halfway there at 6 hours 17 minutes. So I think we're okay. If you're ready, I am as well. If
Yes,
we
sir.
get back on this shenanigans. Neil
do it.
Mahan is the CEO now. All right, so Neil, we got to get in touch with Neil and say,
Neil
please,
Brain's better.
I agree. All right, so continuing from 61, Cleaner, my I have no excuse to put that there pick of the stream. Number 60 is Novocaine, which Gray just brought up recently. It was in his mid 60s, if I'm not mistaken. Um,
Yeah, I don't hate it. I just happen to like another Jack Quaid one a little bit better.
I agree.
A couple of Jack
It was
Quaids,
a pretty
actually.
good a pretty good year to have Jack Quaid around in some films. Um, I, not not extravagant, not too serious, and it's fine. It's an interesting concept. And Gray, are you able to read that review?
Yes. Apparently I opened it backwards. There we go. Sorry, I had it in reverse order. So Novocaine, it looks like you watched it at the beginning of April. You gave
Mm,
it 2.5 stars. Light fake schlocky action with a slight gimmick. Think Crank with a bit less style and slightly different thing. However, at the climax and onward, I just don't feel anything is earned with how things play out. There's something of a twist that's only half baked.
mm,
If expectations are kept low, this might be an all right watch. And,
yeah.
that could be the issue. Somebody had told me it's like they're, doing, like, another version of Crank. So I was kind of
Mm,
expecting over the top, like Crank 2, man, it's one of those, like, so bad, it's just amazingly good, for me. So I was kind of expecting that, and that's not exactly what we got with this one.
yeah.
I don't hate it, but,
Right.
I think they could have done a little bit better.
Yeah. We're officially at the part where you know, if you have interest, you might as well go ahead. I wouldn't shy anyone
But, I
away at this point.
respect it.
Yeah,
I
and
guess Manny's saying that, Novocaine's in his top 25s,
sure,
which
here I
oh,
get
yeah,
it.
I get it. I might have a different, Jack Quaid one up there.
And shout out to Horror Maverick. Been watching the whole stream so far, sir. 2:30 where I am, trying to hang in with you. Much appreciated. You're a
Oh, hell
superhero.
yeah.
Really greatly appreciated. Yeah. So
Also a trooper. Thank you.
indeed, Novocaine, good time. We're getting at a weird spot where uh, not many complaints, but certainly not enough to get these
Just
things.
the top half of your
Sure,
list,
sure.
that's kind of a good thing. It's yeah.
We're still not at 3 stars yet. So man, um, 59 is Heart Eyes, yet another one of those Valentine's Day era films. This was a slasher movie that it was pretty stylish. If if I recall correctly, are you able to see the review?
Yes, I'm just apparently not able to spell based, but, yeah, I've got your, review right here. So it looks like the beginning of March is when you reviewed this, so just a little after Valentine's Day,
Mhm.
but, 2 stars is what I have on here, not
It
2.5, but
grew on me.
I it grew on you. It's a grower. But rather impressive cinematography.
Mm,
The movie itself jolts back and forth from a bright romantic comedy to a bright slasher.
mm,
Unfortunately, for me, I feel that the over the top nature of the rom-com elements take away the from some of the way pop culture treats certain crime. Uh, fair enough.
mm,
I hadn't kind of thought of it that way. Hmm. Yeah, for me, I'm not hugely into the rom-com thing, and
mm.
I kinda wish it picked a lane. I just didn't think the mixture was quite right for me. That being said, it's not a bad movie.
Yeah,
I didn't hate my experience with it.
yeah.
I enjoyed it more than, Love Hurts, which was the other one that was out
Right.
around the same time.
Yeah, so we brought when we were talking about Love Hurts earlier, this was the other one around that. Actually, this and then something else, which is considerably higher for me, and I think for you as well. Um, all of these late January, mid February movies, Heart Eyes was like silver. If we're giving out Olympics prizes here, Heart Eyes was the silver prize um, for this. You could do worse. You could also do better, as far as I'm concerned. Interesting. Again, like if you need a slasher that has some sort of rom com element to it, yeah, I guess right on. If you can't get around to watching Shaun of the Dead, or you've watched it 15 times too many. Maybe change of pace. What do I know? Sticking to 2.5
Plenty.
stars. Uh, The Amateur, number 58, Rami Malek. And I don't have a review for it. Damn it, me from the past, bastard. Um, isn't this the movie where the guy's wife dies and he is just like a pencil pusher, but he's gonna go try to do some taken shit, avenging his wife, right?
Yes, it is precisely that one, and that's kind of how it was sold to me. That yes, did it work for you? I know you gave it an average score,
Yeah,
but
I hate myself for not leaving a note. It's long enough ago where I have that premise. I don't have much else. Um, I think I preferred something else that Rami Malek was in that was released last year. I really hope I logged it because there's something else that Rami Malek was in that I watched somewhat recently. And, it's fun when it's a surprise to me if a movie is not
hmm.
only on the list but where it's rated. So uh, there's no exact science to this. Gray brought it up much earlier, and I would assume I agree immensely. Number 57, another one that Gray brought up a while ago is The Gorge. I gave it a 2.5 out of 5. Um, man, I really
It
want to.
grew on you because
Would have
I'm seeing 2 stars, so I
okay.
think it's another little grower.
That's interesting. I would have.
But it looks like on Valentine's Day, February 14th, you
Hmm.
logged in this one that feels like it's some sort of holdover from the younger adult craze in the early 2010s, but a bit more mature, only a bit. There's 2 decent enough ideas in this movie, but smashed together like this is a bit underwhelming. I completely agree with you. Charles
Yeah,
from February was right with this one.
I agree.
Uh,
Charles from February.
that being said, I like the actors that are in this. I
Yeah,
guess I wish the payoff was a little bit better.
yeah,
Like you mentioned, it kind of is 2 decent ideas, but why are they together?
yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
Didn't quite work.
Yeah. So it's this romance thriller thing. Two people who are separated by a chasm who have to protect the chasm. Uh, and like there's one story that's up there, and then there's another story down at the bottom of that chasm that kind of where the movie kind of loses me. I'm like, I don't care. This is no, fuck this. Um, it really is something of a movie of two halves where I was far more intrigued with the possibility of where things could go and was kind of like, huh, once they kind of went somewhere with it, it was just like, no, that's not, no, thanks. But I think it's an Apple Plus movie. So once again, if you're a member of that service, you've already paid for it and give it a whirl. You can do worse. We're in the top half, so you could do twice as bad as far as my list is concerned. Uh, Number 56. Oof, probably the most expensive so far. It is Jurassic World Rebirth. I have it at 2.5 stars. Um,
I think I misnamed it. I think I called it Jurassic Park Rebirth. But
that's
yeah, Jurassic World.
that
Let's
might
go
have
with that.
made it perform better at the box office.
Mhm.
No, I think it did fine, all things considered. Are you able to pull up my review for?
I've got yours right here. So it looks like it's from the beginning of July. You gave it 2.5 stars. This is the second best Jurassic World film since 2015. The problem is the biannual nature in which we get these movies makes it feel much less exciting. Oh, that, and the fact that the wonder of the gorgeous CGI effects feels less special because we just get so much of this world now. It isn't as bad as the last 2, but the saturation of the franchise makes everything feel redundant.
Hmm,
Oh, and the fact that a random deserted gas station convenience store has a better selection than the average British supermarket has me feeling strongly. I get you. I did think it was odd that abandoned gas station was so, stocked,
Stocked.
but I mean, you're not even talking about, the weird product placement inciting issue?
Oh,
I don't
a
know.
candy
It's
wrapper?
yeah. I don't know, man. This film completely lost me. I don't know what I was thinking when I went to it, but, yeah, I think this is my least favorite of any of them from the franchise,
Oh,
but,
wow.
I did skip a couple of the Jurassic World ones. I think I only caught the first one of those and all the Jurassic Parks, but,
Yeah.
of the ones I've seen, this is just man, I didn't enjoy myself at all. The characters seemed so much less at least with, like, Blue, it felt like that was somewhat of a fleshed out character. There were no fleshed out characters in this.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm on something of an island with Jurassic World. I ate up every bit of what Jurassic World was trying to be. There was people that accused it of being, product placement, but I feel like that was Colin Trevorrow was kind of capitalizing on that and leaning into it, and I ate it up. Um, I don't think this is
It's not
as
the worst.
right. I don't think this is as good as that, but Fallen Kingdom, not that good. Dominion, not that good. Like I don't know what that means, what that says. Where I'm saying that this is better than Dominion, better than Fallen Kingdom. Like that's not saying anything as far as I'm concerned. So
Yeah, I don't think me calling it the worst was that big of a deal since I
yeah,
haven't seen either of those. From rumor, those are worse than this. This actually got me to see it, but
yeah,
I don't know. I don't think I'll be there for the next one.
yeah. I don't know. Nothing about it is really interesting. Like, ooh, can't wait to see what they do with that. It's just kind of like it's kind of like they're like false resetting every now and again. It's just I don't know. It doesn't. If you would have told me when I was a kid when Jurassic Park came out that we'd have 7 of those movies, I'd be like, nice, and I'd have to sit myself down and
Yeah,
be like,
I'd be
no,
so happy.
no, not nice.
No, it is nice. The action figures, man. Think of the action figures.
Yeah. Number 55, The Monkey. Uh, I gave it a 2.5. We're still not at 3 stars yet. Jesus. Um,
You saw it in March,
okay.
and your review is, "Have you ever wanted to see Final Destination, but have a comedic twist to it? What about if it were uneven in its delivery and a bit too proud of itself in its script?" Yeah, me neither. The Perkins stuff just isn't hitting for me. I I understand your sentiments in this one. I think this is the Osgood Perkins story that actually hits for me. For some reason, it just really found me. It is
Really?
what can I say? I like all of the, Stephen King adaptations I've seen this year, and
Okay.
this one's way up there for me. I dig it, and, man, again, going with that weird the trend of having actors play twins, just man, I kinda dig that, and I don't hate Theo James. I don't hate 2 Theo James, I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
To me, I dig it, and I really dig the comparison to Final Destination. It just had kind of this, fun twist that the actual story didn't have, but, big fan.
Yeah. Eh, I don't know. I get people enjoyed it, and it's just again the Osgood Perkins stuff just isn't really striking for me. It could just be not my kind of deal thing. It was fine. Some of the like the humor just doesn't hit for me, and I guess that's like an
Mm.
important piece if it's not if it's supposed to make you laugh, and that's part of the selling point. If it's not working, it's not working. I don't know. This was a year where a lot of stuff that was announced and like hyped up as far as the year is concerned. If anything, there were so many movies in the horror category that were like hyped that looking back, it's really kind of a letdown, all things considered.
Mhm.
And again, going back to fucking Black Phone 2 is probably at the tippy top of that list. Like, wait, what? That sucked? Oh, okay. Um,
I mean, I liked Black Phone 2 a little bit more than you did, but,
okay,
fair enough. It did make me chuckle out loud quite a few times, so
sure.
I hear you what you're saying. You're
Num
not completely off base.
Number 54 is Drop yet again, 2.5 stars. Um, Woman goes on a blind date and is being threatened via text in via airdrop on her cell phone, and her child who's home is also being threatened. It's a thriller. It's not a horror movie so much as it's more of a thriller. Ray, are you able to recite whatever the fuck
Yes,
I
I
said?
well, it looks like at the end of April, you gave this 2.5 stars, and you said, "Christopher Landon appears to be this generation's Wes Craven as he continues to make things with horror roots."
Hmm.
This movie is a bit overly bright, but I'm assuming that's on purpose. So much style over substance makes me feel like I'm watching an otherwise made for TV movie that is rather overdressed,
Hmm.
like our protagonist. A lot of camera work is rather pronounced to further hit home some anxiety, and the highlighting moments is rather slick. Unfortunately, by the last 20 minutes, what was something of a tense ride becomes something of an unbelievable clown car of payoff that actually takes me out of the ride we were on and pace for. Uh, it's nice to look at. I still want Mr. Landon to be encouraged in his ideas for the genre, but I found this a bit much,
Hmm.
while also being a bit ludicrous by film's end. Uh, I hear your perspective.
Uh-oh.
I see where you're coming from.
Mm-hmm.
I just thoroughly enjoyed Drop. I expected it was going to be a really bad, I don't know, horror movie, and I saw the trailer and it's like, there's no way that could be good. But
Yeah.
I don't know, as odd as the premise is and as stretched as it could be, especially the dollar appearing back how it is, a lot of it just it can't work quite that way. Also the whole it just it seems like you do have to slightly you have to buy into it a little bit.
Yeah.
It's a little eh, inconceivable, but yeah, I still had kind of a fun time. So I agree with your respect of wanting him to make more movies. I want the same thing. It wasn't a perfect film, but I think I enjoyed it a little bit more than you. That being said, The Monkey, I enjoyed that so much more than this. Come on, man.
Yeah, we're at a point where even though I have 2.5 stars, I think it was something of a down year for films. Um,
How dare you?
if you're on the fence with any of these, I'm not gonna try to sway you from it. Um, yeah, if you're intrigued, by all means, check it out. If you disagree, I get it. We're at a weird spot in the list here. Oh boy, speaking of which, number 53, yet another 2.5 stars. Um, Lilo and Stitch, the live action remake.
A live action.
I I dig uh what's the little alien, is the alien Stitch or Lilo?
Stitch.
Stitch.
Lilo's the girl.
Yeah, I I had fun with that character. I didn't realize that there was like 4 or 5 sequels to the animated one. Um,
Yeah, there's also that Disney cartoon thing. They like to just endlessly spin off.
sure.
It was
Yeah,
always a cash grab.
yeah, so the missus was totally turned off at the idea of this. Um,
Mm.
I watched the live action film, and then she watched a live action film, and then she showed me the original animated thing, and I don't know. I enjoyed it. 2.5 out of 5 enjoyed it. Probably because I forgot a lot of the stuff that it's basically the same thing. Um, if it were closer to my heart and I had watched the cartoon a couple of times, maybe it would sting or it would have offended me. But it's a movie that I don't know. It's harmless to me, but this is also in the same year where Snow White came out, so contradictory bullshit. Y- accuse me, and rightfully so. What did I say about Lilo and Stitch?
Uh, well, you were kind of succinct in your
Nice.
review of this. On towards the end of July, you wrote somehow a bit less emotional than the animated version.
Hmm.
Should be just fine for the target audience, though.
Yeah. Ohana.
It means family.
Sure. Um.
Uh, yeah, I, I I'm not one who absolutely loved the original one. My wife did kind of convince me that it is a great movie, and she kind of converted me to it. But yeah, I kind of dug this one. I found it a lot less offensive than a lot of the other live action ones. But I understand there's a lot of people who are somewhat allergic to watching what they perceive as older movies. So even those are off limits to them or for them. So I can understand why they want to do kind of twofold, where they get the rights again for these movies, and then on top of that, they get to show this new audience. It makes sense to me. This one's kind of the least offensive to me, but I can understand again if you have a darling, they change it all for the live action thing. So
Yeah.
yeah, I can understand why you would hate this if you completely love the other one. To me, it's not the worst live action one.
Right. And I had no attachment, so it was just like, oh, this is fun. Um. But I get it. Like, your mileage will vary with how you feel about the source material, but it is very similar, while also having some interesting departures from the animated thing, which eh, I don't know. I'm not married to it one way or another, so it was a fun time. I think of the Disney stuff that came out last year, it was one of my, if not my favorite, family film
Hmm.
from last year. Granted, I didn't see
Hmm.
Zootropolis or any of that shit. Zootopia. Um, I might stand corrected, so who knows? I might hear it from some of you now as we get to number 52, The Long Walk. 2.5 stars from
For
me.
shame.
I know. Oh boy, I'm looking ahead. That mm, um, has quite a few fans. I could not get into it because it it's essentially Hunger Games, but walking. Um, the thing that confused me, like I understand people loving this for its Stephen King. It's a Stephen King adaptation. I saw comparisons to like Stand by Me and shit. Um,
Hmm.
sure, the dialogue and the bonding is there. The problem is at the base of this story, these people that are walking are competing, and the last person standing lives. Everyone else has to die. At a certain point in this movie, I don't believe that everyone is trying to fight for one another because you're just prolonging everyone's death. Um, if there were some people that, tried to pull one over on someone to get an inside track to making it, it would be a bit more believable. I just find it extremely hard to believe that, at a point where 20 people are walking for fucking 48 hours in a row, that 20 people are still like, come on, guys, we got to make it. I'm sorry. I don't know what that
Just
says.
saying. What are we, like, almost at 7 hours of streaming here? Come on, man. We could
we
do it
can
for
make
20
it.
days.
Well, what if
Yeah.
what if one of us dies? What if the stream cannot end unless one of us dies? Then what?
I mean, we would be more competitive with this streaming for sure.
Exactly. And that's all I wanted from this. Are you able to
Well,
oh, go on.
I do have yours up here, but I would like to point out one thing, and then I'll read your thing. Just you're right. It does seem like a lot of these things, like Hunger Games, all those things, but this is a Stephen King book. It was one of his first ones as Bachman, I believe, and he wrote it in the '70s. Man, like it it predates a lot of those things that were inspired by it,
Sure.
which sucks because now it feels like it's ripping off these other things, but in all actuality, it kind of inspired it. But let's go back to SIPO from October. We'll go about 2/3 into the way of October. This movie was rather uneven. I was interested yet unconvinced by motivations of the characters, excuse me. The dialogue is strong, but the reasoning and conflicts just did not match up. So many elements of the main idea of Hunger Games, but walking, are somehow overlooked, and that is the very reason why I'm left scratching my head over just about all the characters' motivations and actions. At some point, the team spirit thing in a competition would get to be a bit more cutthroat somewhere along the way, but The Long Walk has decent intent, but a lack of believability in its material. And I, I don't know, man. So I am a fan of the movie, the book, excuse me,
Mhm.
the story, and I don't know. They change up the ending from the way that the book does it, and I kind of think it's a little bit more poignant what they're able to do with this one. And a lot of what Stephen King does with his writing is he kind of puts you in the character's head. You get a lot of their internal monologues going on,
Okay.
and you can't do that with this one, unfortunately. But the guy's mind wanders quite a bit while he's on this walk, so you kind of get more of his backstory. Where the way they chose to do it in this one, just for me, is so tasteful, and then the actors that are in it and the performances that they're able to give. So Cooper Hoffman, the guy who was in PTA's previous one, the Licorice Pizza, he's kind of the main one, and then David Johnson from one of my favorite Alien movies, Alien Romulus.
Mm.
Man, he comes back and just gives another amazing and powerful performance for me. And
Sure.
then it took me a minute to even realize that that was Mark Hamill in this, but
Oh.
yeah, for me, Mark Hamill, the character of Mark Hamill.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, just it took me a minute to realize who that was. Even him felt like a different character than I'm used to, and I'm pretty fast at pulling out that dude's voice. I love it. But
Right. But again,
yeah, just for me, it worked. I can get why it's unpleasant and people wouldn't necessarily want to
it's
keep experiencing
it's
it.
not that it's unpleasant so much as it so last man standing. Um like that so that's it. We keep walking until there's only one left. At a certain point, um if like there's a conversation that two characters have where one character is like, uh man, you're going to make it. Don't worry, you're going to make it. Um to have that conversation with someone, you need to be dead for that person to make it. And if you're rooting for that person that much, then just stop walking. Like there are things where I don't understand how you want me to believe that you're supportive of the person that you're competing against, whereas if you really want them to make it and move ahead with their plans and their the future that is rosy for them, you need to die. Um I just don't believe that people are like, there's no moment where they're like, hey, I'm going to keep walking with you, but if you're going to make it, I need to be dead. So I'm rooting for you, but also I hope you appreciate my death in the process. It's just hard for
I
me to
mean,
process that.
maybe it was a little bit more believable for me because I did watch it while I was on the treadmill, or at least I started watching it while I was on the treadmill.
A
I was kind
shorter
of late to
walk.
this movie, so I was able to watch it at home, and I don't know, it seemed believable to me, but Yeah, also, I'm a little bit more familiar with kinda some of the motivations of the characters. They did change quite a bit for this adaptation, but yeah, I hear all your criticisms, just, somehow connected with me, and, it's definitely not in the lower part of my list and,
Mhm.
not in the lower part of my Stephen King adaptations. Kinda
And
dig this one, man. It's
and
affected me a lot.
I did like it more than I liked Cleaner, which remember is
Hmm,
Daisy Ridley saying the F bomb. So you had me at Daisy Ridley. So
hmm.
I have some respect for this movie. That's all I can point to and shrug about. But number 51 is Bring Her Back. Yet another. Oh shit. Oh, I spoiled something. Um, Number 51 is Bring Her Back. Yet another case of the internet's horror darlings. Uh, um, Talk to Me was
The
an okay.
Philippou brothers?
Yeah, Talk to Me was okay. I didn't fall in love with it the way everyone else did. This was a bit like more fucked up. Uh, some like gnarly imagery. But are you able to read my ridiculous
Yes.
words?
I do have yours. So, right from the beginning of July, it looks like you said, "Hey, what if Hereditary, but a foster family and Australian?"
That's it, huh?
Uh,
Good for me.
yeah, I mean,
Good
I
for
loved
me.
Hereditary, so I mean, that sounds great. I don't know. I've heard nothing but good things about this one. That it's even more disturbing than the previous one. Uh, but yeah, I did not check it out. Somehow I've slept on this one. Despite your, kind of, a little bit more than average scoring of it, you gave it 3 stars. I think this is our first 3-star
Oh, we
out of
made it.
everything.
3 stars.
Yeah. I'd still like to see it. It's on a list for me, but, yeah, sadly, I have not seen this. But if you were to guess our mutual friend, you gave it 3 stars. What do you think they gave it?
5.
Yes, 5 stars.
Get
Flawless
out of here.
film.
Get out of here.
Yeah, Multi gave it a 5 star.
At some point, he's gotta give it 1 star somewhere. At some point.
You'd think so.
He's gonna
Maybe
he's gonna
at
give
the top of
Sinners
your list, I'll
he's gonna
give a
give
1 star.
Sinners a 1. Watch that's how we even out the list here. Um, yeah, Scott says, "Typical Letterboxd review," and, I own that. That is fair. Um, yep. I just I'm not listen, it's top half. I didn't really fall in love with it, but at the same time, I didn't really hate it. It's not something that I'm like goo goo gaga about the way some of the horror community is. If you dig it, like that's cool. I'm happy for you. I'm looking for other things from you know the genre, but it's a good time to be a fan of horror because there's so many diverse stories, and if this draws more attention and has more diverse films in the subgenre being made, then that's a good thing too. Um, Now I'm gonna lose some of you. Number 50 is The Electric State. um, if you don't mind, Gray, can you read the review? Because I'm certain I bring up the price tag.
Yeah. So it looks like this was towards the second week in March. You said, I happen to have really lowered expectation when movies get a ton of hate. This movie is no different. And once again, it helped me appreciate the good things from a movie I expected nothing from. The movie feels like some weird cyberpunk variation on elements of Ready Player One, but there certainly are some glaring differences and issues. Something I've grown to accept is the fact that the Russos appear to be, for me, this generation's Michael Bay. But that by that I mean that I know that I'll have something to be content with. The substance, however, will be a bit lacking. Something I can't figure out is Netflix's incessant need to put an MBB in a ton of stuff. Millie Bobby
Mm.
Brown, for those of you who aren't on the MBB
Thank you,
train
because
in a ton of stuff.
I typed it and I didn't know what the hell I was talking about. Like, what the fuck?
In a ton of stuff that isn't Stranger Things. Her performance doesn't provide too much for me, but then again, that could be on the direction. I expected to be so frustrated with this that I would stop it 20 minutes in. I wasn't. Unless you spent $300 million on this, I can't see a reason for finding enjoyment in this. Cyberpunk Ready Player One with a twist of Chappie, but the same amount of substance and heart as those projects.
Which isn't much at all.
Yeah. I have it much lower than you did, but I don't know. I don't hate it. I expected with a price tag of that and all the voices that they had in this thing and the actors, I expected to like something about it, and
So,
I didn't, man. It
Gray,
lost me.
allow me to devil's advocate bot you. You don't look
Okay.
glad. Um, so
Indeed.
the price tag. How much did you pay for your screening of Electric State?
I know I'm not on the plan that I have ads, so probably more than I'd like to be paying for it, but a small monthly fee.
Oh, so you didn't pay like an exorbitant amount more for the Electric State than you did the Long Walk, let's say, or Lilo and
Yeah,
Stitch.
that's true. Both of the well, no, Lilo and Stitch I did see in theaters. So I did pay a little bit more for Lilo and Stitch, but I hear what you're saying about the long walk. Unfortunately, I slept on the walk. I should not have. I should have been there in theaters supporting it.
Yeah, my point is when people bring up the budget of the thing, unless you contributed to that budget, like by paying more than a ticket price, I don't understand how that's relevant. And it's like the other end of the discussion about Shelby Oaks when people are like, it only was $1 million. Yeah, okay, so if you had the Electric State's budget on Shelby Oaks, how much better would that movie have been? And I don't know. And
I think a little bit.
I would hope so. You have 300 times the opportunity. Um, there's just some things where, without like looking at the receipts and knowing what the fuck the money went to, it all means nothing to me because it was still the same experience. And I have a Netflix account, so I got to.
Mhm.
Well, actually, my uncle has a Netflix account, so I was able to see it for the same price as having my uncle's email address.
I
With
mean,
that,
based.
I am going to do a twofer here because yet another instance of me watching two very similar movies and then putting them right next to each other. 49 is Titan, the Ocean Gate submersible disaster, and 48 is Implosion, the Titanic sub disaster. Now, one of these is on Max, and one of them is on Hulu, I think. All I know is one is on one streaming service and one is on another. If you've seen one, you kind of have enough. But if you've seen both, it feels a bit redundant with, a big Venn diagram where some things are missing in one spot and others are missing in the other. There's some overlap in it. It's intriguing. They're both good in their own ways. Fascinating. One of the documentaries has a lot more footage of like them testing their submersible. I didn't know that it had gone through a bunch of test runs uh, before going down to the Titanic. Like it had made a successful dive to the Titanic.
Hmm.
Successful. There was a crack or something that was earned in some of those trips. It's fascinating. Um, I if you only want to watch one, I get it. I think it depends on what it is you're looking for. Like one has a bit more footage and is a bit. And neither's really incredibly forgiving because both of these documentaries are kind of like this guy kind of it really endangered a lot of people, and it's a shame that there was other people in there. Um, something of a madman. You kind of got what he deserved, but you know, got other people involved. I don't know if you've seen either, Gray.
I have not, unfortunately.
You're aware of.
I watched a couple of internet documentaries on him, but I wish I'd seen the kind of more produced ones.
Yeah,
Because I think there's a lot of interesting footage that's out there that they definitely could have compiled. But
right.
interesting story.
Yeah, I think that's one of the benefits of either of these documentaries, if not both. If you're really into, the Ocean Gate disaster, sure, there's some great free content on YouTube. Um, but if you want a little bit more, either, if not both of these documentaries provide something that's fascinating. And Scott says, implosion, a scam artist convinces a few people physics is a lie. Yeah. Uh, a rich person,
Essentially.
a rich person cutting corners to to just uh, fuck over safety is wild. It's a story that is, I don't know, who could have seen this coming? Oh, if only you thought about Titanic and what was said during that. Like, the irony is just so heavy. I would say it's fitting, but it feels scripted to say, oh, it fits that story happens that way. But it's real. It happened again. How the fuck did they not learn? Oh, so you asked earlier, and I have a slight answer.
Yeah, it apparently is there. So I'm sorry.
No,
I just somehow missed it.
I'm relieved. I'm glad because I when you said it, number 47 is Fountain of Youth. When you said it, I was like, oh shit, do I not have it? And I'm just
I
relieved.
don't know how I just overlooked it. But
It's
yeah, I could see that going a little bit above halfway in there. Fair enough.
and what did I say? Now that I remember, I was
So you did it towards the end of May, and you say 3 stars. It's a movie like this that reminds me that people who are good at their craft can elevate an otherwise bland film. Fountain of Youth is one of those instances. The script is a tad too expository, and let's be real, the movie feels samey. But Guy Ritchie manages to pull together some lemonade with the chipper performance of JK and NP, John Krasinski and I'm blanking. Is it Natalie? Who is NP in this one? I'm
Natalie
blanking.
Portman.
It is Portman. Okay, I was saying that, and it's like, that just doesn't feel
Yeah, I
right,
figured
but,
out my own
fair
code.
enough. It's a weird, Guy Ritchie film. Don't get me wrong, if you have the opportunity to watch either Indiana Jones or National Treasure properties, do so. But if you want a new adventure, you can do worse than Fountain of Youth. I think we kinda talked about this at the beginning of the year, I guess around May,
Mhm.
so about halfway through the year, and I completely agree with that. There's some interesting shots that Guy Ritchie is able to do, just you can usually tell his films by kinda the camera movement and placement, and, man, there were some interesting things that really did kinda elevate this visually, but yeah, to me, it just feels like a knockoff of those other properties, the
Yeah,
Indiana Joneses, the National Treasures.
sure. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I don't know if you're into that kind of stuff. Yeah. As he just read, I fully endorse what I said from 7 months ago. Um, number 46. Did you see Stan's Gray?
I haven't. It looks kinda interesting.
Yeah,
I know I saw the cover quite a few times, but
I'm kind of frustrated because I didn't review this. Again, I have intentions on doing things. I just fail to follow through on it. Um, Stan's
well,
is
the
go on.
oh, sorry, I was just gonna say the blurb that they have on Letterboxd.
Please do.
Your biggest fans are these, revealing, edgy, and disarmingly personal journey into the world of super fandom, told through the lens of one of the world's most iconic and enduring artists, Eminem, and the fans that worship him. Uh, Interesting.
Yeah.
It sounds like that could be amazing. Sounds like you didn't enjoy it nearly as much as,
Yeah, it's fine. It's 3 stars. It's higher than
hmm,
fucking 70 movies on this list. I
fair
don't
enough.
I don't appreciate the fact that Eminem was a part of this production, and
Hmm.
the way the movie is laid out makes you believe that all of these super fans at some part are going to meet Eminem in the movie. Spoiler, some of them don't. Um,
Ah,
it's just
empty promises.
no, it's not that they promise it. It's just if you've seen something enough times, it's like, oh yeah, I know where this is going, and I guess congratulations for subverting that expectation. Eh, I'm curious to know what this would look like without Eminem being a producer on this. It's eh, it's it's a documentary where the producer is the person who the movie's based on, and then you have like mega fans giving you their perception of this person. So it feels very one-sided in things.
Hmm.
Like it's very defensive of Eminem, and I it's not that I'm saying that there's anything that it needs to it needs to be a hit piece or anything. It's just forgiving. I don't know what term I'm looking for. I wanted a bit more of a gritty look at things, like when he was, apparently there was a stretch there where he was having issues with addiction, and they really kind of don't get into that too much. It's just more of a he took a break for a little bit and came back and succeeded and came back better than ever. And it's a little bit of a fluff piece, uh, but it's not damning in any way. It's just something that it's a puff piece documentary, but it doesn't really have any bite. So
Hmm.
I don't know. Considering Sean, I don't think I counted it because it was a multi-part series and not technically a documentary. The Sean
Hmm.
Combs documentary, the fact that he was a part of
Yeah, that
that,
one gets strange.
yeah. So like if you take those two projects and put them together or against one another, it's like, yeah, this isn't just outright puff piece compared to puff piece. Go figure. One is just outright featuring Puffy, and the other one is a puff piece.
Tough
Um,
piece. I see what you did there.
not on purpose. I swear I didn't try that, but
Ah,
yeah,
I
it's
should have been an asshole and said, "I see what you diddy there," but I got
getting late, everyone. We're 7 hours in.
you.
Yep. So stands. If you're an Eminem fan, it probably could. It might like you. If you're an Eminem fan like that, you probably are in this. Never mind have watched it, but I believe it is on Paramount, if I'm not mistaken. It's one of those things that while waiting for new episodes of Dexter, I was like, all right, fine, I'll just watch this in the meantime.
I've seen the cover a few times. I was kinda interested in it.
Yeah.
To be honest, I was kinda hoping that it was, going like, Malibu's Most Wanted type deal, but,
Oh, that
fair
would be.
enough.
See, I would welcome that idea a bit more. Uh, Number 45 is Death of a Unicorn. The idea of this and the buzz around it, like this time last year, felt like it had more potential than what it actually ended up being.
The trailer looked great. It
Yeah,
kinda sucked me in, and I knew I wanted to see it, and then for some reason, I slept on it. By the time I actually saw it, I was like, "Oh, okay.
yeah.
I guess I didn't miss anything."
I feel like just putting A24 at the beginning of a trailer isn't the blank check it used to be. Um, are
I
you
mean, they just did real good for themselves, but, yeah, I
sure?
have your, review up right here. It looks like the end of April. You ended up seeing it, so somewhere around when it came out. Something of a tonal chameleon between fantasy, horror, and comedy that reminds me of quirkier mid-budget comedies from the early 90s, like Death Becomes Her. Depending on which genre you're banking, this experience on, the possibilities are quite vast for complacency with this film. And that sucks because I absolutely love Death Becomes Her. It is, I don't know if it's in my top 100, but man, I've seen that film like way too many times. I absolutely love that one. If you're telling me like it's the same type of tone, I would be all over this. But something about this was just kind of a miss for me. I don't know
Yeah.
exactly what it was.
Yeah. No.
I don't think they got that tone quite right for me.
Yeah. Absolutely. Am I not saying at any coin toss would you take this over Death Becomes Her? But
No, I didn't mean that. It just
yeah.
I absolutely love that film. So you'd think this would be for me, and the trailer had me convinced this would be for me. And I don't
Yeah.
know. I didn't get it.
Yeah, I don't know. If I were to gauge my anticipation versus like my final thoughts, I thought this was going to be like huge, and it really wasn't. This
Well, if you're gonna gauge more thoughts, what do you think our mutual friend Multi would have given this
this
film?
motherfucker. He couldn't have given it 5, could he?
I mean, could he? Is that what you think?
He
Or
could.
no?
At this point, he could do anything. He's just not going to give it a 1. Is what I'm coming down to.
He gave it one more 5 stars. Yeah, no issues, no notes, 5 stars.
5 stars.
Fair enough. He enjoyed a lot of cinema this
Man,
year.
he enjoyed 2025 like whoa. Holy fuck.
It was a good year.
Yeah, all right. Well, I wish I experienced the movies that he did. Um,
For
but
sure.
On to 44. And man, I'm really strong on this, huh? Number 44 is Coyotes. One of the first films we saw from Fantastic Fest with the Justin Long.
At its
Uh,
longest.
mm-hmm. What did I have to say about?
Well, about 3 weeks into September, you said a fun satire that manages to balance the fun and thrills equally. Uh, I have been I have been to exactly one house party in the Hollywood Hills, and I can attest to meeting at least 2 people like the caricatures in this film. The movie is ribbing all types of upper middle class folks in LA, but it isn't in your face about it if you just want to have the fun of this creature flick. There
Yeah.
are stretches where the coyotes are in something of an uncanny valley,
Mm,
but certainly worth overlooking. I know that was definitely something that we both talked about, and everyone that I've heard see this basically has the same thing. Like, were those coyotes AI?
fucking A.
Just there's something uncanny
Their
about
fur doesn't look real.
the
Like
fur.
it looks so odd. And they all have like the same lighting, and them walking just doesn't feel like it feels like repurposed the same clip, but like flipping it or something. I don't know. I was kind of hoping it was something of a test print for the sake of making the festival, but not realizing that's the final print. It's
No,
out.
I showed my wife the film once it was released, and yeah, it's the exact same one that we watched. Everything was finished version, which I would have thought maybe it was not, but here we are.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I enjoyed it a little more than you in the time, but I do have it ranked a little bit lower than you do. So go figure.
It's so odd how things work out like that.
Yeah, it is.
Number 43. So I stand corrected. Yet another. Man, Sydney Sweeney's in a fuckload of movies, huh? Sydney Sweeney in number 43, which is Echo Valley. I believe that's Julianne Moore as well. I want to say
Does
that
appear to be her picture.
this is Apple Plus. I saw a lot of
Hmm.
shit that was not released to theaters, huh? What did I say about Echo Valley?
Well, you watched it about 2 weeks into June. You gave it 3 stars, and you said, "Odd that Julianne Moore was in The Hand That Rocks the Cradle," because I was thinking that Echo Valley feels like a throwback to those 90 thrillers that I used to love to sneak peeks at when my family was renting them back in the Blockbuster video days. maybe she's returning to the subgenre to bring it back. The movie has some heavy hitters in the cast, but is just fine. Again, much like a ton of those thrillers from the 90s, a decent rental, but a bit of a letdown when you consider who's in this. You can do worse, and if it means having more mid-budget thrillers like this again, then I would give it a recommend. Certainly, worth a watch if you have an Apple Plus service.
I agree. Me from the
Uh,
past. A mild
it
suggest.
looks decent. I
Yeah,
like a lot of those 90s thrillers. If
yeah.
you're saying this is along those lines, I don't know. I'm kinda here for it, and Julianne Moore almost never misses. For me, she's usually, just, uh, choosing wisely.
I'm now wondering if there's something else that was an homage or a throwback to a 90s thriller that we haven't gotten to yet. And
Ooh, you're right.
I'm wondering if I was that strong on it, because that's all right, well, we're gonna find out.
Eh,
We're gonna find out if I'm just forgetful or crazy. Maybe a little bit of
well, and
both.
this one kinda threw me. Your next one, that kinda threw me a little bit.
Really? Okay, well, we'll get to that right away then. Number 42, one of the most recent ones I've seen, Wicked for Good, which I gave 3 stars. I'm not a fan of musicals, so like, uh,
That's what threw me.
okay.
Why did you end up seeing this one? I thought you didn't like the first one.
I didn't, I didn't, I didn't hate it. Um,
Hmm,
I feel like musicals. There's a certain moment where I just can we stop singing? Can we just have a thing where you just, giving me information and having it be, it, I don't know, normal and not feel like it's contrived for the sake of a song. Um, but
mhm,
I'm a movie kid. I quite enjoy Wizard of Oz. I haven't seen it in forever though. I liked the
mhm.
idea of what the first Wicked was. Um, except this one, they start overlapping with the Dorothy story, and um, Dorothy need not be a part of this little set of films. Um, do you
Hmm.
have my recent words?
I do. They're as of the 2nd, so technically 2 days ago now. It's
You,
been a rather long time. Oh, sorry. Yes, sir.
I was going to say you mean December 29th, right? No, no.
Yes, you're right. I totally read that date wrong. That was just the date of publish.
Oh
Clearly, you
yeah.
saw this last
All
year.
right. So I was
Um,
late to getting to the publication.
there's a couple of mine that I literally watched last night that made it to the list. So, yeah, I get what you're talking about. But, yeah, it's been a rather long time since I've seen the original film, but even with that faded memory, this ends up feeling like Elseworlds type stuff, to where anything regarding Dorothy and her journey really feels pointless and irrelevant, to this story. If you have no knowledge of that first film, if you do not have knowledge of that first movie, uh, too much of this feels like a Star Warsification of making characters all related or knowing each other somehow for the sake, I don't know of what. This is not a movie that flows on its own rather well, and it really needs you to do a bit of homework for this piece to feel complete. That sucks. I didn't feel like you had to do homework for the first half of it,
Oh,
but this
I
one is
ever
kinda bringing in a lot of that Dorothy stuff, so, that sucks.
oh,
I haven't seen the original in a
oh,
minute. I would probably have to go back and see it.
and you've seen Wicked for Good?
I have not.
Okay.
The wife really wanted to see Wicked. We went and saw the traveling Broadway show or whatever with, like, the B team, and I swear she made me watch, like, a recording of, the originals, the beloved actors, from the Broadway version. What is it? Dina Menzel?
Mm,
I can't remember
mhm.
exactly who the other ones are. But yeah, that being said, she wasn't as big a fan of the first of this, Wicked, Part 1 or whatever the hell that was called. Um, just they seem to kinda cut up a lot of the motivation and the momentum that a lot of these songs have going, and kind of changed them in a way that a lot of people that like that musical didn't necessarily connect with. So she hasn't pushed me to see this one at all. I'm sure I will. Just in 2024, a bunch of my favorite films happen to be musicals, but Wicked was not on there. So yeah, I haven't had a big push to see this one, but
Yeah.
I'm sure I will eventually. But now I know to watch the original Wizard of Oz before I go back to this one.
Or maybe not. It maybe or
Mm,
maybe not, and then see how you feel about it because there's things that happen at the end of Wicked for Good where I'm like, wait a minute, that's not what happens, and they really go out of their way to make certain characters part of the Dorothy gang, where it's just like, really, does this person have to be one of the fucking people that run around with Dorothy? Um, they kind of take liberties with certain aspects of that, and it's it's almost like they have Dorothy in the movie, but you never see her face. Um,
mm,
if you know Wizard of Oz, you know Dorothy takes someone out. Um, and with it being so devastating
mm,
to the Wicked storyline, we don't even, it's like an extra in a film taking out a main character. It does not make sense. And like Scott says, Wizard of Oz holds up for an 85-year-old movie.
it
Um,
does.
it's been a while for me, but I didn't think I needed to rewatch it. I just feel like if I rewatch Wizard of Oz, it'll make me angrier. I didn't hate Wicked. I didn't hate the first one. This one just feels, I don't know. Again, a lot of it feels like Star Wars shit, where and a lot of it feels like that Disney feel bad for the villain shit that is kind of a popular thing. Um,
Mm,
I I don't know. I'm kind of over the, good people do bad things and do things that are questionable, and bad people, how bad are they? They have reasons for being that way. I don't know. Don't ruin Wizard of Oz for me, please. Like, it's
no
pretty
promises.
binary. Please just fucking can you find something else to do, or just not like interweave this? Hey, what if the Scarecrow was this character that suddenly you have some sort of attachment to, and I don't know. Plus, it was a musical, so whatever that's worth. I was just, no, I don't fucking care. Stop singing. Looks gorgeous. It looks gorgeous, but yeah, grumpy Sipo. Number 41.
uh, you could be grumpier, but sorry, number 41.
41 is Neighborhood Watch. I did not review it. Now I'm in a pickle because I don't remember this movie. I think that's Jeffrey
How
Dean
could you not
Morgan.
remember? It is, and I believe, isn't it also a Jack Quaid?
It
Yeah, it
is.
is.
It is. Yes.
So letterbox blurb about it is when a mentally ill young man thinks he witnesses an abduction and the police refuse to believe him, he reluctantly turns to his next door neighbor, a bitter, retired security guard, to help him find the missing woman. That sounds interesting. Jack Quaid, Jeffrey Dean Morgan, someone who's mentally ill. That sounds awesome. I'm on board.
Yeah.
You give it 3 stars, right?
Yeah.
Is it worth checking out?
Sure. Sure. If you have intrigue, um, Mr. Quaid had quite an interesting 2025. Um, and
Yeah.
I this was a while ago. I remember appreciating how they handled his uh mental issues and his anxiety and stuff. Um, um, I really got to leave notes for myself. This is too far ago that I couldn't possibly give an idea. And I'm looking ahead. There's another one that I didn't take notes for, and that's if it's 6 months old and I didn't leave notes, I am in trouble, and we're gonna have this at least once more. So yeah, Neighborhood Watch, 3 stars. We're in the top third of my list now.
Oh,
So
yeah.
we're if you're thinking about it, I wouldn't disagree with you at this point. Number 40 is Riff Raff, which this is the Bill Murray film, right?
Indeed. So I think I was wrong. I think I said that I only had one Bill Murray film on my list, but
How
there were
dare
two.
you?
This
How
one as
dare
well.
you?
I forgot. This one was right at the beginning of the year.
Mhm.
Um, I think you ended up seeing it. It looks like towards the end of March. You gave it 3 stars, and you said this movie feels a bit like a Coen Brothers type dark comedy, but not one of the best ones. The comedy is a bit more pronounced when it happens, but the movie is more of a time killer than a destination. Uh, I I didn't hate this film. I think I feel kinda similarly to you on there, but man, I love me some Jennifer Coolidge, and, this one also had some Jennifer Coolidge moments in it.
Mhm.
So, yeah, for me, I kinda dug Riff Raff. It's not the worst thing I watched last year.
Sure. And again, I apologize to those of you, but we're gonna have a couple of moments here where I should have kept notes, but I think the next thing upcoming year I've had long discussions about 39 is Thunderbolts. Um, not the best Marvel film that considered in 2025, but considering how much people were like, "Oh my god, it's great. It's good to see Marvel doing depression." Um, yeah, it's an interesting perspective, but it's still just I don't know. It doesn't have me excited moving forward. We've lived through the DC era of the 2010s, kind of superheroes being drab and miserable. I don't think I'd prefer Marvel to be that way. Gray, what do you remember of Thunderbolts?
It's not the worst Marvel thing. I think it's definitely better than the other Marvel release, the, previous one,
Mm.
for me anyway. So yeah, I don't hate it, but, I didn't dig it a lot. It seems like a little bit, why are all these characters that I don't care about in one place? And then, oh, okay, so now you're gonna kinda play with them. Um, I don't know. To me, it was kind of a meh movie, but that is an improvement from a good portion of Marvel's kinda recent entries. That being said, I liked their next one more than this, so it's just kinda mid for, Marvel for me,
Yep,
for this year or this last year.
yep. I agree. We still have at least one more Marvel movie that I have not gotten to yet, but um, I don't know. If you were to tell me 5 years ago that a Marvel movie would be outside of my top 30, I would have been like, that's crazy. But here we are. Number 38. Again, I kind of pissed myself off here because I saw this recently with at least the last 2 months of the year. Number 38's Predator Killer of Killers, which is the animated film in the Predator universe. Three separate little short stories. I had a good time with it. I mean, obviously, it's 38 out of 125. Um, Gray, what do you have for me on Predator Killer of Killers?
I really dig the concept of it. There is kind of this prologue that was added to it after the film came out. Then they got some clearances, and then we're able to kind of preview this prologue at Comic Con. Oddly enough, but yeah, I kind of dig the way that it's wrapping up and connecting some parts of this franchise. But essentially, there's 3 stories, and then there's a fourth story where it's kind of three combined. I think one and a half of the stories are really amazing. I kind of think The Shield, which is the opening story, I've seen something very similar to it. So I think it's kind of like half an amazing story. The next one is called The Sword, and absolutely love that take on it.
Hmm.
I want to see more of the Predator with that. I wish we got kind of this samurai movie with a Predator in it. I mean, I will give you my money now if you give me a full-length version of that one. That is the best thing in the Predator universe since the first Predator movie. That thing is just amazing. I absolutely love that. I feel like it got the spirit of what a lot of the Predator comics were. And then there's this absolute letdown of a third story in there, The Bullet, and to me,
Mm,
that just kinda taints a little bit of, my experience with this, where it just got really cartoony to me, where I feel like the other ones were taking it a little bit more seriously, and then, yeah, to me, that kinda lowers the overall experience of this, but, yeah, I gotta be honest, not the worst thing in the Predator franchise. I dig it. I
agreed.
have this, rather high on my list as well.
Yep. And again, apologies for not taking notes. I really regret that at this point, and I have no excuse because I saw this around, and it's reminding me that there's yet another Predator film that hasn't come up yet. So hopefully, I took notes for that one.
I'm sure you did. I believe in you.
I hope so. 37 is Roof Man
37
in a
in
row.
a row?
Yay, I win.
Yeah, Roof Man. So 3 stars. About 2 weeks into November, you wrote up a review for this one. If you wanted a family-friendlier version of The Town, behold. However, this movie is a scratch uneven on characters' motivation and family dynamics. Go in an odd shift for the second half. Worse off, this movie proves that Roofman is responsible for the demise of Toys R Us. Yeah, it is a shame. You know, if they ever got their relationship with, what was it, M&M's back on track, maybe they wouldn't have gone under, but
Mm,
yeah. I've heard a bunch of people really praise this one. I had it a lot lower on my list. I just found that there were movies that I enjoyed more, but
yeah,
if this connects with you, I mean, hell yeah. I think, I saw Cody had it very high on his
very
list,
high. I
so,
think it was like
good
his
good for
biggest
him.
surprise of the year. I think, if not one
Yeah.
of. It was up there. I do remember him speaking very fondly of it.
I don't hate it. I mean, I love me some Kirsten
Sure.
Dunst, and Channing Tatum's always great, and then you throw in a little Dinklage. That wasn't supposed to disparage him, I just mean he's not the biggest character in the and by biggest, I just mean his role isn't. I love me some Dinklage, I'll put it that way.
It's we're 7.5 hours in. It's all right. What the fuck?
But yeah, I was just hoping I'd like this a little bit more. To me, I feel like I've seen similar things, and I kinda knew the story, so I don't know. Just a lot of comedies hit a little bit harder with me this year, but,
Yeah.
not a bad movie.
Yeah. It's fine. I appreciate the story. The fact is, as far as the movie's concerned, I'm assuming it's what happened in real life too. Um, the guy just kind of stops giving a shit about his original family and just kind of latches on to Kirsten Dunst and her family, and that kind of bummed
I
me
could
out
see
a bit.
latching on to Kirsten Dunst.
Oh,
I
yep,
mean,
yep.
I get it,
You better
but
hop over
yeah, it is
Jesse
gotta move on.
Plemons in the process, but, um, yeah, it's just I I had a hard time completely getting behind a character that actually has, a biological child and
Mm.
is just not really stressed about, being there for that kid. It really kind of was a tough pill to swallow for me, and so it made, I don't know, my appreciation of some of the things that he was doing, difficult. So, it's a
I
relatively,
completely agree.
yeah, it's fine. Don't get me wrong. I think it's Paramount Plus. It's one of the streaming services. It's a pretty safe watch. Um, up to 36. We had a discussion about this a couple of days ago. Um,
Indeed.
36 is Eternity. Um, so stop me if you've heard this before, but people die and have this in between place where they're dead and they have to kind of figure out what they're doing next in their life. Um, Eternity, I watched this movie and I had a really good time. If I'm not mistaken, I mentioned what my thoughts were in the review. So, Gray, if you wouldn't mind refreshing my memory from a
Yeah.
week or two ago.
So it looks like just prior to Christmas, you wrote up this review. But yeah, you gave it 3 stars, and you said, I must stress that if you're familiar with Defending Your Life, director Albert Brooks, you'll feel like this movie lives and operates in the same universe as that film. It isn't the biggest detriment to this film, but things that I would otherwise assume of as witty or creative happened in a similar fashion in a movie over 30 plus years before. Watch the past lives pavilion scene from Defending Your Life and then the tunnel sequence here, and tell me there isn't some sort of rhyming happening. If you're new to the subject, this may be quite fun and enjoyable. It is a bit more of a romantic comedy than Defending Your Life, as that is probably more about losing fear, but it still feels like some sort of reboot quill that lives in the same universe. If you're unfamiliar with Defending Your Life, I may suggest watching both on a double bill. And you'd actually mentioned this to me through, I think, our chat conversations. And I had just watched Eternity, and I haven't seen Defending Your Life in God, I wanna say, like, almost 2 decades, something like that. I
Mm,
remember liking it really, I think Lost in America, I watched more. I
mhm.
really love me some Albert Brooks films, but, man, that's kinda the one that, I generally think of. But, yeah, when you mentioned Defending Your Life, it's like, "Wait a minute. I just watched that movie, and I'm not making the connections other than the fact that, there is this, like, in between, and, you gotta kinda decide or make your case for where you're going." Um, I didn't see the similarities, but I made my wife, who has never seen Defending Your Life, and she
Oh,
actually didn't watch this one. I made her do a double feature of it, and, we watched Defending Your Life first, and just we were so surprised. There is just element after element that seems to be completely just borrowed, but
mm,
it doesn't feel like they're giving it any sort of credit, and it's not like a direct ripoff, but it is so Pepsi versus Coke.
yeah,
Like, there's just so many similarities in this. It's not just like the coloring, it's not just like the fact that it's sweet, just man, there's so many similarities, and they're both great movies. I
sure.
couldn't tell you that I absolutely love Defending Your Life and hated this. They're both, interesting. I think I'd go, Defending Your Life a little bit higher up, but,
I agree.
I don't know, I'm just a sucker for Albert Brooks,
I
but,
agree.
yeah, it's an interesting double feature, and I never would have made that connection, even though I thought I was familiar with both of them. But, yeah, I think your suggestion of watching them on a double bill, man, I think we were in, like, the dozens of similarities that we ended up catching and were
Nice.
pointing out watching it. Just, I dig Eternity, and I had been, recommended, Eternity by the in-laws as well. They were telling me, "That's a really cute one. You guys will like that one." Uh, not bad, acting, but, how do you pass up Albert Brooks and Meryl Streep? Like, it
Sure.
it is still a romantic comedy, Defending Your Life. It's
Yeah,
not forefront in there, but,
yeah,
both are worth seeing.
yeah, it's not, like, offensive where it's like, "Man, they're stealing." But like I said, if you just think of them as existing in the same universe, um, it's fun enough. There's very strong similarities, but there's enough differences and a different, you know, defending your life feels like a different section of the same, I don't know, purgatory universe where, yeah, you have to defend yourself before to move on to the next thing. But if you're ready to, have paradise, you got to pick where you're going to be forever, and that's where eternity comes in. Uh, they could, I mean, if Marvel wanted to jump on this, they can make the eternity slash defending your life cinematic universe, and
It
there's
feels like they're part of that same
yeah,
thing. Maybe it's a multiverse thing, but
yeah,
they're related somehow.
it's pleasant. Like you said, I would not. I would much rather defending your life, but that's no slight against eternity. It was actually quite surprising how much I enjoyed
I
it.
mean, Eternity's great,
Mhm.
but it's got no Rip Torn. I mean,
Mhm.
you get an extra star just for a Rip Torn. So yeah, that one's got my money, but, they're both decent. I think I'd also agree, like, around 3 stars, maybe a little bit more for Eternity.
Okay. 35.
But
I'm
I do
sorry.
see, it looks like, JDev, in the, comments is saying, "Wow, Roofman was their number 1 in 2025." I can see that.
Mhm.
I get why people like it. It has a certain charm to it. There are just some movies that, I definitely liked a little bit more, but, keep in mind, Charles has seen, like, 100 and was it 35?
25.
I can't remember. 25.
125.
Uh so, I mean, having it at 37, that might seem kinda low, but, these are definitely all in the recommends from this
Oh,
point on.
yeah. Yeah, we're
But
in the top quarter, top third, excuse me.
yeah, I totally get it. It's not a bad movie. I don't think either of us have anything wrong with it or anything like
No.
that, but, yeah, we're a little bit more me than that one.
Number 35 is Adulthood, uh, dark comedy, uh, not completely dark. The subject matter is a little bleak, but are you able to click on that review?
Yeah, I got that one right here, and I have that one on a short list, based off of your recommendation, but, looks like in, the beginning of October, you gave this 3 stars and said, I imagine this same premise/script in somebody else's hands could make things feel smoother/better, but a dark, humorous time regardless. So I don't know, man. You kinda got me sold on this. I don't hate Josh Gad, and, I'm blanking on who the female is on it. It looks like, Kaya, or Kaya, Scodelario? So
Yeah,
hell
her
yeah.
face is familiar. I know I've seen her in other things, but um, yeah. So they're siblings who their mother dies, and while they're taking care of things in her house, it turns out that um, mom and dad had a secret, and they hid a corpse in their wall, and that corpse is now something that the two siblings need to uh, take care of, and uh, they are breaking the law in trying to hide things. And as I'm too familiar with, it's incredible what being in a financial pinch will make people do, and that is part of the problem that Josh Gad's character, more than anything, is in a bit of a pickle. He's in a bind, and the steps they go to try to preserve things is fascinating.
Hmm.
Wait, what's going on?
Yeah, definitely need to check that one out. So, JDev was just saying that, it keeps telling him that he needs to be a subscriber, even though he already is subscribed, and apparently it's given him troubles in the chat, was all that I think that's the comment that you're saying, what's going
Huh?
on. Other than that, nothing. Everything's peachy, my friend.
Yeah, maybe because it's mobile. I don't. That's weird.
Yeah, I definitely recognized her. Oh, sorry, the next comment from, the blue corner,
Yep.
Kaya Scalderaro EO, was in Crawl. I
Yep.
definitely recognize her. I do not even know how to pronounce that name. I should probably learn it because I didn't hate her in that.
Odelario.
Olario. Let's go
Yeah.
with that.
Yeah. So it's I don't know. I prefer, obviously, I prefer darker comedies than I don't know, straight sincere ones. Roofman was
Hmm,
a bit more sincere, but Adulthood was a bit dark, and I can imagine
hmm.
8 people out of 10 preferring Roofman over Adulthood. But I'm fucked up. I don't know what to tell you. Speaking of being fucked up, number 34 is AKA Charlie Sheen, which is a two-part documentary about none other than Charlie Sheen.
I only
Uh,
watched the first part. I need to watch the second part because I found the first part really compelling, and then I can't remember why I never got back to it. Um, but yeah, it looks like, you watched it on October 5th or around the beginning of October. And you said this is a great doc, quite candid, but it does suffer from that Hollywood producers associated with the subject, restrictive nature of the films that should be a bit more tumultuous. The highs and lows never really feel too much of either. If anything, you're asking yourself, how does somebody get so many chances to not have any real stakes? Great stuff if you know the story, but a tad restrictive if I do say so. Could have felt more transparent, honest, hard hitting.
Yep.
I hear you. That might be one of the reasons why I didn't go back to it. But it's pretty compelling. I'm glad he's kind of in the place that he's at now. But
Sure. Sure.
I felt like we got to see way worse a picture of him than it was painting in the actual doc.
Yeah. I mean, knowing where he is now and where he was in 2000, what, 11, 12, that time, he's done quite a
Yeah.
right for himself. So that's cool. Yep, a documentary that it's along the lines of something like The Dirt, and that type of living in the fast lane kind of stuff. Could be a bit more transparent, a bit more taboo, but it's fine. Um, Number 33, still 3 stars. I have Superman. Um, yeah. Um, I think my concerns with this have to do with it feeling like, Gray, are you?
I have it. Sorry, I was just pulling up the next one. So it looks like he gave it 3 stars around 2 weeks into July. You said this one. I can't tell if it's me that has been ignorant to side projects, which include comics, etc., or if this movie isn't nearly as interested in onboarding those of us who are in the dark on the extended world of Superman. With the exception of the main protagonist and antagonist, this movie feels to me like a middle sequence to a franchise. So, with that on its own, this movie is a bit puzzling to me because of my ill informed nature. The world building isn't nearly as strong to me. Again, it feels like part 3 of 5 thing, and that's something of a letdown. If there isn't a gasp of fresh air from an otherwise drowning genre, it is the genuine sincerity of this film. The meta self-aware stuff is a dime a dozen at this point, and I'll happily take hopeful as a change of pace. On its own, I feel a tad lost, but I guess if I'm able to catch up with some of the film's elements, I may appreciate this more at a future date.
I agree.
Fair enough. I can completely get where you're coming from in that. It does feel, again, kind of like the Fantastic Four one as well, where we're not getting these origin stories. You're just kind of thrown into it.
Yeah,
Um, I kind of like the way that Superman threw me into it, but I am a little bit more familiar with the source material. So maybe that is something. I didn't feel totally lost. I just thought, awesome. We don't see the baby coming down again. Cool. I don't need to start from square one. Like, let's go. Let's
that's
do some Superman stuff.
exactly what Dennis just says. The best part of Superman in my mind was that it wasn't yet another origin story. Yeah,
Exactly. I'm on the same page as you, sir.
yeah, it's another movie that we've certainly discussed in different areas quite a few times. I'm gonna try to get us. I'm gonna get us to 25, where we'll take the last break of the
Okay.
stream, and then let's try to plow through this. And
Okay.
I am I'm kind of surprised looking at these numbers. Number 32 is The Hand That Rocks the Cradle. If you were to ask me when I saw this movie if it would be in the top third of my year, I would have said not a chance. But um, it's not an exact science. But 3 stars for The Hand That Rocks the Cradle remake. What did I say
Mhm.
about this?
Well,
Mhm.
quite a few things. So it was around the end of October. You gave this 3 stars and you said, if you've seen the original, the best thing I can tell you is torture yourself through the lifeless rich family that lives in a modern McDonald's architecturally speaking, because the third act more than makes up for things. If you're not familiar with the original, that one is still better, but these movies are rather different in certain aspects. The problem is the first half of this movie has no business getting a third act that goes that hard. Unfortunately, there's no charm to this movie. Cinematography is rather plain, and the direction could use some improvement. Wildly even, but a rare case where the end is worth
Uh-oh.
agree with you. I kinda I thought that this was going a different way, and, man, the end of it, went pretty hard.
Great.
I really kind of enjoyed this more than I think it had any right to make me enjoy it.
Great. For the sake of repetition, in case it was you that skipped and not me, this is
Oh, no.
one of the rare movies where what happens at the end?
Uh, give me 1 second, sorry, opening the tab back up.
Sorry.
Uh, I have no idea where that is in here.
Oh, okay.
Um
It's
Oh,
fine.
sorry. This is, one of the rare cases where the end is worth slogging through the first half
Yeah.
for.
Yeah.
So, essentially, you know, the end is worth it. Just it's gonna be a slog to get there, but,
Yeah.
yeah, man, I kind of agree. I was expecting nothing from the ending. I thought I knew exactly where it was going, and I thought it was gonna be super cheesy, but, man, I kind of agree with what you were saying earlier in this review, just the end went hard, and, yeah, I did not expect that.
Yeah. Thanks,
Well, I'm
Doc.
sorry I froze briefly. My bad.
It's okay. You were just startled. It's fine.
Yeah,
We all get
it's
to that.
getting late. My internet is
Yeah.
tired.
Um, all right. Let's with that. Yeah, I did a video on the hand that rocks the cradle. Check that out. Um, I am very frustrated with myself as we get to 31. I did not put anything down. It is Eddington,
How dare you?
and
It
I'm
is a, controversial film.
yeah,
How
and
could you not have things to say?
I don't have an answer, and I'm really frustrated. Like for so many different reasons, this is something that I really should have kept notes on because it was so. I don't know. It was controversial. I gave it 3 stars. Did you see Eddington Gray?
I did. I'm kind of a sucker for Westerns, and I really have become a recent fan of, Ari Aster's films. I still haven't seen Beau is Afraid. I know I need to see that one. I've just been told you're probably not gonna like it, but, I don't know. I really liked Eddington. It's definitely towards the top of my list, but, if you were to tell me that, I would really dig a Pedro Pascal movie this year, I would have said, I don't know, he's in everything. Are you sure about that?" But, yeah, I think this is my favorite Pedro Pascal performance, and then, Joaquin Phoenix is just amazing. I absolutely, love anything that that dude can do, and, man, his commitment to this character, I buy it. I think this one should have been a little bit more controversial than it actually was, but I think a lot of people kind of avoided it because of the whole, COVID aspect to it. But, man, I really, dug this film.
Yeah, and Jacob telling me I'm wrong, which is it's fine, or something close to crazy. Top 15 of 2025, easy. No, you're wrong. It is 31 of 2025. So I apologize to inform you that that is not the right answer.
Mm.
I again, I regret not having information there for a couple of reasons. I really wish I knew what I was thinking after I saw it. Number 30, weapons. Yet another case of something that the internet went fucking gaga about. And
For good reason.
okay.
Oh, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, I didn't take it as seriously. It's another case of me seeing something after everyone's made up their mind that it's great, and I could not wrap my head around um there's an aspect in weapons that it just felt doofy to me. Um, and
Doofy.
are you able to
Doofy,
read?
you say?
Yeah, the
I am. I can read, sir. But doofy, you say?
yeah, yeah.
Huh. Okay, fair enough. I will have a rebuttal after this, but it looks like just about the beginning of September, the first third of it, you said 3 stars. I don't know if I entered this with the wrong mood or if I could properly respect the film's elements, but it didn't hit for me. There's a certain key to this movie that needs you to be on board with the absurd nature of the things happening in the film, especially considering it's juxtaposed by the style of filmmaking. Very deliberate and slow camera movements help highlight the eventual absurd imagery of the second half. But I certainly can imagine somebody not being completely bought in or finding those absurd elements silly or tonally off. Think if The Happening somehow was received and treated seriously. How dare you, sir? With that, I could help I couldn't help but find myself asking, "Wait, but why though?"
I appreciate you reading it right. You're reading it the way I was
How
thinking it. Yeah, wait, but why? I'm sorry, like the
Yeah.
bug eyes thing,
Oh,
the
so
just the
good.
just running. I was not in the right. I was not feeling the way the movie wanted me to feel, and I just could not take it
Oh,
seriously. Where it's just like, yeah, I know this is supposed to be making me feel a certain way, but this is fucking silly.
how dare you? How dare you, sir? Just the performance from Julia Garner, just amazing. Josh Brolin. So this was originally also supposed to be a Pedro Pascal role, and then
Jesus.
somehow Josh Brolin was able to take this over. So
Share the
I'm certainly
wealth,
glad
man.
about that.
Fuck.
Josh Brolin is just amazing in this, and Benedict Wong, his part is very memorable to me,
Yeah.
but man, just the different points of view and the reliability of what happened based off of kinda whose story you're hearing, man, I really dig it, but all the credit goes to Amy Madigan, and I am just so happy that, she is finally getting some of the recognition that she deserves. Just man, she deserves so much more. She is in one of the cultist classics, just amazing movie. But yeah, she's the, girlfriend in Uncle Buck, and just I'm glad to see her finally getting some of the recognition that she deserves. I hope that they are talking about doing some sort of, prequel
Of
just on her,
course.
and,
Of course
I
they
wouldn't
are.
hate that, man. If they leave it at this, it is absolutely perfect. I love this style of horror. I don't think you need to see a prequel, but if they wanna show me that, I'm in. I think she is one of the most interesting characters in horror in quite some time, and, I just absolutely love kind of the tongue-in-cheek nature in this. I don't know if it's because I saw it with an audience that I think truly got this, but man, it is one of the times that the audience was just laughing at almost everything. You compared it to The Happening, but man, they're laughing with it, not at it. I think maybe you're looking at it a little bit differently, but, man, I absolutely love, Zach Krieger, and for this being his sophomore film, man, I can't wait to see, especially since a lot of filmmakers get that sophomore slump, but I absolutely love his first one. I absolutely love this one. I can't wait to see what he can do with the Resident Evil franchise, which I think is what his next one is. I think he can do in no way any worse than Paul W.S. Anderson has done. I think he's gonna give us a, good version of it. I truly trust him in this.
I
But
agree with everything
I
you
understand
yeah,
our tastes vary in this.
it's 30 out of 125, so it's the top
Yeah.
25%. That's it's still rather strong. Um, yeah, sometimes things just don't work the way they're intended to, and I don't know, maybe I know Emily just had no interest in it, and I was like, I don't blame you. If she ends up watching it,
I think
and
there's so many fun elements, especially if you end up watching it a second time. Just so many things
yeah,
kinda
we'll see.
connect that
I
I
don't
didn't
know.
notice on that first watch.
There's a chance. But it's not like I have it at 112 or anything. It's 30.
Well, if you were to guess what our mutual friend, rated this one,
Five
how many
stars.
stars do you
5
think?
stars.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no notes.
yeah.
This is the one time that I agree with well, I don't know if I'd give it a 5-star,
Hey,
but it's
careful.
definitely towards the top of my list. I am closer to agreeing with Multi on this one than you, sir. This one time.
29 is Together. Um, uh, Probably the body horror. Body horror is going in the right direction. I think if you wouldn't mind reading that for
Yeah.
me, please.
So it looks like this was the end of July. Charles gave it 3 stars and said, "The true story of me and my gallbladder. I have a feeling that a lot of people are going to crown this 2025's The Substance because body horror. But in all honesty, this movie is a commitment to what The Substance was for beauty. This movie is to commitment what The Substance was for beauty." And then a YouTube review link. Hell yeah, check out his review. I'm sure he said it much more eloquently there than I did just now. But yeah, I don't disagree with you, but man, I have heard nobody talk about this film. There was a little bit of controversy that maybe this is kind of some elements are borrowed from another script. There was a little bit of controversy with that, and then I've heard nobody talk about this movie since then. Um,
Yeah,
have you seen anyone put it towards the top of their list or anything like that?
I have not. It's interesting that like the scandal was the thing that was most considered about it, and I'm
Mhm.
wondering if maybe there was a settlement.
Mm.
Because like you said, no one's kind of talking about it anymore. And
It it was one of my most anticipated ones. I think you were the one who told me about it, but it's like, "What? Another body horror one?" But,
mm,
you know, I love me, Dave Franco. He's done a lot of, interesting things, and then Alison Brie, being his real life wife, I don't love her because she's his real life wife, but man, I've loved her since I became aware of her with Community. But just man, to see people who are married in real life go through this body horror thing, it was one of my top ones that I had interest of this year, and sadly, it's kind of one of my disappointments. I don't have it super low in my ranking, but I just thought it was going to be something that I loved. There was some buzz that it made it to a couple of festival screenings last year, and it just people were saying it's one to look out for. Sadly, it just came a little short for me, and I usually love body horror, and I'm into these actors, but just for me, something kind of missed. I don't
yeah,
know what it is.
yeah, I get it. Um, I I don't know. I feel like if this is like the lower tier to something like The Substance, that's still pretty good for me. Like if we get the next step from The Substance to Together to whatever like the next thing is, that's still pretty decent.
Yeah, I agree. It's not low in my list. I was expecting it to be on the top, and it's not
Oh.
the top of my list.
Number shit, no notes again. Number 28, Ballerina, which is the first 3.5 movie on this list.
Oh, I wish I knew why it was a 3.5 for you. Should I check it out? I
Oh, you
haven't
haven't
seen
seen it,
the
huh?
last John Wick. I have not,
Oh,
unfortunately.
I
I was gonna catch up on that and then this, and I haven't seen either.
I think you would probably want to watch the last John Wick because he may or may not be in this movie.
Yeah, that's kinda what I heard, so somehow that made me put it on back burner, but you've got it
Mm,
at number 28, so
yeah,
it seems like it's not horrible.
yeah,
I don't remember the last John Wick getting that high on your list, so
yeah.
oh, yeah.
These are all of the movies in that franchise are a really good time. Um, I don't know what I expect, but it's not like I'm let down by any of them. Again, this I think this was like a June movie, so you're asking me to tell you why 3.5. Oh boy. Um, I remember enjoying it. Um, yep. When these get rated, I have this list that goes on throughout the year, and I just kind of say I prefer this more than that, and then I kind of work my way out.
I hear you.
It's not a
Just
complete science.
weapons, though. I don't know. I'm not sure why you'd want to give this 0.5 more. I guess you don't have a ridiculous thing where you take off half a point if you don't
Not
laugh at a
funny.
joke.
Not
But
funny. Not funny. So
mhm.
that's minus 0.7 right there. Yeah. So 27 is Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning, which also gets a 3.5. And uh,
I don't believe you had a review on this one either.
oh
did you?
no, that's because it was just nothing but talking. And oh, thank goodness for Ethan Hunt.
Oh wait,
And you're the greatest person ever. Remember
I
that one time
apologize.
you
I
saved
do
us?
have it right here
Yay!
in front of me. You did have one. It looks like you saw it towards the end of May. You gave it 3.5 stars, and you said this movie is confusingly both a rather weak explosion-heavy first half combined with an absolutely stellar display of visual stunts and spectacle, a tale of two halves indeed. Put them together, and you have a pretty good movie in total. Not the best the franchise has shown, but a
Mm.
decent enough send-off when planning a goodbye doesn't always work out so well for these franchises. So it sounds like you're pretty favorable in this one,
Yeah,
despite your memories of it.
I, th- did I say explosion? I feel like exposition was
Yeah,
probably what I meant to say. Man, I fucking hate.
I might have read that wrong. Oh yes, exposition. Excuse me.
I typed exposition.
It's been like 8 point something.
No,
Yeah, you wrote exposition, but I read explosion because
listen,
he's on this plane in the sky.
we
It was hard to breathe.
we are now into the overtime of a regular shift, so it's fine. I'm just glad that I did the right thing because it is
Yeah,
it
no,
is on brand for me to fuck that up.
your two halves were rather weak exposition heavy first half combined with an absolutely stellar display of visual stunts and spectacle.
Okay, yeah,
So
that
yeah,
makes a
those
little
two
bit more
halves
sense.
that makes more sense than explosions plus visual stunts and spectacle. I
Yeah,
apologize.
no,
That'll
no,
probably happen again, but I
I
apologize.
I am certainly guilty of thinking one thing and not saying it or not typing it. So that's fine. Yeah. Very wordy, like a monotonous level, if anything. It just I don't know. If you could do that first hour or so in a much more streamlined fashion, it would feel like a hell of a lot better. But I don't know. Did you see Mission Impossible: Final Reckoning, Gray?
I haven't. I'm like 3 behind in that
Oh,
franchise, so
yeah.
yeah. I
If
kinda gave up on it.
have you seen Fallout?
I have not.
Okay, so Fallout's
I don't
probably
think so.
if you watch Fallout, you can end it there because that's probably the best
Mm.
Mission Impossible film, in my opinion.
Well, you know my motto, "If there's no Emilio, I say hell no." So, I'm not sure that I can watch any of these. They took out Emilio Estevez in the first one, and that's just sacrilegious. So, I don't know, I'm told it's an amazing franchise. I probably should finish it, but, somehow I just kinda fell out. But, I'm getting it from the chat, yes, watch Fallout. So,
Yeah,
I will catch up.
you fell out, but you need to fall out.
Deal.
So 26, and then we're going to take a little bit of a break. Nuremberg, 3.5 stars. That had to be recently because
Yeah, it looks like just before Christmas you ended up watching this, or
ye-
at least you ended up writing this review.
mm,
Um, and it says, I think this movie could have been a bit stronger and perhaps a tad more subtle with some of its messaging, considering certain points of dialogue in relation to the current climate. And while you can certainly do worse than a film like this, you absolutely can do better. That's kind of sad to hear because, man, it feels like there's so much of a story that could have been told with kind of the whole Nuremberg
Dude,
trial situation. But
Russell Crowe actually fucking kills it in this movie. It's intriguing that Freddie Mercury himself is kind of a bummer in this movie. His performance
that's what I've
isn't that
heard,
great. Yeah,
that he was really kind of going for something, and it kind of doesn't. Wow,
I
which
agree with that
sucks.
sentiment. Yeah, Russell Crowe definitely balances the acting quality in this movie. It's interesting. It's fascinating. I think you kind of need to have an attraction to World War II stuff and be aware of how things turned out. There's this power struggle thing that happens, and it's 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 interesting. Like I feel like this movie would not exist if if we were in 2012 version of the world. This movie doesn't get made, but because the climate is so moist and humid, I guess that movie fits around this time, and
Hmm.
um, I don't know. I don't know if it's a strong contender for anything. It just feels like it feels like at its most cynical, this is Oscar bait, and at its most realistic, it
Chatter,
is not.
yeah, the chatter seems to be rather tepid on it. A lot of
Mm.
it's kind of saying, uh, yeah, Malik's performance kind of is not a good thing for
Right,
this, and
right. Rami Malek
yeah,
is
I had just I would have thought for sure my wife would be all over this. For some reason, she loves almost everything World War II,
oh.
and then also trials seem to be her jam. So I would have thought she'd be all over this, but yeah, she kind of heard the buzz and was just less than enthused to see
Yeah,
this. So
the
it is on a
trial
list that we will eventually see, but
the
yeah,
trial
no.
aspect isn't as much a focal point as you would expect. It's more about like
Mm,
the interviews and stuff behind the scenes between Rami Malek and Russell Crowe's characters, respectively. And um, it's uneven, certainly in the performances. Um,
mm.
but I don't know. I don't think they put any weight into trying to get people to consider this movie, but I could stand corrected. Um, I don't know. It feels like every year there's at least two or three fucking World War II movies anyway, so it's so hard for me to read these and be like, yeah, no, this one's definitely way better than the 17 before it. Sure, whatever. I just know that Rami Malek, not this time. Are you okay to do a rundown of yours, or do you want me to
Sure.
take a?
Yeah, I'm down to do the rundown. I think
Okay,
it's been a minute since I've done mine, so yeah, I can get up to 26 real quick with mine.
sweet.
Um, yeah, so I think I left off with
I think it was
60.
60. Yeah.
Yeah. So number 60 for me is The Curse. I don't believe we've talked about that yet today, but it's a really fun film that we got to see for Fantastic Fest. And yeah, I know Charles has at least a couple videos on his channel about it, but if you liked The Ring or The Grudge, it's somewhere along those, but with kind of a modern technological element added to this. And just, man, it affected me way more than I thought it would. And I've definitely thought about this film quite a few times since then. So, yeah, check out The Curse. And then in 59, I have Frontier Crucible. Um, it's another one of those Western ones. To be honest, I'm. Oh, right. So in this one, someone's bringing a wagon full of medical supplies, and some bad guys happen to want to take that. It's not the greatest Western film. It's not the worst. It's kind of a bit of a nothing for me. And then at 58, I have the one that Charles was talking about, Riff Raff. It's not a horrible film. For me, it gets elevated because of Jennifer Coolidge, but yeah, I like me some Riff Raff. For a while, it was kind of the only comedy I'd seen in the year. It was released very early, and it definitely was a bit higher on my list until recently. But yeah, at 57, I've got Anemone, which is I believe his name is Ronan Day-Lewis, Daniel Day-Lewis's son, who's first time directing this, and then Daniel Day-Lewis came out of retirement again to be the lead in this, and yeah, it's an interesting film that kind of explores the ties between family, specifically like brothers, fathers, sons, and I'm not sure that I understood all of it or got it. To me, I guess I was just wanting a little bit more out of it. So, yeah, it ends up coming in 59 or 57 for me. And then 56 is a documentary called The Librarians, which is a lot about kind of book burning, restricted books, and kind of the most recent book banning and firing mm, scandal that you'd hear about with current librarians, specifically school librarians. So, yeah, it's kind of an interesting documentary. I definitely didn't hate that. At 55, I have Ladies and Gentlemen, 50 Years of SNL Music. Kind of an interesting documentary all about SNL music. If you dug that, I'm sure you'd dig learning a little bit more about it. And then, kind of in that same vein, I have another documentary. Downey wrote that, where it really goes through all the different sketches and implementations that Jim Downey, how much impact he really had on Saturday Night Live. And he wrote some of the just top tier sketches that everyone kind of remembers from the heyday. Yet he doesn't seem to get the credit. So, yeah, I'm kind of glad that that documentary existed. I dig Downey wrote that. And then 53, I've got another documentary, which I kind of dug. It's Being Eddie. It's catching up with, the one, the only uh, Eddie Murphy. And it kind of gives a bit of his backstory, and it takes an interesting look at him. I never thought that I'd see Eddie Murphy walking around his mansion with a puppet. For that alone, you should see the documentary. But yeah, it's a decent doc. And then at 52, I have Jay Kelly. It's a Netflix film. It's got kind of a Naked Gun esque running bit where drinks keep appearing for a character. It's Noah Baumbach's kind of return. It may not be his greatest one, but it's not the worst film I saw. It makes about my top third. It looks like. And then at 51, I've got Eternity. For all the reasons that we mentioned before, I think it's a delightful film. I just think there's a lot of films that I kind of enjoyed a little bit more than Eternity. At number 50, I've got Code 3, which is Rainn Wilson starring as a paramedic who's he's getting fried at his job and just kind of wants to get out at the same time. He's got a new employee that he's kind of training. You're doing a ride along, and it's a rather intense day for him. It's a look at like one day in his profession. It has a lot of kind of pauses and two camera just monologues. It's an interesting Rainn Wilson performance. Um, I don't know. It came in at number 50 for me. It's not a perfect film. At number 49, I have one that Cody was kind of talking up a whole lot that I believe he saw it last year at Fantastic Fest. But it's I've been very interested to see this one for quite some time. But Bone Lake, I really kind of enjoyed it. I guess I was hoping for a little bit more out of it. Essentially, two couples go to a what would you call that?
Lake
Now I'm blanking
made
on
of
all of
bones.
them. Like yeah, a lake of bones. No, like an Airbnb. For some
Oh,
reason, my mind just stopped on that. It looks like they're double booked, and then the couples want to be kind, so they offer to share it, and then it becomes kind of a horror movie at some point.
mm.
I really like Bone Lake. So that being said, I saw a lot of movies that were a little bit better than it. So yeah, Bone Lake at 49 for
Sounds
me.
like Speak No Evil
Um,
type thing. People
Kind
put
of.
okay.
Yeah, it's a little bit more lighthearted and a little bit more of a dark comedy than that, but Yeah, there are kind of some unspeakable things, perhaps a dungeon room. I dig it, but there were just some movies that I dug a little bit more. At 48, I've got Blue Moon. It's Richard Linklater. I'm blanking on the playwright's name now. Legendary lyricist Lawrence Hart. Uh, it's Ethan Hawke doing this rather interesting
Oh,
portrayal in it. It's kind of the last days of this guy's life and dealing with the success of another former partner. It's interesting, and it happens with the groundbreaking hit musical Oklahoma in the background. It's an interesting piece. It's not my favorite movie of the year. I can see why a lot of people think it's absolutely charming. For me, it came in at number 48. Number 47, F1. I know this is going to be lower than a lot of people have it. I feel like I've seen a couple other racing movies that just inspired me a lot more. Brad Pitt, I don't know what the hell he's doing to look so young that he's forever like in his late 30s, but man, he looks awesome in this. And the way that they're able to capture the racing is pretty great. But I don't know, it just didn't capture my attention like Gran Torino. Just man, I fully expected to hate Gran Torino, and I just ended up loving that one. I kind of thought,
you mean
everyone's saying that
you mean Gran Turismo? Yes.
Gran Turismo.
Okay.
I am so sorry. I every single time switch those around.
It's late,
Gran
man.
Turismo,
It's
the
getting late
video game
earlier.
one. It is getting a little bit late, and I am stupid to begin with. But yeah, Gran Turismo was way better than it had any right being. I used to kind of not enjoy those video games while my friends would always kick my ass in it. That's probably why I didn't enjoy it. But man, that movie just truly got me to appreciate what could be a racing movie. This did better than a lot of the sports movies that I have on here, but just I wanted to like it a little bit more. I know a lot of people have it a lot higher. I'm sure that's not going to be the most controversial thing on my list. That's probably coming in too. But the next one is a little movie that probably nobody saw. It's called Bunny. It's kind of a small. It's a first-time director, but yeah, 5 floors, 4 neighbors, 3 cops, 2 bodies, 1 night. It's an interesting story in a really bad day for this guy named Bunny. It takes place in New York, where he's kind of the guy who keeps the entire neighborhood together, including the Airbnb that he has, and he may have to hide a body at some point. But yeah, it's an interesting kind of look at a film. It looks like other people are rating it like 3.6 on Letterboxd. It's a very small movie. It's probably not for everybody, but somehow it connected with me. And then at number 45, this is probably the most controversial on my list. It is one of the most recent ones that I watched. I think I watched it like 2 days ago. But Marty Supreme. I just absolutely thought that I was going to love this film. Everything about it. It does have a frenetic pace. I think Timothy Chalamet has a great performance, and Gwyneth Paltrow does pretty great in it as well. Just something about it just didn't connect. I understand it is somewhat of a biopic, and I understand this guy is somewhat of that guy. But yeah, just I was hoping that I was going to love this. I fully wanted to get this in the last few days to be in my top 10. I just didn't end up loving it as much as a lot of
Silly
other
you.
films on here. I think it's a very controversial opinion. I'm sure. I've seen it on almost everybody's top 10 list that has seen it. It's some really good performances. Just for some reason, I didn't connect with it. That being said, I liked it a lot more than the Smashing Machine. I think it had more of that spiritual successor, the pacing, that franticness feel of it. But yeah, one that is completely unexpected, and I will probably get trashed for liking this more than Marty Supreme. Dogman. It was just a very pleasant cartoon animated movie. I went to it very early in the year with nieces and nephews, and man, it was really delightful. I can't say that I had a bad time with it. So maybe it was just the environment that I saw it in. I thought it was a very pleasant movie, and I wouldn't mind seeing that again. And then at 43, I've got kind of similar to the Dog Man. I don't know why there's so many anthropomorphic animals on my list, but Zootopia 2. I also recently saw this with the family. I think it was over the holidays. Maybe it was just before. But yeah, it's kind of fun. I can see that it's definitely more aimed towards kids than me, but still, it's a delightful movie. I think I enjoyed it more than the first Zootopia, so it ended up being kind of high on my list. But yeah, definitely still kind of low at a 43, but delightful. I don't hate anything at this portion of my list. Number 42, I just expected that this movie would be a ton higher than this. It's Colin Hanks doing a documentary and getting a lot of celebrities to talk about one of my favorite celebrities, John Candy, in the documentary John Candy, I Like Me. I just found something about the tone in this to just be a little bit off from where I'd want a John Candy documentary.
Hmm.
That being said, I still really liked it. I just, man, he's such a happy-go-lucky guy, and just it's such a dour note that it kind of keeps playing in this documentary. So I don't know. And then they ended up trashing some of his films that I think are some of his better ones. I absolutely love Who's Harry Crumb, and they just kind of call it one of his bombs. And how dare you? It was an amazing film. The chest hair bit alone has me, but yeah. So I don't know. I just fully expected John Candy, I Like Me, to be way at the top of my list, and it comes in at like 42. At 41, I have another documentary. It's Predators, which I think we've talked about a few times on here. It is the documentary that maybe affected me the most this year. That I totally thought I was completely convinced in one direction of where I was thinking. Wood chippers might have been involved, but I don't know. This is completely kind of opened my mind. It kind of made me switch and realize what I was seeing isn't exactly what's going on.
That
So it kind of has to do with the To Catch a Predator thing. And man, the final scene in this and some of the scenes that they're able to collect from the footage just of the actual show and
mm.
the goings on behind the scenes. Man, I really didn't expect this to affect me as much as it has. But yeah, Predators. I think it's if it's not the documentary that's the highest, it's definitely one of them on my list.
And we're going to be talking about
But
it again. 'Cause
yeah,
it's
I
higher
assume
for
so.
me.
So at 40, I have a B movie schlock. I've got Honey Don't. I really enjoyed
Whoa.
it. I ended up going back a second time to this one. I know it sounds stupid. I've got a B movie above Marty Supreme. Again, why? I don't know. I just went off of how much I enjoyed it and how much I'd like to watch it again.
That's all
I
that
don't
matters.
ever see myself watching Marty Supreme a second time. To me, it wasn't enjoyable. I like a lot of the performances. Where like Uncut Gems, I have seen it a couple times, and I wouldn't mind watching that again. I can't see myself ever watching Marty Supreme, and I've already watched Honey Don't at least twice. So yeah, to me, it just ranks a little bit higher. But it is a B movie. It can only be so good. But kind of speaking of a movie that is good, Sisu, Road to Revenge. I really dig this one. I think this is kind of the best of that kind of knockoff John Wick revenge type movie. Just man, I am gonna get his name wrong. It's Jorgen. Sorry, Jorma. Yeah, of course I got it wrong. I should have just looked it up first. Jorga Tamila, he's just amazing at this role, and he takes it so seriously. And he is what makes this work and makes it so much of a step above so many of these other ones. Just yeah, this one I dig it. I've heard it compared to the planes, trains, and automobiles of action movies, and yeah, I don't disagree with that. It's pretty great. As far as action schlock goes, this is definitely one of them that I had the most fun watching. I definitely want to watch it again. And then 38, I've got kind of a cheat one. It's Kill Bill: The Whole Bloody Affair.
That's cheating.
It's definitely it can't be towards the bottom of my list, but I've definitely seen this movie before.
That's a
The one part that
2004 movie.
changed
That's cheating.
that's what I'm saying as well. So I don't know, but I did watch it as the part that they did release in there. There is a little bit extra, but that doesn't mean that it's a new film. However, if it did count as a new film, it would definitely be towards the top of my list. But I can't put it anywhere near the bottom. So yeah, it technically comes in at 38 for me since it was released this year. 37, I've got Sorry Baby. It's an interesting film. I think it's dealing with a subject matter that's sometimes hard to talk about. The way that they're able to capture it and portray it, and they're not over the top with how it actually happens, this incident. Instead, it's you just see it through how it affected the main actress. Just man, that movie has stuck with me a lot more than I thought it would.
Mm.
So it's kind of crept up, even though it's not generally a movie that I would generally seek out. At 36, I have Tapawingo, which it's this weird ass movie. So it's starring John Heater, and it's also got John Ratzenberger in it, Amanda Bierce, and Billy Zane, of all people. It is about as Napoleon Dynamite as a film can get. However, it has nothing to do with Jared Hess. It was directed by somebody who was inspired by Jared Hess, but it's Dylan K. Naring is apparently the director of it. But man, as far as knockoffs to Napoleon Dynamite, that one's got to be up there. It's definitely in like my top 3. So yeah, I would definitely recommend checking that out if you're a fan of Napoleon Dynamite or John Heater. It's not the worst thing out there, and it's very stylized. And there's one more performance that I totally didn't talk about, but yeah, it's oh god damn it. I'm blanking on her name, Gina Gershon. It is a different Gina Gershon than I have ever seen before. She really kind of goes for it. Parts of that movie have really kind of stuck with me, and I've actually thought about that way more than I probably should have. But yeah, that one's kind of quirky if you're into that thing, Tapawingo. At 35, I have this movie that I've never heard anybody else talk about. I just saw it streaming once, and man, I kind of dig it. It's called Rabbit Trap, and it's a musician and her husband move to a remote house in Wales. The music they make disturbs the local folk magic, and that brings a nameless child to their door who's intent on infiltrating their lives. And man, it's this quirky kind of magic one, but at the same time, a recording artist one. It's kind of a trippy film, and I found myself thinking about it a lot this last year. So yeah, Rabbit Trap made it up a lot higher than I thought it would.
Hmm.
Maybe it's because my wife really digs fairies and like kind of that style of magic.
Hmm.
Just I don't know, the experience I had watching it with her, it definitely elevated it for me. I could see that she was totally buying into everything, and some really decent performances in that one. So I'd recommend Rabbit Trap if you're into fairies and such. But yeah, getting into 34, I have Together. I I didn't dislike this film by any means. Everything from this point on, I would totally recommend seeing. Just I fully expected Together to be like in my top 10, and
Hmm.
sadly, I've got it at like 34. But I like it. I like the performances. I don't think it's as good for me as The Substance. 33, I've got Killer of Killers, The Predator. Killer of Killers. Again, everything that we talked about before, there's one really good story in that. For that reason, I'd recommend it. If it was just that story, The Sword, man, this would probably be my second favorite Predator. But it's got other ones, so it is not. At 32, I have Wake Up Dead Man. I think this is my favorite in the Knives Out series, franchise, trilogy, whatever you want to call it. For some reason, I just kind of connected with the setting of this particular one in this kind of devout setting of this priest who gets shipped to this place with a rather foreboding and I don't know, over the top zealous preacher. I dig it. Put a murder mystery there, and you've got me. And then the fact that Glenn Close is in this one and her comedic timing is just like perfect for me. So yeah, Wake Up Dead Man. I liked it way more than I thought I should. At 31, I've got Frankenstein. Just I love me what Guillermo del Toro is able to do. I love most of his films. I would have thought this would be a little bit higher, but there were just a few movies that I enjoyed a little bit more. Looking at my list, I think I want to change 28 and 31 right now. But yeah, I absolutely loved this one. Just there were a few movies that I loved a little bit more. But yeah, great performances all around. Jacob Elordi, man, that dude. I haven't seen him be bad in anything. I think that dude is going to be a huge star. I know he's already been in a bunch of amazing things and has gotten consideration, but if he doesn't win awards for this, I'm sure his next thing is just going to knock it out of the park. That dude seems to be able to do no wrong. But yeah, at 30, I have Superman. Kind of for all the reasons that Charles said. It feels like it is like in the universe that we're not just starting from square one. I kind of dig that. I feel like I've seen the baby falling down to the world and then being rescued and then having to be taught so many times now. Um, I'm happy to just get into the super stuff and then, see him on a mission, see how he's dealing with everything, and then we can get to some of the home life stuff. So for me, Superman was a breath of fresh air. Usually, I'm not into Superman as he is such a Boy Scout, but somehow James Gunn's influence in this, where he's able to bring in Mr. Terrific and Guy Gardner, an amazing Nathan Fillion portrayal of Guy Gardner, and then Hawkgirl as well. I and their unwillingness to be Boy Scouts, just man, I kind of dig his take on this world. But seeing Superman want to save everybody, including like the squirrel, to me that is Superman. This is the most comic book version of Superman that I've seen. So yeah, I'm excited to see where he goes next. But there were a lot of films that I liked a little bit more. So number 29, I have Warfare. It's Alex Garland, and I'm forgetting his name, Ray Mendoza, who was one of the real members of this team. They jointly directed this, and it was just not what I was expecting, especially given Civil War. I thought, we're going to kind of barely see some of this stuff. But yeah, what they actually did in Warfare, instead, it's a much smaller, much focused on kind of one battle. And man, I was not expecting it to be kind of as intense as it was. Part of that's the sound design. There is no music in this thing. It's just kind of once you're in it, and it's just kind of going. It is a very tense experience. It is not what I expected out of it, but yeah, it definitely moved me. So it's number 29 on my list. I feel really wrong about this one being at 28. I would like to lower it under Marty Supreme. So I guess I would want to move this from 28 down to like 45 or something like that. Um, I have Drop at 28. I don't know how it ended up that high. I enjoyed it, but nowhere near that much. I think I kind of enjoyed it around as much as I enjoyed Final Destination. So I lumped them together. But looking at these other ones, I definitely did not enjoy it more than like Together,
It
more
happens.
than Sisu, more than Marty Supreme. So Drop is way too high on mine. I need to drop it at least 20 spaces on here. And then at 27, I did enjoy my experience with Drop, but my God, it is not a great movie. It should not be at 28. I definitely need that lower. But at 27, I have Final Destination Bloodlines. I absolutely love the version of this that we ended up getting. I assumed when you're going back to the well, so to speak, you're kind of doing this new sequel, but kind of a spinoff with new characters. You're not bringing in any of the legacy characters. I thought for sure I'm gonna hate this, and you're calling it Bloodlines. There's no way it can be good. But surprisingly, I really thoroughly enjoyed this. It was one of my better horror experiences in the theater. So yeah, it made it to 27, and I'm happy with that. I am not happy with Drop being at 28. Totally need to drop that. At 26, I have, I think, the highest grossing movie of the entire year, Niza 2. My wife totally got me into Niza 1, and yeah, when I saw that 2 was just absolutely crushing it and killing it at the box office, I had to go and see it. And man, it does not disappoint. I really kind of dig Niza 2 better than Niza 1, and I know I'm saying that
But
incorrectly.
it's from
I
China.
suck.
It's not American, it's
Yeah,
Chinese. What is wrong with you?
but it is thoroughly entertaining animation, and that's also what I have at 25, but no spoilers. So yeah, that's my middle half of it or whatever. I think we both stopped at 25, right?
Yep, yep, yep. Um, why don't you uh, take a breather and get ready for the final run here? We got a shot here. We might be able to get this done by the 10-hour mark if we
I
play
think
our
we can do
cards right.
this.
I, I, I,
I believe in us.
I was worried about 12 hours the last time, and it looks like if we focus, we might get this done by 10. So,
I
go
think we got this.
go get a drink, or get rid of
I
some
think I'm
drink that's
good. I
inside your body. Oh,
made an iced coffee, man. I think I'm good. But if you got any business to take care of, no problem.
well, I would just want you to be limbered up and caught up with things.
Oh, I'm limber.
I could see the finish line. I'm like, I've got this newfound energy where it's like, oh, we're almost there.
Oh, we got this, man.
Yeah.
25.
So, just a quick reminder, those of you who might be new at this moment, this is all being done in a live marathon type setting. We're at hour 8, in closer to hour 9 of this, ranking every single movie seen, every new release seen in 2025, for the sake of raising money for just healthcare. It's just for the sake of for the sake of Gray leaving. It seems, for raising funds for health bills and debts owed to previous health bills, and all the information is in the pinned comment in the chat. If you'd like to treat that as if it's a super chat, I'd appreciate it if you at least take a look at that link and share it with people who have spare money that they're looking to make someone's life a little bit better with. I appreciate that in advance. We started the stream, we were at 5% of the goal. We are past 6%, which is
Nice.
It's a big deal. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for doing that. Anything else you can do to support is also greatly appreciated. Clicking like, commenting after this video is on VOD, just letting the video play for an extended time, somewhere in your house, that helps too. You'd be surprised. Any sort of things you can help without having to give money, but obviously all of it is appreciated. And if you are going to comment or donate prior to the video ending, I'll read a comment if you'd like to treat that in lieu of a super chat, or you could just do the regular super chat thing, but kindly asking you to point in that direction. Not it right. I'm not trying to bring attention to anything, Rex. I appreciate it. Just kind of pointing people in that direction. I'm not trying to make anyone feel bad for anything. I just letting people know. And Doc says, throw some gift cards around. Yeah. Yeah. So here we go. The last 25, the top 25, the best movies of 2025 that were seen, new releases. Some you may know, some you may not, some may be left off, and that's mostly because I just didn't watch them. So let's get to the next portion. Gray, you ready to get going?
I'm ready. Yeah.
Right. So you're startled about your 28. As we get to my 25, I'm kind of asking myself questions. My 25 is The Accountant 2, which I gave 3.5 stars. I really liked the first Accountant.
Well, then why wouldn't you like The Accountant Squared?
Yeah, the Accountant Squared, a little silly. I had moments where it leans a bit too much on the humorous portion. Are you able to read what my review is? This is an
I hope so.
May, April.
It is
movie?
one of your shorter. No, it
Oh.
looks like June 7th is
Oh,
when you
wow. Okay.
logged this. But it is a very succinct review here. So on June 7th, you wrote "Autists Assemble," and that's your entire review. I concur. I think it's rather odd that it's this high on your list, and your entire review is just "Autists Assemble." But yeah, I guess I don't get it. I don't understand. I've talked to a few people who really have The Accountant up high. I don't knock him on it. It's not the worst action movie I saw all year. It's got a couple of funny parts, but yeah, just kind of not me. Uh, it's not just a hoodie; it's a hoodie vest, Rex. Come on, man.
Yeah, I don't know if I like brought like I smuggled in some leftover points from how much I appreciated the first accountant or what, but I really like the first accountant. Yeah, the accountant 2 is not nearly as good, but uh, yeah, we're well past overtime hours. On to 24. The Fantastic Four First Steps. I believe this is the highest ranked superhero film, the highest ranked Marvel film for yours truly. 3.5 stars
For you,
for you. Um, do you have access to my review? Was I a snarky
I
bitch in this
do.
one too?
I don't know if I'd go that far, but snark, yes. So as of the end of September, you wrote The Incredibles X Kaiju X Trolley Problem. So,
What an asshole.
I mean, fair
What
enough.
an asshole.
I You're not wrong though.
Yeah.
It's a succinct. It kind of explains what the movie is.
Yep.
I condone it.
Yeah, to the point. If you wanna, yeah, what is this movie about? It's The Incredibles, a kaiju, and a trolley problem. That is what the movie is. Um, I it's fine. It's a better course correction from Marvel than some of their recent stuff, and it's the best thing called Fantastic Four. So,
Yeah,
uh,
I don't disagree with that.
yeah, yeah. This is a weird spot where I feel like I have much warmer feelings for stuff in the 30s than I do here. But like
Mm,
I think part of this feeling right now is so many people like, oh, fucking the best Fantastic Four movie. Like, yeah, the competition wasn't that hard. Um, but yeah, it was fine. The retro future shit about it, unique, interesting. I'm really still kind of curious as to how you're gonna make me give a shit for whatever they have doing moving forward. But that's neither here nor there. This movie was an all right experience. Um, yeah, he did read my letterboxed review for the accountant too. Autists Assemble is my my accountant. um, number 23 is If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You. 3.5 stars. This was not a fun movie at all. This was a movie that,
I mean, Conan O'Brien though.
in a dramatic role.
Hmm.
I believe this was one of the films that premiered at Fantastic Fest, but we didn't have access to it at that moment.
Indeed,
It wasn't available to us remotes. Are you able to read my review?
I am. Yeah. So you gave it 3.5 stars, and it was the third week in November. You were saying, considering I have some amount of trauma when it comes to stress slash being overwhelmed in life, this movie is far more of a PTS session of a singular character rather than a story. I get you.
Mhm.
Uh, to me, I also have it kind of high on my list. I don't know. For me, it was kind of what Night Bitch was trying to be last year, but this
Okay,
was so much more
that makes
effective.
sense. Yeah.
Uh, but but kind of in the same vein. Just man, this has so many more moments that kind of stick with me, and just the subtle way that they were kind of going over like her relationship with the daughter's also problems, just the way that it doesn't even mention the fact that she seems to have a feeding tube, which it seems like perhaps her issues have transferred to the next generation, and maybe she shouldn't be the one helping others fix their problems. But
Yeah.
I don't know. Just I've thought about this movie so much since seeing it. So yeah, it's definitely somewhat high on my list.
Yeah, it's kind of a miserable time too. It's not something. If you're feeling good about yourself, don't watch this movie because not. Uh, it kind of just reminds me of like the things that happen when you watch the Babadook, like whatever your morale
Mm.
is, and then you watch that and you're like, oh, I just feel like shit. Um, this movie will kind of
Yeah.
do that. Um,
If you're not sure if you wanna feel bad, this might be a good one. It'll, lead you into that feeling bad thing. But,
uh,
still, it's a powerful movie. It really, kinda stuck with me.
yeah,
Even though, it doesn't sound like you liked it that much, you're still giving it 3.5, and it's still, like, in your
yeah.
top 25.
I appreciate it. I don't like it, if that makes sense. I can respect the quality that it is. I'm grateful to never watch it again as someone who
Hmm.
deals with stress and anxiety and all this other shit. It was just like, yep, I'm trying to avoid these feelings, but thank you for showing me more of them. Thank you, no, thank you.
I wanna show my wife these feelings, so, I will happily watch it again. I think I need to expose others to these feelings. But,
Fair enough.
we have a mutual friend. Can you guess what our
Don't
mutual friend,
don't.
rated this? I mean, they could have rated any amount of stars, really. What would you guess on this one?
If I mean, my initial guess is always going to be 5 stars.
Hey, you're right. What do you
Are
know?
you kidding?
5 stars again, no notes. Everything is perfect. It's been a really good year for 5
What
stars
is
for
that?
me.
Like 15 5-star movies at this point?
I think we're somewhere around there.
That's
Good
insane.
times. He loves the movies.
I think on all of my letterboxd, I think I have like 40 5-star films. Like in history. I could be
I might have a
underselling
little bit more than you.
it.
There's a lot of films that I love, man, but,
Yeah.
I don't have that many 5 stars from this year, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, God bless. I wish I would love movies like that. I thought I did, but I don't. Something of a number 22. I'm a bit favorable to this. 22 is The Curse, which is a film that probably technically isn't out yet. This is one of the Fantastic Fest movies, Japanese film that um, is very The Grudge, very The Ringu, with a bit of an Instagram twist to it. Japanese language film. If we're making apologies for movies like Shelby Oaks and its budget, I have the same defenses and then some when it comes to The Curse because the issues that I have with The Curse have to do with it's spotty looking CG. But some of the things, like this movie right off the bat, like punches you in the face with something that, like the prologue scene, something really gnarly happens to a character within the first 2 minutes, and it's just an interesting little twist on that Japanese horror things like Ringu, things like The Grudge, and having a bit of a social media aspect to it. Some of the cinematography is quite impressive. Are you able to read that review? I think it's just a link,
I
isn't it?
am. No, you went full on with this one. So first off, you do have a YouTube link on this one, and it goes to, the interview that you're able to do kinda via email,
Familiar
with
voice?
the director of this film.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was good times. I think, he answered some, decent questions on this one, but yeah, it looks like, 2 weeks into September, this is your first 4-star of the year, so, hell yeah. Or, first 4-star of your list, I
Mm.
should say. This movie grabbed me with its rather intense opening 2 minutes, then sort of settles into a film that could be compared to the likes of Ringu and The Grudge, with a bit of social media age twist. There are moments where the budget, or lack thereof, are visible, but there's also moments that absolutely overcompensate for the limited budget. The pluses outweigh the minuses, and the movie kept me intrigued to the final frame. And then you, post the link to your YouTube video. Yeah, I've already, mentioned this one on mine, but yeah, this is one of those films that's really kind of stuck with me. There's some really interesting uses of kind of location and kind of folk magic that
Mm,
aren't necessarily in The Ring or The Grudge, and it's kind of interesting to see that particular part of the culture kind of explained in this one. But man, I kind of dig the social media twist that is on those kind
right.
of classic horror elements, and just yeah, to me, this one hits really well. I really dig The Curse. I wish it had gotten a little bit more buzz at Fantastic Fest.
Yeah.
I didn't really hear too many people proclaiming that one, but yeah, it's definitely I'd hold it up there with The Ring and The Grudge. To
Yep.
me, this one has affected me. It definitely made me not want to necessarily turn out the lights after this one. For
Yeah.
some reason, those ones have that effect on me.
I'm trying to be aware of if and when this movie gets released. From what I understand, when we saw it, it was announced that it was supposed to be a January release, which that kind of bums me out a little bit because I know what I know about January films. Um, but if and when it gets released, I'm going to be on top of it and see how it's received. It's a Japanese language film, so bit of a hill to climb as far as winning over certain audiences, but I've got my eye on that, and I'm curious.
Hmm,
Um,
there we go.
next on the list, 21. Um, interesting. We're a little back to back on Fantastic Fest. Apple Phoenix, number 21. It says 3.5 stars. That doesn't really make sense.
Ooh,
I know I appreciated Apple Phoenix more than The Curse, so interesting.
yeah, I can't explain that either. So yeah, the previous one was 4 stars. Apopheniacs gets 3.5, and it looks like again about 3 weeks into September, you ended up writing this review, which reads as following: the Quentin Tarantino influence is rather strong in this film, outright mentioned, in fact. But I would be more inclined to compare it to another interconnected movie, Go, or what is referred to as the teenage Pulp Fiction. If it were to somehow be hybridized with a Black Mirror premise, the third act was quite shocking and absolutely welcomed. The difference in tonal focus by the third act caught me off guard. I really will have this movie lingering in my thoughts for a bit. And I agree with every sentiment that you have there. Um, I know it hasn't been mentioned on my film list yet, and I also stopped at 25, so I think I might have this somewhere similar to where you have it placed. But
Nice.
man, this is one of those films that's just stuck with me. Unfortunately, it was one of those links that we could only watch once. And it says that this was released in September, but this is one of them that I've been dying to let my wife,
Likewise.
check out because, man, we both enjoy all the Tarantino films, except for she hates Jackie Brown for some unknown reason because that thing is a masterpiece, and she's wrong. But, yeah, just I know she would kinda dig that aspect of it, and then with, again, kind of the modern day technology aspect of this, just it made me more hip to a fear that I should have been having a long time ago. Just,
Oh,
man,
mm,
there's some aspects of this that just and, specifically Jermaine Fowler, what his character does on this, just, man, it's very scary, and it's, so much closer than I had anticipated. Just a bad actor could really take the technology we have and
mm,
really ruin your life very easily, and it's just gonna be so much easier to do that in the near future. But the giant, gory 3rd act is
mm.
just kind of amazing. I did not anticipate it going where it went, and my god, did it go there, and I should have seen it coming. It kind of telegraphs it, but man, was it, everything I wanted to and more.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, I think this is my favorite Sean Gunn, acting role that I've ever seen him in. So,
Hmm.
it may go to, now I'm forgetting his Maxwell Lord in, Suicide Squad and, or excuse me, now I'm forgetting Peacemaker season 2. That one, may have it slightly beat for me, but man, I'm kinda digging this performance, and, I didn't think I needed, where they kinda go with this, the cosplay aspect, but man, I absolutely love it. I've been thinking about
Yeah.
this movie way too much.
Yeah.
I hope it gets distribution somewhere because it says it was released in September, and it is an American movie, so where the hell was it released?
Yeah.
I thought this would have been a darling of the festival, and I've heard nobody talk about it, but
Yeah,
really amazing movie. I'm glad we got to see it.
it is weird that there's like no anything on it. It's got to surface somewhere because of the commentary on AI and shit. Like it is just so perfect for right now. Like you chat GPT and everything, how popular that is right now. This movie like nails certain aspects of it, especially if you're aware of what is it, Sora or whatever that AI TikTok app is. Like
Mhm.
this movie touches on that before Sora was popular. So it really intriguing. Circle that movie and keep an eye out for it because it's a fascinating premise at the very least. Number 20, uh, Predator Badlands. I have it at 3.5 stars. It's quite a year if you're a predator. That's what I'll say about 2025. If you're a predator, if you're predators, uh, if you have nothing to do with the Predator franchise and you just want to talk about predators of the to catch a element, big year for predators. PG-13 Disney-fied Predator universe, green blood and all. As long as this doesn't become a pattern, I'm happy with this movie for what it is. I It feels like a decent movie for the sake of shifting what could be a re-go at an Alien versus Predator. I don't know, a requel. If they're going to try to do AVP again, it's a good purpose to get um, I don't know, a proxy protagonist in this Predator character. Um,
I trust I so trust it in his hands so much more than Paul W.S. Anderson,
I
but
agree.
man, I gotta say Dan Trachtenberg has completely, convinced me that he knows this franchise and he can go ahead and have it. I'm allowing him to Feige this franchise, but maybe that was a poor choice, but we'll see.
Are you able to see what I wrote?
I do have yours. So about the second week in, November, you wrote, "Anybody who felt that Prey was too woke will have comfort in the fact that Elle Fanning gets referred to as a tool through most of this movie."
What an asshole.
3.5 stars. Yeah, I think I even have this a little bit higher than you on my list, but, yeah, I think this is, like, my second favorite Predator movie. Uh, I'd have to look back at a ranking, it's either 2 or 3, but man, I really dig this film. I bought into a lot of the hate for this, and I thought it was just gonna be a Disney-fied version of it, and man, I think all of that criticism seems to be off for me.
Yep.
So, yeah, for me, it hits on all cylinders. I understand what they're doing and what Dan Trachtenberg is trying to do with this, and it works for me. I think a lot of the criticism just seems to be overblown, and they're not necessarily paying attention or know the franchise. That being said, if you don't like it, cool. I do hope that this isn't how every single one is gonna be in the future. I liked this, chance to meet Deck, but, everyone doesn't have to have him in it. If we revisit him eventually, fine, but, if this parlays it into an AVP, hell yeah, I am all for it. I think Dan Trachtenberg can handle that way better than Paul W.S. Anderson,
Mhm.
and, I think we'll get something way better than AVP or AVPR. But, let me ask you, Charles,
No.
again, we have a mutual friend who went
Oh,
ahead and also rated this
oh,
movie.
brother.
How many stars do you think he gave this one?
Don't tell me 5 stars.
You were correct, 5 stars.
Come on.
Again, such a great year for movies for
Man,
multi.
when
Uh,
everything's great,
what can I
nothing is
say?
great. You realize that? When everything's 5 stars, nothing is 5 stars. What the fuck?
I do
Multi.
love Deck, but not as much as some other people. I just want to point it out. I didn't give Deck a 5 star. Multi did.
On to 19. I think Gray brought this up recently. The film is Sorry Baby. 3.5 stars for me. Are you able to see this review?
Yes. So I have that you rewatched it on the first week of August. So I'm
Hmm.
not sure when you first saw this, but it appears you've seen it multiple times.
Hmm.
3.5 stars. Right off the bat, this movie is more of a performer's film rather than a storyteller's.
Hmm.
I don't quite know if this film counts as mumblecore, but I absolutely got vibes like that. There are times where some dialogue makes me upset that I knew the writer slash director was responsible
Hmm.
for what I was feeling. If somebody else had written or directed the sequence, I wouldn't have this preferential treatment type thing happening internally. The subject matter is something I would say is rather hard to toe the line between drama and comedy, the way this film does, but I certainly wanted to experience more of this story. The characters and dialogue are often quirky, and I find it fascinating that visually this movie doesn't match that quirkiness in any way. I'm interested in this artist's voice moving forward, but perhaps considerably less so the visuals. Wow, you're being hard on the visuals, man.
Yeah.
Um, Fair enough. There isn't much to like write home about visually in this,
Yeah.
but I will never forget just the way that it deals with like the essay.
Hmm.
So you just see her come out of the door,
Yeah.
just the way that she walks out of that, and the way that the camera is kind of lingering almost across the street, kind of I don't know, a voyeuristic way. Just man, that sticks with me. There are definitely some visuals that kind of stick with me in this one, and I think again, a really tasteful depiction of a very horrific incident kind of
Well,
elevates this for me.
yeah. They
But
also uh, 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 make the decision to not show you anything.
mm,
You don't need to see specific things to get the idea of what happened, and it's even it's one of those occasions where a character tells you the thing and you understand, you believe it. It's one of those things where you don't need to see it to get an idea of how that person is feeling, or how they've come to that conclusion. It's just one of those
I
things.
completely agree.
Yeah, my problem, and I don't really mean problem, is the writer, director, producer is also the star. Where there's certain
Hmm.
things where like it's like I just wish someone else had written the material for the person that like I don't know what it is I'm trying to say, but because I know that the star is the writer and the director, some of the dialogue it feels like I don't know. The artist in me feels like you don't trust someone else to portray an important aspect of your story, so you have it all in this one character that you're in control of. I don't know if that's completely what I mean, but there are things that I feel like we could have experienced from somebody else's perspective. It just feels like the writer director star is carrying so much of the weight on this, and I wouldn't mind seeing it kind of spread out a bit.
Hmm. I hear you. I don't disagree with that.
Yay!
I do want to see what they do next, though.
Sure,
Also, like you were saying,
sure. Number 18, Wake
huh?
Up Dead Man, 3.5 out of 5. What is your about, sir?
Apparently, I'm getting an internal server error, and it's not letting me bring up your review for
Oh
this one,
no.
or even the list. Oh, there we go. Now I'm back. Maybe. Let me try and look this up. Sorry, we're at Wake Up Dead Man, I believe.
Yep. Oh, there's
There
no
it is. Oh,
there's no
there's
review there.
nothing there.
That
That's why I couldn't load it.
Yep, that's
Okay.
the it's an external server error as well. Um, yeah,
Mm.
so that this is what this was a December movie. Um,
Oh, sorry. One thing about Sorry Baby. We also have a mutual friend who went ahead and rated that as well. How many stars do you think he gave Sorry Baby?
5.
Ah, you were correct again. Way to go.
Are you
Sorry. On to Wake Up Dead Man.
The number doesn't mean anything anymore. It just doesn't mean anything. Fucking hell.
Indeed.
Is his 5-star button broken? Maybe he when he tries to give 2.5, it just automatically goes to 5? Because that would make a little bit of sense.
Well, keep in mind, an average movie for him is 7 out of 10 stars. So 5, that's only, 3 more stars. That's not that many.
Fair enough. Yeah, Wake Up Dead Man. I didn't put a review. I kind of frustrated with myself yet again. There's no excuse as this movie's only been out 3 weeks, 4 weeks. I do not like it more than Knives Out. I believe
Hmm.
I do like it a bit more than Glass Onion, but I've only seen it once. I've seen the other stuff at least twice. For those of you who want to talk about Rian Johnson being a bad filmmaker, I've really got bad news for you. He hasn't really missed yet, and yes, I'm including The Last Jedi. The guy is rather proficient. He's a technically well versed filmmaker, and he directs comedy rather well. And you would think that at this point, this type of subject matter, 3 films into a series, it would be tired, but it isn't. So I don't know. You don't fall into decent movies 3 times in a row like that. I'm sorry. Credit needs to be given at some point. I do know that it was
Yeah.
in the mid-20s for you though, so you maybe don't feel as strongly as I do, but that's fine.
I just had some that I liked a little bit more. That being said, this is my favorite in the Knives Out trilogy. So
That's interesting.
it's weird in ways. I liked it more than you, but you have it higher ranked than me.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man.
It's funny how shit works.
Still a recommend though.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we're at the full recommend at this point. Number 17, you brought this up a little while ago. It is Warfare.
Mhm.
This goes way back.
Well, you wrote a review on
Yay.
it towards the beginning of May, and you gave it 4 stars. This is an experience, the way Come and See is.
Oh,
For the last hour or so, I think I forgot to breathe.
yeah.
It seems like on a regular basis, cinema shows us why war sucks. Yet we keep doing it.
Yeah.
4
Yeah.
stars.
Tree hugging hippie. Just talk about fiction, you jackass. Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that this is a good story, but I would also say that this isn't really storytelling. Something happens where you're just experiencing something where someone's injured and it's hard to not pay attention or not be affected by the fact that someone is essentially dying on the ground. And it feels
Yeah, in
so
real
realistic.
time.
Right. Um, I don't.
So much smaller of a movie than I thought it was gonna be too.
Mhm.
What I anticipated this was going to be versus what it was a complete shock to me. But it's so much more intimate of a film than I thought
Yeah.
this would be from both the cover of it and the name, like Warfare. I thought, we're probably gonna be a ways out of it, and it's probably gonna be nameless soldiers. But man, this really makes it intimate. It's a like you said, I think you described it the best. It's an experience the way Come and See is. Just
Yeah.
yeah, if you know, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Not something. Yeah. Again, if you're in a good mood, need not apply. Maybe take a break. But it should do something to you emotionally, for whatever the fuck that's worth. All right.
We do have a mutual friend who also saw Warfare and rated it. How many stars do you think he gave Warfare?
5 stars, Jim.
You're correct. That's 5 stars again. Just man, 2025 was just hitting for him.
Banger after banger after banger. God bless Multi. Number 16 for me. This might get a bit of a rumble. It is 28 years later, which I gave 3.5 stars. Hmm, I don't know what my
That's what
star
it says,
system
but
is.
there were some.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, I mean, I guess you can move them around. Like they're not ranked in how many stars you gave them, but
Yeah. I guess.
fair enough.
I think Warfare is a stronger movie than 28 Years Later, but I guess um,
I don't know. There's
enjoyed 28 Years Later more.
hmm,
Um, yeah. I
I think
rem
I would go back and watch 28 Years Later many more times than I'd watch Warfare.
absolutely yes. Um,
Not an experience I want to keep going back to, but I think you're right. I think Warfare is a stronger film.
do you have my review for
I
28
do.
Years Later?
It looks like just past halfway through June, you ended up writing this, and you gave it 3.5 stars. I'm actually rather shocked at how much this movie runs through different subgenres of film and does it quite well. There's quite a bit more to chew on than just your run of the mill zombie flick. And if anything, I appreciate this movie more for it. The one key I'm finding myself swinging back to and liking is the legend of the young boy's character and how he actually goes and molds a new one. Um, yeah, I think there's a lot that this film has going for it. It hasn't showed up on my list yet, but
Hmm.
yeah, I definitely enjoyed this one. There's a lot of people who I guess were it was kind of polarizing for them,
Yeah.
but yeah, I think this worked really well for me. It's kind of what I didn't know I wanted in this genre, and especially in this franchise. And yeah, I'm here for Bone Temple. I hope that one goes well. But yeah, I'm all ready for a new trilogy. Let's do it.
Yep. Yep.
We do have a mutual friend who also saw 28 Years Later. I don't know if you were to guess how many stars he gave 28
It's
Years
not
Later. How
one
many?
star, is it? Is it no? Is it 1 star? Maybe 1.5? Am I wrong?
It's a little higher than that.
Oh, all right.
Little higher.
So 1.75?
4.5.
Is it 4.5? Is it
We
really
went
not 5?
4.5 on this. Yeah, it wasn't quite 5 on this one,
Man,
but close.
why does this movie suck to multi? What is the problem with this movie?
Not funny, not funny enough. I'm not sure. I will be talking to him. I'll find out why this one's not a 5 star compared to some of those other ones.
How do you differentiate when there's so many 5 stars? Uh, Comical, just absolutely comical. We discussed this movie quite a bit during the summer, so if you want to hear more, there's plenty all over the channel. 15, The Roses. This one it could be like the dark horse for me, like movie that I expected absolutely nothing from, and was shocked how much I appreciated it and or enjoyed it, even though it says 3.5 stars here. Um, it's biting.
Nice. It's a Jay Roach film. I didn't know anything about this one. I need to check it out.
It is, War of the Roses. It's another a remake of the same story. Couple that just they're married, and in the beginning they're like sarcastic. They're a bit uh, their humor is a little dark, and at a certain point, it some things are misunderstood, and things kind of get out of control. But um, fuck again, for those people who think the only comedy that came out this year was Naked Gun, I need to point you in the direction of The Roses. Are you able to see the review that I put?
I am, and I have it right here. So it looks like it was right at the end of October. You gave this 3.5 stars, and you said, "This is definitely a more bitter and humorous take on the story than I was expecting, and I'm quite pleased. The sarcastic and blunt humor takes a bit of a turn when things get misinterpreted, and that's when the train wreck events of the movie really take off, all while having this thin sheet of heart and understanding of the two perspectives all the while. Certainly shocked at how much I enjoyed this." Yeah, man, I gotta check this one out. It definitely isn't on my short list. I have a couple of Cumberbatch movies on here, but Not the Roses. I got to check that one out.
Yeah, I would especially it's a comedy. I would recommend uh as yet another example of there's good comedies this year. Yep. Um anyway, on to 14. I saw you yawn. I'm getting a little spacey.
I'm
Number
trying to find the next one after that, and I am having the toughest time. But yes, I do have your number 14. Sorry.
14 is Splitsville, 3.5 stars. Yet another comedy that isn't, it's not a slapstick or anything, but it's an adult themed comedy about a pair of couples, and I don't know. What do I have in the review for that for Splitsville?
It's kind of short of a review.
Mhm.
It looks like you watched it at the end of September, and you said people who claim comedy is dead may want to check in on this.
Yeah,
So you could have given a little bit more information on this, but it's an interesting film. It's called Splitsville, so I guess you can kind of suspect what's happening. There's two couples. One of them happens to be going through Splitsville, as it were, and the other couple is kind of in an open relationship, and hilarity kind of ensues from there. I wasn't expecting quite as much of a full frontal comedy as this really puts out there, but man, this one goes pretty hard. I wasn't expecting to laugh nearly as much as I did at this one.
Gray, to
It's definitely higher up on mine.
borrow a page out of your book, Splitsville probably has the best example of roadhead of any film that came out in
Mm,
2025.
that's true. It's definitely top 3. And then where it goes, with, just the comedy, just man, they're really willing to go out there and, there is nudity, so, there's
Mhm.
always that.
Yeah.
Comedy is good with nudity.
Yeah.
Um, but, yeah, I don't know. I wasn't expecting to guffaw as loudly as I did at this one, but,
Mhm.
man, I think this is the comedy that I might have enjoyed myself the most at this year.
I think I agree. If I'm not mistaken, this is my highest rated comedy. I certainly can be proven wrong on my list, but it seems like that's the case. I have a couple of like dark horse personal favorites coming up, but number 13. Oh, how ironic that this is number 13. Marshmallow, 3.5 stars. Uh,
I'm having trouble bringing this one up for some
okay.
reason.
This one I
Um,
remember quite a bit. Regardless,
okay, good.
this is like Friday the 13th meets Stranger Things. Um, if you want some sort of like it feels samey for 2/3 of the movie. It feels like something that you pretty much can figure out where it's going. And then the movie kind of does this sci-fi thing for the third act. And um I don't know if it's because I'm just so used to getting the same fucking slasher type shit happen, that it like I just welcome the idea of a different direction to go in, but it does something quite different. And for whatever it's worth, I completely didn't expect what happened and was unprepared for which direction the movie goes in. And Um, I don't know. It's really hard for me to be impressed by a horror movie, and even more so by a horror movie that doesn't really lean on gore or anything. So, I'm a bit of a sucker for slashers and campfire horror, and this is I don't know. It's just like fucking catnip for people like me.
Hmm. I enjoyed this movie, just not nearly as much as you did. But
Yeah,
yeah, I
understandable.
watched it off of your recommendation. I don't hate it by any means. It's kind of the right setting for horror, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I built up my expectations a little bit too much,
I
but
might have done that too.
definitely not the worst horror that was out there this year.
I certainly agree. Number 12. what we hide, this could be something of a personal preference thing. It's about two young sisters whose mother dies of a drug overdose, and they don't want to be turned into the foster system. So they hide the fact that their mother is dead. They hide her body and keep cashing her checks and try to continue living. Uh, but the conflict of the movie is their mother's drug dealer is owed money, and he's on to their situation. And a pair of young teenagers. I believe the characters are 15 and 10. Um, this is also McKenna Grace. This is the other movie I was talking about. Um,
Hmm.
it speaks to a certain perspective of me that I don't know. I don't know what it says about me personally. That there's something about this that I really kind of appreciated, and it's probably something on a really personal level. Are you able to see the review for?
Yes. Um, I'm supposed to. There we go. So it looks like 4 stars, and it was the beginning of September when you rated this one. It says really sweet and touching, all things considered. This story resonates with me quite a bit, and to see McKenna handle some serious dramatic work is quite impressive. It's a relief to see a movie about kids handling grown-up problems that stays reserved in how it portrays everything happening, and not some melodramatic fluff. Rather touching indeed. That seems not as cynical. There's no snark in that review. I think I need to check this one out. I've really not heard of this one.
Yeah, I might be very favorable to this. Realizing I've got it at 12. I would not expect the upper 10% of the year. This is a personal preference thing. Absolutely. I would not guarantee your pleasure from this movie. So before you go, rushing out of your way to check this out, this is a personal preference at sharing some sort of experience with characters in the movie that kind of speaks to me. That I feel like usually Hollywood goes in a different direction, or when talking about kids and having parents that are fuck ups. This felt as respectable as possible, um, in my opinion. I don't know,
Hmm.
but I'm not giving a glowing endorsement of it. It's like personal preference, which I'll
I
keep
definitely
that.
want to check it out.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. Number 11 is Eeny Meeny, which I gave 4 stars. Um, Samara Weaving as like a fucking car thief. Yeah, I don't know why this was kind of shit on during the year. I think it's a Hulu movie that Steve Zahn plays her father in this. I cannot name you a Steve Zahn performance that I didn't like. Um,
Oh,
oh, what?
just I'm a fan of Steve Zahn, and I thought you
Mm,
were gonna trash a Steve Zahn, and I was
no,
gonna step up for him, but then I
no.
thought, oh, okay, okay, okay.
Yeah,
I love me some Steve Zahn, man.
I cannot name your performance or a film that he was in where I was like, man, fuck Steve Zahn. If anything, it's quite the opposite. Um, are you able to see that review?
Yes. So I have 4 stars here. It looks like it was the end of August when you rated it, and you said it's impossible not to think of Baby Driver when watching this. Now that we have that hurdle out of the way, and you're willing to accept the fact that visually this movie simply will not match the absolute cinema that is an Edgar Wright film, the dialogue and characters in Eeny Meeny are snappy enough to win over in some head-to-head categories with the aforementioned Baby Driver. Plus, Samara Weaving rather commands your attention in just about anything she's the lead of. Criminally underused Steve Zahn, in my humble opinion. Perfect for Hulu.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that truly makes me want to check this one out. with a name like Eenie Meenie, it's either going to be awesome or it's going to be horrible. There's kind of no in between with that. So
There is
you're
no in
going
between.
you're going 4 stars and you're comparing it to Baby Driver. That one's really high in my book. So hell yeah, I'm checking this out.
As
This one's
long
going to a short list.
as long as we're of the understanding that this movie is not Baby Driver. Just remember that. You can
Gotcha.
you cannot say, well, this is no Baby Driver, because I am going to start by saying this is no Baby Driver. So if you're okay with that, then proceed with caution. But yeah, I had a great time with this. Um, number 10.
I hear you. It's Baby Driver.
Number 10, Frankenstein, 4 stars. I did not put a review on here. Frustrated with myself yet again. Um, there's some sort of mental block with me and his work. Like even the Hellboys, I they're good to me. They're not flawless to me. Um, the costume design in Frankenstein is fucking incredible, absolutely legendary. Um,
Mia Goth never looked better. Just
sure,
dig her
sure.
outfits in that.
But just I don't know if it's just me not really being 100% into Frankenstein or what, but it was great. I enjoyed it, but it's not something that I would have believed that Del Toro is that much of a Frankenstein fan that this is what he would put out into the world. I don't
I
know,
hear what you're saying,
but
but you have this at number 10. You're acting like you have this way lower or something like that. It's in your top 10 of the year, man.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah,
Frankenstein. It's a good movie. I agree with your placement. I think I had it a little bit lower, but still thoroughly enjoyed it.
yeah. I'm just frustrated with myself for not putting a review because that was within the last 2 months or so. One of
Yeah, probably even the last month.
yeah, one of my absolute dark horses that I would have never figured would have made it into the top 10 for the year. Number 9 is Companion, 4 stars from me. Um, fucking don't look now, but Sophie Thatcher is one of my favorite actresses so far. Um, are you able to read that review, Gray?
I am. Yeah, and I completely concur. Sophie Thatcher is absolutely killing it.
Mm-hmm.
I've dug all of her performances, even the Yellow Jackets, which some people are completely tuned out on. But man, I wanna watch more. I think she's amazing in that.
Yep. Yep.
But yeah, you watched this in it looks like about the middle of February, and you wrote, "It's funny that Sophie, excuse me. It's funny that Sophie Thatcher is in back-to-back movies where questioning your core beliefs is a crucial element of the story. But here we are."
Oh,
Um, yeah, I absolutely loved Heretic, and
yep.
then to see this turn in Companion where, again, there is this questioning thing going on, but man, such a different, way of questioning your beliefs.
Mm,
For the longest time, this was my number 1 film of the year,
mm.
and, yeah, it barely got bumped out of that category by a few others, but, man, I love this movie, and I wouldn't have thought that this would be in my top 10 for so long. Just yeah, I absolutely love this, and it was a February release. I think
Yeah.
it was also right around,
Yes, this
uh,
was
Valentine's
the
Day.
Hard Eyes, Love Stinks. This was the third film in that little triad there, where I was just like, man, everyone's talking about this, but I am way more impressed with this. But
Mhm.
yeah, between like Heretic is like one of the movies, if not the movie from 2024 that I was just like, wow, that like really sticks with me. And if it's on, I just watch it. Like it's just, I don't know. And Companion is much more of the same. I don't own this yet. Gonna have to figure out a way to amend that. I need a copy of Companion. I really enjoyed this movie. Looking at this now, I
Um,
really wish I could have adjusted this because my number 8, I would probably flip flop with number 9. Um,
hmm.
and I have no review for it. Number 8 is Mickey 17, which also has 4 stars. The Pong Joon Ho film, kind of swept under the rug because it didn't perform very well. But it's a quirky comedy that, uh, um, it's no Parasite, uh, but it was still quite a good time. I have not rewatched it since it came out, and I have no sort of notes to go on here. Gray, did you see Mickey 17?
I did. I really enjoyed it. And again, you've got another case of another actor kind of playing variations on himself or multiple roles
Mm,
within the same thing. This time it's a clone thing, but yeah, to me, I found it an utterly delightful film. It's one of the better Pat.
Ensign.
Now I'm blanking on his name.
We're almost there.
Sure.
Pattinson.
Robert Pattinson. Thank you. It's one of the stronger Robert Pattinson performances in my opinion, my very humble opinion. Usually he's somewhat grating on me, but man, I dug him and I dug the multiple versions of him. I dug Stephen Ewan in this one. Just
Mm,
man, there's a lot going on for this whole movie, and yeah, I was here for it. I really enjoy kind of the sci-fi elements that this brought into it. I can understand why people aren't as into this Bong Joon-ho film as they were with a lot of his other ones, but man, this just, totally knocks it out of the park for me. I absolutely love it. But, yeah, I realize I'm kind of in a minority on this one.
mm,
I'm glad to see that you have it towards the top of your list. I think you might even have it a little bit higher than me. But,
yeah.
yeah, it deserves some praise. I thoroughly enjoyed that film.
Yeah. Next, oh brother. Number 7, Magazine Dreams. Methinks someone cost themselves an award run. Um, holy shit. Uh, are you able to read that review?
I am not finding that one
Okay.
anywhere. I know it was filmed quite a few years ago. I don't know if,
Yeah, that's
since I
fine.
have this organized by year of production, I'm not sure where the hell it is here.
The year production is
Um,
2023, so that might be part of the issue.
23. Wow. I think that's the issue.
It's okay.
Um, but yeah, this is one of them that, I started upon your recommendation. I need to get back to it and finish it, and I need to go back to the beginning. Unfortunately, there was kind of an emergency in my house, so I had to stop it, but man, the half that I saw is just sticking with me. I can see why. I'm assuming it's going to be just as strong going forward, but
Yeah.
man, what, he was willing to do to his body to, really get this role is just, oh, it's kinda mind-blowing. So I need to see where this ends up, but, yeah, I sorry I'm
No,
stalling.
no, you're good.
Now it's saying that Letterbox is down due to unscheduled technical maintenance. I'm having issues, but, if you could kind of explain why,
Yeah,
it means so much to you,
it it's so, to kind of let people into the story behind why a 2023 movie is technically on this list. This is starring Jonathan Majors, and as there was buzz and this was getting pushed around, he had some legal troubles, and everything behind the release of this film kind of got scaled back. Um, and uh, unfortunately so, fortunately so, it all depends. Um, Watching the movie, I don't think the film is as strong as Jonathan Major's performance. He's just absolutely haunting in this movie and um, powerful to say the very least. Um, not to comment on whatever's going on with his real life situation, but uh, it is an extremely powerful performance. I believe his performance is far superior to the film itself, but it's still let me watch Magazine Dreams every time rather than Smashing Machine.
mm.
So whatever that is worth to you, it's you feel a certain way about his
I
performance, is what I'll say.
I just found it, if you do want me to read
Oh
your
yeah,
review of
if you don't
it.
mind, sure.
Yeah, sorry that that took so long. Letterboxd is going through some maintenance since, we've been doing this stream for 12 hours.
Bastards.
Um, I know, and, any second now this should, load. I am, trying to stall for this, but yeah, it's so again, I only saw, like, the first half of it, but man, so Jonathan Majors is a professional bodybuilder in this,
Mhm.
and man, the transformation that he's going through, it reminds me kind of Katie O'Brien's transformation in Love Lies Bleeding, where just
Hmm.
man, what she was willing to do to her body to get this, crazy result of a movie, which this one by far seems more effective so far and less, kinda out there, abstract. But, man, I gotta finish this one. You're not the only person. I know, again, we have a
A
mutual
multi?
friend, Multi, who, yeah, he told me this is an amazing film, and I need to check it out. I'm pretty sure he did this one as 5 stars as well. I have no idea why this will not load. I've been
Okay.
trying to vamp this whole time, and it just
It's fine.
won't load.
It's fine.
It exists, but it not
Sure.
for me.
It only makes sense that we're here stumbling to the finish line, and Letterboxd is the one who's not cooperating. It's absolutely fine. Um, Number 6 is The Running Man. I gave it a 4.5. I believe it's the first 4.5 of the night. Um, I don't know. I've seen it twice. I saw it once. I was really hard or strong on it, and everyone else was just like, Edgar Wright's kind of this isn't good. He's kind of fallen off a bit." And I was like, "All right, maybe I'm just like looking at it through rose tinted glasses." And then I watched it again, and I don't know, maybe I was a little favorable to it, but I I still enjoy it quite a bit. I don't think Running Man, the Arnold Schwarzenegger version, is the best thing ever. So maybe because I don't have this like strong affinity with the Schwarzenegger version, it makes it easier for me. I don't know if again there are things where commentary on the state of America. Uh, if this movie came out 3 years ago, I'd be like, that's ridiculous. Um, in the climate that we're in now, is it? Is it that ridiculous? It feels odd.
Mm.
And it's still Edgar Wright. Edgar Wright, for as much as I'll say the same thing about Nolan, Tarantino. Even when they're not doing well, they're still really doing well. And this is far from Edgar Wright's worst. I really had a good time with it, and I quite found the commentary um, appealing. Um, it's fascinating that you take a British person to make a film that's kind of a bit of commentary on the way things are going in the U.S. And it strikes a chord with me. As ironically, everything that's happening in The Running Man is so that he can get his daughter's health care in line because he can't afford it. So, perfect summary of. I should have made this number one just for the sake of fitting in with the stream, but um, as you can tell, it hits close to home for me because I too can understand having I don't know issues trying to pay for uh, healthcare things. Are you you're frozen on the letterbox thing, Gray?
No, sorry, I'm good. I had the last one too, but
Oh,
I closed it now. But, I've got this one.
mhm.
So yeah, I have, your review for this. It looks like you watched it originally 2 weeks into November, and you gave it 4.5 stars. I was quite concerned when this movie didn't spend that much time with the setup.
Mm.
I'm not kidding. things are essentially moving by the 10-minute mark. But what better experience would you want from a film titled The Running Man? If this movie came out 2 years ago, I would find it too ridiculous, but the fact that the country being mocked has accelerated quite a bit towards believable in only the amount of time since this was probably filmed, and getting less and less humorous makes some of this feel poignant. Wright's decision of a dolly zoom was such an interesting yet subtle choice in a movie that had quite a few tropes, and I am really shocked he didn't choose to lean on gimmick in otherwise obvious times. I truly hope this movie does well for him. Unfortunately, it didn't.
Nope.
Sorry. Uh, there is so much to appreciate in an otherwise on the nose satire of the accelerating nature in which America heads to the Squid Games. Please give this guy that Chris Nolan budget.
Yeah.
I completely agree with you. However, with this one, not going as well as people had anticipated.
Yeah.
Sadly, this is on a lot of people's misses and kind of biggest disappointment of the year.
Yep.
I don't know if they're gonna give
Nope.
if they
Nope.
would ever give him a Nolan type
Nope.
budget, but yeah, for my money, Edgar Wright is one of the tops, and man, I want him to have all the budget in the world because what he's able to do. You pointed out with this really cool video where you kind of took a look at one scene from one battle after another, and then one scene from The Running Man. And man, you pointed out the same type of dolly zoom while the camera is moving, and it just I don't know, it just I don't think Edgar Wright is getting enough credit for the flash that he put into this film. It just isn't as bright and colorful as some of his other ones,
Mm.
so I don't think it nearly is seen as flashy and Edgar Wright-esque as the other ones. But man, there's some amazing moves that he does in this one. And as far as the adaptation of The Running Man, uh, it's one of my favorite Richard Bachman stories, and it is a dark story. And he actually wrote it in the late 70s. And man, they did not change much in this. There's very few things that he actually ended up changing. One of them is that it's a little ambiguous whether the wife is actually a prostitute. In the actual story, she 100% is.
Hmm.
And then he's a little bit more racist. It was a different time. He thought in slurs, and you could
Oh,
go into his head.
don't
And
we all?
yeah, other than a couple of character names, there wasn't much in the Arnold version that actually took from the Bachman novel. But this one, it is damn faithful, with the exception of they do change up the ending just a little bit. But I completely respect what they ended up doing, and I don't know. I think this one's getting a lot more hate than it deserves. I think in hindsight, this is going to be a much respected one.
Yeah.
But yeah, sadly, it's not getting the respect it's due, and it's
Yeah, I feel like it'll have a down period and kind of come back around. It may not be
I
like
hope so.
well received like completely, but I feel like once people calm down a bit, and don't expect everything of it, they might feel a bit better about it. All right, so to the top five. The absolute darling of Fantastic Fest for me, absolutely shocked the hell out of me. 4.5 stars, my number five film. Yet another film that I'm not sure where it's out yet, if it's out yet. The film is called Luger. I believe
It
it's in
says it was released in September, but I haven't been able to find it anywhere either.
yeah, I think in those cases it might just like once it's premiered, like that's its release. Because
Mhm.
I'm almost certain this has not been released yet. Although the international ones are even harder to figure out. Spanish language film that is about two brothers who are trying to get a hold of a German army Luger that is important. It feels like a typical Tarantino-ish premise. Um, and when you find out the importance of the gun, like I couldn't help but think that they were going to make it very special, um, and they don't go for that, which I really appreciate. And for the third act, things really kind of uh, they're kind of reserved, and it still managed to impress me. I don't know what I was well, actually, I know what I was expecting. The movie didn't do what I was expecting it to do, and I really kind of appreciated what it was doing and what it ultimately did do. Um, Gray, I don't know if you're as strong on this as I am. Um,
I I am very strong on it. I think it was my favorite one from Fantastic Fest,
mhm.
but I don't have it as number 5. You do have it a little higher than I did.
Okay,
But this is the film that I've been looking for the most.
right.
I wouldn't have thought that a Spanish film, especially a very subtitled film, would be something that just connects with me. But
Fuck
man,
reading.
it did in a hard way. I like reading. Just I would have thought from a horror movie festival,
Yeah,
what's gonna connect with me is gonna be a horror movie, and I'm probably not gonna have to read it. It's
yeah,
probably just gonna be, gore fest, where there is some gore in this, but, man, it goes in a different direction than I was anticipating. It plays like, kind of a '70s thriller, and I absolutely love it, and I think that's kinda what they're going into with, the poster for it, and
mm,
I think it just, emphasizes that completely. I can't wait to get to, watch this again and finally show my wife this film, but man, I really dig this one. This is the one that I'm looking for the most.
yeah,
Apopheniacs is the second one that I'm looking for, but they
agreed.
need real release.
Yeah, yeah. Keep an eye out. Definitely. Like I'm absolutely recommending at this point. Um, number
Oh,
4.
but
Oh,
I do have your,
oh,
review of this if you
yeah,
did want that.
yeah. If it's
So
working, I'll hear it. I kind of figured the site
yes,
was down.
sadly, I kinda got this one to work, but, the
Sadly.
other ones I'm still working on. Well, sadly, because I'm working on the other ones.
No, it's fine.
But towards the end of September, you gave this 4.5 stars, and you said, "I don't know if it's because I've been talking in a bunch of horror themed if I've been talking, yeah, in a bunch of horror themed movies at Fantastic Fest 2025 or what, but this movie was a heck of a refreshing change of pace with its straightforward approach. Pair of brothers who aren't exactly doing the right thing, who have things spiral out of control due to one action. The cinematography was the best use of any film I've seen thus far at this festival, and I found myself more and more invested by the film's end. Interestingly, in the back of your head, you're expecting things to go really big, but the resolution is rather rewarding. Put an asterisk next to this one and search for it on release. Yeah, I stand by everything you said here. Just, man, the film doesn't deserve to be as good as it is. But, yeah, check this one out. Find Luger as soon as you can.
Agreed. Number 4, F1, 4.5 stars. Uh, Grown Up Days of Thunder. I don't know how else to put it. Gray talked about
Hmm.
Mr. Pitt and his Forever 35 body. Um, I enjoyed this movie immensely. Um, it feels to me like the proper progression. If after Top Gun we had Days of Thunder, we've recently had Top Gun Maverick, and this feels like the 2020s progression after Top Gun Maverick, that we have a car racing movie and it is now F1. Um, I enjoyed it. It is like the action, like it is like fucking cinema, home theater porn. Like I'm really excited to like watch this on the big screen and set up speakers and shit. Even though I haven't had all of my speakers plugged in forever, this kind of movie gets me really fired up for the idea of maybe even just putting headphones on and just getting that surround. The the effects and everything about the movie, it's just like really really impressive. I don't know if you have access to the review.
I do. I got this guy. This is the last one that loaded so far, but I'm working on the next one. But yeah, 4.5 stars. It looks like it was late August when you saw this one or reviewed it.
Mhm.
Funny that Jerry Bruckheimer produced Hans Zimmer scored movie about racing essentially makes me feel like it's a more fleshy and grown up Days of Thunder. I know, they're different, but not really.
Yeah. Yeah, what a smug cunt. Thanks for that, me from the past. Yeah, I
It I would have thought our mutual would be all over that, but,
no?
yeah, it looks like he did not. No, nothing.
It's either 5 stars or doesn't watch it. That's apparently what it
Mhm.
is. Um,
He's
yeah.
got standards.
So number 3, this is going to be discussed quite a bit more on top of this. Gray talked about it already. My favorite, uh, the most powerful documentary that I saw in 2025, and I gave it 5 stars. And it's Predators, which is a documentary about the effects and everything surrounding To Catch a Predator and everything surrounding it. Um, 5 stars because it just got me feeling things and thinking things that um I did not feel going into the movie. I did not want to feel throughout the movie, and I could not shake feeling once the movie was over. And if a documentary can do that to you, I feel like that is like a massive success. And again, I this isn't really light subject matter if you know what To Catch a Predator is about. But they really have you asking questions of certain perspectives that I don't know if anyone would think to ask. But this isn't an enjoyment score so much as a appreciation or a respect score. Um, I know you had it much higher, but I was just thoroughly. I don't know if impressed is the right word, but just shocked.
An
Shocked is
impact for
definitely,
sure.
yeah, impactful. You're right. Um, again, not that I liked how I felt, but it did something to me, and that.
It is kind of a recent one because it
Mhm.
it looks like you did your review around the first week of December. So it's been about a month. But, yeah, this is the first one that I've seen that you've given 5 stars to?
That is yep, that's accurate.
Oh, damn. So I have your review here. It's a rare occurrence where a documentary just gives you different perspectives on a moral question and just lets the different viewpoints just sit there for you to take in. The best part of this is the fact that the film does not try to claim what the right or wrong way to think or go about things are, but why. I'm kind of floored by this.
Mm,
5 stars.
I agree, me.
Uh, everything that you're saying, I completely agree with. However, they show you that they know how to completely manufacture an opinion, and they kinda
Yeah.
show you this with the very final interview.
Mhm.
Just man, if they were trying to force an opinion on this, I think they really could have, but
Yep.
just the way that they kinda present this information and these really powerful scenes of kind of people talking about the same thing, but misunderstanding each other,
Yes.
and then,
Yes.
just the juxtaposition between, it just makes you think a lot more than I think I ever would have about this subject, and man, I'm not sure why this is sticking with me so much, but, yeah, I think I kinda used to like the, To Catch a Predator shows more than, I currently do because
Yeah.
of this film, so,
Right. Yeah,
yeah.
that last interview is, like, really tense, and it felt a bit more, I don't know, tense, than, I expected any of it to be, and the way they just kind of end the film with that particular shot is really interesting. We're going to be talking about this at length, um, I don't know for how long, not 10 hours, mind you, but, we're not done with this movie just yet, and, be on the lookout, Gray and I, and perhaps others will uh, revisit this film. Number two, this score is wrong, but um, number two is Sinners, which it says 4.5 stars, but I'm almost certain it's supposed to be 5 stars. Um,
Hmm.
so Multi had
Didn't
27
give a
films
review.
that were, yeah, I don't, what the fuck is wrong with me? Um, Multi had a myriad of films that were 5 stars. I have 3 films that are 5 stars in um,
Respectable.
2025. Sinners had 2 movies, both of which are great. And by that, I mean the first half is something, the second half is something very different. The way the comparisons were made to um, From Dusk Till Dawn, I see that, but
Hmm.
I think this is even stronger than that. Um,
For sure.
2 very different uh, tales of 2 halves, and just gorgeous, just gorgeous. The acting performances are spectacular. The cinematography, holy fuck! Um, I've been waiting. My wife still has not seen this movie, and
Ooh.
I really want to get her to see this. And I'm trying not to sing its praise too much, but she's a body horror person, so I don't know. I don't want to oversell it because I don't think she's completely bowled over by vampire movies, but it, it's not completely a vampire movie. There's other shit going on, so rather impressive film. Gray, where is Sinners
I
pretty high for you, right?
I have it very high.
Mhm.
For the majority of the year, I had it as number one. And when I display mine, you might see if it's changed. But yeah, it's like three of my favorite movies just mashed together, which I absolutely love. It's essentially a heavy portion, about half of Oh Brother, Where Art Thou, about half of From Dusk Till Dawn, and then it's just got this tasteful smattering of Crossroads, starring Ralph Macchio and Steve Vai from the '80s, and Jamie Gertz from the '80s, and just man, when that all combines, it just makes this perfect cocktail that I absolutely love. So yeah, for me, Sinners, it's a huge one. I absolutely love it. Again, we've got another one where an actor is playing twins or identical, near identical versions of two characters. But man, the way that Ryan Coogler is able to break down the use of the different formats for film. This is kind of the best explanation that I've kind of seen of that. He's got this video that talks about why he used IMAX and which formats he's using and how he used the cameras for this. It is just amazing. That breakdown is almost as good as this movie, which both are just amazing and way better than we deserve.
Mm,
I'm glad that people are respecting this and that a big budget Hollywood movie was able to do so much impressive work and get recognized. Ryan definitely bet on himself, and he ended up taking a huge pay cut for more points on the back end, so that he
yeah.
was able to put his fee for actually directing this into more production and kind of help the cost of it in exchange for getting more of a back end on this. And he completely banked on himself, and again shows this dude is a master at filmmaking. And
Yeah, good
yeah,
for him.
I can't sing the praises of this enough. You have it at number two, and I think it deserves higher.
Okay, fair enough. And just as we cross the 10-hour mark, I just want to re-say thank you to those of you who have watched as far or checked in and out and whatever. Much appreciated. Reminder to take a look at and click on the link for the uh shit. See, now I'm just the spot fund link, which is
Yes, pinned
highlighted
at the top
in
of
the
the chat.
chat. Thank you to Gray for being here. The fucking whole ride here. We're into overtime with double pay on this one. Um, Thank you for being here the whole ride. But number one is I'm assuming it's not very surprising to people if actually, you know what, Warner Brothers did their best to make sure that you don't know that I covered a portion of this movie because it's not fair use or anything. But without further ado, Number one battle after another. Um, I don't know. It feels like once I saw it, once it was where it was, I don't know if there was anything on the horizon that I could have imagined would have dethroned one battle after another. Um, with all of the hubbub that was, shut up. Uh,
Hubbub.
damn watch is telling me 11:11. Um, so all of the hubbub around this movie, like, was focusing on things that I don't know. This right left shit. I'm sorry. It's just a good movie. Um, I know that you have a project for me to entail. I don't know if it's who exactly
I
who's
thought
talking about it, but
Well, I thought that, maybe we'd have time in this marathon, but, yeah, we're getting at the 10-hour mark, so maybe it's a thing for a future one, but, yeah, I
sure.
have a couple people who, not only called this film a dumpster fire,
Oh
but
my
they've
god.
given suggestions on how to fix it and how to make this a decent film because this guy doesn't understand how to write. So I just thought with this being so high on your list, maybe you would, be willing to react to these suggestions on
Oh,
how to make this dumpster fire workable.
oh my god. I'm excited. If anything, if you call this an otherwise two-star movie, that final sequence, the chase sequence at the end, could be the best fucking shot chase sequence I've seen. Like, period. The cinematography in that is so fucking impressive, and I tried showing you why. If you're a patron of mine, that video is still up on my Patreon. Unfortunately, I needed to use footage from the film to explain why that shot was impressive to me. Warner Brothers, not big fans of that, and
However, they seem to be fans of somebody else's video that kind
mm,
of explains it as well,
mm,
so I would definitely recommend, subscribing to Charles's Patreon, but if you can't do that, it turns out Studio Binder was able to,
yeah.
kind of break down the scene in a way, and somehow they were able to use the footage.
Yeah,
But,
and they didn't
hmm,
cover the dolly zoom aspect of some of those shots. Something that I wanna remind people that, there's chases, there's speeding, they're going over hills, but part of the the fascination with some of these shots are they're going speed over hills, and to prolong the eagerness to look over the hill or feel like you're getting further and further away from what you're being chased by or chasing. They're going over hills and then zooming back. You could see it like on the horizon that the horizon's getting bigger or smaller. Really, really interesting tromboning effect with the dolly zooms on these chase sequences that again, if there was nothing else to this movie, that that last 20 minutes was fucking superior. I just was so thoroughly impressed with this movie. Um, if you want to think of real world shit that's happening, it's kind of takes place in a parallel version of Earth. Fine, I don't know what French 75 are, but um, I find it hard to believe that like what is offensive about the movie if you're like I don't know. It's just again, it's just a great fucking movie, and I would be shocked if it doesn't win the Oscar this year for Best Picture. Like I for a number of reasons. I feel like Hollywood is going to lean into their own personal story and uh, trying to have social commentary. And yes, for those of you who are pissed at this movie for that, I think Hollywood is going to, at the very least, exploit that. But it's a film that really deserves the credit. Um, Gray, Have you've
Yeah.
seen it?
I've seen it. I love it. I get it. So I do have your let me start with your review of it. So I do have that right here.
Thank you.
So it looks like you watched it about 2 weeks into November, 5 stars. And then the review starts out, wow, but kind of there's no exclamation point, so it's kind of more of I would give it like the wow. Uh, it's kind of an
Oh,
Owen
oh
thing.
wow.
Um, but for the longest time, though, through this movie, I felt the scattershot piano score was bothering me. But it certainly was assisting my general agitation with the events of this movie. Only during the climax, perhaps most of the third act proper, did I realize that the score was gone and replaced with the most simple yet extremely effective cinematography on roads with hills, heightening the tension. The first 2 acts feel like some sort of scrambling of eggs from within the bowl, and the third putting it on the plate. I haven't had a moment where a single tear came to my eye, to mark the release of all the tension when watching the film. That has now happened with one battle after another. I'm kinda shocked at how much this moved me. Those are amazing words. I had kind of a weird experience with this movie.
Hmm.
I know I watched it in theaters, and I really dug, the end of it. I knew that, it was the best car chase scene that I've seen, uh, this entire year in cinema,
Hmm.
but other than that, I wasn't sure about it, but somehow it's one of those films that just kinda stuck in my head, and, I think I brought it up in the group chat that we have with Lindsay, where he mentioned, like, it's one of his favorite films of the year, and I was like, "Really?"
Hmm.
I love Paul Thomas Anderson, but something about this just didn't connect with me.
Hmm.
But, I don't know, it just kinda kept worming through my head, so, I actually went back and, watched it another time with my wife. She didn't watch it with me the first time, and man, it was just so effective when I wasn't kinda worried about the plot, but instead I could just kinda sit in there and just kinda experience these characters, just kinda going through it without, wondering what's gonna happen next. Man, I got so much more out of this, and, there were layers that I had missed. And I think, what you mentioned about the score, so, first off, Johnny Greenwood is doing the score to this, and for those that aren't, kind of familiar with his work, he is, the pianist or keyboardist for, Radiohead, and he works with Tom York quite, extensively. But, it has these kind of haunting melodies that are very minimalistic, but really build the tension, especially, the aforementioned, the car chase scene. Just, man, the score in that just heightens it to a completely different level. I had really kinda hated the score the first time I heard it, but that wormed its way inside my head too. It went from a very, like, off-putting, not off-putting, but I think I had it towards the lowest of, the Paul Thomas Anderson movies, the PTA movies that,
Mhm.
I've seen. Unfortunately, I haven't seen Licorice Pizza. I need to see that one. I've heard mixed results, and I love, like, everything else he's done, so I don't know. I gotta, see that one. But, yeah, it just somehow I thought this was the lowest of it, but man, this has worked its way up. I think it's my second favorite PTA movie now, and, it is one that I've seen 3 times now, and I'm just getting more and more out of it each time. I think I was more wanting some sort of resolution with the extremism that's going on in this.
Mm.
That's not the point.
Mm.
I think I was wanting something other than this film was actually giving me. I think I was expecting something other than it, but when I was able to actually, appreciate what it gave me, man, I absolutely love this film. It skyrocketed to the top of my list. But, I'm not quite as kind to it as you were. I don't have it as number 1, but it's damn high on my list.
That's fine. Um, Ray, I hate to be the big storming cloud, but I'm quite
Oh, no.
tired. Is there a way that eh, 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 would you be able to do your 25 in some sort of fast format, or would you like to?
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
okay.
Yes, I think this will, get everyone pissed off at me, but yeah, I can go ahead and, speed run through these 25. My number 25 is K-pop Demon Hunters. I get it. It's probably not for everybody, but man, are the songs damn catchy. The animation is quite there. And I enjoyed this way more than I have any right to. And part of it's my wife. She really enjoys it, but man, it is so working for me. If you haven't had a chance, K-pop Demon Hunters, you're going to see a lot of this in the future. I know they're going to franchise this off to hell. But currently, it's kind of nice. Number 24, Jared Hess's Minecraft movie. I know, I'm ridiculous. Why do I have it this high? It probably shouldn't be this high. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I can see why it's $1 billion, and I'm down for more Minecraft movies. Just make sure Jennifer Coolidge is involved. Number 23, I have Mickey 17. I just enjoyed the hell out of this movie. What can I say? It's one of my favorite Pattinson ones, and Bong Joon-ho, you can't do wrong with that guy. So I enjoyed this. I have one friend who is really into the books, and she is convinced that this just absolutely ruined it. I tried to get her to explain what they did differently. She didn't quite convince me. I still thoroughly enjoy this. On a second viewing, I liked it even more. So, hell yeah for Mickey 17. At 22, I have Fuck 'em All or Fack 'em Hall. I really dig this one. It's a really weird Venn diagram of you probably have to like spoof movies like Zucker Abrams movies, like Naked Gun, Airplane, those type of movies. And then you also have to like Downton Abbey. So that Venn diagram isn't huge, but if you're in that middle part, it's great. I think it's co-written by Jimmy Carr, and man, I just had a great time with that. Naked Gun, I have at 21. I love spoof movies. I think Akiva Schaffer does something amazing here. Just above Naked Gun, I have Splitsville. Same reasons you have it there, just full frontal comedy. It happened in 2025. Go see it. At number 19, I have another comedy, Friendship. What can I say? I love me some Tim Robinson. I love that awkward comedy. If you want an even more full-length version of this, check out The Chair Company. It is amazing. It's still going on. I heard it just got renewed for season 2. Absolutely love it. I dig this movie. At 18, I got Good Boy. Who doesn't want a horror film from the perspective of the dog? It works out very well to me, and it is a good boy, the titular dog in this, and it shows that somebody can take the time and make a really low budget film that has a lot of impact. So for me, Good Boy is best boy. At 17, I have The Monkey. I just absolutely love this. I think it is my favorite Osgood Perkins movie of any. It is my favorite Theo James movie of the year. But I love The Monkey. It's a great Stephen King adaptation, but I have a couple a little bit higher. At 16, I have 28 Years Later. I just absolutely love this one. It affected me on so many levels that I didn't think it would. I hear it. I hear you. I hear the criticism of the complete tonal shift of them using an iPhone to film this entire thing. I get you. Just somehow this connects with me, and I'm fully on board for this next trilogy. Take me to the Bone Temple next, and the fact that we have an interesting director that they have chosen to lead up Bone Temple. I'm here for it. I dug what could have been with the Marvels, so I'm looking to see what could be with Bone Temple. But 15, I have Apopheniacs again. The second you get a chance to see this, do it. Go in as blind as you can. Just know it's somewhat of a Tarantino-esque amazing film. I think you'll like what's going on here. At 14, I have Eddington. I'm just a sucker for Westerns. I think this is kind of a modern Western set in the COVID era. I dig it. Yes, there's some things over the top, but man, to me, it really works. At 13, I have If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You. Just again, I really liked Night Bitch last year, but I wish it worked a little bit better. I think that's what we have with If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You. It just gives you this kind of unflinching story that you're not exactly sure what to believe, but man, does it work for me. And it really stayed with me for weeks after this. I've been kind of thinking about this film. Even now, just kind of reminiscing. There's a lot of scenes that really stick with me. At number 12, I have Darren Aronofsky's Caught Stealing. I get it. I get why people wouldn't like it. But man, for me, just the whole vibe, I dig it. And again, with the Idols doing that score, I think it's my favorite score of the entire year. So Caught Stealing, huge win for me. I had this one in my top 10. I had this one at number 1 for most of the year. And then slowly it kind of kept moving down a little bit. But at 11, I have Companion. Just, man, it was a complete delight. I unfortunately watched the second trailer where they kind of gave away what's going on with this. But yeah, if you can go in blind, it is an amazing film. It just proves Sophie Thatcher needs to be in more movies. Just I dig what she's able to do. She's one of my favorite newer actresses, and man, they need to give her more horror roles.
Mm.
She is killing it in there. So at number 10, I have The Running Man. Yeah, I just absolutely love everything Edgar Wright. I don't think this is as much of a miss as everybody else is saying. I think they're not appreciating what this is. It's not a remake of the Arnold movie. It's an adaptation of the novel, and man, he hits it so close. And it's just so prescient what Stephen King was able to come up with in the late 70s that he apparently wrote over a weekend during a snowstorm and didn't really change anything on there, but he was just so prolific and writing so many things that they wouldn't let him publish under Stephen King anymore because he had too much to do, too much product out there. So he started writing under Richard Bachman, and this is one of the first ones that they published, and it had just been sitting in a desk for I think 6 years before it got published. But man, I absolutely dig this one. I think it's going to be remembered very fondly. However, it's not getting the recognition it deserves right now. At number 9, I have Predator: Badlands. Maybe it's the backlash on this one. I just think a lot of people are incorrect about their criticism of this one. I found it thoroughly enjoyable, and it's right up there at the top of my Predators list. For one film, this is perfect. I just don't want every film to go there, but I really liked this one. As the Chad said a little while ago, Gray loves Deck. I do. Just you know, I don't want him to be the only predator. Let's look at some other clans. At number 8, I have this film that nobody I've heard talk about, but man, it keeps getting stuck in my head. It is in that mumblecore thing. So it is Jay Duplass is the director of it, but it's called The Baltimoreans. It's a lovely, charming little Christmas film and, yeah, it's this, dude who, is sick of the world, tries to end it, but somehow that goes wrong, so he's in a very depressed state, and he's quit comedy, and then, he slowly has an unfortunate event that takes him to a dentist, and it progresses from there, but he, kinda gets a new, zest for life and a reason to, go back to the things that he enjoyed. For me, it works way more than it really should, but man, it's just a charming movie, and, every time I've seen it, which, is like 3 times now, it just gets a little bit higher on my list. So, yeah, I really dig The Baltimoreans. If you get a chance, check that out. At number 7, I have a Stephen King, adaptation. It is the highest one that I have on my list. It's The Long Walk. Man, I understand this didn't affect you nearly as much as it affected me, but for me, yeah, this is just a second performance that I've seen from, David I believe his name is David Johnson. Yeah, David Johnson, who, I know, from, Alien Romulus, just man, he gives this standout performance that just, it really shook me to the core. There's a lot that I'm thinking of in this, adaptation. It's very close to the story, but a again, you you don't wanna just have voiceover where you're just hearing what's going on in the guy's head. Visually, that wouldn't be that appealing, so they kind of, put their backstories into a little bit more of, uh, experiences, but, yeah, for me, it truly affected me. It could be that I was on a treadmill when I watched this, but yeah, it really got to me. At number 6, I have the aforementioned Luger. It is amazing. This is the one film that I really wanna see again this year. If there's only one of them that I get to watch one more time, it would be Luger. I need to see if I'm holding this on a pedestal and it was just a breath of fresh air from all the horror movies that we saw at Fantastic Fest, but man, it had way more impact than I thought it would, and just, oh, it's the one that I've been craving and looking everywhere to find a version of. I can't seem to find it, but, if you get your hands on a Luger, you'll enjoy it. Number 5, this is where I've got some, contention with you, sir. I have Begonia. Just, for me, I think this is my, 2nd favorite Yorgos Lanthimos movie, and just, man, the way that every single frame is filled out in this is just so perfect to me. I love Jesse Plemons' performance in this. I love, his counterpart, his associate. And then, man, what Emma Stone is willing to do in this is just over the top. So, Begonia, huge win for me. I get it. It's not your cup of tea. You like coffee. We've
Yeah,
been over
I'm a
this.
coffee guy.
Um,
You can have your tea.
Coffee's great, but tea, man. I'm just saying, a nice Earl Grey based. But at number 4, I have One Battle After Another. I'm not going to argue with you if you have this at number 1. It's a great movie. Like I said, for some reason, the first time I watched it, it was a little off-putting to me. But each subsequent viewing, man, you really get to see what the characters are doing. And I stopped putting my wants on this film and just kind of let it happen. Yeah, PTA is a master. I absolutely love this film. It's amazing. Uh, and Johnny Greenwood's score just puts this over the top for me. I think it's my second favorite score of the year. It and Sinners might be kind of tied. But yeah, number 3, I have Weapons. Man, I dig Zach Krieger. I don't know what it is about Barbarian, but man, I really dug that. I dug the twist on that. Weapons, I get it if it's not, again, your cup of coffee, but man, does it work for me. Everything that we mentioned before, but yeah, I'm so glad that Madigan gets another chance at being recognized for her amazing work. And yeah, I truly hope she gets recognized come award season, which is right upon us. But yeah, number 2 is a movie I was expecting nothing from. I heard a little bit of a buzz about it, but it just kind of showed up on Netflix. And I thought, yeah, there's no way that this is going to be super compelling. So I got ready to work out and I plugged it on. I turned on my Netflix and man, I did not end up working out. I was just glued to the screen. I think this is my favorite cinematography of the year, but it's called Train Dreams. Uh, this movie, I wasn't expecting much out of it. It's directed by Clint Bentley. I am not familiar with him, but I need to get more in touch with his work. Just the little tagline is a logger leads a life of quiet grace as he experiences love and loss during an era of monumental change in the early 20th century America. That doesn't sound like much, but my God, did this film affect me. It's got William H. Macy as a very powerful performance. Um, they're loggers, and you just kind of see the change in the Pacific Northwest. But man, is this film amazing. It currently gets a 4.1 rating on Letterboxd. Do yourself a favor, check this out. It's some amazing cinematography. Even if it's not your cup of tea, I think you'll appreciate the body of this tea. It's got a lovely flavor. And then, yeah, my number 1 pick is Sinners. What can I say? Ever since I saw this movie, it just skyrocketed to the first place. It's just my 3 favorite movies shoved into one. I absolutely dig this. Everyone I'm telling, go see this. I don't know anybody that hates it, but yeah, I'm glad that there's something original that can really kind of catch fire out there. And Sinners to me is that. I absolutely love it, even though it feels like it's 3 movies I know put together. This is deeply original. It's not a perfect film. There's flaws in it. I got some notes. There's some inaccuracies, but that being said, it is a fun adventure, and yeah, it's my favorite film of the year.
Great.
The one that I've definitely seen the most, and need to own a physical copy of that. But sorry, you said fast, and I could have gone faster.
No,
But
no,
that's my 155 films.
sir. We were staring at 12 hours as a deadly what happens if we cross that, and re-amended it to 10 hours. We're at 10:25. You were here for the entire ride. I cannot say thank you enough. You've been an absolute badass for taking this ridiculous journey.
Oh
What
yeah,
can
said
you
I'd be here for the marathon, man.
Yeah, in my head, I'm like, maybe 4 hours, perhaps 5, but here we are.
Oh,
Um,
5 hours is a marathon. 10 and a half, that's a marathon.
Indeed, it is. Gray, what do you have going on your channel, or what can you let anyone who's watching know about Grey
Uh,
Poupet?
I think I'm taking a break for a couple of days,
Okay.
but yeah, I'll be back with Charles on Tuesday for thank God it's Tuesday. Tig if you will. It's over on The Last Panel or YouTube at The Last Panel 1. That's the thing. YouTube at The Last Panel 1. Go on over, check it out. We talk about comedy. This Tuesday, we're talking about the year 2025 in comedy. And we're talking about the best comedy specials that we've seen this year. I just did the math, made the list. It looks like I've seen 75 specials this year,
Freak.
which is a bit too much. You don't need to know about all of them, but we're going to talk about our favorites. So come on over on Tuesday to the last panel and check that out. And then you might as well come on over to YouTube at the last panel one. And you might as well ring the bell because on Friday we're meeting with all of the last panel. It's not just the Tiggett crew; it's all of us, and we're going to talk about and rank the films of Kevin Smith. So if that sounds interesting to you, come on over on Friday. And yeah, there's one last thing. Every Thursday we're doing a think. That's right. Join us at YouTube at Thinkers Doing a Think. The name is a bit long. It might change in the near future. Stay posted. But yeah, if that sounds fun to you, come on over, join an international panel as we go through a bunch of different topics and give our opinion on it. We usually disagree about everything, but can leave somewhat amicably. I don't know exactly what we're talking about this year, this week, the second newest one of the year. But yeah, come join us at a very small channel, and you'll find out. But I'm sure there's something interesting. I know there's a couple of political issues that were suggested. So if you want to talk politics, come on over to that channel.
Yeah.
Charles is there.
Um, yeah. Manny says, "Great stream, guys. Thank you, Manny." Little Dom says, "No Other Choice was the best of
I
the year."
have a very short list with like 5 movies on it: Magazine Dreams, No Other Choice, Sentimental Value, and I'm blanking on the 4th one. I need to watch like 5 films. I hope No Other Choice is what I'm building up in my head to be, but I definitely need to check that film out. I've heard nothing but good things about it.
Right. Yeah. So this is the marathon. There are a couple of other year-end things, not quite to this extent, maybe a little bit more interaction. That's kind of commonplace. I'm going to take at least a full day break, if not to sleep, to kind of recuperate. Thank you so much to those of you who have been in and out, who have stayed with us the entire ride. Gray obviously is a madman. A reminder that this is being done for a specific reason. If you would click on that link that is highlighted in the chat, the Spot Fund link, and share it with someone or consider contributing, greatly appreciated. We've made some progress since this started. Um, Other things like clicking like, commenting, just letting us know what time it is you're watching us, what day, whatever. That helps too. Much appreciated. But for 10 hours worth of Grey Poupet, I have been Charles. Thank you